Chapter 1. The Yinma Blade. On a stifling August night, in the ancient district of Tsangnan, the rooftops lay still. Su Run stirred slowly from his slumber atop a terrace, his vacant gaze reflecting the luminous full moon above as his foggy mind gradually began to function. Who am I? Where am I? He pondered, a hint of anxiety creeping into his thoughts as he surveyed the silhouettes of the aging tiled rooftops against the night sky. I should be at home, engrossed in my game. How'd I end up here? This place. Where am I? He sat up, a sense of unease brewing within him. It was rare to have 3 days off, and he was on the brink of completing his game, Black Horse. Had he succumbed to sleep and entered a dream? No, I must uncover the fate of the Destiny people. I need to return and confront it. As his consciousness extended to his arms, he suddenly sensed something amiss and looked down at his left hand. A long blade rested there. It was elegantly curved, the hilt a mesmerizing blend of black and gold, intertwined with white, while the blade's edge gleamed with a hexagonal golden design. The scabbard, dark as night, was adorned with a yellow ribbon. Isn't this the Yinma blade? A tool? Hiss. Su Run pinched himself to confirm he was not dreaming, his restless heart finally calming. Gazing at the familiar long blade, he fell into contemplation. If this isn't a dream, then I must not have been sleeping. No. What nonsense is my mind conjuring? He shook his head, endeavoring to focus his scattered thoughts. First, let's dismiss the idea of transmigration. His mind had neither throbbed like the beginning of a mysterious tale, nor had he gained additional memories. Could it be that I've been abducted by a reincarnation space? Yet, no prompts of yes or no had appeared on a screen. Just then, as Su Run attempted to further analyze the possibility of a robbery, he noticed something peculiar before him. Su Run level, LV5 ability, Blade's Law 1, Blade Mastery, unconditional command over any blade. A game-like interface was affixed to his vision, shadowing him wherever he directed his gaze. His heart, once filled with trepidation, found solace. Clearly, such advanced technology could not exist on Earth. Perhaps it was akin to something from the three-body problem. Most likely, he had indeed transcended realms. If it were the reincarnation space's deity, there would have been seasoned veterans emerging to guide him. As for leveling up, with the game interface now visible, it was evident that he would need to vanquish foes to gain experience. Drawing the Yinma blade partially from its sheath, the shimmering edge reflected his visage with striking clarity. Aside from his handsome appearance reminiscent of an audience's favorite, there was little else to remark upon. This blade was the signature weapon of Virgil from the Devil May Cry series, a key to the demonic realm, possessing the ability to tear through the void and breach dimensions. With a single-dimensional slash, he could leave a trail of devastation in his wake. With a crisp sound, Su Run unsheathed the blade. The weapon shimmered with an ethereal blue energy, the surrounding air swirling with flecks of azure mist. Power surged within him, casting a blue halo over his eyes. In an instant, the blade's capabilities and methods of usage became vividly clear to him. What a remarkable weapon! It resonated with him as if they were entwined, and he could almost hear the blade's call. Su Run concentrated, striving to decipher the blade's whispers. Strength. What? He queried, leaning in closer to listen intently. Power. Strength. More power. I need more power. A surge of destructive impulse coursed through him, compelling his hand, which gripped the knife, to tighten instinctively, as if to cleave something. Clang! Su Run abruptly sheathed the Yamato, his expression darkening. This blade bore a striking resemblance to Virgil. Su Run inhaled deeply, striving to quell the flicker of madness that had just emerged, pacing upon the rooftop. He hoped to have traversed into another world if it were Devil May Cry. Virgil held the Yamato closer than his own kin, having severed his own son's arm for the sake of this blade. A ruthless figure among the ruthless, Su Run envisioned the frenzied Virgil relentlessly pursuing him, unable to summon any sense of joy. Should he return the blade at some point? Why ponder so much? Su Run ruffled his disheveled hair, realizing that with so little information, he could not draw any conclusions. Gathering knowledge remained paramount. First, let me test the capabilities of this blade. Su Run endeavored to harness the spatial abilities inherent to the Yamato. A blue fog enveloped his feet, and he found himself atop another rooftop. I have never encountered such things before. I never anticipated that my inaugural use would be as effortless as eating or drinking, an innate skill. Upon first contact with extraordinary power, Su Run felt an exhilarating rush. He ventured towards the brightly lit parts of the city, stepping onto a distant balcony, startling a napping cat, then appearing on a shop's sign, producing a crisp snap, and then on top of street lamp. With each step, his astonishment grew. This ability seems to have a cooldown of roughly 1 second, and while the distance moved is merely 5 meters, the usage incurs no expenditure whatsoever. This is a weapon's innate spatial ability, how remarkably convenient. The Yamato is truly splendid. Su Run could not help but exclaim. This weapon is undoubtedly beyond the capabilities of a level 5 user. Is it due to the laws of the blade? The unconditional mastery of any blade? It was a conceptual ability akin to flawlessly wielding a max-level weapon with a mere level 5 status. Now, let me attempt a small combo. Su Run halted, closing his eyes in concentration. A twin-headed flying dagger, composed of blue energy, materialized and spun before him. This weapon, a fusion of his spirit and the Yamato's capabilities, could inflict damage as a throwing knife and serve as an anchor point for the Yamato's teleportation. Originally intended to take the form of a sword, it inexplicably transformed into a dagger. Let's name it the Phantom Blade. Su Run aimed at a distant tree. Whoosh! The Phantom Blade soared forth, effortlessly cleaving the tree in two before continuing its flight, while Su Run, standing still, was suddenly transported to the blade's location. A faint azure glow shimmered within his obsidian-like pupils as the blade was drawn. Dimensional slash. In that moment, the surrounding space nearly halted within a mere 0.1 seconds. Su Run had executed 10 strikes. The canopy was engulfed in a tempest formed by the scars of the blades, obscured and indistinct. Crack! The hilt met the sheath as Su Run sheathed the knife midair, a flash of blue light illuminating his descent to the ground. His figure standing tall. Behind him, a gentle breeze swept by, and the once towering trees had vanished, leaving only splintered wood cascading down. The dimensional slash had consumed a third of his mental energy. Rather than attributing the strike to Su Run, it was more accurate to say that the Yinma blade had executed it autonomously. From a moment the thought of employing a dimensional strike had crossed his mind, the blade seemed to possess a memory of its own, guiding him in its execution, as if it had been honed through countless encounters. The Yinma blade is truly remarkable, Su Run exclaimed, his heart swelling with joy. With the ability to transport himself for survival, to slice through space for offense, and now to have refined skills as well, it was no longer merely a weapon, it was akin to a perfectly ripened peach. This blade would be mine. Let Virgil come, my sword shall not falter. A scream erupted from the alleyway of the old district, imbued with terror, warning, and a plea for help. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Run's feet glimmered with blue light as he leaped 3 steps onto the rooftop, racing towards the source of the scream. An instinct whispered to him, "This world is about to reveal its true form to me." Chapter 2. Godslayer? Su Run arrived swiftly. Upon reaching the scene, he beheld a gruesome sight he had never encountered before. A creature of immense size, resembling a bear with the features of a hyena, sporting a grotesquely pale, distorted face. Its crimson tongue flicked like a serpent. From his elevated vantage point, Su Run could clearly see the monster devouring the body of a student clad in uniform. Faced with such a horrific tableau for the first time, Su Run's complexion paled slightly as he analyzed. It resembles a crawler as the bioweapon crisis begun in this world. He caught sight of 2 students rushing towards him, a girl and a blindfolded boy, followed closely by another monstrous figure with a ghastly visage. No time for contemplation, I must save them. Today was undoubtedly the most despairing day for Jiang Qian. She had intended to accompany Lin Qiye home to strengthen their camaraderie. Instead, she encountered a monstrosity far more terrifying than anything in her nightmares. "Mom, Dad, please save me." All she wished for was to survive. The creature closed in, its horrifying face almost touching hers, and she could smell the nauseating stench of blood emanating from its maw. Fear consumed her. In a desperate attempt, she turned to hurl her backpack at the beast, only to be yanked back, stumbling to the ground. Jiang Qian was engulfed in utter despair. "Oh God, I beg you, if this is a nightmare, let me awaken swiftly." I beseech you in the humblest of postures. A ghostly blue light flashed. Bang! The monster's fist struck nothing but air, crashing into the ground. Phew! I made it in time. Su Run exhaled in relief as he advanced to strike the creature, cautious that a single blow might not suffice. He first conjured a phantom blade to serve as an anchor point, then teleported beside the girl to grasp her, before transporting back to the anchor. Fortunately, it aligned with his instincts, allowing him to bypass the 1-second cooldown that accompanied the teleportation. What if both skills shared a cooldown, you ask? Then he would strike. The monster, having missed its punch, scanned the surroundings, its gaze settling on the composed Su Run above, and the girl collapsed on the ground. Su Run directed his attention towards the creature, seemingly assessing its strength. The creature sensed that the tall, imposing youth was not to be trifled with. With its gaping maw agape, it let out a furious roar before pursuing another boy who was shrouded in darkness. Hey, are you all right? Su Run bent down to gaze at the girl who had been rendered speechless by fear, gently patting her face in an attempt to rouse her. Wah, woo-woo, save Lin, classmate. Wah wah wah, the girl fought to suppress her sobs, but after uttering those words, she could no longer contain her emotions and burst into tears. Realizing that he could glean no further information for the moment, Su Run's mind began to organize the fragments of knowledge he had gathered. This ghost-faced monster appeared to be a rare entity in this world at least. Ordinary people were oblivious to such beings, as evidenced by the profound shock evident in the students' reactions. From the recent confrontation, it was clear that the monster's strength was within his capability to handle. Was the boy with the blindfold named Lin? It seemed as if there was a dormant power within him. This feels oddly familiar. It's as if him on the verge of recalling something just out of reach. Su Run felt a peculiar itch in his mind, as if the scene before him had been witnessed before. A monster, the surname Lin, a mysterious power within. As he pondered, he tightened his grip on the long blade, its blue light shimmering as he teleported toward the direction of the boy named Lin. Let me see what this is all about. Upon entering the new forest, the first task was to ascertain his position within the food chain. Su Run sprinted a few steps before suddenly vanishing, reappearing further ahead in a series of swift movements until he caught up with the ghostly-faced creature. It raced on all fours, its shadow flickering in the light of the street lamps, a long, crimson tongue extending like a serpentine appendage. As Su Run stepped forward, he appeared beside the monster, shrouded in an ethereal blue glow. Withdrawing his blade from its sheath, he planted his feet firmly, twisting his waist and delivering a powerful strike. A forceful slash surged toward the creature, executed without the use of any skills. Though the ghostly visage appeared menacing, it posed little threat to Su Run. The previous punch had hardly made a significant impact. Su Run intended to gauge his own strength, opting to see how many strikes it would take to vanquish this ghostly fiend without resorting to skills. With a measure of restraint in his first attack, the creature narrowly evaded the deadly blow, leaping aside as it turned to face Su Run. To his surprise, he detected a flicker of anger in its ghostly eyes. It seemed the creature had been provoked, rising to its full height of over 2 meters. It inhaled deeply, its chest expanding, its already robust frame swelling further like a bear. With a show of dominance, it roared at Su Run. Roar! The fetid breath that met Su Run made him pinch his nose and hold his breath. The stench was overwhelming, and he wondered if a bite would necessitate a rabies vaccine. Time for swift resolution. Su Run charged forward with his blade, delivering another downward strike. The chilling glint of the blade was palpable, its sharpness causing the creature to hesitate in facing a heathen. It propelled its sturdy legs to the side, attempting to create distance. Su Run felt a tinge of disappointment that this little creature been rather formidable just moments ago. The law of the blade bestowed upon him the unconditioned mastery of the sword, yet it merely constituted a rudimentary skill. The abilities derived from the law and the techniques of swordsmanship necessitate further refinement, and practical combat is indispensable, preferably against formidable adversaries. This grotesque creature, appearing fearsome and terrifying, turned out to be rather feeble, fleeing at the slightest hint of danger. No, he must instill a sense of dread in this monster. Prepare to soar. With a sudden forceful stomp, a plume of azure mist erupted. He teleported behind the creature, no longer holding back, and delivered a decisive strike. Thud! The The creature's left foot was severed at the sole. Before it could regain its composure, Su Run pressed forward, wielding his sword horizontally, intent on applying relentless pressure. In its haste, the monster could only defend itself with its hardest right claw. Thud! Without the slightest hesitation, its 5 talons were severed as if they were mere radishes. Su Run was momentarily taken aback. The Yinma blade was exceedingly sharp. This diminutive creature stood no chance of resistance. The blade's abilities were so extraordinary that he instinctively felt his weapon's basic attributes were somewhat lacking. It appeared that within this world's food chain, he could indeed hold his own if the monster truly wished to kill him. A single strike could vanquish 2.5 of them. He had been overly cautious before. Never mind. He would dispatch it and seek out that blindfolded boy with the ribbon. Oh no! He had forgotten there seemed to be another such creature. Boom! A brilliant, blazing beam of light shot up from the adjacent alley, piercing the clouds. Like an angel bestowing grace upon this decrepit old city. Su Run turned, bewilderedly sensing this divine presence. What is this? Godslayer? Memories flooded back. He recalled a novel he had once read, even purchasing the entire physical series, which lay on his living room TV stand. The demon-faced man, Lin Qiye, the alley, the seraphim, Michael, everything came rushing back. In the opening of the Godslayer narrative, the protagonist awakens after encountering a monster. This was no trivial matter. In that novel, the ascension of humanity to divinity was fraught with difficulty in the later stages. Even deities were treated like dogs. To possess the privilege of being called a dog, one must at least be a supreme deity. Yet, this was not the crux of the issue. The significant revelation was the ultimate antagonist in the novel was Azathoth. Their presence is pervasive in modern games, films, and novels, often embodying the role of the final boss. Where they appear, terror follows closely behind, and even their names have become taboo, unutterable. To be granted a law from the very onset to combat the Cthulhu mythos ancient gods. Su Run's expression transformed dramatically. This is intense, a high-stakes match. Chapter 3. Provocation. Alas, I find myself at the bottom of the food chain, observing the petrified figure of the ghostly-faced man before him. Su Run felt a wave of shame wash over him. Just moments ago, he had sought a sense of superiority over such a mere pawn. With a decisive turn, he strode towards Lin Qiye, a blue halo shimmering in his eyes, while behind him, the ghostly figure was enveloped in a multitude of slicing lights. As the radiance faded, its original form became unrecognizable. Upon reaching Lin Qiye, Su Run beheld the young man using his cane as a weapon, plunging it into the monster's eye and into its brain. The creature's momentum knocked him to the ground. Su Run, enveloped in a blue mist, teleported behind Lin Qiye, supporting him until he assured himself of the boy's safety before releasing his grasp. After a moment of hesitation, he finally spoke. Lin Qiye? The just-awakened Lin Qiye, his eyes still shimmering with golden light, gazed at the man who had appeared so suddenly, brandishing a long blade and towering above him, emanating a mysterious blue glow. Tensing his body, Lin Qiye responded with a subdued voice. Su Run felt the tension in his nerves dissipate. Indeed, this was the world of god-slaying. The youth before him was none other than Lin Qiye, the protagonist of the god-slaying saga, the agent of the 6 gods, the captain of the Nightfall squad of the Watchers, the will of the cosmos itself. However, at this moment, Lin Qiye had yet to embrace the identity of a Watcher. It would only be after the sacrifice of Zhao Kongsheng that Watcher, Lin Qiye, would be ready to speak. Stay away from that monster. As the saying goes, when one mentions the devil appears. The protagonist's sacrificial offering had arrived. A figure descended from the sky, the swirling wind lifting his dark red cloak, his skeletal fingers firmly gripping the hilt of the sword at his back. Though his silhouette was not particularly broad, he stood resolutely between them and the monster. That one is already dead, Lin Qiye reminded them. I know, there should still be another. Be cautious and stay close to me, Su Run replied, scratching his cheek. There's another one at the alley entrance. What? At the alley entrance? Are you referring to that heap of, flesh? Zhao Kongsheng exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, struggling to find an appropriate word to describe it. Flesh. Lin Qiye, standing in the center, quietly stepped aside, feeling an inexplicable unease. Seeing this, Su Run quickly clarified, I apologize. I was just thinking of saving someone and lost control for a moment. It was certainly not an expression of frustration. Zhao Kongsheng twitched the corner of his mouth, pulling a cigarette from his pocket and lighting it, taking a deep drag. Observing Su Run, who wielded a blade with a composed demeanor, he chose to accept this explanation. He retrieved his walkie-talkie and said, the two fleeing ghostly-faced men have been dealt with. Let the logistics team come to clear the battlefield. Having spoken, he stowed the device and approached the two. The tranquil night reclaimed its dominion as the three stood beneath its shroud, enveloped in an eerie silence. Finally, unable to endure the strange atmosphere any longer, Su Run recalled the original narrative and decided to offer Zhao Kongsheng, the determined man, a compliment. By the way, that outfit looks quite dapper on you. Zhao Kongsheng's serious expression instantly transformed. He grinned at Su Run. Dapper is the way to be. Do you aspire to look as handsome as I? Su Run, feeling helpless, turned his gaze towards Lin Qiye. The plot cannot be trifled with. The night watchman Lin Qiye must surely enter. Su Run, reluctant to see the earnest, middle-aged Zhao Kongsheng meet his demise, resolved to lend a helping hand. However, Lin Qiye's serious response caught him off guard. What? It's easy to die. Upon receiving this answer, Su Run couldn't help but lament how today's youth exhibit a steadiness surpassing that of the most seasoned individuals. He interrupted Zhao Kongsheng. This is not the place for conversation. Let us discuss as we walk. Just as Lin Qiye prepared to concoct an excuse to slip away, Su Run's next words dissuaded him from that intention. There is a girl over there, and her situation remains unclear. We should first proceed to see her. Jiang Qian and the others encountered this calamity while escorting Lin Qiye home, so it is only right to check on her. Upon hearing that someone else was caught up in this, Zhao Kongsheng extinguished his cigarette and followed Su Run. My name is Zhao Kongsheng. I am not a bad person. Yes, I am Su Run. Lin Qiye. When the three arrived at the girl's location, she had ceased her weeping, huddled against the wall in the stifling heat of an August night, trembling. Hearing their footsteps, she abruptly lifted her head, tears once again streaming down her face. Great divine. After a moment, Zhao Kongsheng grasped the situation. You say you're merely a passerby. Su Run nodded. First, you saved Jiang Qian, then you dismembered that ghost-faced apparition. Eliminated it. Observing Su Run's expression shift slightly, Zhao Kongsheng quickly rephrased. And that beam of light connecting heaven and earth. Was it the energy unleashed by Lin Qiye? Indeed, Su Run nodded once more. Zhao Kongsheng could hardly believe it. He had initially thought that merely encountering a potential owner of the divine ruins would be extraordinary, but now there was an expert as well. Truly, this was a stroke of fortune. Damn it, if I can recruit these two into the team, I will walk with swagger henceforth. He excitedly lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. In the Night Watchman Team 136, I, Zhao Kongsheng, have spoken, with this thought igniting a fervor within him. His demeanor grew even more enthusiastic. Regarding the mysterious, I have already outlined the general situation of the Night Watchman. Feel free to ask anything, and I shall answer without reservation. Jiang Qian remained silent, clutching her clothing and staring at the ground. Lin Qiye appeared ready to bolt at any moment, clearly disinclined to pose any questions. Su Run, observing this, felt a sense of helplessness. Why were the youth so overly cautious? Lin Qiye, the Night Watchman, must go. If he doesn't, will those ancient gods expect me to bear the burden? Damn, several universes tainted by ancient deities are stored away, akin to collectibles. Can I truly withstand this? I must ensure this young man joins the team. He once again sought to assist Zhao Kongsheng, adjusting his mindset, and asked with solemnity, I have but one question. If I join the Night Watchman, can they guarantee the safety of my family? This question was entirely posed on behalf of Lin Qiye, who did not fear for his own life, but rather wished to safeguard his family, valuing their lives above his own. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the lad eagerly straining to hear Zhao Kongsheng's reply. I swear by the honor of the Night Watchman that should a brother fall, his family shall receive the utmost protection from the Empire. Your kin are the kin of all Night Watchmen. We safeguard them with our lives and our honor. Zhao Kongsheng's words caused Lin Qiye's expression to waver slightly. Yet, there remained an element lacking. This young man, Lin Qiye, appeared impervious to reason, and the rough and tumble Zhao Kongqing struggled to articulate anything truly impactful. If only Si Xiao and An were present. That clever trickster would surely possess the gift of eloquence. Su Ran felt a headache coming on and realized he must intensify his efforts. These were mere platitudes. What I truly wish to know is whether, upon joining the Night Watch, I would receive immediate notification if monsters were to appear near my family. The safety of one's family is Lin Qiye's Achilles heel. However, it is impossible for a family to be together at all times, for there will inevitably be moments of separation. Even if Lin Qiye can ensure their safety while they are together, what the times apart? Zhao Kongqing was filled with fervor. I swear by the honor of the Night Watch. How can you dismiss my words as mere rhetoric? This insufferable brat wielding a blade is truly infuriating. The mysterious movements will undoubtedly be known first to the Night Watch. As for your family, they will be included within the protective purview of the Night Watch unless you personally refuse. Though I am but an ordinary man devoid of special abilities, I, Zhao Kongqing, guarantee with my life, as long as I draw breath, I shall not allow a single harm to befall the innocent behind me. This is the honor of the Night Watch. His face flushed, eyes wide and fierce, resembling an enraged lion. Chapter 4. Claiming the moral high ground, a resonant discourse prompted Lin Qiye to lower his head in contemplation. Observing this, Su Ran discerned that the moment had nearly arrived. I apologize if my inquiries seemed disrespectful. I extend my utmost respect for your honor, Su Ran said, placing his right hand over his chest and bowing slightly. Zhao Kongqing's expression softened a little. However, let us deliberate further, he replied, though his demeanor soon faltered again. Without waiting for him to continue, Lin Qiye was the first to attempt an exit. Hey, kid, everything discussed must remain confidential. I reiterate, it must be kept secret. Lin Qiye did not look back, ignoring Zhao Kongqing's insistence from behind. What has become of the youth today? Zhao Kongqing felt a pang of disappointment when the logistics team's vehicle arrived to escort Jiang Qian. The girl with a ponytail clung to Su Ran's clothing, refusing to let go. She was noticeably shorter than Su Ran, who had to bend down to reassure her. It's all right, it's all in the past. Once we reach home safely, you can have a good sleep, he said gently, grasping her hand that clutched his clothing. Su Ran's broad palm enveloped Jiang Qian's slightly cool hand, lifting it to meet her gaze. With a warm smile, he added, it was merely a dream. See, the nightmare has passed. As Jiang Qian drowsily boarded the vehicle, Zhao Kongqing muttered in frustration. So being handsome grants one the privilege to act with impunity? He harbored lingering resentment from earlier encounters with the two young individuals. Opening the car door, he prepared to return to the base of Team 136 and Su Ran, seizing the opportune moment, joined him. Having spent less than 2.5 hours in this world, devoid of money or shelter, he resolved to cling to the Night Watchman's benefactor for the time being. Inside the hotel room, Zhao Kongqing tossed a new phone to Su Ran, who was in the midst of a meal. Thanks, Lao Zhao, this phone is fantastic. Cut the chatter. So, you were gaming at home and suddenly found yourself here, with no family or friends, and not a penny to your name? Zhao Kongqing crossed his arms, skepticism etched on his face. Lao Zhao, do not be so serious. Your furrowed brow could crush a mosquito. I've shared everything I needed to. As for my abilities, I excel with a knife, Su Ran replied, dismissing the need for elaborate fabrications, merely withholding a few details and recognizing that this fragmented world did not particularly require his odd experiences. All right, I'll report back shortly. Whether you believe it or not is beyond my concern. As Su Ran's origins remained shrouded in mystery, and he had yet to agree to join the Night Watchman, Zhao Kongqing hesitated to take him to the base. Having arranged a room for him and treated him to a meal, he even provided a phone, leading him to feel financially drained. He silently wondered if he could get reimbursed. Just as he prepared to turn away, he was called back. Wait, leave me 500 yuan. Are you serious? You want everything and expect more? Zhao Kongqing stared incredulously at Su Ran, astonished that one could possess such audacity. Under Zhao Kongqing's piercing gaze, Su Ran calmly extracted a tissue to wipe the corner of his mouth, disposing of the remnants of his meal into a plastic bag. He remained unfazed within, reflecting that even the once-fallen immortal master had resorted to selling black oil and straw sandals. What were these trifles? He counted on his fingers, stating, I have just vanquished a ghostly figure, saving a life, and performing a significant favor for you Night Watchers. Given my current predicament, you would surely not deny my request for assistance. It is only the feeble who grovel. Su Run considered himself a formidable force. Thus he took the initiative, aiming to strike from a moral high ground with great force. Zhao Kongcheng, overwhelmed by the righteous moral club, relinquished 300 yuan and exited in disgrace. Victorious, Su Run casually grasped the Yama blade, leaning against the table. With a mere thought, it transformed into azure shards that slowly dissipated into the air. Indeed, the blade had not vanished. Su Run could sense its presence nearby, ready to be summoned at any moment. Today had been rather hurried, and he perceived that the blade still held vast, untapped potential. His current exploration was merely a fraction of what was possible. He reviewed his status panel. Su Run, level, LV7, ability, blade principle 2, blade bone, unconditional mastery of any blade. He had leveled up twice, testing his strength with a clenched fist, noticing an approximate 30 increase in power. The blade principle had risen to 2, yet no further changes occurred. His reasoning was sound. To level up, one must slay monsters. In the world of divine slaying, ordinary individuals cultivate through 7 stages: lantern, pool, river, sea, infinite climb, culminating in the pinnacle of humanity, all of which pertain to mental fortitude. Aside from abilities that can enhance the physical body, even those at the peak level possess merely mortal flesh. Thus, when the great Xia sword saint pioneered the sword principle, it was evident that the physical form could not withstand such overwhelming force when he achieved the status of a Sword Immortal. Similarly, the leader of the mass squad, Wang Mian, faced a countdown to his demise upon acquiring the principle. This was precisely due to the neglect of physical cultivation while solely honing the spirit, rendering the body incapable of bearing such immense strength. However, as I ascend a level, my spirit strengthens concurrently with my physique, augmented by an innate blade principle, making the path to divinity virtually unobstructed if I proceed with caution. But what significance does divinity hold? At the later stages of the main god level, one is merely a larger ant. Moreover, time is of the essence. From Lin Qiye's induction into the Night Watchers to the grand conclusion seems to span no more than a decade. Contemplating this, Su Run felt a weight of pressure. In Sangnan City, Team 136 of the Night Watchers, Zhao Kongcheng burst through the door, slamming it shut. All eyes turned towards him. I have an announcement. Is your wife leaving you? The 6 individuals inside, engrossed in their tasks, were momentarily taken aback by Zhao Kongcheng's audacious proclamation. Don't speak nonsense. My wife called me darling just today. A few shivered at the thought. Si Xiaonan, unable to tolerate the topic's divergence, interjected, Brother Kongcheng, let us get to the point. Did you encounter that individual suspected of being the Seraph's agent? Upon encountering the expression on Zhao Kongcheng's face, the crowd abruptly lifted their heads, abandoning their previous tasks, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. The possessor of that golden forbidden realm? Indeed. How formidable is he? Who might he be? Do not speculate recklessly, Zhao Kongcheng cautioned. Appearing merely as an ordinary high school student, the extravagant golden beam should merely be the residual power left by the Seraphim. He has just recently stepped into the realm of Zhan as a novice. Upon hearing this, disappointment washed over several faces. It is said that you reserved a room at a hotel and borrowed 300 yuan from the logistics staff. What is the story behind this? The vice captain inquired. At this, everyone's interest was piqued once more. Zhao Kongcheng's expression shifted. This is another matter I must report. To avoid unnecessary verbosity, I have placed the discussion of the level system later in the chapter. For those with inquiries regarding the level system, please refer to the subsequent commentary. Chapter 5. Smoking is prohibited here, so you paid for a room for him out of your own pocket? And you ordered barbecue, then went down to buy him a mobile phone afterward? Zhao Kongcheng nodded. In the end, you even borrowed 300 yuan from logistics for him. Redding sighed. It's not that Zhao Kongcheng felt somewhat embarrassed. I glanced at that young man, and indeed, without money, he would find it quite inconvenient to go anywhere. If I could help, why not? Si Xiaonan's expression was slightly teasing. Did he eventually ask you to take the trash downstairs? And did you actually do it? Zhao Kongcheng's face flushed a deep crimson. How? How could I possibly do that? Zhao, am not the kind of person to engage in such tasks. He hastily waved his hands in explanation. Laughter erupted among the crowd. Is this Su Run strong? The captain inquired. It's hard to say. Zhao Kongqing paused. Although he is at the Zhan level, his actual combat capability is likely far beyond that. If he hadn't reminded me, I would never have guessed that pile of rotten flesh was the Ghost-Face Man. Moreover, he appeared unfazed, effortlessly dispatching the Ghost-Face Man in this sweltering heat without breaking a sweat. The atmosphere grew serious. Captain Chunmai straightened in his chair. This is likely his forbidden domain. Achieving such a level at the Zhan stage indicates he is at least within the ultra-high-risk forbidden zones of Sequence 89. Sequence 89 and above, related to blades. Wu Xiaonan's shoes clacked against the floor. Sequence 035, Blade of Delusion. Sequence 061, White Slasher. Sequence 066, Devouring Yuan Scabbard are all possibilities. So strong? Kongqing, you did wonderfully. A man seated in the chair couldn't help but whistle. Redding leaped from the sofa, holding the gun's muzzle, declaring, "Let us go recruit him into our team right away." However, his origins are unknown. The crowd fell silent. Yes, what if he is a bad person? I don't think he seems like a bad person. Zhao Kongqing hesitated, but ultimately trusted his instincts. After a prolonged silence, Si Xiaonan voiced her confusion. Since he claims to be an orphan, why would he ask Kongqing about the night watchman's role in protecting family? The group realized the inconsistency. Indeed, while it is normal for a person to ask such questions, it seemed rather out of place for someone who professes to have no relatives or friends. 3 possibilities arose as Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan paused and adjusted his glasses. The first, he thinks we are fools. The second, he is lying. He is not truly an orphan. But the logic doesn't quite add up. The third, he is inquiring on behalf of the 2 individuals beside him. Zhao Kongqing's eyes brightened. Exactly. I just knew it. That young man exudes a gentle heart. The way he comforted that girl was simply remarkable. Just like me, Zhao. The group fell silent, contemplating the possibility that he hadn't considered that others might view him as a fool. Ultimately, Captain Chunmai stood and made a decision. Su Run and the Seraphim agent must be brought back, and we should approach them as gently as possible. Their potential is immense, and we will investigate their backgrounds gradually. They must not fall into the hands of the ancient God Church. In this matter, Kongqing, Hong. Xiaonan, you are in charge. Yes, Zhao Kongqing replied solemnly. Indeed, Xiaonan responded calmly. Why? Honging exclaimed indignantly, harboring some curiosity about this mysterious newcomer. The captain had prepared to call her by name, but instead referred to Xiaonan, which left her quite dissatisfied. The captain disregarded her protests and continued to outline the tasks. Kongqing returned a bit late and didn't inform you earlier. The Ghost-Face King has escaped and is highly likely to return at Songnan City, so do not let your guard down. Understood. At 5 a.m. in the hotel. Beep, are you saying that interrupting my sleep at such an early hour means I have to accompany you to school to confront someone? He sat up, looking at Zhao Kongqing, clenching his teeth as he posed the question. Yes, I'm only 20 this year. Do you comprehend the detrimental effects of sleep deprivation on a 20-year-old? It can hinder growth. Su Run responded patiently. I see you're almost 8 meters tall. Any further growth would be a waste. You are destined to save the world, so rise and accompany me. Zhao Kongqing, the rough man, thought perhaps it was better to sacrifice him as a tribute to Lin Qiye rather than to rescue him. His expression shifted, preparing to summon the Yin Mo blade to show this old fellow a thing or two. Brother Kongqing, don't do that, the girl beside him pleaded, grabbing his arm. This girl appeared docile, stepping forward to awkwardly smile at Su Run. I apologize. He could be rather impulsive. I am Si Xiaonan, a member of the Songnan City Night Watch team. It's a pleasure to meet you. Su Run halted his motions with the blade, realizing he was not wearing pants, and that a fight would expose him. You go out first. Let me get dressed. By the time Su Run finished bathing, drying his hair, and dressing, 40 minutes had passed. Holding a carton of pure milk that Zhao Kongqing had bought yesterday, he inserted a straw. I might be a bit grumpy in the morning. Please forgive me. Normally, I am quite agreeable. I understand why you are here, to join the night watch. I am not opposed to it. However, there is no need to stake out. I have not known Lin Qiye for any longer than you. Si Xiaonan was indeed taken aback. After he finished dressing, the youthful figure before her was strikingly handsome, exuding a refined charm, even in ordinary clothing. Do you have any requests? Si Xiaonan, knowing it could not be this straightforward, preferred to address matters directly. Su Run smiled lightly. Indeed, I do. In the astonished gazes of Si Xiaonan and Zhao Kongcheng, he extended his fair and slender left hand, grasping at the air. With a flash of blue light, a long blade materialized in his hand. I wish to spar with the Night Watch members regarding swordsmanship. The principles of the blade should not only be honed through slaying monsters, but can also be refined through competition with opponents. I intend to use the Night Watch as my sharpening stone. The 136 team is indeed brimming with talent, particularly Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan, a former member of the special team Blue Rain. In terms of swordsmanship, he could rank second among the Night Watch. Regrettably, he faced a divine being and was wounded by a sacred artifact, rendering him incapable of wielding a sword. However, upon considering the gathered information, one can ascertain the extent of his formidable prowess in his prime. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled heartily. Young man, while I may be oblivious to the full extent of your capabilities, I surmise that much of your strength derives from your abilities, does it not? We Night Watchers are not to be trifled with. You may find yourself in quite the predicament. He laughed, seemingly unfazed. Su Run responded with a serene smile, appearing completely unmoved. Excellent. You possess spirit. Even if you were to be beaten to a pulp, I, Zhao Kongcheng, would still hold you in high regard. Su Run's hands were meticulously manicured, with each nail trimmed to perfection. His fingers were long and fair, with well-defined joints, exhibiting a graceful silhouette devoid of any calluses, more reminiscent of a scholar's hands. In stark contrast, Zhao Kongqing's hands were the epitome of a swordsman's. Thick knuckles, skin marked by numerous minor scars, and callous palms, bearing the indelible marks of countless battles. Yet, when Su Run's seemingly delicate hands grasped the hilt of the sword, the two seasoned Night Watchers were caught off guard. The cigarette that Zhao Kongcheng held between his lips was severed cleanly at the burning tip. It was astonishingly swift. The sound of the blade being drawn echoed as the sword reached its target almost instantaneously. They sensed no fluctuations of spiritual energy, indicating that this strike was purely a manifestation of his own swordsmanship, independent of any ability from the Forbidden Realm. Brother Kongcheng, smoking is prohibited here, Su Run remarked gently, sheathing his blade with an air of nonchalance. Zhao Kongcheng narrowed his eyes, contemplating. Well, I suppose that's acceptable. Xiaonan, take him to the training ground. He relit his cigarette, holding it in his hand. This lad has a certain intrigue. Chapter 6. Acceptance. Are you not here to spar? What brings you to the mall? Si Xiaonan gazed at Su Run, who was selecting clothes, and found herself understanding Zhao Kongcheng a bit more. Su Run, while hanging the clothes he had in hand back on the rack, replied, there's no rush. After breakfast, a walk is beneficial for digestion and health. Si Xiaonan obediently followed behind, silently grumbling to herself that she was the one who paid for breakfast. Besides, she might soon join the Night Watchers. Wouldn't it be wise to make a good impression on her future leaders and colleagues by dressing well? You already look quite good. There's no need to dress up further, Si Xiaonan thought to voice, but fearing misunderstanding, she kept her thoughts to herself. Stealing a glance at Su Run, who had just changed into a fitted black short-sleeved shirt, she suddenly felt less irked. Gradually, she could not stop herself. Initially, Su Run had been trying on clothes at his own pace, but soon, it seemed as if a switch had been flipped within Si Xiaonan. With unrestrained excitement, she began advising him and pulled him along from shop to shop, unable to contain her enthusiasm. These choices are not appealing. Let me teach you how to dress. Su Run had merely intended to pick a simple and clean outfit for changing, yet he found himself incessantly urged to try on shirts and sportswear. He genuinely felt exhausted. Fortunately, the mall was filled with many attractive young women. Seizing the opportunity while Si Xiaonan stepped away to the restroom, he had already added 6 WeChat contacts. Songnan City, Peace Affairs Office. This is the base of the Night Watchers, appearing to be an unremarkable storefront while concealing an extensive underground space. Aside from Zhao Kongcheng, all members of Team 136 were present. Xiaonan mentioned you wished to challenge the Night Watchers. Wu Xiangnan sat on the sofa, regarding Su Run with a bemused expression. To say challenge might be a stretch. I merely wish to spar a little. I have a penchant for combat and fear that joining the Night Watchers might become dull. He continued, if I have inadvertently offended, I apologize. It is our first meeting, and I brought a few small gifts, hoping they are not unwelcome. Su Run smiled gently, exuding no hint of aggression as he produced 7 keychains he had selected from the mall to distribute among them. Wow, these are quite adorable. When Qiye exclaimed, holding the keychain Su Run had handed over, which featured a chibi doll wielding a small knife, showering him with compliments. Night Watchers Team 136, frontline combatant, Wen Qiye. He introduced himself first. Night Watchers Team 136, frontline combatant, Hong Ying, said the girl with a high ponytail, awkwardly accepting a red toy soldier keychain, as though it was her first time receiving such a gift. Night Watchers Team 136, combat support part-time military doctor, Si Xiaonan. We just met. Si Xiaonan twirled the magician keychain around her finger, playfully shaking it at Su Run. Night Watchers Team 136, long-range fire support, Long Xian. A cold man set down his sniper rifle and accepted a keychain featuring an archer doll. Night Watchers Team 136, Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan. Wearing glasses, Wu Xiangnan accepted a keychain adorned with a swordsman figurine, seemingly quite pleased. The captain, Chun Mai, stood in the corner with his arms crossed, receiving a keychain featuring a cavalryman and greeted them. Night Watch Squad 136, Captain Chun Mai. There are certain requirements to become a temporary member of the Night Watch, and we are not entirely familiar with your abilities. This occasion will serve as your entrance examination. Chun Mai jested with such arrogance. If you fail to defeat even one of us, you might have to slink back in disgrace. Su Run smiled faintly. I'll manage to take down a couple. Upon hearing Su Run's bravado, Hong Ying and Wen Qiye exchanged glances, barely containing their laughter at the thought of this newcomer being taught a lesson. They were aware that both had undergone a year of rigorous training at the Night Watch training camp, officially becoming Night Watchmen themselves. They fully understood the vast chasm between a Night Watchman and an ordinary person, harboring little belief that this youth could triumph over a seasoned Night Watchman armed solely with sword and blade. Su Run was acutely aware of his own capabilities. Although his mastery of the blade's law was not profound, it bestowed upon him an unparalleled talent for swordsmanship. It was akin to the notion that the lifetime of effort from some geniuses might merely serve to save a true prodigy an afternoon's worth of pondering in the future. His innate talent for the blade was similarly extraordinary. He believed he could manage the task at hand. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan felt a twinge of concern. If he truly couldn't win, should I perhaps ease up on him? After all, judging by that one strike, his potential seemed quite promising, and with the mysterious Forbidden Ruins, it would be a pity if the captain were to dismiss him. Standing firm in the training arena, Su Run felt a surge of excitement. He was on the verge of joining the Night Watch. Could this be considered the turning of the historical gears? He glanced at the panel, Blade's Law 2, and inquired, could I have a sword? The onlookers, including Wu Xiangnan, were somewhat puzzled. Didn't Zhao Kongcheng mention that this youth carried a sword? My sword possesses a certain malevolence, suitable only for battle, Su Run replied with a hint of exasperation. For the blade incessantly clamored for power upon being drawn, and he feared losing control if he wielded it for too long. Chun Mai and Wu Xiangnan exchanged glances, their anticipation for this newcomer growing. Su Run received the bamboo sword tossed to him by Hong Ying, his demeanor shifting as he calmly asked, who shall go first? Wen Qiye restrained the eager Hong Ying, declaring, allow me to go first. Such an intriguing newcomer deserves my attention. I shall, he stepped forward, a mere step away from Su Run. They confirmed the rules once more. 1. The one who invokes the Forbidden Ruins loses. 2. The one who steps outside the training arena loses. 3. The one who suffers a fatal injury loses. Su Run nodded to Wu Xiangnan. 3, 2, 1. Before the words had fully escaped his lips, both participants sprang into action simultaneously. When Qiye's initial move was an attack, but to Su Run, his speed appeared almost painfully slow. Had his first instinct been to create distance, he might have held out a while longer. Regrettably, he chose to launch an assault akin to Su Run. Regardless of the rigorous training he underwent in the training camp, when he and Su Run simultaneously resolved to attack, speed emerged as the sole determinant of victory. Just as when Qiye raised his bamboo sword halfway, Su Run's blade had already pressed against his throat. Swift. Incredibly swift. The members of Team 136 were taken aback by how swiftly the first match concluded, leaving Vice Captain Wu Xiangnan momentarily stunned, forgetting to announce the end. I have lost. After a prolonged silence, when Qiye felt a pang of frustration, seemingly unable to accept the outcome, he realized he had perhaps underestimated his opponent. If only he had been more cautious. I concede, Su Run remarked calmly. He glanced at the panel. Law of the Blade 3. Chapter 7. Honging when Qiye returned to the group, shaking his head in mild frustration. I was just careless, he admitted, without a hint of sympathy. Lung Xian retorted coldly. If it had been a real blade, you would be dead by now, when Qiye felt as though an arrow had pierced his heart, rendering him speechless as he pointed at Lung Xian. We will intensify the training from this point forward, declared Captain Shenmai. Once again, when Qiye felt the sting of disappointment, urging Lung Xian, you should give it a try. Maintaining distance to strike shouldn't be too difficult. I won't go, Lung Xian replied, sidestepping the wooden sword when Qiye offered, a smirk playing on his lips. I'm more adept with a sniper. Seeing the impasse between the two, Hong Ying seized the bamboo sword from Qiye's hands with determination. I'll take it from here. She had been waiting impatiently, swiftly shedding her outer garment as she prepared to ascend the training platform. As Hong Ying charged toward the sparring stage, Si Xiaonan quickly cautioned, his strikes are swift. Your skills with a sword may not match a firearm. Be wary of his sudden attacks. Don't worry, sister. My swordsmanship is quite sharp, Hong Ying replied confidently, her high ponytail swaying gracefully like a blooming red flower. Su Run observed with satisfaction as his sword law proficiency increased by 1. Indeed, as expected. To master the sword law, one must practice with a sword. The essence of this skill lay not in speed, but in steadiness. A poorly executed strike could easily lead to disaster. One must be stable to avoid injuring the opponent, yet swift enough to secure victory. His anticipation grew. He wondered what abilities would accompany the advancement of this law. Begin. With no further ado, Hong Ying launched into battle. She wisely chose to retreat, creating distance, a decision that proved fortuitous as Su Run's sword sliced through the air where she had just stood. The bamboo sword whizzed past her, mere centimeters from her face, producing a sharp whistle. Watch out! Su Run seized the moment, stepping forward with determination, twisting his waist and raising his shoulder in one fluid motion. With a fierce upward slash, he attacked, but Hong Ying, having exhausted her footing, prepared to counter with a horizontal strike. Clash! As their bamboo swords collided, Hong Ying surprisingly pivoted on one foot, twisting her torso, her long, fair leg extending like a whip to deliver a kick. Thud! Su Run had no time to retract his sword, bracing himself with his arm to absorb the impact of her leg. Huh, I'm proficient with firearms too. My foundation is solid. Hong Ying chuckled, one leg lifted high while the other remained grounded, steady as a mountain, rooted to the earth. Although Su Run faced a setback, he felt exhilarated rather than angered. This was precisely what he sought. A worthy opponent, one who could match him and even gain the upper hand, was essential for his growth. Impressive. Again, he exclaimed, invigorated, charging forth once more with his sword. When Qiye, witnessing Su Run's retreat, seized the opportunity to justify himself eagerly. I told you, I was merely careless. Practice makes perfect, Lung Xian replied succinctly. This time, Su Run adjusted his breath and, relying on his innate intuition, managed to clash with dozens of strikes before seizing an opportunity, only to be sent flying by a kick to his arm. Hong Ying appeared to be at ease, her hands instinctively adjusting her grip on the knife. A strange sensation welled up within her. Su Run felt peculiar, akin to a car igniting its engine, beginning its race on the track. Once more, Su Run glanced at the panel displaying Knife Technique 5. This time, his movements transformed from previous grand and sweeping actions into something far more intricate and challenging. He reflected on his prior technique, which had been utterly chaotic, relying solely on instinct and brute strength. Now, he wielded his blade with only 70% of his power, envisioning 3 strikes for every one he executed. Though he was still inferior in strength to Hong Ying, he gradually found himself engaging in a balanced exchange, no longer at a disadvantage. At level 7, he still had immense potential for growth. Su Run remained unhurried. Below the stage, onlookers observed the fierce back and forth between the two, unable to discern a clear victor. Xiangnan, what is your perspective? Chen Mai squinted at the scene, his earlier nonchalance replaced by a newfound seriousness. Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses and stated, "It can be concluded that he is indeed a newcomer with no skills." "What? You mean I lost to a total novice?" Wen Qimao wore an incredulous expression, while Lung Xian maintained his usual stoic demeanor. Si Xiaonan also found it hard to believe. Just moments ago, Hong Ying had sustained a hit that could injure even a seasoned night watchman, and now we would consider this a novice? What do we make of the current situation? The captain pondered for a moment, recalling something he had heard before, and after a long pause, he slowly uttered 3 words, "Let us observe further." At this moment, Hong Ying was panting heavily. The pace was relentless. Her knife techniques were yielding no advantage, as every one of her killing moves was being neutralized. Su Run's style lacked a discernible pattern, yet each strike was as precise as a gazelle-esque leap. Though his strikes were less forceful than before, the adjustments in angle and posture made his speed all the more formidable. This left Hong Ying with little time to recover before facing the next blow, rendering her unable to consider anything else. Amidst this tempestuous rhythm, she had already been struck 3 times by the bamboo blade. The earlier blows were non-lethal, but the most recent aimed directly at her head, forcing her to evade and resulting in her shoulder being pierced instead. Had it been a real blade, her left shoulder would have been pierced through by now. I will not concede defeat. She gritted her teeth, summoning every last ounce of strength. Su Run felt increasingly invigorated, akin to a steel beast unleashed on the racetrack. His excitement mounting. Although Hong Ying's strikes had grown more powerful, he felt no pressure. A better discharge of force. A swifter assault. The scene unfolded unexpectedly for all. Just moments ago, Hong Ying had seemed to dominate, but in an instant, the tide had turned, and she was now being suppressed. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. When Qimao could hardly believe it, his mouth agape and fists clenched tightly. Lung Xian remained silent. Wu Xiangnan felt a surge of fervor within him. In his past as a night watchman, he had undoubtedly been among the strongest. Back then, he could challenge the perilous mysteries with nothing but a sword in hand. Only he could fathom the extent of Su Run's unrealistically rapid progression. It was simply astounding a thought suddenly flickered in his mind, reminiscent of a legend he had heard. It was said that the Sword Saint had experienced a similar transformation. He abruptly raised his head towards the captain. However, Shuchimai interrupted him, urging him to be patient and observe further on stage. Su Run had completely seized control of the situation. In a mere 6 minutes, he had metamorphosed from a novice, who could only execute a basic strike, into someone capable of overpowering the night watchman. He was able to comprehend and instantly integrate every aspect, technique, footwork, breath, force, rhythm, and distance into the very core of his being. This rapid elevation of his innate prowess made him feel as though he were on the brink of divinity. As a cascade of new inspirations flooded his mind, causing each strike to become increasingly difficult to defend against. With a thud, Hong Ying was knocked to the ground, her ponytail disheveled and sweat trickling into her eyes. This blow had utterly shattered her resolve, and there was no time to regroup. Her opponent's speed left her no opportunity. The newcomer had evidently become lost in the throes of battle, and in this unforeseen defeat, with less than half a meter separating them, it was highly likely that her opponent would not be able to halt his strike. She braced herself for the impending blow, eyes tightly shut. After a moment, she hesitantly opened her eyes. The anticipated bamboo sword was absent. Instead, a broad, elongated hand extended toward her, bearing the imprint of her earlier kick on the wrist. Following the sturdy arm upwards, she beheld a handsome face smiling gently at her. Wisps of hair falling across his forehead, and the overhead lights illuminating the sweat gliding down his cheek. "Xiao Hongying, I concede," he said softly. Hongying's heart, racing from the intensity of battle, suddenly stilled. Her ears flushed crimson, and her cheeks inexplicably filled with color. Chapter 8. Confrontation with Chen Mai. Su Run glanced at his status panel once more. Su Run, level, LV 7, ability, blade principle 7, blade bone, unconditional mastery of any bladed weapon. The outcome of his battle with Hong Ying had proven immensely rewarding. The awakening of the blade principle had surged from 2 to 7. With just this modest increase in proficiency, he could best seize a Night Watcher. The might of a Night Watcher is undeniably formidable. It is merely a testament to the divine nature of this principle, whose power is truly astounding. Even more astonishing is the talent of Blade Bone, which seems to have been bestowed upon him as if he were born for the blade, allowing for a rapid enhancement of his abilities. Since arriving in this world, he had engaged in but this one earnest battle, and in less than 10 minutes. The awakening of the blade principle had reached 7. Without this talent, he would have had to diligently practice with the blade for years, enduring countless life and death struggles to attain such a level. Yet now, in a single battle, within 10 minutes, he achieved this milestone. If there were an excellent matching mechanism that consistently paired him with evenly matched opponents under the terrifying endowment of Blade Bone, he could potentially elevate this ability to its maximum in just a day. The lifetime achievements of some prodigies might merely serve to save a future true genius an afternoon of grappling with challenging dilemmas. If he could practice for an afternoon, even a Trisolaran would have to endure 2 of his strikes before departing. Su Run contemplated these thoughts as he took Hong Ying's hand, pulling her to her feet. This young girl stood a head shorter than him, her once high ponytail now disheveled, her black combat vest drenched in sweat, and her delicate figure rising and falling with each labored breath. At this moment, she lowered her head, her flushed ears starkly illuminated against her dark hair. "You fought admirably," Su Run gently remarked as he released her hand. "I hear your prowess lies with the spear. I have yet to engage in combat with long-range weapons. Should the opportunity arise, I would be eager to witness your skills." Hong Ying's mind was a whirlpool of emotions, shock, frustration, and a tinge of jealousy she was reluctant to acknowledge. Yet inexplicably, she could not summon any anger. Instead, she was overwhelmed by a peculiar sentiment, her cheeks seemingly ablaze. She waved her hands in a flustered manner, her voice barely above a whisper. "And no, you're the most formidable I've ever seen. No, I mean, you are truly handsome. Wait, what I meant to say." Her cheeks flared even redder, and in her confusion, she could scarcely articulate her thoughts. Finally, in a blend of shyness and indignation, she stamped her foot and declared loudly, "Next time, I won't go easy on you." Her eyes darted about, her face flushed. She attempted a fierce glare at Su Run before quickly averting her gaze, only to steal another glance before turning away. Si Xiaonan observed the flustered and blushing Hong Ying as she hurried back, promptly offering her a towel. "How did it go? Wow, why is your face so red?" I'm just hot." Wu Xiangnan turned to Chen Mai. "Captain, can we confirm this?" With a dangerous smile curling at the corners of his mouth, Chen Mai declared, "It's quite simple. I shall give it a try." This young man possessed a rebellious spirit, and, as the captain, it was his duty to temper this edge. Meanwhile, a thought flickered through his mind. Sequence 333, Crystal Heart of Innocence. A rather enigmatic forbidden realm that purifies one's soul and thoughts to a degree of clarity akin to crystal, devoid of any impurities, lies, malevolence, or wicked thoughts, enabling one to immerse wholly in any endeavor. The current possessor of this forbidden realm is none other than the pinnacle of martial prowess in Great Xia, the Sword Saint. Though the information emanating from the Sword Saint is sparse, it is apparent that Su Run's blade bears a striking resemblance to that of the Sword Saint. Excitement surged within him as he contemplated, "Let me see just how much potential you truly possess." "Wait, are you really going to take the field yourself, Captain?" This young man is in for quite a reckoning. Hong Ying had already regained her composure. Wiping the sweat from her brow, she said with a lack of conviction, "Captain, is that necessary? I feel that with my firearm, he wouldn't stand a chance against me. There's really no need for you to intervene, right? Plus, isn't Kong Chung here as well? His swordplay is only slightly inferior to yours. We could simply wait for him to return for some practice." Si Xiaonan quickly chimed in. "Yes, Captain, we still have Kong Chung." The captain's sparring sessions often turned too intense, and she worried that he might frighten the newcomer away. After all, it was rare to have a new recruit personally brought back. What if the captain scared him off? Chen Mai shook his head and extended his hand towards Hong Ying. signaling her to hand over the sword. It's all right, I know my limits. Reluctantly, she complied, for the captain's authority was deeply ingrained, and she could not oppose him. So she handed over the wooden sword she had been clutching to her chest. As Su Run observed Chun Mai approaching with deliberate steps, he swiftly adjusted his breathing, clearing his mind of distractions in preparation for the impending fierce battle. In the original narrative, Chun Mai was recognized as the strongest force within Team 136. This man, known as Black Impermanence in the Black and White Impermanence of the capital, was also the only character in the original story capable of turning the protagonist into a laughingstock. Su Run had no desire to become a mere object of ridicule. It is essential to remember that while strength can be augmented, once one's reputation diminishes, restoring it becomes a formidable challenge. Do you still have a strength? Chun Mai asked gravely as he stood before Su Run. This man was slightly taller than Su Run and even more robust than Zhao Kongsheng, exuding a calm demeanor, with a scar across his brow that added a touch of danger to his presence. I'm all right, Su Run replied, loosening his grip on the sword, standing tall and serious. Perhaps today he might advance the law of the blade to 10. He wondered if it might unlock new abilities. Let us hydrate first. Chun Mai, noticing Su Run's parched lips, called out toward the sidelines. Xiaonan, toss me a bottle of water. Gratefully accepting the mineral water that Chun Mai handed after unscrewing the cap, Su Run downed it in one go, tossing the empty bottle into the corner trash can with precision. Refreshing. Let us begin, he declared, initiating the challenge himself. And after a brief pause, he swung his blade in a decisive opening move. Crack! As soon as the blade made contact, Su Run felt the latent power residing within Chun Mai's physique. When Hong Ying countered his strike, she could still perceive the reverberation of the impact. In contrast, when Chun Mai thwarted this blow, Su Run felt as though he had struck an immovable mountain, utterly unfazed. If Hong Ying's strength could be likened to that of an ox, then Chun Mai resembled an elephant. Their might was simply not on the same echelon. This was achieved without the invocation of mental energy, relying solely on sheer physical strength, which was nothing short of terrifying. Su Run began to yearn for an elevation in his own abilities. Chapter 9, The Law 9. He can truly hold his own against the captain. The captain has yet to engage seriously. At this moment, Hong Ying has completely returned to her usual self. Did that fellow just call her what? Little Hong Ying? Only I have the privilege of calling her sister. That guy is nearly my size, lacking respect, and deserves to be reprimanded by the captain. Humph. Clack, clack, clack. The sound of bamboo swords clashing reverberated, akin to a bamboo forest being ravaged by a tempest, continuously fracturing. From the outset until now, Chun Mai had exchanged roughly 10 blows, remaining in a defensive stance. He could perceive that the youth's techniques had evolved to another level after those exchanges. Despite being mentally prepared, experiencing it firsthand was an entirely different matter. Su Run was deep in contemplation from the very first strike. He understood that relying solely on strength in this battle was utterly futile. He must become swifter. Each of his strikes grew lighter. Yet the angles from which he attacked became increasingly cunning, seeking to penetrate his opponent's weaknesses with a single, lethal blow. After yet another failed offensive, Chun Mai created distance, raising his hand to signal a pause, a subtle smile gracing his lips. You are quite impressive. It is time for me to commence a serious attack. He beckoned to Si Xiaonan and the others by the wall. Throw me another knife. Why are you dawdling? Toss it over. Oh. The captain is not holding back anymore. Among the entire team, only Lao Zhao can spar with the captain wielding dual blades. Shall we wager on how long he can endure? Let's wager a meal. I bet 2.5 minutes. 1 minute. Do you still resemble the night watchman seniors at all? Si Xiaonan admonished loudly. I bet 3 minutes. What about you, Hong Ying? Looking at her teammates, she sighed. You all underestimate him too much. I wager over 3 minutes. Is it possible to be this cunning? Su Run glanced at the panel, Law of the Blade 7. His recent force was slightly lacking, yet he sensed he would soon reach 8. Chun Mai, wielding a blade in each hand, effortlessly twirled his swords, his gaze shifting. Be cautious. His imposing figure carried a tremendous weight, as his left-hand blade descended while the right-hand blade coiled with potential energy. To meet this strike head-on would result in catastrophic injury from the subsequent blow. It was imperative to avoid a direct confrontation. Su Run promptly made this assessment. He retreated, evading the left-hand strike, while Chunmai's right-hand blade came crashing down. His left-hand blade immediately gathering momentum once more. This was utterly unmanageable. Chunmai's dual blades not only maintained their speed, but also synchronized seamlessly. Su Run found himself suffocated under the onslaught. Had it not been for the evasive maneuvers gleaned from his recent battle with Hong Ying, he would have been struck countless times by Chunmai already. Damn, this is incredibly oppressive. Lacking a better strategy, Su Run could only continue to retreat. And as he glanced at the clock nearing 1 minute, he realized he was on the verge of being forced out of the training arena. If he did not produce something soon, he might as well prepare for defeat. Chunmai called out loudly. Su Run gritted his teeth, persisting. Retreat. Block. Block. Retreat. It can no longer continue like this. A sudden inspiration struck him. With a swift retraction of his left hand and a slight forward lean of his body, he wielded his blade in a horizontal slash. Chunmai's eyes narrowed sharply as he withdrew his dual blades, positioning them in front of him for defense. The speed of this strike was astonishing. It traced a near-vertical arc through the air, resembling a V shape, with all its force concentrated at the apex of the curve. The law of the blade awakened at 8. Crack! Crack! A crisp sound rang out as a segment of Chunmai's blade was cleaved away. How is this possible? Si Xiaonan, who had thought he had witnessed enough marvels for the day, couldn't help but exclaim in shock. That was a bamboo sword made from iron bamboo. Its hardness comparable to steel. When Qimo was utterly flabbergasted, Cold Qian, rarely one to speak, remarked, that sword doesn't even have a proper edge. How could it produce a notch like that? Since I entered the base. Hong Ying raised her hand to her chin, pondering seriously. It seemed there had yet to be a history of the iron bamboo sword being rendered useless. However, Chunmai had no time to ponder these matters. Ever since that strike, the youth opposite him appeared to have entered a state of obsession. Each blow was imbued with an intensity that surpassed his previous strength. The speed of his strikes and defenses accelerated. Though still under pressure, he occasionally managed to unleash a dangerously exhilarating blow. Crack! Crack! The 3 bamboo swords in their hands rapidly splintered, forming notches. Chunmai's eyes shone with excitement. He brought his dual blades together, altering his technique to become more expansive and bold. Crack! Crack! The two of them wildly swung their serrated swords. The shattered notches collided, continuing their fragmentation. The bamboo swords had transformed into jagged edges. Su Run poured every ounce of his strength into each swing, his muscles protesting under the strain of such intense exertion. Lactic acid accumulated in his muscles, and he felt as though his sweat-drenched short sleeves had become exceptionally heavy, yet he still managed to deliver that ultimate strike. With speed and power unyielding, as if his body and consciousness had separated. He had not yet reached his limit. There remained untapped potential within him. Su Run, level, LV8, ability, Law of the Blade 9, Blade Mastery, unconditional mastery of any blade. Su Run's eyes widened. Having just ascended to level 8 from level 7, could his level continue to rise? A surge of new strength flooded his body, dissipating much of his fatigue. With only one remaining to reach the law, he regrouped, preparing to surge forth directly to level 10. Hold on. Chunmai called for a halt. Su Run, disheveled and drenched in sweat, looked at Chunmai in confusion. He was poised to charge ahead to level 10, and the sudden stop left him feeling unsettled. Chunmai gazed at the now serrated wooden sword and sighed. If this sword strikes once more, it will break. Having been in my possession for so many years, it's better to leave it intact for them. It is intact. I am not. At that moment, Su Run could only feel a sense of frustration. Chunmai turned to Su Run with a smile, exclaiming with excitement, "Let us switch to a real sword. Did you not bring a blade with you? Where is it?" His smile was imbued with anticipation, ignited by fervor. This was truly his objective. The notion of preserving completeness was merely a pretext. He had simply found a worthy opponent. What? Absolutely not. Hong Ying immediately leapt up in opposition. Indeed, Captain, we have already fought quite a bit today. We can always switch to tomorrow. It is indeed possible. At that moment, Lung Xian interjected unexpectedly. The three turned their gazes towards Lung Xian, and even the vice-captain regarded him with surprise. Trust the captain. Lung Xian spoke succinctly. Under the watchful eyes of the others, Su Run hesitated not, casting aside the broken bamboo, sword towards the edge with a faint smile. No worries. Rather, this suit my intentions perfectly. Chapter 10. I surrender. Su Run closed his eyes and took a deep breath, a blue aura flickering in his gaze. His right hand slowly rose, palms pressed together as he swept away the stray hairs that obstructed his forehead. The air around him shimmered with a blue mist, gathering in his left hand. As the mist dissipated, a long blade materialized in Su Run's grasp. The Yama blade? What is this? A forbidden realm? Could it be a forbidden object? The members of Team 136 murmured amongst themselves. Is this his forbidden realm? It seems to be related to space. Si Xiaonan had witnessed this scene for the second time and was no longer surprised. She quietly pondered within herself. Forbidden realms associated with space are typically either high risk or peculiarly enigmatic. They are either immensely powerful or notoriously troublesome. It is highly probable that it inflicts damage. Let's not forget the ghastly demise of that ghost-faced man. Wu Xiangnan frowned at the unfolding scene. He was intimately familiar with over 600 types of forbidden realms, particularly the ultra-high-risk ones prior to Sequence 89, which he could recite backwards. Yet, he found himself at a loss, unable to immediately identify this forbidden realm. He mused, could this be a new forbidden realm? Before they could speculate further, Su Run raised the long blade, his thumb pressing against the golden hexagonal hilt, revealing a glint of cold light along the blade's edge. He generously cautioned, this blade possesses the ability to sever space, even if I do not harness this power. The blade itself is exceedingly sharp. Captain, you must exercise caution. Throw it. Throw it. The Yinma blade cried out as soon as it was unsheathed. At this moment, Su Run's inner yearning resonated perfectly with the blade's call. The bond between man and sword was palpable, their spirits intertwined. Su Run assumed a stance, the long blade eager to unleash its fury. Chunmai caught the star blade that Wu Xiangnan had tossed him, observing the shift in Su Run's demeanor. Akin to a blade being drawn, he confidently declared, come at me. Clang! The sound of Su Run's shoes scraping against the training ground floor was piercing, his form darting like lightning as he swiftly drew the blade for an attack. Cling, cling, cling. The metallic clashes produced a crisp resonance, igniting a shower of sparks. Su Run wielded his single blade with astonishing agility, akin to a serpent weaving through the air, seeking any flaw in Chunmai's defense. However, Chunmai, seasoned and experienced, had weathered countless battles. Every move he executed was honed through rigorous training, allowing him to deftly counter Su Run's assaults and occasionally retaliate, forcing Su Run to swiftly withdraw his defenses. After several exchanges, Chunmai's expression had transformed from one of ease to intense focus. Because not taking this seriously could lead to death. The blade was excessively sharp. Each time he parried with his dual blades, he felt an unsettling sensation of being cut, as if he were dancing with swords. If he faltered even for a moment, he might bear a ghastly wound. This blade was likely a type of forbidden object, yet no records of it existed among the weaponry of the Forbidden Realm series. Chunmai's anticipation grew within him. Just how much more did you have yet to reveal? At that moment, a spark of inspiration flashed in Su Run's mind. Unbeknownst to him, his left hand, which held the scabbard, slipped behind his back, disappearing from Chunmai's line of sight. Suddenly, like a striking serpent, Su Run's right hand emerged from beneath his armpit, aiming a blow at Chunmai's abdomen. Guh! Chunmai was caught off guard, suffering a minor setback, yet he reacted swiftly, retreating just in time. Impossible! What kind of joke is this? Lung Xian and the others looked at Su Run in disbelief. After such an extended period of intense combat, aside from a few kicks from Hong Ying, he had sustained no injuries. Yet now, he had managed to make the captain falter, though it did not inflict any significant damage. It was indicative of one thing. This man's swordsmanship was rapidly advancing. What kind of anomaly was this? Among the Night Watch team, none could be found who matched him. Su Run, keep it up. To everyone's surprise, Si Xiaonan, who had initially appeared demure, cheered for Su Run. Si Xiaonan, what are you doing? When Shima looked at her, as if she were a traitor, Si Xiaonan's heart skipped a beat. She stuck out her tongue and chuckled. The newcomer is just too impressive. I feel my blood boiling. Wu Xiaonan observed Su Run, his eyes shining with excitement, murmuring, if he, like the Sword Saint, can learn swordsmanship through abstract mediums such as novels and comics, perhaps he could be the next pinnacle? No, the realm of humanity's pinnacle is still too distant. However, a Klein-level realm is certainly worth anticipating. Before his injury, his combat prowess was undoubtedly among the elite of the Night Watch. In his heart, he compared Su Run to himself and quickly reached a conclusion. Su Run's achievements would undoubtedly surpass his own. Perhaps in the future, the responsibilities of Team Blue Rain would fall to him. Su Run did not pursue the advantage. A brand new power awakened within him. He felt exhilarated. Su Run, level, LV 8, ability, Law of the Blade, 10, Blade Bone, unconditional mastery of any blade. Blade Heart, the essence of application lies within the mind. Indeed, as he had surmised, upon awakening the Law of the Blade to 10, a new power emerged. Blade Heart. His mind had never felt so clear. The recent battle flowed through his consciousness like a stream. He sensed that he was gradually comprehending everything. If his previous growth was entirely reliant on the instincts endowed by Blade Bone, now he could fully harness that instinct. With his dominant hand wielding the sword and his other hand gripping the scabbard, he perfectly replicated the dual-wielding stance that Chunmai had just demonstrated. Indeed, the most immediate effect of Blade Heart was the ability to learn a sword technique after merely witnessing it once. Previously, Blade Bone had granted him instinct, a talent. Now, Blade Heart bestowed upon him a terrifying capacity for learning. Given a little time, he could even optimize it and extract a sword technique that belonged to him. His body was nearing its limits, yet his spirit brimmed with profound satisfaction. He savored this surge of power, pondering whether its exquisite application resided solely within the heart. This lad, Chunmai's pupils constricted in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that Su Run had managed to grasp the knife techniques he had devoted years to mastering in less than 10 minutes of combat. Clenching his twin blades, the muscles in his arms bulged. How much could one truly learn in such a brief moment? Let me witness the extent of your acquisition. Or is it merely a superficial mimicry? Chunmai's twin blades danced wildly, clashing with a series of sharp sounds. To his astonishment, Su Run was indeed employing the very techniques Chunmai had used. In his perception, Chunmai transformed into a compendium of knife techniques, every maneuver devoid of any enigma. It was a feeling that defied description, akin to the gradual unraveling of an intricate puzzle. Yet, after exchanging several blows, he sensed a throbbing fatigue in his arms. His body had genuinely reached its limits, and he could barely summon any strength. No, if this continued, he would surely be at the mercy of his opponent. With a decisive instinct, Su Run found himself enveloped in a swirling blue mist, teleporting away from the fray. Captain, you are formidable. I concede defeat. Chapter 11. The aggrieved Chunmai that night. Chunmai led Wu Xiangnan to the captain's office. He extinguished the 8th cigarette he had been holding. I still cannot believe this is the Liuli Qiye Xin. I have heard of the owner of Liuli Qiye Xin, the so-called Sword Saint. He is a person of innocence, easily shy. Yet, Su Run, whom I initially perceived as a simple swordsman, left me disturbed by the final scene. Su Run was the first to violate the rule against using abilities. He utilized his spatial movement capability and then promptly conceded. He even smiled while conceding. How extraordinarily polite. I was prepared to send you to bed for 2 days. And yet you suddenly concede? Throughout the skirmish, I recognized his potential, but the intended lesson was entirely unfulfilled. Overwhelmed with resentment, I thought, how could you concede? How could you possibly concede? I couldn't resist the urge to light another cigarette, but my pack was empty. Just look at the slippery demeanor of that young man. Wu Xiangnan chuckled awkwardly. Really? Well, I actually find him rather polite. At this point, Wu Xiangnan struggled to continue, having noticed Chunmai's piercing gaze. That was a fade. This young man appeared gentlemanly on the outside, but inside he was utterly dark. Chunmai slammed his hand on the table. So, Is he, or is he not, Liuli Chitsi Xian? Wu Xiangnan muttered softly. Chun Mai exhaled deeply, as if trying to expel all the pent-up frustration. Yes and no. Chen Mai's response was ambiguous. His smile bore no resemblance to that of a child. Perhaps Liuli Heizi Xian would be more fitting. What nonsense! Liuli Heizi Xian. Captain, please be serious. We must report this matter. Chen Mai's expression turned grave. I am serious. I do not believe that is Liuli Chitsi Xian. Its abilities are so akin to it that I can only describe it as such. Wu Xiangnan removed his glasses, rubbing his weary, smoke-stained eyes, seemingly reluctant to dwell further on the matter. Shall we report it as is? However, his origins remain a mystery. The origins are inconsequential. We merely need to report truthfully. Chun Mai shook his head, aware of more information than he revealed. No one would employ a Sword Saint level seed as a spy. The Sword Saint represents not only the pinnacle of humanity, but also the zenith of combat prowess. If I were the highest commander, would I send the Sword Saint to act as a spy? If I knew where the enemy was, I would simply dispatch the Sword Saint to eliminate them all. He possesses that potential. His origins are no longer of paramount importance. No organization would be foolish enough to assign such a high-caliber seed to another. He turned to open the window, allowing fresh air to enter the smoke-filled room. Our task is to report accurately and to provide unwavering protection for this Sword Saint seed. Wu Xiangnan nodded in acknowledgement. Furthermore, our team is still tracking the clues of the Phantom King and is expected to uncover them by tomorrow. What about the Seraphim agent under Lao Zhao's supervision? Wu Xiangnan's expression darkened. Lao Zhao reported that he has gone missing. Chen Mai remained silent by the window for a long while, ultimately stating, report truthfully. Arrange 3 teams to pursue this Seraphim agent. It is imperative that we locate him. He is equally significant. In the capital city, at the headquarters of the Night Watch. The report submitted by Team 136 of the Night Watch prompted the Commander-in-Chief to convene an emergency meeting. Several high-ranking Night Watch members clad in dark crimson cloaks engaged in heated debate within the conference room. Absurd, scoffed one senior member. How could such a unique, forbidden domain possibly harbor 2 at once? Old Chun is indeed regressing. It seems he is merely seeking excuses for losing the Seraphim agent. Another member retorted. One cannot dismiss the possibility. Perhaps he is genuinely exceptionally talented, a different senior member interjected, shaking his head. However, compared to the Sword Sage, I find it highly unlikely. Regardless, his primary focus should be on locating the Seraphim agent rather than pursuing the Phantom King. Within the conference room, opinions were fervently voiced, with the majority asserting that the Seraphim agent should take precedence over other concerns. A senior figure seated in the second chair emerged from the shadows, stating, "But what if?" The commander-in-chief glanced around the room before turning to Zhuqing, inquiring, "Zhuqing, share your thoughts." Wu Xiangnan is simply incapacitated, not blind, Zhuqing remarked succinctly. Everyone grasped the implication of his words. Do you believe your swordsmanship talent surpasses that of Wu Xiangnan? Assessing combat prowess is a complex matter, dominated by the realms of skill and forbidden domains. Many Night Watch members here might possess combat strength far exceeding that of Wu Xiangnan in his prime. Yet, none dared claim superiority in swordsmanship talent. They recalled information regarding this swordsmanship prodigy. Name, Wu Xiangnan. Forbidden Domain. Sequence 233. Rebirth. Effect, Resurrection. Indeed, his Forbidden Domain offers no enhancements beyond resurrection. Even more astonishingly, within the records, he has never utilized this ability even once. He fought his way through special teams solely with his sword, relying on no other power. In terms of swordsmanship talent, he is perhaps second only to the Sword Sage, renowned as the Undying Swordsman. Even he had signed the report, a profound silence enveloped the hall. In any case, let us draft a contingency plan. If it truly comes to that, the commander-in-chief pondered for a moment, it would indeed be a blessing from the heavens for the great Qiye. Recently, we must maintain strict surveillance over the cities surrounding Cangnan, particularly guard against the ancient god church. We must not allow these wretched rats to create turmoil at this critical juncture. Understood. Meanwhile, Su Run, the subject of their discussion, currently resided in the grand villa of the Hongying family. You will be staying here for this month. Indeed, Su Run ultimately found refuge with Hongying. Initially, he contemplated staying at a hotel, but before he could voice his thoughts, the captain had already made arrangements for him. He was informed that he was now an auxiliary member and was provided with accommodation, after which he was handed over to Hongying. Reflecting on the elegant older sister he had added on WeChat earlier that morning, he recalled her long, slender legs and the way her shorts accentuated her full, rounded figure, complemented by a slightly curvaceous waistline. What was her name again? Her WeChat handle seemed to be like smoke. Su Run resolved to engage her in a profound yet light-hearted conversation on WeChat shortly. Hey, Earth to you. Hongying waved her youthful hand before his eyes. Su Run gazed at her, taking in her slender form, as her delicate brows furrowed slightly, embodying a unique youthful charm. A gentle smile graced his lips as he replied, I was just wondering, where is the bathroom? What is your room number? Where shall I sleep? Chapter 12. I truly am not a cad. The following afternoon, at the night watchman's base in Sangnan City, Su Run was engrossed in his phone, barely lifting his head. Initially, he had intended to chat for a while before retiring for the night, yet he found himself asleep as soon as he hit the bed. Upon waking in the morning, he began to respond to the messages from the elder sisters, only to find an unceasing flow of notifications throughout the morning. Who knew chatting could be so engaging? Su Run, do enlighten me. When Qiye stood behind him, observing the screen of his phone, still reeling from the shock of the previous day. He had witnessed firsthand how Su Run managed to entice 5 women into inviting him out to watch a movie, all within the span of 2 hours. Were it not for the crowded activity room, he might have declared Su Run his adoptive father right then and there. Zhao Kongchang silently puffed on a cigarette, his eyes gleaming as he covertly glanced at Su Run's screen. With a faint smile, Su Run remarked, "It's quite simple. The core element is to be a warm-hearted guy. A warm-hearted guy? This is clearly the behavior of a cad. I merely stepped away to use the restroom. And you managed to add so many." Si Xiaonan exclaimed, exasperated. She had not anticipated that Su Run, who appeared so refined, would engage in such antics. Hongying, standing beside Xiaonan, looked utterly dazed. Unfazed, Su Run gently explained, No, there's an essential distinction between me and a cad. Xiaonan, allow me to analyze it for you. I refuse to listen. Lung Xian, you were a law PhD. Isn't this behavior illegal? Lung Xian, cleaning his firearm without raising his head, declared with certainty, you may deem his actions unethical, but you cannot label them illegal. In the kitchen, Chen Mai donned an apron, preparing a meal while listening to the heated debate outside among his teammates. His greatest concern was the thought, if this is Liuli's pure heart, I might as well swallow the office computer screen whole. This lad, appearing so innocent, is evidently harboring darker intentions. Liuli's heart? This Liuli must be akin to shards of dark glass, aptly termed a cad as heart. I wonder whether inviting such a person to be a night watchman is a blessing or a curse. Su Run, feeling somewhat helpless, realized he needed to clarify the matter. Otherwise, maintaining a harmonious team dynamic would be challenging. He set his phone aside and said, Well, I do have principles when it comes to choosing my conversation partners. First, I never hurt the feelings of innocent young women. I do not engage with those just awakening to love. Second, I do not disrupt familial bonds. I avoid conversing with women from happy households. Third, I do not give women illusory hopes. I refrain from chatting with those who are committed to a relationship. As for the fourth, he struggled to conjure a response. In any case, you can probably deduce the type of women I converse with, right? He offered a sympathetic smile. They're all lonely-hearted elder sisters. So, please refer to me as a warm-hearted guy. Si Xiaonan softened a bit, but still regarded him as a cad who toyed with the emotions of women. Are you brave enough to let the women you chat with know they are merely one of your many catches? Su Run smiled lightly. That is of no concern. Having concluded his words, he unlocked his phone, captured the chat history with Miss, and sent it to. Almost immediately, a message arrived. Observing this, when Qiye hesitated for a moment before suggesting, Xiaonan, perhaps we should let it go? Unexpectedly, Hongying, regaining her composure, firmly declared, No, we must see it. With that, she leaped forward and snatched the phone, while Si Xiaonan leaned in closer, their heads huddled together. The message displayed read, "No way. Su Run, you must speak such sweet words to me in person tonight. Gosh, how could this be?" QQC Xiao Nan's worldview shattered. Hong Ying stood frozen, her ponytail seemingly devoid of vitality. "I did say I was a warm-hearted man." Su Run remained motionless on the sofa, receiving the phone from Qiye and resuming his lecture on the deceptions employed by scoundrels to win women's affections. "So, what of warm-hearted men?" Qiye produced a notebook seemingly from nowhere, while Zhao Kongqing's cigarette burned perilously close to his fingers, unnoticed. Lung Xian set down his firearm. And Chen Mai in the kitchen perked up his ears, while Wu Xiangnan, who had been reading, had not turned a page for quite some time. In a gentle tone, Su Run articulated, "As for me, I solely provide them with emotional fulfillment, asking for no emotional or material reciprocation." He continued, "As for what they might give back, that is not something I demand. Moreover, I never deceive." He shook his phone with a sigh, stating, "That's the situation. So, Xiao Nan, please don't label me a scoundrel." Sighing deeply, he added, "After all this, I feel somewhat wronged. I truly wish for Miss Ru Yin to offer me some comfort." At a loss for words, Xiaonan turned to Lung Xian, who appeared lost in thought, and called out, "Lung Xian, can you provide a moral evaluation of this situation? Unethical, as it is unfair." Lung Xian hesitated briefly before continuing. "He is the one being taken advantage of, the weaker party." Hiss! Zhao Kongqing's finger was scorched by the burning cigarette. Su Run maintained his smile, internally commending Lung Xian. "Well done, Lung Xian. Even a moral paragon would praise you. In fact, you are the very embodiment of a moral paragon." When Qiye found himself at a loss for words, feeling as if all the bones had been extracted from his body, he slid from his chair to the floor, exclaiming, "Father, oh Father, please accept my humble bow." Si Xiaonan, overwhelmed by the commotion, closed her eyes and declared loudly, "Regardless, you are a scoundrel in my eyes, a true scum." Su Run, unperturbed, responded in a soothing tone, Yes, Xiaonan, whatever you say is fine. Just don't be upset, all right? Who asked for your comfort?" Yes, I understand. You made it clear you don't want my comfort." Zhao Kongsheng gazed silently out the window, a flicker of nostalgia passing through his gaze, thinking, "This lad possesses a fraction of the charm I had in my youth." In the kitchen, Chen Mai placed a large pot of lotus root and pork rib soup on the dining table, calling out to everyone, "Dinner is served." Subsequently, gazing intently at Su Run, he resolved to showcase a fraction of his prowess and impart a thorough lesson to the lad. Su Run, who had maintained an unwavering expression, suddenly changed his countenance. He had 3 appointments to attend to later that afternoon. Captain, I exerted myself excessively during practice yesterday, and I am still recovering. Therefore, would it be possible to— No, the captain interjected firmly. Xiaonan, you shall attend to him shortly. At this moment, Si Xiaonan perked up, offering an unrefined salute, her voice rising. Captain. She then turned her gaze back to Su Run, grinning. I assure you, I shall provide you with excellent treatment, brother Su Run. The captain clapped his hands, announcing, let's eat. In the afternoon, Chen Mai sat at the center of the training grounds, while Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying wore grim expressions. What? That rascal has escaped. Chapter 13. The Phantom King. Let the storm wait for another time. Today is not a day for training. Su Run sat in a CAF, awaiting someone, lost in contemplation. It was not that he was averse to training. Indeed, such exertions would enhance his awakening of the loss. There was nothing he would shy away from. Of course, he had a date, which was true, but that was not the crux of the matter. Rather, today held particular significance. It marked the night of Zhao Kongqing's sacrifice. If his intuition served him well, Chen Mai would not exhibit the same gentleness as the previous day. He would certainly wield his mental prowess. Currently, Su Run was merely at the realm of light, whereas Chen Mai had attained the realm of the river. In terms of levels, it could be quantified at around level 50. He still had much to catch up on in terms of swordsmanship. The disparity in their levels was insurmountable. Attending training today would surely result in him being bested mercilessly by Chen Mai. In such a case, he would be unable to partake in the unfolding narrative. Old Zhao had treated him exceedingly well. Upon his arrival in this world, Old Zhao had invited him to meals, assisted him in securing accommodations, purchased him a mobile phone, and even bestowed him some monetary gifts. Ahem. The more he pondered, the more unsettling it seemed. In any case, Old Zhao had been kind to him. His avoidance of training today was solely to devise better plans for Old Zhao. It was certainly not for the sake of a date. He sighed, reflecting on the many favors he had received, and thought, well, it's only fair to repay with his life. Yes, that seems reasonable. Click-clack. The sound of high heels grew increasingly closer until they halted beside him. Su-Run did not lift his gaze. No, thank you. In truth, he had already surmised the identity of the visitor, but still felt compelled to utter those words. Su-Run? A soft voice inquired. He looked up to find her clad in a form-fitting beige dress that accentuated her figure exquisitely. The sunlight graced her ample bosom, and her oval face bore a healthy flush. Her expressive, peach blossom eyes sparkled with mirth. The corners of her mouth held two charming dimples, and a fragrant aura wafted through the air, enveloping Su-Run. In that moment, he resolved to forego his other two dates. Ruyen. Su-Run smiled warmly, admiring the fair-skinned, flower-like woman before him. Her appearance today was markedly different from the previous day, clearly the result of considerable effort. She was indeed a worthy adversary. Mommy, I want that ice cream. A young girl's innocent voice chimed from behind Ruyen. Not today, darling. It will upset your stomach, Ruyen replied. A touch embarrassed, her voice gentle. I apologize. This is my daughter, Qiye, whom I mentioned on WeChat. She insisted on accompanying me today. Su-Run's expression shifted slightly. He feigned annoyance as he remarked, if you continue to be so polite, I might just get angry. You know me. I have always regarded little Qiye as my own daughter. In the afternoon, the two engaged deeply in conversation about parenting. With the youthful beauty astonished by the wealth of experience Su-Run possessed in the realm of child-rearing. Su-Run, in turn, generously shared his insights. As the clock approached 5 and the skies threatened to change, Ruyen reluctantly took her leave. While little Qiye was equally loath to part from the brother who had accompanied her to the amusement park, Su-Run gazed at the departing figures, his hands resting on his lower back as he stretched, murmuring to himself, 1,000 years of memories, Weiwu wielding his whip. It has been quite some time since I last visited an amusement park. I feel a bit weary. A peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes. Rain had begun to fall. A tempest was on the horizon. It was nearly time to attend to serious matters. He hailed a cab and headed towards the old city. Meanwhile, at the night watcher's base, Wu Xiangnan wore a grave expression. Captain, the search team has detected the presence of the Phantom King. It is on the move. Where to? Based on its trail, it could be heading to the old city or the city center. 2 locations? Indeed, we cannot ascertain its exact destination, but we can be certain it will soon be cornered. Where is Old Zhao? Tracking shows he is in the old city. Still unable to reach Su-Run? That rascal has turned off his phone. Chimai frowned. Captain, give the orders. Without hesitation, Chimai resolutely commanded. Hong Ying, take a team and rush to Old Zhao's location immediately. He may encounter the Phantom King at any moment, and he stands no chance against it without the forbidden ruins. Understood. Hong Ying's pupils contracted as she dashed out. Xiangnan, you will coordinate from the center. Yes. Wu Xiangnan's expression was heavy. An ominous premonition loomed over him. Su-Run is not a concern. With his spatial abilities, he should be able to evade capture. Si Xiaonan opened her mouth, seemingly wanting to say something, but held back. Everyone else prepared defenses in the city center. The population density is high, and a large-scale casualty event could easily occur. As the captain of the Night Watchers, I cannot allow such a scene to unfold. Yes. Time was of the essence. Everyone rushed towards their designated targets. In the command room, the administrative staff of the Night Watchers mobilized various resources, with Wu Xiangnan standing behind 2 Night Watchers equipped with headsets. Their sole task was to re-establish contact with the missing combat personnel. Answer the phone, you fools. Hurry and pick up, he urged inwardly, maintaining a facade of calm as he clenched and relaxed his fists. Wu Xiangnan was adept at coordinating operations. However, this atmosphere was particularly tense. His impatience grew, wishing he could personally don a headset to establish contact. Despite Si Xiaonan's earlier exuberance, her expression turned grave when Su Run remained unreachable. Her teeth clenched to suppress any words of concern. Team 136 had begun to accept Su Run. Zhao Kongsheng was a veteran with years of camaraderie. Su Run was a promising newcomer, destined to be a cornerstone of the Night Watcher's future. Please, let them be safe. The wait is unbearable. Deputy, Zhao Kongsheng has made contact. Captain, Su Run's phone is still off. Wu Xiangnan snatched the headset. Old Zhao, are you all right? I'm Fine. What has happened? Zhao Kongsheng's steady voice eased Wu Xiangnan's tension. Wu Xiangnan gazed intently at the map displayed on the large screen, his voice gravely serious. To be succinct, the Phantom King may have headed in your direction. Your task is to evacuate the civilians from the old city. Hong Ying is already en route to assist you. Zhao Kongsheng severed the connection and seized a briefcase from his black van, dashing into the torrential rain, allowing the downpour to cascade into the vehicle. A singular thought consumed him: to utilize every ounce of strength to gain time. He calculated that, starting from the Lin family, there were 10 households in the vicinity. 10 minutes. If he could secure those 10 minutes, he could evacuate the surrounding populace. Zhao Kongsheng sprinted forward, splashing through the rain-soaked ground. At that moment, an overwhelming stench assaulted his nostrils. Report, Watcher Zhao Kongsheng. The Phantom King has been spotted in the old city. Wu Xiangnan, listening to the voice emanating from his earpiece, felt his ominous premonition crystallize into reality. He had no time for complaints. He activated the team's communication channel and bellowed. The Phantom King has appeared in the old city. Repeat. The Phantom King has appeared in the old city. The location has been sent to your terminals. All combat team members, proceed immediately. All combat team members, proceed immediately. Honging, accelerate your pace. Night Watcher Chen Mai received. Night Watcher Lung Xian received. Night Watcher Wen Qima received. Night Watcher Si Xiaonan received. Night Watcher Hong Ying received. Chapter 14. Scheming the Night Watchman, Su Ran spoke on the communicator. Clutching the Yinma blade, he stood atop a building, observing Zhao Kongsheng and Wu Xiangnan as they connected their earpieces. He had arrived in the old city long ago, merely uncertain of the precise location. It wasn't until he spotted old Zhao's car that he confirmed this vicinity as the scene of the unfolding drama. He watched as old Zhao entered the vehicle, only to discover the Ghost Face King. Eliminating the Ghost Face King would be relatively effortless, despite being in the Sichuan region. The ghastly visage on its chest was its Achilles heel. In the original tale, Lin Qiye had dispatched it with a standard blade upon his first encounter in the Lamp Realm. With a swift, long-range dimensional slash aimed at its chest, Su Run was confident that the monster would likely falter. Should it withstand the blow, he would strike again and again. The head must be claimed. Yet, that was not the crux of his plan. The true objective was to facilitate Lin Qiye's induction into the Night Watch. Old Zhao, you failed to persuade Lin Qiye. Thus, I must leverage you for my own ends. My apologies. With that, he activated his teleportation, vanishing from the heart of the battlefield. A few flashes later, he arrived at Lin Qiye's balcony. Woof, woof. The small black dog belonging to Lin Qiye was the first to react, barking towards the balcony. Silly dog, Su Run mused silently. He was aware that, given Lin Qiye's perceptive range, the latter would undoubtedly sense his presence by now. Feigning urgency, Su Run pretended to barge into Lin Qiye's living room. Creaking, Lin Qiye rose abruptly from the dining table, dragging the chair noisily. What is the matter? Are you all right, brother? His cousin and aunt inquired with concern. It's nothing. I just remembered something urgent. You all continue eating. Without waiting for a response, he swiftly headed towards the balcony. What are you doing? Lin Qiye began, but Su Run interrupted him, seizing his arm and pulling him to the edge of the balcony, pointing towards the battlefield. There is no time for idle chatter. Listen to me now. The leader of the monsters we encountered last time has appeared here, and Zhao Kongsheng has gone to confront it. He won't last long. You must evacuate your family immediately. This heavy news struck Lin Qiye with momentary shock, but he quickly regained his composure. He glanced back at the living room, where his aunt had prepared an elaborate meal. Within 2 seconds, he made a decision. Where is he? I'll go help. Su Run felt a surge of elation. Having successfully baited him, maintaining an anxious facade, He insisted, don't complicate matters. You've only just entered the lamp realm. You would be a liability. There is no time to discuss this. I must notify others. Old Zhao may already be in peril. Hurry and get your family to safety. Before Lin Qiye could respond, Su Run blinked away from his sight, secretly returning to observe from a nearby vantage point. He remained uncertain. If Lin Qiye indeed fled with his family, it wouldn't matter. He had a backup plan in place. Just don't let me down, Lin Qiye. Half a minute later, watching Lin Qiye dash into the rain, Su Run smiled. Truly, he was the protagonist. After Old Zhao reported the whereabouts of the Phantom King, the command center quickly responded. Old Zhao, establish the boundless void to trap it. Red Ing will soon arrive at your location. Just hold on for a few minutes. Wu Xiangnan refrained from specifying a time frame, fearing it would extinguish the last flicker of hope within Old Zhao. From the moment Zhao Kongcheng confirmed the Phantom King's presence, he had been preparing the boundless void, though its efficacy was questionable. Xiangnan, you know the boundless void cannot restrain it. Zhao Kongqing's expression bore a semblance of helplessness intertwined with resolve. No, Old Zhao, do you hear me? You absolutely cannot confront the Phantom King head-on. You will perish. Xiangnan, listen to me. Zhao Kongqing's tone was calm, akin to a dependable elder. I understand your thoughts. In the old city, the population density is low. The emergence of the Phantom King may not result in significant casualties. But we are night watchers. If we allow civilians to perish at the hands of monsters, where lies the honor of the night watchers? Do you remember the oath we took? Are you afraid of death? Yes. Will you retreat? I would rather die than retreat, even if the odds are overwhelmingly against us. As long as there is a single civilian behind me, I shall not yield an inch. I will protect them with my life. If darkness descends, I shall stand before millions, sword drawn against the abyss, staining the heavens with blood. Bang! The manhole cover flew off like a cannonball, and a large phantom emerged from a sewer. Its claws were as large as shovels, reeking of rot. Its body marred with numerous gashes from its battle with Captain Shunmai. It roared skyward, eager to drink blood and heal its wounds. The night watcher, Zhao Kongcheng, fought for glory. Zhao Kongcheng remained calm, switching off his earpiece. Old Zhao! Old Zhao! Wu Xiangnan shouted at the screen, frustration boiling over. Damn it! Connect me to Red Ing. Red Ing, how far are you? Old Zhao has already engaged the Phantom King. 5 minutes away, Red Ing responded, somewhat flustered, fully aware of the implications of her words. The Phantom King was a formidable foe, and how long could an ordinary man like Old Zhao withstand its onslaught? Having lost her parents at a young age, Zhao Kongsheng, with his boisterous demeanor, felt like a guardian to her. She closed her eyes, suppressing her panic. Hurry up. Haven't you eaten enough? The night watcher at the wheel gritted his teeth in silence, having already floored the accelerator. The taillights cut through the rainy night streets like a streak of red lightning. At this moment, Lin Qiye finally caught sight of Zhao Kongsheng and the Phantom King. Zhao Kongsheng, I'm coming to help you. Zhao Kongsheng merely turned his head slightly, hands clasped together. Seal the void, boundless void. Lin Qiye extended his hands, watching the gradually fading silhouette as he shouted, Wait, I can help you. Unfortunately, he was unable to enter before Zhao Kongsheng vanished. Damn it! As the void realm unfolded, it seemed as though a formidable wall had emerged before him, rendering him utterly incapable of entering the battlefield. Desperately, he struck the barrier with his fists, yet remained impervious to his efforts. Old Zhao, let me in. I can be of assistance. You can be of no help at all. Get lost. The sounds of conflict echoed from within. Lin Qiye shouted again, This is my doorstep. I am the agent of Michael, the owner of the Divine Ruins. Old Zhao, you haven't even engaged with the Forbidden Ruins. Let me in quickly. Suddenly, a thud resonated, akin to flesh hitting the ground, as Old Zhao was hurled out by the Demon Mask King. Gritting his teeth in pain, he retorted, You call yourself a divine agent, yet you lack any combat experience. Your presence would only hinder me. Get lost. I am a night watchman. Lin Qiye refrained from further argument, recognizing its futility. A golden light flickered in his eyes as he searched for a flaw in the imposing wall before him. In the distance, a pair of eerie blue eyes peered through the invisible barrier, observing the unfolding drama with anticipation Ah, the show is about to begin. Chapter 15, Demonic Visage. Zhao Kongsheng struggled to rise from the mire, spitting out the mud and sand that had recently invaded his mouth, cursing under his breath. Cough. Is this it? Such a so-called mythical creature. If I had the power of the Forbidden Ruins, I would have minced you into a pulp. The demon-faced king let out a furious roar, unleashing a wave of ominous energy that radiated from its center, conjuring a grotesque visage upon the ground. The Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 176, Demonic Visage. Finally, this move has been unleashed. Su Run swiftly teleported forward. Now that I'm here, as he advanced, he mentally reviewed the entire scheme. To persuade Lin Qiye to willingly join the Night Watch, perhaps only the sincerity of old Zhao could truly sway him. What could be more genuine than risking one's life to save another? Yet, it was imperative that old Zhao not actually become the sacrificial offering. Thus, the only solution was for old Zhao and Lin Qiye to fight side by side. Lin Qiye's timing of arrival needed to be impeccable, not too early, nor too late. If Lin Qiye entered the fray too soon, he would not feel indebted to old Zhao. However, if he arrived too late, old Zhao would likely have already succumbed to the influence of the demon god serum, resulting in certain death. His objective was to ensure old Zhao sustained only minor injuries, not death. In the balance of life and death, there was no telling whether old Zhao might unleash the Forbidden Ruins in a moment of desperation. Once the demon-faced king activated its domain ability, Demonic Visage, all sensory perceptions would be distorted, rendering the scene before them as bewildering as a kaleidoscope. Those who entered would be unable to discern friend from foe, effectively becoming blind. This skill was excellent for tormenting weaker opponents, specifically targeting old Zhao. Lin Qiye's divine domain, mundane realm, could discern all entities within a 10-step radius. Yet he was ultimately inexperienced in combat, a mere novice. In the original narrative, the demon-faced king was nearly slain by Zhao Kongsheng, who had just awakened the Forbidden Ruins. But now, the demon-faced king was in prime condition. Its speed and strength overwhelmingly surpassed that of Lin Qiye, where an unexpected mishap could result in grievous injury. Su Run's presence on the battlefield was essential. Without his involvement, the unpredictable nature of combat would elude his control. Once the demon-faced king's domain was activated, he would be able to navigate the chaos to his advantage. As for whether the demon-faced king's domain would affect his senses, that was inconsequential. The Yama Blade's spatial perception was far superior to mere eyesight. Su Run was unconcerned. Therefore, he would plunge in and seize the opportunity. Once old Zhao managed to rescue Lin Qiye, allowing him to owe this favor, he could then make his move. How pathetically weak. If I were powerful enough to cleave the supreme god in one strike, I would not need to go through such convolutions. With thoughts racing, his feet took only 3 strides to reach Lin Qiye's side. How do you appear and disappear so suddenly? Lin Qiye exclaimed, startled, and jumped aside. To Lin Qiye's perception, it felt as though a shadow had abruptly materialized within his domain, and he had yet to ascertain what it was. In the next moment, the shadow was right beside him. If this sudden appearance continued, he feared he might frighten himself into illness. Hey buddy, my teleport has a 1-second cooldown. Any objections? As Su Run pondered internally, his expression remained stern. He spoke in a deep voice. Old Zhao reported your disappearance last night. It seems he does not wish to compel you into becoming a Night Watcher. This is my final warning. If you leave now, I shall pretend I have never seen you. Lin Qiye remained silent, merely gazing at Su Run with his golden eyes. A playful smile crept on his Su Run's serious face. Ah, old Zhao has not misjudged. If a fight is to ensue, then let it come, but do not blame me for the consequences. He exhaled, gazing at the boundless void, murmuring, those who gather fuel for the people must not be allowed to freeze in the wind and snow. Naturally, he had no intention of revealing the method to open the boundless void, as he had yet to learn it. No matter, I shall cleave it open directly. He pressed his palms together, brushing back the damp strands of hair from his forehead. Drawing forth the Yama blade, a bluish glow flickered in his eyes. With a swift motion, he sliced through the invisible barrier as smoothly as a knife through paper, creating a cross-shaped passage. Su Run strode boldly inside, bellowing, "Old Zhao, do not fear, reinforcements are here." At that moment, Zhao Kongsheng, having been knocked back by the Ghost-Faced King for the second time, finally managed to rise, only to hear Su Run's voice, which startled him profoundly. "Do not enter." This is... Before he could finish, his hair stood on end as he raised his sword defensively. Clang! A long blade nearly severed his head. Su Run's voice echoed again. "What the hell is going on? My eyes are all blurred. I can barely see." He launched into action, exclaiming, "Damn it, I nearly died at the hands of the Ghost-Faced King only to find myself in danger from you." He swallowed hard and explained, "Do not swing your weapon recklessly. This is the forbidden domain of the Ghost-Faced King. Everything within its range is distorted, and one may lose their sense of direction." "I told you not to come in." Zhao Kongchang felt a pang of bitterness in his heart. "I can see. Who can lend me a blade?" Lin Qiye followed closely behind, unperturbed by the Ghost-Faced King's influence. Upon learning that Lin Qiye had also entered, Zhao Kongqing's heart grew heavier. Both of these individuals were exceptional talents, if they were to be lost here today. Gritting his teeth, Zhao Kongqing drew out his Night Watcher badge, preparing to inject himself with a life-saving ghostly essence. Suddenly, a hand reached out and snatched his badge away. Su Run exclaimed, "What the heck? How'd I just grab something? What is this? How do I use it?" Zhao Kongshang felt goosebumps rise at the last remark. "Do not move. Whatever you do, do not move. That is my Night Watcher badge. It is of no use to you, so do not touch it." Old Zhao stammered, his words contradictory, feeling a surge of frustration. The Ghost-Faced King, observing the arrival of two new individuals, assessed them for a moment and deemed them not much of a threat. He decided to strike first at the unarmed one. Boom! The Ghost-Faced King lunged toward Lin Qiye, who deftly evaded the attack, his gaze fixed intently on the entity's true form. "Quick, give me a blade. I can handle it." Upon hearing the words, Zhao Kongsheng was taken aback, gritting his teeth as he hurled the knife toward the direction of the sound, leaving only the scabbard in hand for defense. The throw, however, veered slightly off course, prompting Lin Qiye to hastily retrieve it. Yet, the Ghost-Faced King shifted its focus, charging toward Zhao Kongsheng. "Be careful," Lin Qiye managed to utter, just in time. Beside Old Zhao, Su Run remained motionless, turning sideways to slash at the very position of the Ghost-Faced King. With a resounding thud, the long knife cleaved a gash in its form. "Old Zhao, I just had an instinct that I struck something. It wasn't you, was it? You struck that monster. It's bleeding," Lin Qiye observed directly. Zhao Kongsheng felt a tightening in his chest, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Am I about to become a burden?" Su Run's subsequent words deepened his despair. "Qiye, you should step back and protect Old Zhao. I can manage to fend for myself. Reinforcements will arrive shortly. If we can hold on, victory will be ours. Who are you insinuating cannot defend themselves?" "Damn little ghost," Lin Qiye retorted, pulling Old Zhao away from Su Run's side. Su Run remained rooted, sheathing his knife but maintaining a stance ready to draw at a moment's notice. The Ghost-Faced King observed the man from a distance, hesitating to launch another attack. Just moments ago, that blade had nearly struck its chest's vulnerable point, slicing through its steel-like form with ease. It sensed the looming threat of death. Chapter 16. Powerlessness. The Ghost-Faced King shifted its target, deciding to make Zhao Kongsheng its point of breach. At this moment, Zhao Kongsheng wielded only a scabbard, his eyes rendered useless. To the Ghost-Faced King, he appeared as a lamb ripe for slaughter. Despite Lin Qiye's protection, the king's strength and speed far surpassed Lin Qiye's capabilities, making self-preservation a daunting task. With its claws raised, the king extended its crimson tongue to lick the wound on its chest, realizing that the first taste of blood today was, astonishingly, its own. This ignited a fury within it. It crouched low, resembling a cannonball, and launched itself toward Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongsheng. Although the strike was swift, Lin Qiye perceived a sliver of opportunity. Seizing Zhao Kongsheng with his left hand, he shouted, "Old Zhao, do not resist. I will guide you to safety." Last night, he had acquired the ability known as Starry Night Dancer, which significantly enhanced his agility and overall strength. Under the cover of the night, he grasped Zhao Kongsheng and glided to the side, tracing a graceful arc with their movements, akin to butterflies in flight, perfectly evading the ghost-faced king's lethal attack. From a distance, Su Run, seemingly vigilant yet actually slacking off, caught sight of this scene and was left utterly astonished. How can dodging an attack look so elegant? He mused inwardly. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye felt an unspoken dread, though his movements appeared effortless. His heart raced with fear as the king's razor-sharp claws narrowly missed them time and again. Dancing on the edge of a blade while bearing another person was an arduous task, even for his exceptional computational ability, which could hardly sustain them for several minutes. Should anything go awry, a tragic outcome would surely ensue. Determined to take the initiative, Lin Qiye resolutely released Zhao Kongsheng and charged toward the Ghost-Faced King, seeking to engage it in battle. Utilizing the precise computational prowess granted by mortal realm, he deftly sidestepped the king's deathly iron claws. Raising the starry blade, he aimed for the king's small eyes, causing blood to flow. Yet it was not the king's. To his shock, the king unleashed a long, red spike from its mouth, its tongue. This cunning creature had concealed this deadly strike, catching Lin Qiye completely off guard. He felt the dampness of his shirt heat up, a physiological response to the adrenaline surging through him. Had he not instinctively tilted his head, that tongue would have pierced his brain. Instead, it merely grazed his cheek, leaving him shaken. Had old Zhao truly faced such a monster alone? What a farce! He was but an ordinary person. Lin Qiye steeled himself further. If he could not surpass his own limits today, it would be impossible to endure the next few minutes. The ghost-faced king, having savored that drop of blood, grew even more frenzied. It had never tasted such exquisite blood before. Its eyes turned crimson, and its claws slashed with increased speed and ferocity. Lin Qiye could hardly defend himself. He had not trained in swordsmanship, nor did he possess Su Run's extraordinary talent. Relying solely on the extraordinary dynamic neural agility bestowed by the mortal realm, he narrowly evaded perilous blows, let alone counterattack. Even mere evasion was fraught with danger. In a desperate roll, he narrowly dodged a deadly strike once more. A glint of malice flickered in the eyes of the ghost-faced king as it prepared to launch an assault towards Zhao Kongsheng. This is dire. Lin Qiye, in a state of urgency, sprang to his feet, lacking the time to adjust his stance before lunging at the ghost-faced king. However, the creature immediately turned back, delivering a powerful claw strike. This was its trap. At this moment, there was no time left for evasion. He exerted the last vestiges of his strength to leap sideways, raising his blade in a desperate attempt to deflect the blow and mitigate the force. Bang! The raw power of the Chuan realm struck Lin Qiye's blade with an unadorned ferocity, sending him flying like a struck baseball. Is this the might of the Chuan realm? How laughable that I once thought I had a chance to slay it. Lin Qiye collapsed into the rain, on the verge of losing all combat capability. Zhao Kongsheng was frantic. Though he could hear sounds, his perception of direction was utterly disoriented, rendering him a mere burden. Qiye, are you all right? Your mental energy is only at the level of a lantern. Your physical enhancements are limited. You cannot afford to confront it head-on, following an instinctive sense. Zhao Kongsheng moved forward, while beside him, a blue halo began to glow faintly in Su Run's eyes. The ghost-faced king reveled in the satisfaction of its strike. This was the natural order of things. How dare these two insignificant insects leap about in its domain? Insects ought to perish without question. It approached Lin Qiye, drawn by the sweetness of his blood. The mere recollection of that fresh blood ignited an intense craving within. If it consumed him entirely, it would undoubtedly ascend to a higher level. The thought sent tremors of excitement coursing through its being. Lin Qiye, unable to move, could only watch as the ghost-faced king drew near, its sharp claws slowly elevating, rain cascading down those massive talons. Inside, he screamed in desperation, "Move, move!" Whoosh! The ghost-faced king slashed with its claws. A shadow darted past. Zhao Kongsheng's body was flung aside like a tattered doll. His crimson cloak was shredded by the giant claw, fragments landing upon Lin Qiye's face, stained perhaps by blood. "Oh, old Zhao!" Lin Qiye roared in fury, golden radiance erupting anew from his form. The aura of the seraph descending once more, shattering the ghost-faced realm into oblivion. The golden light within his eyes was blinding. Channeling the essence of the seraph, he unleashed a furious strike. Thud! The blow severed the ghost-faced king's arm cleanly. Witnessing the dissolution of the ghost-faced realm, Su Run could no longer feign indifference. He hurried over to assess Old Zhao's injuries. Moments ago, he had discreetly manipulated space to guide Old Zhao in blocking the ghost-faced king's strike. In the original timeline, Old Zhao had endured numerous blows without succumbing, possessing a vitality akin to that of a cockroach. This time, with Lin Qiye enabling his evasion, he had sustained minimal injuries. A claw strike should not have posed a significant threat. As the blow landed, Su Run discreetly employed spatial powers to alleviate the force impacting Lao Zhao. However, he could not ascertain whether the recovery would take 2 days or 3. He delicately placed 2 fingers upon Lao Zhao's neck, carefully assessing his condition, and exhaled in relief. The victim's emotions were remarkably stable, his heartbeat strong. He had merely succumbed to unconsciousness, marked by 4 deep claw marks on his back, reminiscent of an encounter with a bear. Provided that treatment is administered promptly, there should be no significant issues. Rest easy, Lao Zhao. You shall henceforth be my cherished friend. I will compensate you when I possess the means. He turned his gaze towards the center of the battlefield, where Lin Qiye's recent strike had indeed exhibited extraordinary damage. The demon-faced king, which Lao Zhao could scarcely harm, had its arm severed in an instant. Yet, following that momentous blow, Lin Qiye appeared fatigued, gradually succumbing to a disadvantage. After all, this was an incomplete, mortal realm of the gods, had it been whole. Su Run shook his head, recognizing that this grand spectacle was nearing its conclusion. He unsheathed the Yinma blade, as the cerulean mist at his feet flickered in the rain. In an instant, he teleported behind the demon-faced king. A righteous ambush. The demon-faced king had no time to perceive the presence behind it before a long blade pierced through its chest. Thus, the creature that had posed a formidable challenge to Lin Qiye and Zhao Kongsheng, nearly costing them their lives, was effortlessly breached. Chapter 17. Xiaonan, which kind-hearted sister bought that for you? Su Run wielded the dimensional blade with precision, not only piercing the ghastly visage of the demon-faced king, but also shattering its innards. The demon-faced king collapsed with a thunderous crash. Its demise was eerily silent. Even as the blade struck, it uttered not a single cry. It was not due to its feebleness. For who could have anticipated that someone would emerge at level 1 wielding a jumping blade alongside a holy sword? With a flicker of thought, Su Run transformed the Yinma blade into a streak of blue, gradually fading into the air. Wah, what could this possibly mean? A hoarse female voice emerged. Su Run turned to see Hong Ying kneeling in the distance, her eyes red as she gazed at the fallen Zhao Kongsheng. Her once high ponytail now lay drenched against her back, and her face, streaked with either tears or rain, opened her mouth, struggling to utter a coherent word. Though the demon-faced king had perished, Lin Qiye exhibited no sign of joy, his head bowed in silence. Su Run felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. What expressions are these? Old Zhao is still alive. What? Lin Qiye suddenly looked up, a mixture of astonishment and elation painted on his face. Hong Ying also raised her eyes towards Su Run, her gaze as if clutching at a final straw. Old Zhao still has hope. Whoever can assist, hurry and see what condition he is in. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye rushed to Old Zhao's side. Previously, Old Zhao had been beyond his mortal realm, rendering him undetectable. After a moment of careful sensing, his sorrow transformed into joy. He still has a heartbeat. He still has a heartbeat. Do not move him. We must avoid further injury. Su Run commanded with the steadiness of an unwavering anchor. He calmly inquired, Xiao Hongying, how long until the medical personnel arrive? Xiaonan is on her way, and I have a medical officer in my team. I will fetch her immediately. No, I shall go get her right now. Hong Ying's hurried demeanor suggested she was flustered, her words tumbling out in disarray. Su Run grasped her shoulders, looking into the girl's reddened eyes, attempting to instill a sense of calm. Do not panic. Urge the medical personnel to come swiftly and then contact the command center to explain the situation. They will know how to handle it. The priority now is to stabilize our emotions. Do you understand? Hong Ying gritted her teeth and nodded. Feeling she had found her anchor, she turned to contact the Night Watch command. Su Run then turned his attention to Lin Qiye, who was clenching his fist beside Old Zhao. Allowing the Demon Face King to inflict injury upon Old Zhao was orchestrated by him, all to compel him to willingly join the Night Watch. How effective is this ploy? He himself was uncertain. He approached Lin Qiye, patting him on the shoulder, ready to speak when Lin Qiye's voice emerged as though forced through gritted teeth. I am too weak. What? Su Run momentarily failed to comprehend. Lin Qiye bellowed, I want to grow stronger. This effect seems to have exceeded expectations. He tugged at the corner of his mouth, giving Lin Qiye a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Wait a moment and discuss this with the captain. Indeed, his elaborate scheme was not in vain. This fellow possesses remarkable spirit. Although the plan was riddled with flaws, what does it matter? If it proves useful, that is sufficient. Old Zhao, you deserve your injuries. Had you persuaded Lin Qiye to join the Night Watch directly, I would not have had to endure this pain. Ultimately, the blame lies with yourself, so do not cast it upon me. Su Run soothed his own conscience. He accessed his panel. Su Run. Level. LV10. Ability. Blade Principle 11. Blade Bone. Unconditional mastery of any blade. Blade Heart. The finesse of its application lies within the mind. Ah, my level has risen by 2. Indeed, the monsters of the Chuan Jing yield bounteous experience. He clenched his fist, feeling his strength has at least doubled. There was even a sensation as if he could shatter the void with a single punch, a fleeting feeling of power surging unexpectedly. In the realm of the Godslayer, one cultivates the spirit rather than the body. Even those capable of cleaving mountains with a single sword remain ordinary without the use of spiritual force. Only a rare few possess the forbidden ruins or divine ruins that enhance their physical form. Yet, these are fundamentally different from my own progression. He sensed that his level increase represented a more profound transformation, a leap in the essence of life itself. The awakening degree of the Killing Monster Blade Principle would also increase, albeit marginally. The awakening degree of the Blade Principle had risen a meager one. Unlike the later stages where extensive monster slaying on the battlefield was possible, awakening the principle now required more practice with the blade. Other aspects remained unchanged. These abilities indeed needed to be enhanced alongside the awakening of the blade principle. The first ability, Blade Bone, allowed for an extraordinary growth rate. The second ability, Blade Heart, rendered him a true genius, effortlessly mastering whatever he observed. What new abilities might emerge when the awakening degree reaches 20? His anticipation grew. After escorting Old Zhao to the medical room, the entire Night Watch gathered in the activity room, encircling Su Run and Lin Qiye. The atmosphere, once vibrant under the morning sun, now felt as if it had solidified. You wish to join the Night Watch? Wu Xiangnan narrowed his eyes, but Old Zhao claimed you were missing. Lin Qiye, maintaining his composure, lied. I escaped because I was unaware of the nature of your organization. And now, after a long silence, Lin Qiye slowly replied, I wish to grow stronger. Su Run said joining the Night Watch would grant me strength. He could not fathom how Old Zhao, an ordinary person without any forbidden ruins, could withstand the Ghost Face King. He had witnessed Su Run annihilate the Ghost Face King with a single strike. That had been a creature that had nearly driven him to despair. They had first met as equals. He too yearned for power. Captain Chun Mai turned to Su Run at these words, who merely smiled faintly. The implication was unmistakable. Look, ISNT the lackey I brought back impressive. Chun Mai collected his thoughts and spoke. The mightiest individuals of the Great Xia are all Night Watch members. Your choice is not misguided. I can submit your application immediately. In a month, all new recruits will undergo a collective training session where you will attain what you seek. Only by successfully completing this training can you be deemed a true member of the Night Watch. Training session? The Night Watchers constitute a semi-militarized organization, where all newcomers are mandated to undergo a rigorous year-long training regimen prior to their induction. Within this training camp, one acquires a plethora of skills, encompassing combat techniques, firearms proficiency, and various other essential competencies. You may liken it to a special forces training facility. A month later, Lin Qiye expressed his readiness without hesitation. Chen Mai hastily added, before officially becoming a night watcher, we do not provide meals or accommodation. Lin Qiye was momentarily taken aback. He had no desire to return home, as his unusual behavior today had already been sufficient to cause concern for his aunt. Beside him, Su Run patted Lin Qiye on the shoulder, cheerfully proclaiming, "No worries, Qiye. I'll gladly offer you my bed." Hong Ying interjected, "Isn't that my home? There is no need to offer it. There are plenty of rooms. And besides, I had already planned to take in this newcomer." Before Hong Ying could voice her thoughts, Si Xiaonan sprang forth, pointing at Su Run and speaking with a hint of sarcasm. "Are you looking to sneak out and have some fun? You've been out all afternoon and even changed into a whole new outfit. That brand isn't cheap. Who asked your generous sister that purchased it for you?" Hong Ying was left speechless. Su Run maintained a stiff smile, clearly taken aback. Truly, the agent of the god of deception possesses a keen eye for observation. Lin Qiye was left bewildered. Chapter 18. Xiaonan. He is currently oblivious to his whereabouts at that woman's residence. Su Run, under the curious gazes of the crowd, managed to navigate the situation with great difficulty. The inquiries posed by the little trickster, Si Xiaonan, were exceedingly sharp. How could such a young girl articulate such probing questions? Fortunately, the captain intervened, yet, conversely, he imposed certain demands upon Su Run as well. Chen Mai sternly declared that he was not to evade training the following day. Otherwise, he would have Xiao then keep a constant watch over him. How the tables turn. This little deceiver had quite the opinion on his lifestyle. If she were entrusted with such a task, one could easily surmise the fervor with which she would undertake it. Moreover, it is crucial to note, the fact that Si Xiaonan is the agent of the god of trickery is known only to Su Run. Do not be deceived by her seemingly adorable and delicate demeanor. Her prowess is formidable. Should a conflict arise, one cannot help but wonder if she possesses the capability to induce self-hypnosis. It remains uncertain if she harbors such abilities. But one can never be too sure with the god of trickery, can one? Su Run sincerely promised he would not escape the next day. As for the day after, that remains to be seen. Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying returned to the villa ahead of him, while Su Run expressed his intention to visit old Zhao once more. He took Lin Qiye with him to old Zhao's hospital room and captured a photograph of Zhao Kongchong, ensconced in bandages and unconscious on the bed. He then sent this image to the two elder sisters he had stood up earlier that day, adjusting his voice as he pressed the voice button. Speaking in a deep and magnetic tone, "I apologize, my friend was hit by a car, and I've been occupied with this matter all afternoon. Kenny Sweet, oh my. Brother, are you hurt? Winky face, not at all, my silly girl." In the darkness, a young maiden tossed and turned on her bed, her long legs wrinkling the smooth sheets as she listened to the voice emanating from her phone. "Ding, Candy Sweet, transferred 300 yuan via WeChat. Candy Sweet. Brother must have been quite startled. I shall buy you a small cake to soothe your nerves." Upon sending this message, the girl on the grand bed hesitated momentarily before her fingers trembled as she typed another message. "Candy Sweet, would you care to join me for a late-night snack? There is a lovely shop downstairs, and my home is quite spacious." In old Zhao's hospital room, Su Run engaged in cheerful conversation. Lin Qiye, following behind, found the situation somewhat bewildering. Was this really the purpose of their visit to old Zhao's room? To create such a simple yet extravagant outcome? Unable to contain himself, he finally spoke up. Su Run tucked away his phone, assuring him that this was not the case. He led Lin Qiye back to the activity room, where everyone had already dispersed. The night watchman's base is scattered across various locations. This one is the largest and the most frequented, adorned with photographs and filled with traces of life, resembling a small family. Su Run directed Lin Qiye to retrieve some ingredients from the refrigerator, as he had yet to dine. Lin Qiye complied without complaint, following Su Run's instructions dutifully. Moments later, a steaming pot of 3-flavor vermicelli was ready. The bouncy and delectable vermicelli, tender and chewy pig liver, topped with a few crisp and refreshing greens, and slices of pinkham floating in a rich, creamy broth. After a night of cold rain, Indulging in this dish is the perfect remedy for both hunger and the stomach, providing fullness without burdening the digestive system. He retrieved 4 takeout boxes and, after packing them, left the night watchman base with Qiye. Given the recent incident involving the Ghost-Face King, it was likely that everyone had yet to eat today. Since Hong Ying had taken us in, we should reciprocate her kindness. It would be impolite not to. Qiye nodded in agreement, realizing that without Hong Ying's hospitality, he would truly be at a loss for where to spend the night. Returning to his aunt's house was out of the question, and unlike Su Run, he did not have multiple homes to turn to. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan, clad in her pajamas, was venting to Hong Ying, who had just finished blow-drying her hair, about Su Run. That guy was utterly despicable. After being out for just a while, he returned in such an expensive outfit. This scoundrel must have deceived someone. Hong Ying absent-mindedly replied, her thoughts lingering on the ghost-faced king. Sister Hong Ying, which outfit do you think looked better yesterday, his or the one he wore just now? Si Xiaonan asked, her eyes wide with anticipation. Hong Ying, initially inclined to respond, swallowed her words and instead said, the one he wore today, doesn't he look good? Exactly. Si Xiaonan's indignation was somewhat alleviated. After all, she had meticulously chosen yesterday's outfit. Today's attire was utterly unappealing. Women often possess an inexplicable sense of rivalry in certain matters, even if they might not care too much about the outcome. Hong Ying found herself lost in thought. Attire? Both outfits seemed rather mediocre on him. Had I chosen, the result would have been different. Next to her, Si Xiaonan continued her tirade. He lacks discipline. How can he be a competent night watchman? He dares to skip the captain's training, showing utter disregard for authority. Hong Ying meekly interjected, well, he did save Brother Kong Chung today. That is true. However, I must point out, Sister Hong Ying, do you know how the Ghost-Face King met his demise? Wasn't it a single stab through the chest? That's merely the surface. Haven't you seen the documents released by the research department afterward? The monster appeared intact on the outside, but inside it was a chaotic mess. Is that so impressive? What it indicates is a potential violent tendency within. Sister Hong Ying, don't be deceived by appearances. The research department mentioned that they had encountered many gruesome deaths, but this was only the second time they had seen such a horrific demise in a monster, the first being 2 nights ago. Dressed in her crocodile pajamas, Si Xiaonan passionately recounted the grisly details to Hong Ying, who was clad in dinosaur pajamas. It seemed that Su Run was the most brutal individual she had ever encountered. Hong Ying refrained from arguing, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts regarding the events of the past few days. Su Run did not seem like the type to take out his frustrations on monsters. It had to be due to that weapon. Yes, he had mentioned that if the blade were drawn for too long, he would lose control. It is undoubtedly the weapon that is exceedingly fierce and brutal. Such a ferocious armament must possess a high danger ranking. The suppression must have been quite arduous. Moreover, dear Hong Ying, I must confide in you quietly that Si Xiaonan seems to have recalled something. Her voice lowered and her cheeks tinged with crimson. Last night, I caught a glimpse of something beneath that fellow's neck. A certain mark, if you will. Hong Ying, somewhat perplexed, inquired about the nature of the mark. It is merely a red imprint. Oh dear, that very thing. Hong Ying paused momentarily, then quickly comprehended. She sprang up, clad in her dinosaur pajamas, her face flushed, uncertain whether to feel embarrassment or indignation. How could he have progressed so swiftly in merely 2 days? Hong Ying found it hard to believe. Si Xiaonan sat cross-legged on the sofa, appearing quite pleased with Hong Ying's reaction after divulging this little secret. You witnessed how he conversed yesterday. Those older women seemed eager to devour him. Perhaps going to visit Condensing was merely a pretext, and he is currently at that woman's abode. Hong Ying grasped her long gun, then set it down, only to pick it up once more. Starting tomorrow, we must enforce a curfew in our household. Everyone must return home by 11 p.m. Si Xiaonan raised her hands in celebration of democracy. Indeed, this is how it should be. What if he disregards it? Hong Ying furrowed her elegantly shaped brows. If he refuses, I shall inform the captain and keep a close watch on him. I am certain he will be brought to heel. The sound of a key turning in the lock at the door interrupted their conversation. Clad in crocodile and dinosaur pajamas, they both fixed their gazes in the same direction, as if stalking their prey. As Lin Qiye entered with 2 bowls of 3-flavor vermicelli stew, he was met with this scene, momentarily halting in his tracks. Behind him, Su Run urged, "Go on in, Qiye." Pushing Lin Qiye into the house, she smiled at the 2 seated on the sofa. "Everyone's here. You must not have eaten yet, right? 7 and I have prepared a little something for you, so hurry and enjoy it while it's hot." Lin Qiye stepped forward and bowed, saying, "Thank you for your hospitality." Chapter 19. Su Run's work. Alas, how foolish I am. Hong Ying clutched her bowl, feeling remorse for having been so easily swayed by Xiaonan moments ago. It turned out that Su Run had returned late to prepare a midnight snack for them. The pig liver is truly exquisite. Beside her, Xiaonan finished her meal and wiped her mouth, scoffing. The taste is just about the same as what you'd find outside. Nothing particularly special. Her takeout box was already devoid of soup. With a beaming smile, Su Run replied, "That is indeed the highest form of praise. Thank you for the compliment." Xiaonan's tone softened as she murmured, "Well, it's not exactly a compliment. Next time, remember to add more vermicelli." Lin Qiye, cautiously eating nearby, overheard their unabashed banter and timidly inquired, Hong Ying, do you think our conversation might disturb Uncle and Auntie?" "Not all." Hong Ying shook her head. "They went missing in the fog 5 years ago." Lin Qiye opened his mouth, realizing he had misspoken. Su Run patted his shoulder reassuringly. Lin Qiye then asked Su Run, "How did you explain your presence here to your family?" "I still haven't figured out how to tell my aunt and the others." Su Run paused, impressed by the boy's perceptiveness, his expression becoming somewhat complex. "I grew up in an orphanage." Instantly, Lin Qiye felt a wave of shame wash over him. He hastily set down his bowl and waved his hands towards Hong Ying and Su Run, exclaiming, "I am sorry. I didn't mean to. How foolish of me." Su Run shook his head and spoke slowly. "In truth, many night watchers share similar backgrounds. Such circumstances are not uncommon among them. Nevertheless, we are not truly alone. Once you join the night watchers, we become a family in life." Hong Ying held her bowl, savoring the vermicelli. She nodded repeatedly, fully agreeing with his words. "And what about you?" Xiaonan inquired. "We all know you are an orphan, but no one knows what your circumstances were before." Xiaonan had encountered numerous night watchers who emerged from orphanages, many of whom displayed feelings of inferiority or extreme emotions. However, Su Run was remarkably different. He consistently exuded a gentle demeanor and had never engaged in heated arguments. Yet, it was clear that he had been hurt emotionally. Not only Xiaonan, but Hong Ying and the others were undoubtedly curious as well, though they had refrained from voicing their thoughts. Outside, the rain poured down relentlessly, showing no signs of abating. In August, the cool rain refreshed the sweltering summer heat. Su Run gently lifted his gaze, his eyes distant. After a moment of contemplation, he smiled and spoke. "I don't believe I am particularly special. What is truly remarkable are those who came to care for us, the kind-hearted volunteers. Many of them, despite barely being able to care for themselves, could not bear to see his children suffer." His heart was filled with fragmented memories of those individuals. Yet he chose not to elaborate on the stories of the sisters. Most often, he recounted tales from his work. "So, you used to be a gigolo?" Qiye exclaimed, wide-eyed. "No wonder you always flirt with older women." "Ha ha ha." Su Run laughed heartily, waving his hand dismissively. "Please, let's not make a fuss." He spoke candidly about his past, facing the objectively grim realities with an air of nonchalance. Under his words, even the darkest matters seemed to radiate warmth like the sun. The 4 of them sat together, sharing laughter and conversation. In the dead of night, within the vast emptiness of the villa, bursts of laughter echoed intermittently. Lin Qiye, during their discussions, came to understand many things. He asked Hong Ying for paper and pen and began to write, "To Annie, Yangjin." Thus, after a long day, Su Run found himself unable to sleep. He was pulled by Lin Qiye, and the 2 ventured out in the middle of the night to seek Chan Mai and Wu Xiangnan's assistance with matters concerning his aunt's household. It is worth noting that Lin Qiye, too, was an orphan with no word of his parents' fate. Yawning and stretching, Su Run offered reassurance. "Do not worry. The Night Watchmen are a unique organization, and all matters are officially endorsed. The captain handles such affairs with great prudence. Brother Su, I am not concerned about this matter." Lin Qiye hesitated, I'm pondering how I can become stronger. He had directly felt the oppressive force of the Ghost-Faced King. A single blow had sent him flying. Yet, Su Run had dispatched that monster with a single strike after regaining his senses. What? Su Run suddenly felt wide awake. He had only been in this world for 2 days and had already heard the Yama knife chant throwing tiles 200 times. It was truly astonishing. Now, he found himself particularly sensitive to terms related to power. Lin Qiye scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I didn't mean to compare, but I heard from Old Zhao that we are both in the Lantern Realm. However, why could the Ghost-Faced King not withstand even a single blow from you? Oh, I see, Su Run replied. You wonder why you, the esteemed agent of Michael, almost perished at the hands of a monster, correct? Lin Qiye clenched his fists. I initially believed that with my strength, I could protect my aunt and the others. Qiye, you must understand that the source of everyone's power varies. Su Run gently patted his back, speaking soothingly. My strength comes from this knife. He raised his left hand, revealing the Yama knife, now resting in his grasp. A knife? Lin Qiye asked in confusion. Su Run continued. The Yama knife is said to be the key to unlocking a certain world. Its sharpness can tear through the void and possesses the power to manipulate space. Of course, this knife can be rather bothersome, often babbling incomprehensible things in my ear. However, it seems to recognize only me in this world. No one else can wield it. Well, aside from myself, only those of the Spartan bloodline can use the Yama knife. There are no Spartans in this Ganges. Lin Qiye's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not realized that Su Run so effortlessly defeated the Ghost-Faced King due to this knife. Nevertheless, everyone's source of power is distinct, and it is essential to explore one's own unique attributes. I understand now, Lin Qiye exclaimed, enlightenment dawning upon him. Relay his own uniqueness. The psychiatric hospital. If he accelerated the treatment process within the hospital, he could gain abilities. However, relying solely on a weak foundation of abilities is inadequate. The Demon-Faced King serves as a cautionary example. Despite surpassing others by a significant realm, he was ultimately slain, a most embarrassing fate. Su Run smiled faintly, considering his role akin to that of a wise elder within the ring, guiding Lin Qiye onto the righteous path, ensuring he has a reliable safety net. After all, if he ventured to confront the old gods alone, what would happen if he were to falter? With the awakening of the old gods merely a decade away, he had recently become more acquainted with his own powers. It was high time to prepare for his journey of cultivation. At the very least, he must attain the status of a supreme deity. Otherwise, he would not only lack the ability for self-preservation, but would also risk being easily dispatched with a mere flick of a hand. The initial phase of slaying the gods had been excessively gentle, with few deities perishing until the later stages when they all met their demise en masse. This was far from ideal. His growth needed to be swift, or else it would become increasingly difficult to secure those coveted heads in the later stages. The celestial beings of the heavenly court would not relinquish their trophies so easily. He rested his head in his hand, feeling a twinge of headache. He was not particularly adept at devising such strategies. He was far more skilled at seeking solace in the embrace of a big sister. Perhaps he should return and share his woes with her on social media. Oh, with this thought in mind, he turned to Lin Qiye and urged, "Let us hasten our return. We have training tomorrow." On a summer night following the rain, Lin Qiye was brimming with vitality. Chapter 20. The training begins early in the morning, and exuberant Lin Qiye eagerly dragged Su Run to the training ground. He was impatient to grow stronger and wished to spar with Su Run to gauge the disparity between their abilities. The two pushed open the glass door of the agency. When Shima was behind the front desk, head down, engrossed in his phone, occasionally emitting silly chuckles, oblivious to his surroundings. Hearing the commotion at the door, he glanced up, quickly stowing away his phone, and approached them with enthusiasm. "Su Run, Qiye, have you had breakfast? The captain is out handling some matters and hasn't returned yet." Lin Qiye's previously raised brows drooped slightly. Su Run, shaking off his sleepiness, replied, "Not yet. Let us grab some food first." "Wait, you don't know the place. I'll bring it over for you," when Shima called out, halting Su Run. Lin Qiye and Su Run were forcibly seated on the sofa, watching as when Shima dashed out with an air of urgency. Our senior is quite enthusiastic, Lin Qiye remarked, feeling a twinge of warmth. When Su Run was halfway through his meal, when Shima sauntered over, hesitantly asking, Su Run, could you help me with this? Why is it that even after a pleasant chat last night, I haven't received a reply now? He gestured to the chat history on his phone, where the first 3 messages were from last night, conveying a good atmosphere. The subsequent messages from this morning, however, had gone unanswered for over half an hour. Lin Qiye paused, contemplating the situation. Su Run glanced at the string of unanswered messages. Are you there? Good morning. And finally spoke with a hint of resignation. Qima, do you think it's possible, just possible, that the other person is still asleep? But it's already 7 o'clock. When Qima exclaimed, taken aback. Clueless, remarked Long Xian, who had appeared by their side, observing the screen. Lin Qiye nodded in agreement, echoing the sentiment. With the captain still absent, Su Run, having just finished his meal, contemplated lying down for a moment of rest, but Lin Qiye, revitalized after satiating his hunger, insisted that they shouldn't be idle in the captain's absence. He pulled Su Run towards the training area. Su Run regretted having encouraged him the night before. Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with an insatiable thirst for strength. Devoid of any trace of fatigue, the two stood facing each other, bamboo, swords in hand. Lin Qiye was brimming with excitement, eager to discover the extent of their differences despite both being at the same realm. In that moment, Su Run was entirely within Lin Qiye's perceptive domain. Even the subtlest of changes could not escape his keen awareness. Casually wielding the bamboo sword, Su Run lazily inquired, Are you ready? Lin Qiye nodded solemnly, his expression serious. Su Run made his move. He refrained from using teleportation, deliberately slowing his speed. The technique he employed was one he had learned from Captain Chen Mai. Experience and foundational skills were Lin Qiye's weaknesses, and Su Run intended to make him realize this. Although the first strike was powerful, Lin Qiye easily evaded it. In the second maneuver, employing the same technique, as Lin Qiye evaded, Su Run deftly shifted the trajectory of his blade, transforming a seemingly fatal strike into a lively one. Lin Qiye barely managed to parry the blow, relying on the inherent advantage of foresight within his domain. The third attack mirrored the previous ones, and beads of sweat began to form on Lin Qiye's forehead as he discerned at least 3 variations in the strike. He focused intently, preparing to counter, anticipating Su Run's change in tactics. However, to his surprise, Su Run halted, transforming a swift strike into a slow one. By the time Lin Qiye adjusted to this alteration, the slow blade had morphed back into a rapid one. Upon regaining his senses, he found the blade poised at his throat. The existence of the blade's heart rendered Su Run's maneuvers as effortless as manipulating one's own tongue, a reference to the tongue being the most agile muscle in the human body. Prior to grasping the concept of the blade's heart, such mastery over the blade and its techniques was utterly unattainable. Lin Qiye tightened his grip on the bamboo sword. Conceding defeat, he yearned for another attempt, yet sensed that the outcome would remain unchanged. A flicker of approval glimmered in Su Run's eyes. Did he not comprehend where he faltered? Understanding the need for reflection is essential for growth. You have never truly trained with a sword. Your basic skills are non-existent, merely relying on your innate ability to evade and wield the blade. Su Run wielded his sword with casual elegance as he continued. Discussions of swordsmanship are moot. It is akin to receiving a handgun. You may pull the trigger, yet hitting a target 200 meters away is an entirely different matter. With another swift slice, Su Run executed a strike that appeared distinct from his earlier casual flourishes. Lin Qiye perceived a subtle difference, but could not articulate it. Understanding was close, yet something lingered just out of reach, akin to an incessant itch clawing at his heart, as his gaze yearned for Su Run to elaborate further. Observing this, Su Run smiled, using his blade to elevate Lin Qiye's sword, signaling him to relinquish it. With a deft flick, Lin Qiye's sword was sent soaring into the air. With a resounding clap, the blade fell horizontally atop Su Run's own, swaying slightly but remaining aloft. Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with amazement. He sensed that Su Run had not employed any mental energy. It was purely a matter of mastering the sword's balance. This was a profound control over power. With a grin, Su Run exerted force once more, launching the blade into the sky. This time, he positioned his sword upright, and the airborne blade followed suit, coming to rest with their tips aligned, steady and unwavering. To master one's weapon completely allows for the fluid execution of any technique at will. Lin Qiye's pupils dilated as he exclaimed, "How long must one practice to achieve this?" Su Run pondered thoughtfully. "I believe I spent approximately 2.5 days on it." Faced with Lin Qiye's incredulous expression, Su Run chose not to contest his skepticism. Ahem, in any case, mastery requires time and dedication. Su Run sighed, acknowledging that his own progress was solely a result of personal effort, leaving him at a loss for how to teach others. Suddenly, the sound of applause resonated in the air. Chunmai, clad in military attire, approached from the sidelines, clapping his hands with enthusiasm. His foundational skills were impeccable. However, when it comes to mentoring newcomers, I firmly believe that personal experience is the most expedient method. He halted before the two, his eyes gleaming with excitement. One was a Seraphim agent, and the other likely a future pinnacle of humanity. Chunmai would serve as a mentor to both. Such an experience was unparalleled in the entire realm of Daxia. A surge of emotion coursed through him as he licked his lips and remarked, "Your blade lacks both speed and ferocity today. Hand me your sword, Su Run." "You step aside. Xiang, Nen has brought you the sword manual, and that will be your training. Qiye, I shall train you." On the sidelines, Wu Xiangnan stood atop a large box, gesturing to Su Run, the contents of which spilled out, revealing a haphazard collection of books. Su Run's cheeks twitched slightly. His vision was sharp, and he was tempted to inquire of the captain, whose sword manual was titled The Great Leaf Flying Dagger. Chapter 21. The unstoppable awakening. Wu Xiangnan instructed Su Run to open the box himself. Upon his first glance, Su Run immediately spotted a book that stood out among the myriad of colorful volumes. Its pristine white cover bore no embellishments, only 4 bold black characters. Elementary sword techniques. How quintessentially Night Watcher. Thank you very much. Leaning against the wall, Su Run began to peruse the book. Beside him, Wu Xiangnan remained silent. This was the essential sword technique for Night Watchers. The art of the sword amalgamates the strengths of various styles. Even though it was merely an elementary technique, protocol dictated that it should not be imparted to apprentice Night Watchers. However, the fact that Su Run had discovered this book on his own rendered Wu Xiangnan's concerns irrelevant. It was only logical. Su Run read at an astonishing pace, almost a page per second, assimilating the knowledge almost instantaneously. In his mind, he could even extrapolate further insights. He still had energy to spare for other matters. Sword Principle 12. Just a third of the way through the book, his understanding had already deepened. As anticipated, whether engaging in combat with formidable foes or studying, both were forms of learning. The essence of the sword principle is that knowledge begets strength. Thus, slaying monsters yielded little. The experience points granted were meager. Sword Principle 13. Sword Principle 14. The awakening of his understanding surged rapidly. His dual abilities of bone and heart endowed him with unparalleled talent in the way of the sword. Given sufficient time, even Jesus would envy his swordplay. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Lin Qiye bore bruises of various hues on his face, realizing that the captain's admonition to truly feel with his body was not mere rhetoric. At that moment, he was finally able to comprehend Su Run's recent strike. This understanding had been earned through the sacrifice of his own flesh. Glancing at Su Run, who was engrossed in his reading, an inexplicable pang of jealousy stirred within him. How could he still be so distracted? Crack! Another blow landed upon his face. Meanwhile, Su Run had already flipped to the final page of the book. Sword Principle 15. The sensation of knowledge flooding into his mind was utterly addictive. In just a short span of time, his understanding of the sword had escalated significantly. He cast aside the completed elementary sword techniques and began to search through the pile of books. If there was an elementary version, surely there must be an intermediate one. Indeed, at the bottom of the box, he found it. An identical white cover, devoid of any ornamentation, save for a single altered character. Intermediate sword techniques. It was so conspicuous that he located it with minimal effort. Su Run glanced at Wu Xiangnan, disregarding him. and shifted into a comfortable position atop the pile of books to delve into his new find. Wu Xiangnan adjusted his glasses, appearing to focus on the two combatants, while in truth, his attention was fixated on Su Run behind him. He had initially thought that elementary sword techniques would suffice for Su Run's study today, yet was astonished when the latter finished it in mere minutes. Was Liuli Chitsi, Xin, truly this extraordinary? He felt a twinge of uncertainty, for no one truly understood the circumstances surrounding the Sword Saint. Information regarding the Sword Saint is largely based on hearsay. It is known that he once served in a specialized unit, leading to a plethora of rumors. The one indisputable fact is that the Sword Saint was already at the pinnacle of human combat prowess upon his discovery, undeniably the most formidable warrior of the Great Xia. Remarkably, he was merely a youth at that time. If it is indeed true that he mastered the basic sword techniques in just a few minutes, then today's events may necessitate another report. How would one even explain this to the higher-ups? The basic sword techniques could be easily overlooked, but the intermediate sword techniques. Wu Xiangnan felt a headache brewing. Su Run, however, was oblivious to such concerns, wholly engrossed in the book before him. Page after page, he turned with remarkable speed, neglecting even to monitor his progress in the sword techniques. The cover, stark white and devoid of embellishment, bore only a single altered character. Sword Techniques 16. Sword Techniques 17. At this moment, he felt as if numerous figures within his mind were tirelessly practicing the techniques. His understanding of swordsmanship had at least doubled. These figures were not only rehearsing the intermediate techniques, but also generating an array of unique moves. This particular style of swordsmanship was a compilation of various techniques refined by the Night Watchers. Just moments ago, Su Run had managed to extrapolate several diverse variations. Now, however, he began to notice some flaws, and the figures in his mind were even starting to devise a comprehensive sequence of actions. This was a modified version of the sword technique. If a Night Watcher were to engage Su Run in combat, it would surely be a harrowing experience for them. Sword Techniques 18. Sword Techniques 19. He flipped the page again and finished reading. Tossing the book aside, he resumed sifting through the stack of books beneath him. Wu Xiangnan's cheeks twitched in annoyance. He picked up two white-covered books, dusted them off, and tucked them back under his arm. Su Run scoured the pile, but could not locate advanced sword techniques. He glanced up at Wu Xiangnan, who adjusted his glasses and averted his gaze, appearing somewhat embarrassed yet unwilling to provide an explanation. Just one intermediate sword techniques would be difficult for him to justify to the higher authorities, let alone the advanced version. Furthermore, the physical documentation of advanced sword techniques was solely available at the Night Watcher headquarters, outside of the training camp. One would need to submit a request to access it. At best, one might receive an electronic copy, albeit with time restrictions. Su Run surmised that this was the limit of access. Very well, he would not press further. He picked up another book and began to read. The pink cover appeared rather distinctive. He was curious about its contents. Grabbing a book at random, he discovered the Swordsman Abin. Abin's examination results were not particularly impressive. After flipping through a few pages, his pupils contracted as he abruptly slammed the book shut. The text was somewhat profound. It would require careful study upon his return. He carefully set this intriguing sword manual aside, concealing it in a corner with other books, and selected another one. The Deadly 13 Blades. Indeed, this comic appears to be considerably easier to comprehend. The pace at which I am turning the pages is far swifter than before, my hands scarcely pausing. However, the blade's principle on the panel still lingers at 19%. Su Run can sense the principle continuing to develop, albeit at a less rapid rate than previously. He ponders the stylistic nuances of the sword technique. Is it unpredictable or succinctly lethal? The figures in his mind have transitioned from individual practice to a dynamic exchange of attacks. On the field, Lin Qiye once again finds himself sprawled on the ground. Chen Mai, seizing a moment of opportunity, casts a glance toward their training situation. Wu Xiangnan, feigning nonchalance, adjusts his glasses while holding two white-covered books. Chen Mai raises an eyebrow in mild surprise, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes as he observes Lin Qiye, who is on the verge of resembling a swollen pig's head. Qiye, perhaps you should take a break, he suggests, arching an eyebrow as he continues. It's time for a change in personnel. Qiye responds with a murmured acknowledgement, rising with the support of his blade. The arrival of the two does not distract Su Run. He remains entirely absorbed in the realm of the book. When he finally completes his reading, he becomes aware that he is the center of attention. Chapter 22. The Night Watchman's nemesis Hong Ying and Xiao Nen had arrived here at some point, unbeknownst to me. The 5 individuals surrounding us remained eerily silent, all gazing at me. Why are they looking at me? A wave of unease washed over Su Run. Could it be that the extraordinary blade manual had been witnessed? He quickly scanned the pile of books, which remained undisturbed. A sigh of relief escaped him. In an instant, reason returned. Why am I so flustered? Those books are not mine. Curiosity regarding the origins of the books piqued his interest, and he contemplated inquiring about their source from the vice captain. Chunmai broke the silence. Have you finished? Su Run replied, feeling rather perplexed. Follow me when you're done. It's your turn. Su Run glanced nervously at Qiye, who sported a pig's head mask. Captain, I don't think I'm quite ready. Without acknowledging Su Run's trepidation, Chunmai drew forth 2 starry blades and dragged him toward the training grounds. What are you babbling about? Draw your weapon. Today there are no absurd rules. If your strength is lacking, you'll take the hits. Su Run's previous rapid surrender still lingered in Chunmai's mind, fueling his determination. Hong Ying, reveling in the impending spectacle, chuckled. Let us see how he fares when he is beaten into a pig's head. Qiye, feeling slightly offended, remained silent. Si Xiaonan cast a skeptical glance at the pile of books on the ground. The Blade God, the little raccoon S, flying knives, the passionate swordsman, and the heartless blade. Blades in the rainy night. Were these? She inquired. Su Run's forbidden domain was rather unique. These texts held significance for him. Wu Xiangnan offered little explanation. The peculiar nature of the Sword Saint's forbidden domain had always been a closely guarded secret in the Great Xia, and his knowledge of it was limited. All he could recount was that, as per legend, he had accompanied the captain to the bookstore that morning to procure all books containing the word blade, subsequently slipping 2 volumes of the Night Watchman's blade manual among them. Whether the other books held any merit remained to be seen, judging by Su Run's earlier demeanor. They ought to be useful, right? They seemed like ordinary novels or comics, nothing particularly special. Were they genuinely effective? Si Xiaonan picked up the book titled Blades in the Rainy Night and flipped through a few pages of The Passionate Swordsman and The Heartless Blade. A ripple of blue energy coursed through the space, and Su Run had already summoned the Yama blade, bracing himself for battle. Power! More power! As the blade gripped his hand, the whispers in his ear grew louder. Silence! Su Run commanded the blade mentally. The Yama blade hesitated, murmuring, Power! I need power! Su Run felt exasperated. While the blade was effective, its obsession was profound, and a solution was imperative. Otherwise, he would inevitably transform into a creature of chaos. He swept his hair back, readying himself for combat. Kulme! Boom! Chunmai charged forward, wielding dual blades. Was this the true speed of the captain? Qiye gasped in astonishment. The captain's velocity had escalated far beyond what it had been during their earlier duel. Had the captain confronted his opponent at such a pace, he likely would not have lasted even a minute. Go, Captain! Strike him down like a pig's head. Today, Teacher Su is about to face a formidable challenge. When Shima smirked mischievously. Meanwhile, Wu Xiangnan, puzzled, wondered about the significance of the title Teacher Su. On the battlefield, however, Su Run's movements were far from the chaos anticipated by the onlookers. The experience gained from the Phantom King had significantly elevated his level. Although his mental acuity remained in a nascent state, his physical strength had transformed drastically since their last encounter. The moment their blades clashed, Chunmai felt that the opponent's grip on his weapon had become effortlessly strong. Truly a monster. In just a day, this young man's strength had matched the culmination of my years of training. Even Chunmai, with his temperament, was astonished by such rapid growth, eliciting a tinge of envy. He raised his sword, ready to channel his mental energy. Caution was paramount. Su Run's pupils constricted. That strike bore the weight of 1,000 pounds and demanded his utmost effort. He crossed his sword sheath and blade, bracing for the impact. Clang! Sparks erupted alongside a sound that made everyone wince. Although Su Run had managed to deflect the blow, his arms still ached from the exertion. The force exceeded his limits. No, I cannot engage him head-on. His mental power far surpasses mine. To match such strength, I would need to reach at least level 20. After sensing this overwhelming power, Su Run swiftly altered his strategy. His dual blades shifted from a defensive to an aggressive stance, attacking relentlessly. Su Run's eyes, glowing with a cerulean hue, fixated on Chun Mai's dual swords. The opponent's swordsmanship, derived from the Night Watchman style, revealed numerous flaws to his discerning gaze. Seize the advantage and strike the enemy. The Yama sword sheath lunged forth at an unexpected angle, aiming for Chun Mai's eyes. Should he neglect to defend, the sheath would pierce through to his brain. Indeed, observing Chun Mai abandon his offensive, he merely swept his right-hand sword defensively. A smile graced Su Run's lips. As if he had anticipated this very maneuver, he executed a deft roll, narrowly evading the strike. The Yama sword in his right hand was poised for action. The tides of offense and defense had shifted. In a flash, the spectators, who had just witnessed Su Run barely block a strike, expected the captain to unleash his power and teach him a lesson. To their astonishment, the tables turned as Su Run launched a counterattack, leaving the captain somewhat flustered. The usually composed Wu Xiangnan was momentarily taken aback. How could this be possible? Remarkable. Deputy, why does it seem the captain is struggling? Hong Ying inquired incredulously. Wu Xiangnan took a deep breath to quell his excitement, glancing at the 2 volumes of Night Watchman's sword techniques in his hands. His throat felt parched, and with a complex expression, he remarked, "He has likely mastered the Night Watchman's swordplay." "This cannot be," Si Xiaonan exclaimed, fully aware of what this implied. Wu Xiangnan refrained from elaborating further, adopting a serious demeanor as he stated, "Regarding today's training, everyone must maintain strict confidentiality. Understood?" "Yes." As Su Run wielded his long blade with increasing excitement, various sword techniques flowed effortlessly from his hands. He even felt capable of executing the moves described in the recently read 13 Deadly Blades. The sensation was utterly exquisite. Inspiration surged forth like a bubbling spring, pouring out incessantly. He resembled a firecracker ignited, unable to halt his momentum. The miniature figures of combat in his mind gradually dwindled, and Su Run sensed a premonition. The awakening of the law was imminent, soon to reach 20. On the other hand, Chun Mai possessed immense strength, but found no avenue for its release. Every time he attempted to strike, his opponent would counter with a precisely angled blow, forcing him to remain on guard. This style of combat was profoundly frustrating for him. His swordsmanship, honed through years of practical experience, was by no means weak. Today's battle reshaped his understanding of what it meant to be a genius. Chapter 23. Expressing My Heart. The tide of battle shifted when Chun Mai was finally struck by the sheath of a knife. How could a seasoned warrior, confronting a novice, find himself at a disadvantage? Such humiliation was unprecedented in his life. With a furious roar, he ceased to restrain the intensity of his spiritual power, unleashing a torrent that belonged to the realm of Chuan. With a casual swing, he sent Su Run flying. On the sidelines, Lin Qiye's eyes sparkled with excitement. What extraordinary power was this? Alarmed, Si Xiaonan immediately reacted, saying, "Captain is serious now." Hong Ying's expression changed, and she cupped her hands into a trumpet shape, shouting, "Captain, this is not a game. Please do not go too far." Chun Mai, however, did not respond. Gritting his teeth, he thought, mysterious? This lad is even more enigmatic than that. He is nothing short of a monster. What was intended to be a simple bout had turned into a struggle for survival. Losing would be a disgrace he could hardly bear. Without uttering a word, he intensified his spiritual energy. With both blades raised, his gaze was as serious as if he were facing a true monstrosity. "Hey, Captain, don't do this. I'm a bit scared," Su Run continued to provoke, prompting Chun Mai to focus even more intently. He charged forward, his speed creating a flurry of afterimages behind him. Unbeknownst to him, Su Run genuinely felt a twinge of fear. What had begun as a friendly spar now felt dangerously real. If his face were to be marred, how could he eat? As he beheld the captain rushing towards him, he discerned a flaw or two in the oncoming assault. attack through the vulnerabilities to save oneself. Yet this time, there was a marked change. The captain showed no inclination to evade or defend. One blade aimed for his neck while the other thrust toward his heart. You only attack and do not defend? The force, the angle. If this continued, it was uncertain whether the captain would survive. However, Su Run was certain his own head would surely fly off. This Chun was indeed ruthless. Since the battle had escalated to this extent, Su Run abandoned his fixation on swordplay. A blue mist emanated from beneath his feet, allowing him to blink behind Chun Mai. The Yama knife was drawn, targeting the back of the captain's neck. To his astonishment, Chun Mai seemed to anticipate his move, effortlessly blocking with one blade, producing a resounding clang. With a grin, he remarked, "I thought you would keep that move hidden." Su Run said nothing, knowing that if he did not use his teleportation, his head would indeed fly off. Chun Mai pressed the attack once more, while Su Run, caught in the cooldown of his blink, was forced to reinforce his arms with a feeble surge of spiritual energy. Clang! The blades clashed, sending Su Run hurtling through the air. This is bad, he thought, attempting to dissipate the impact by leaping into the air, but he was powerless to counter the impending assault. Wu Xiangnan furrowed her brows in concern. "I will not hold back," Chun Mai narrowed his eyes, propelling himself towards Su Run with renewed ferocity. At this point, Su Run appeared to have no other recourse. He sheathed his knife in midair, closing his eyes, as if surrendering to fate. In his mind, the last vestige of his inner strength began to fade away. No, this could not be the extent of his training. Remembering the conversations from the previous night, Hong Ying dashed onto the battlefield to rescue Su Run. Wu Xiangnan, momentarily oblivious, called out from behind, "Come back!" Lin Qiye, taken aback by the scene, prepared to rush forward but was halted by Xiaonan, who looked at him with a look of unwavering conviction, assuring him, "Trust them." As Chun Mai's blade drew nearer, Su Run remained motionless. At last, his mind was a blank slate, save for a faint whisper echoing within. Power. Law of the blade, 20. A new skill had been grasped. Blade intent. A piercing azure light erupted in his eyes. Chun Mai felt the hairs on his arms stand on end, an overwhelming sense of danger flooding his heart. Instinctively, he raised his dual blades in defense, channeling his mental energy into the edges of his weapons. Hong Ying halted her advance, unable to discern when Su Run had unsheathed his sword. All they beheld was a domineering flash of blue light. Wherever that blade passed, the very fabric of space was cleaved asunder, revealing a gaping black fissure, the void blade domain. This exceedingly forceful strike rendered any mundane object before it liable to be severed in twain. Fortunately, the Night Watcher's standard star blade was no ordinary weapon. Otherwise, Chun Mai would have likely found himself lying flat alongside old Zhao. The blade halted, yet the training ground bore the scars of its residual wave, a gaping wound etched into the earth. At this moment, Su Run finally comprehended the rudimentary nature of his previous understanding of the Yama blade's potential. This was a demonic sword capable of slicing through the very essence of space with its own sharpness. Glancing at his status panel, Su Run, level, LV10, ability, Law of the Blade, 20, Blade Bone, unconditional mastery over any blade. Blade Heart, the essence lies within one's mind. Blade Intent, my will is the blade's intent. There is no trace of hesitation. Su Run intuitively perceived the consciousness of the Yama blade, able to wield its abilities in accordance with his own intent. If previously he had merely acquired the blade's physical form, he had now wholly embraced its very soul. In this moment he stood poised in the void, immovable as if upon solid ground. This was yet another application of the Yama blade's fundamental spatial capabilities. His flash now boasted a cooldown of merely 0.5 seconds, with a range of 20 meters. The dimensional slash still permitted only 3 strikes, yet now at 0.1 seconds, he could likely produce 50 blade marks. Upon grasping the blade intent, he realized that with each ordinary strike from the Yama blade, he could rend the void, should he desire it. Damaged sword. Mundane objects stood no chance against the severing of space. Only high-level mysteries or mental prowess could hope to contend. The Yama blade hummed with energy. At this moment, Su Run distinctly heard a youthful voice proclaiming, "This is power." Exhaling deeply, he smiled and inquired, "Captain, how does this new power fare?" After a long pause, Shamai replied, "Not bad." He sheathed his dual blades and began to stride towards the training ground's exit, contemplating the insights he had just gleaned, ready for lunch. Wu Xiangnan received the dual blades from Chun Mai, her gaze fixed in astonishment upon his face. In the dim light of the evening, Qiye hesitantly remarked, "Captain, it appears that you have a slight wound on your face." A minuscule cut adorned Chun Mai's visage, so subtle that it would go unnoticed unless scrutinized closely. If left unattended, it would likely heal in no time. Chun Mai shot a glare, his ears tinged with a faint blush, exclaiming, "What are you staring at? I'm merely preparing to dine." With that, he hastily departed. Xiaonan wore an expression that oscillated between amusement and restraint, patting Qiye gently, as if in sympathy. "Hee, it seems I shall need to prepare extra medicinal supplies for you tomorrow," she chuckled heartily. Su Run had already sheathed the Yinma knife and approached Hong Ying with a gentle gaze. "Let's ascend and take a moment to enjoy lunch." Hong Ying's cheeks flushed with bashfulness. What is it?" "Well," she fidgeted, struggling to articulate her thoughts. Observing her demeanor, the seasoned Su Run felt a jolt of anxiety. Could this be a confession? "I, Su Run, possess a noble character and am not one to be trifled with." "You're—" Hong Ying turned her face slightly. "There are some rather inappropriate books among your collection, so I took the liberty of reorganizing them for you." Su Run turned his gaze in her direction, only to have the hidden pink manual of peculiar sword techniques emerge, neatly stacked alongside several other volumes. It became evident that these were indeed the inappropriate tomes. Darkness clouded his vision. "The sky has fallen, dear friends. I have exerted all my effort to produce another chapter. There are no drafts left, dear friends." Chapter 24, Sword Saint. Ultimately, through his adept expression management, Su Run successfully maintained his persona without faltering. The books were sourced by Wu Xiangnan and the captain. What connection did they have to me, Su Run? Yet, as he watched those exquisite sword manuals being taken away, his heart bled a little. Those were intricate tomes of swordsmanship. He silently vowed to seize an opportunity to reclaim them, for with the spatial capabilities of the Yinma blade, he held a glimmer of hope. As for the other books, he dedicated an entire afternoon to testing their worth. Whether they were comics, novels, or serious treatises on swordplay, all held value for him. Now, with a law awakening level of 21, he could still enhance it through reading, albeit at a painfully slow pace. Su Run let out a sigh of relief. Had improvement necessitated combat, he would have been at a loss for suitable opponents. Old Chun seemed to have been squeezed to his limits, providing him with 2 breakthroughs, which was quite commendable. Regrettably, Wu Xiangnan was injured and unable to wield a sword. Otherwise, he would have made an excellent sparring partner. As for Si Xiaonan, her true strength rivaled Klein's, yet various factors precluded her from training with him. The others were merely of minor significance. It appeared that his forthcoming ascent in the laws would rely on reading, striving to make progress within a month. After a month, he would not fear a lack of opponents in the new recruits training camp. As for leveling up, that would necessitate monster hunts, which was quite vexing, for he was aware that the quantity of early-stage mysteries was limited. There were plenty in the capital, but a peculiar balance existed there, prohibiting indiscriminate slaying. The mists, however, were rife with mysteries, so he need not worry about a lack of foes. Perhaps he could sneak into the mist to seek out a commemorative team? Su Run entertained a bold notion. He pondered. At this moment, the commemorative group should be scheming in the Egyptian circles. Steal the youth? 2 minutes to comprehend basic sword techniques? In the conference room of the Night Watch headquarters in the capital, fierce arguments rendered the atmosphere akin to a bustling marketplace. Numerous dignitaries could hardly believe their ears. Such a thick tome would surely require at least 2 minutes merely to flip through. These magnates had encountered prodigies over the years, many of whom were once geniuses themselves. Yet, today's report was truly difficult to fathom. On the projection screen, Chun Mai's report had yet to conclude. Observing the flustered expressions of the esteemed figures, he felt a flicker of solace. It was not that he was lacking, but rather that the young man was an extraordinary anomaly. Once upon a time, Old Chun himself had been a genius. Clearing his throat, he managed to recapture some attention, subsequently dropping another bombshell. He had comprehended intermediate sword techniques in 3 minutes. Puffed. Zhuqing, seated in the second chair, spat out the water he had just sipped. This was impossible. No one could achieve such a feat. If this were true, I would stand on my head and beg. A sudden silence enveloped the conference room. As someone observed the Night Watch leader, poised to speak, they inquired, Old Wang, why have you ceased? Coughing slightly, Commander Yi Fan gestured for silence. He turned his attention to the projection of Chun Mai in the center, asking, Old Chun, can you assure the authenticity of this report? I have personally verified it. Indeed, the sword techniques have been thoroughly comprehended, even deciphered. Chun Mai recalled the morning's training, feeling a flush of embarrassment. He hesitated, adding, It appears that one can genuinely learn swordsmanship from comics. The 13 Deadly Blades technique, he has indeed executed it. This afternoon, I observed him engrossed in novels and comics, seemingly gaining insights from them. This is my personal assessment. Tap, tap, tap. Yi Fan lightly drummed his fingers on the metal table, deep in thought. We must immediately bring him to the capital headquarters. No, that contravenes protocol. Every new Night Watch member must attend the training camp. Protocol? Rules are determined by people. Did the Sword Saint ever attend a training camp? Tell me, did the Sword Saint ever attend a training camp? Answer me. Then let me ask you. A wave of contention surged in the conference room regarding Su Run's whereabouts, as the high-ranking officials fervently debated. These powerful figures were flushed with intensity, as the potential emergence of a Sword Saint from the Night Watch carried tremendous significance for the entire realm of Daxia, necessitating serious discourse. Watching the leaders, Chun Mai felt a sense of relief. His role as the guide seemed firmly established. As for the rest, let the leaders grapple with it. Bang, bang. Yi Fan struck the table with increased force, prompting a hush among the assembly. Zhuqing, share your perspective. Puffed. Zhuqing, who had been spectating, unexpectedly spewed his drink. Hastily setting down his stainless steel thermos, he composed himself, sitting upright, and solemnly stated, I believe this is of paramount importance. The combat prowess of a sword saint holds far greater significance for the Night Watch than that of specialized teams. We must devise a targeted training program, if necessary. We can invite the sword saint for instruction. After all, sword and blade are intertwined. A stream of somewhat meaningful ramblings ensued. Yi Fan felt a wave of frustration. This was an unfamiliar territory for most, and they could hardly offer sound advice. Rubbing his furrowed brow with his index finger, he declared gravely, I will personally arrange discussions with the Sword Saint. Regarding Su Run, we must formulate a comprehensive plan before the commencement of the new recruit training camp. Let me be clear. In comparison to the Sword Saint, his rate of growth will surpass everyone's expectations. Our objective is to cultivate Su Run to reach the pinnacle of human combat capability within 3 years. Tentative title for the plan, Sword Saint. Confidentiality level, top secret. Discard your preconceived notions. I expect everyone to submit a proposal by midnight tonight. Zhuqing, you are to submit 3. Zhuqing. Huh? Yi Fan indeed. Under the commanding presence of a general, Zhuqing felt an overwhelming sense of unease. As the meeting concluded, everyone dispersed, leaving Zhuqing behind. The Night Watchman operated with remarkable efficiency. Upon Yi Fan's announcement that the meeting was adjourned, all departed swiftly. Chun Mai also hurriedly logged off, not out of fear of entanglement, but primarily because the Night Watchman valued efficiency above all else. The conference room fell into a profound silence. Zhuqing, observing the taciturn Yi Fan, felt a tingling apprehension and stood to inquire, Commander Yi? There's no rush, Yi Fan replied warmly, resembling a benevolent elder. Please, take a seat. We shall discuss this at a leisurely pace. He generously poured Zhuqing a cup of tea and, with a cheerful demeanor, added, I have a special task intended solely for you. Zhuqing immediately sprang to attention, saluting. Rest assured, Commander Yi, I will fulfill the mission. But I have yet to specify the task. Yi Fan gently urged him back into his chair. You see, I mentioned there was no hurry. Now, let us sit and converse. Zhuqing felt increasingly restless. It is widely acknowledged that when a superior suddenly exhibits excessive warmth, it often bodes ill. With trepidation, he cautiously asked, "So what is the task?" "You are to seek out the Sword Saint and propose introducing him to a potential apprentice." Zhuqing. Huh? Yi Fan remained silent, merely gazing at him. Zhuqing's expression darkened with worry. Chapter 25. Lord of Blades Su Run now finds himself facing a peculiar dilemma. His rate of progress is astonishingly rapid. The Law of the Blade has currently unlocked 3 remarkable abilities. Blade Bone, unconditional mastery of any blade. The essence of Blade Bone lies in an instinctive application of weaponry, transforming him from an utter novice into a prodigy of swordsmanship. Yet compared to its fundamental prowess, this ability seems almost like a mere gift. Unconditional mastery of any blade. This is where the true strength of this ability resides. It enables him to transcend the limitations of weaponry, wielding the legendary Yama blade, which is typically reserved for those of Spartan lineage. The core of this ability is fundamentally authority. Blade Heart. The art of application resides in a focused mind. The capabilities bestowed by Blade Heart elevate him to the status of a theoretical genius that should not exist. Techniques that would require a lifetime of practice for an ordinary individual can be learned and deconstructed by him in mere minutes. He can even materialize techniques from novels and comics, akin to someone inspired by a whimsical tale to invent a fantastical candy. Su Run initially struggled to comprehend this phenomenon, yet he performs it with instinctual ease, as natural as breathing. He even begins to ponder, why is it that others cannot achieve the same? Perhaps this is a realm where rules give way to principles. After immersing himself in books for an entire day, he gleaned an insight. The true essence of this ability should be law, to internalize all sword techniques and cultivate his own unique style. Blade Will. My will is the blade's will. Upon recently grasping this ability, Su Run immediately felt its profound effects. The Yama blade's mouth has finally fallen silent. Previously, wielding this sword meant enduring a childish voice incessantly whispering power in his ear, an incessant drone he could not silence. Now, however, as he unsheaths the Yama blade, a serene silence envelopes him. What once could only be described as being able to wield this sword has now transformed him into its true master. He flicks the blade with his slender fingers, thoroughly pleased. Why the silence? Does it not wish to speak? Concealing the blade, Su Run now stands empty-handed, stepping off the balcony of the Hongying family's villa, only to find himself suspended in the air. Even without wielding a sword, he can manipulate space. Su Run muses that with a blade in hand, his spatial control would likely double. This ability is remarkably straightforward, yet, as its introduction suggests, it is exceedingly domineering. My will is the blade's will. Regardless of the blade's spirit's intricacies, I have become the master. By unleashing the blade's full potential, one wonders if the core of this ability is strength. Su Run finds himself momentarily baffled. The sheer volume of power he has acquired over the past few days has left him somewhat disoriented. Nevertheless, one truth remains. The upper limit of this ability is intrinsically linked to the blade itself. If it were an ordinary blade, Blade Will would merely enhance its sharpness by a mere 1,000. However, when it comes to an extraordinary blade, the implications are altogether different. The Bailey family possesses an array of extraordinary weaponry. Perhaps it would be prudent to seize an opportunity to plunder their resources. Su Run mused quietly, contemplating the Tokyo Circle, where the divine-forged Katsu blades also hold remarkable significance. He strategized to contend with the Bailey family. It is imperative that I attain the pinnacle of combat prowess. What was the name of the Bailey patriarch again? Never mind. It is inconsequential. By the time the moment arrives, the head of the Bailey family will be deceased and thus unable to voice any objections. Bailey Pang Pang will likely remain silent as well, and Bailey Fu Run. I presume she too will have no dissenting opinions. However, the lapse of time is disconcerting. The narrative has yet to unfold, making the Tokyo Circle a more feasible target for conquest. There, the ceiling of power is singular, and I could easily persuade them to join my cause. It might be wise to embark on a preliminary exploration. After all, there lies a divine essence awaiting retrieval. Should I elevate myself to the level of Klein, I could easily dominate. I must exercise caution and avoid any dealings with matters pertaining to Takamagara for the time being. As the safety margin remains exceptionally high, I wonder how it feels to wield the warrior maiden with an abundance of blades at my disposal. I could handle any circumstance with aplomb. As these thoughts swirled, he furrowed his brow, shaking his head and realizing his reasoning was flawed. If my journey were to be merely about wielding weapons, then what would distinguish me as a sword deity? While possessing a greater array of potent weapons is undoubtedly advantageous, the essence of strength should not lie solely in armaments. Under the cover of night, Su Run gazed pensively at the heavens. The twinkling stars, no matter how fervently they strive to shine, appear as mere fireflies in the presence of the brilliant moon. An epiphany surged from the depths of his heart, compelling him to exclaim, "The core of my power must reside within myself." Indeed, in an instant, Su Run found himself standing amidst the expanse of the universe, gazing at the indistinct horizon where the night sky melded with the inky earth, illuminated by the moonlight behind him. What I ought to pursue is the boundless cosmos. The stars and the moon are but embellishments. To channel all formidable forces unto oneself and to cleave through myriad laws with a single strike. This is the path of ultimate strength I must tread. With this realization, he felt an expansive clarity in his mind, unimpeded by doubt. In the brief span of these few days, any ability he has mastered is something others would require a lifetime to study. This power has come to him so swiftly that it engenders a sense of disorientation. The sudden acquisition of such formidable strength brings him joy, yet also a tinge of uncertainty about the future. Is this truly my power? If this panel were to vanish one day, would I revert to being an ordinary mortal? An inexplicable fear has lingered beside him, growing more palpable. Having come to a clearer understanding today, he has begun to grasp the nature of this strength. A vague concept of how to enhance his power has formed in his mind. Although the panel does not display the next ability, he has an inkling of a feeling within. He reasoned to himself, the master of the body is the heart. What the heart expresses is intention, and where intention resides, so too does matter. The next step in the law of the blade must surely be creation. Ding! With this declaration, the panel stirred to life. Su Run, level, LV10, ability, law of the blade, 21, blade mastery, unconditional mastery of any blade. Blade heart, the essence of its application lies within the mind. Blade intention, my will is the blade's intention. Lord of the blade. The law has yet to awaken to 30, and the next name of power has emerged. At this moment, Su Run's heart was as tranquil as water. The heavy burden that weighed upon him had dissipated. It was not the panel that granted me power, but rather my power that shaped the panel. He was now utterly convinced. This law of the blade was indeed his own strength. It merely manifested in a manner more aligned with his understanding. Does Lord imply a sovereign? How could a sovereign relate to creation? After pondering for quite some time, he remained perplexed and decided to abandon the thought. Perhaps this power would prove to be more intriguing than he had anticipated. The August night was still quite warm. A breeze swept through the air, whisking away a hint of perspiration from Su Run's brow. He stretched lazily, and with a flicker of blue light in his hand, a long blade appeared. It was the Yama blade, summoned at will. With a mere thought, Su Run lifted the silence. It was time to unveil the true essence of this blade spirit. Chapter 26. A renewed turmoil, Su Run gradually withdrew the Yama blade. His consciousness transitioned into another realm, devoid of any structures. A profound void enveloped him. The only discernible direction was provided by the immense crimson moon overhead, preventing him from losing all sense of orientation. This was the world of the Yama blade. To intrude without proper acknowledgement could render one incapable of even standing, causing them to plummet endlessly within this enigmatic abyss. Harnessing the mastery of blade intent, Su Run commanded the spatial abilities of the blade. His expression remained composed as he traversed the tranquil void. In the midst of bitter sorrow, he lamented his celestial body, which elevated his affections to such lofty heights while he remained so wretchedly low. He recited an obscure verse, hoping to stir some response. Observing the surrounding silence, He contemplated. This phrase failed to elicit a reaction. The blade spirit was likely not Virgil. His countenance momentarily faltered, yet he spoke with unhurried calm. Will you not reveal yourself? Do you wish to discuss the distinction between a king and his steed? The stillness persisted. The crimson moon remained unchanged. It appeared that the blade's spirit was rather obstinate. He concluded inwardly. After a brief contemplation, Su Run raised his brows and inquired, Do you seek power? From the crimson moon emerged a faint blue luminescence, coalescing into a diminutive figure. A closer inspection revealed a child with white hair and blue eyes descending gracefully from the moon. The child possessed an exquisite visage, slender form, and was clad in a red robe, with hair cascading down to their lower back. Su Run inexplicably felt a sense of relief. It had manifested as a 9-year-old child. The childlike spirit of the blade landed before him, gazing up with icy blue eyes, and spoke in a tender voice, Power, with a slight warmth in his demeanor. Su Run gently asked, Are you a boy or a girl? The child tilted their elegant head, wide-eyed, seemingly unable to comprehend. Su Run felt a twinge of frustration. Given a Western backdrop of Devil May Cry, must he resort to English? Boy or girl? No response. No reaction. Power? At last, a flicker of acknowledgement. 5 minutes later, Su Run sighed while rubbing his forehead. The spirit of the blade was utterly incapable of speech. It could only utter 4 words. I need more power. And another 7. I want more power. Hesitant to assume its gender, he conducted an examination, yielding an unexpected result. It was neither male nor female, devoid of gender. For now, he would refer to it as it. He glanced at the spirit of the blade, nestled within the crook of his arm, draped around his neck, its cool blue eyes reflecting a trace of barely perceptible joy. This could be considered a child? Perhaps. After all, it had only just been born a few days prior. Initially, he had assumed the spirit's reluctance to emerge stemmed from a desire to confront him. He realized he had misjudged it. Perhaps it had merely been upset due to prior restrictions on speech, and now it had grown more affectionate. Truly, it resembled a child, easily placated. As for caring for a child, Su Run felt quite adept. Su Run's gaze was warm as he gently said, From today onward, your name shall be Yen Mo Paowa. No, that's not right. Come, repeat after me. Yen Mo. He pointed at the knife spirit, instructing with a tender yet resolute demeanor. Yen Mo. Mo. Mo Paowa. Su Run lifted Yen Mo high, exclaiming with delight. How clever you are. Let us try again. Yen Mo Yen. Mo. After just 2 repetitions, the child grasped it, demonstrating remarkable intelligence. It seemed that language acquisition would come swiftly. Excellent. Su Run tossed Yen Mo gently into the air, catching him with ease. The child felt as light as the Yen Mo knife itself, perfectly fitting in his hands. Yan Montak, Yan Montak. The child, possessing a blend of vigor and grace, giggled as he repeated his name. After playing for a while, Su Run set him down, having fulfilled his purpose for the evening, and it was time to return. This space was one he navigated effortlessly. With a mere thought, he could return to his original form. As he closed his eyes and his figure began to fade, he did not notice the brilliant blue light intensifying in this space. A blue moon overhead slowly revealed an object descending, merging with the right hand that had just cradled Yen Mo. After all was said and done, Su Run completely departed from this realm, while Yen Mo's delicate face revealed a hint of fatigue. He returned to the blue moon, gradually fading away. Upon opening his eyes, Su Run felt immensely accomplished, having clarified his future direction. This clarity would aid in his rapid ascent in power without causing confusion. Henceforth, he would focus on reading to enhance his awakening level, eagerly anticipating the moment it reached 30, which would grant him a new ability, Blade Lord. Upon returning to the villa at Hong Ying's residence, he observed Lin Qiye, who was still practicing with a knife in the yard, and mused, Everyone is working so hard. I cannot afford to be lazy. A wave of drowsiness washed over him, prompting a languid yawn. Having exerted considerable effort today, he resolved to rest well and strive for success tomorrow. In Songnan City, atop a towering building, Wu Xiangnan rubbed his weary eyes. gazing at the trembling girl before him. While mysterious attacks on humanity were not uncommon, the recent surge in such incidents was troubling. You mean your friend was frantic when she sought you after school today, only to suddenly tell you to leave, as if everything was fine? You suspect something sinister is unfolding around you? Jiang Qian, curled up on the sofa, nodded and spoke with a quivering voice. My friend is a boarding student. She seemed unsettled during class this morning. When she found me after school, the terror on her face was unmistakable. Jiang Qian clutched her blanket tightly, choking back tears. She must have encountered something utterly horrifying. Overwhelmed with emotion, she buried her face in her hands and wept, reminiscent of that harrowing night just days prior. On that day, her expression mirrored that of her classmate today, strikingly similar. Observing this scene, Wu Xiangnan chose not to intervene. It was entirely normal for an ordinary human to crumble emotionally upon facing such occurrences. Upon discerning the gravity of the situation, this young woman exhibited remarkable restraint, concealing her distress while instinctively reaching out to those in her thoughts. It is indeed commendable that she has held back her tears until now. Just the day before, she hesitated to join the night watch, leaving her current thoughts shrouded in uncertainty. Reflecting on this, Wu Xiangnan poured her a cup of warm tea. Thank you. After venting her emotions, Jiang Qian cradled the teacup, her unadorned face bearing a fragile and delicate air. This benevolent girl, much like the night of her rescue, prioritized the plight of those still ensnared in darkness. Please save my friend. She must be in grave danger. I implore you. Wu Xiangnan furrowed his brow, aware that such information was overly subjective, rendering it difficult to ascertain whether it was indeed a mysterious attack. Please hold on. I will report this. He moved to the adjacent office, where Chun Mai was sharpening a blade. Upon Wu Xiangnan's entrance, he issued a direct command. Let us proceed. Assemble everyone. It is imperative that all. Chun Mai interrupted him decisively. Do you suspect this is the result of something mysterious? I believe it is possible yet. Yes, or perhaps not. Wu Xiangnan paused, articulating his instinctual feelings. It is. That is sufficient, Xiangnan. Trust your instincts. This girl, if integrated into the team, could prove to be a valuable asset, particularly in a supportive role. Chapter 27. The Serpent Demon at the entrance of the school. Lin Qiye gazed at the familiar gates that he had not seen for just a day, exclaiming, We are back. After receiving the notification, Hong Ying gathered everyone together. Lin Qiye was relatively unfazed, practicing his sword outside the villa. Su Run, on the other hand, was comfortably nestled in bed, engrossed in his phone, when Xiaonan's face suddenly appeared beside him. They silently played on their devices for a minute. I almost drew my sword, do you know that? Xiaonan smirked, finding the situation amusing. However, Su Run's next remark would alter her perception. If you get hurt because of me, I would be heartbroken, you know? Xiaonan's cheeks flushed instantly, and she hurriedly covered his mouth. You, please refrain from making such ambiguous statements. Ha, an illiterate little girl, easily defeated, Lin Qiye teased. Enough bickering. Look, our captain is here. Hong Ying interrupted their playful squabble. At that moment, Chun Mai was at the school's side wall, accompanied by other team members, including Jiang Qian. Wu Xiangnan greeted them. We're here. I just briefed you on the situation over the phone. This mission primarily focuses on reconnaissance. If it is confirmed to be of a mysterious origin, we will execute on-site judgment without causing a commotion. Chun Mai issued his orders. Ong Ying, Xiaonan, take Su Run and Jiang Qian to investigate the girls' dormitory. Su Run, your agility is crucial. Ensure Jiang Qian's safety. Lung Xian, occupy the high ground to observe and adapt. Qiye and Qiye, proceed to the monitoring room to check for anomalies. Xiangnan, provide information support. I will guard the entrance. Let us commence. The group responded solemnly. Wu Xiangnan entered a black van, retrieving the unbound void sign to hand to Chun Mai before returning inside to operate various devices for information support. Hong Ying and Xiaonan effortlessly scaled the wall. I cannot climb walls. Jiang Qian expressed her uncertainty. Don't worry, I'll assist you. Su Run assured, gazing at the ponytailed girl with a gentle smile. It's good to see you again, Jiang Qian. Recalling their first encounter, when she mistakenly thought him to be a deity, Jiang Qian's pale cheeks softened, her anxiety easing slightly. I apologize for the intrusion, she murmured as Su Run placed his hand on her shoulder without waiting for her response. In an instant, she found herself within the school grounds. This is truly astonishing. Experiencing such power for the second time was still utterly incredible. Hong Ying noticed Su Run's hand still resting on Jiang Qian's shoulder and whispered, "We have no time for idle talk. Which room is your friend's dormitory? I'll lead the way," Jiang Qian exclaimed, recalling that her friend might still be in danger. Her urgency palpable. Su Run sensed a wave of spatial disturbance, and the moon above transformed to a crimson hue. Wu Xiangnan's voice came through the earpiece. "The unbound void has been set up," Long Xian replied. "Copy that. Heading to the high ground. Estimated arrival in 2 minutes. No anomalies detected." Hong Ying added, "On my way to the girls' dormitory. No abnormalities found yet." Chen Mai cautioned, "Proceed with caution and report every 3 minutes." Su Run positioned himself at a distance, neither too close nor too far from Jiang Qian, ensuring her safety in case of unforeseen circumstances. Having comprehended the essence of sword intent, he could react to any threat within a 20-meter radius, a considerable distance indeed. Meanwhile, Si Xiaonan, with a mischievous grin, inquired of Su Run, "Is it all right for you to be out on a mission when your candy is extra sweet baby is having trouble sleeping?" Up ahead, Hong Ying and Jiang Qian appeared not to have turned back, yet their ears were perked, as girls are often curious by nature. Unfazed, Su Run smiled and responded, "Her insomnia is merely a guise. It signifies a desire for companionship. One admirable trait of mature women is their understanding of boundaries, so it's not a concern." Si Xiaonan felt a twinge of annoyance, wondering how this person could be so thick-skinned. Before he could retort, Hong Ying firmly instructed everyone to halt. She pointed towards the nearby woods, having detected a disturbance. Signaling for vigilance, she advanced to investigate. Su Run remained still, his eyes narrowing slightly, exuding a hint of danger. He was acutely aware that the disturbance was incited by Li Yifei's true form, the Nanda snake demon. In the original narrative, this event was supposed to unfold in a fortnight. However, the butterfly effect from saving Jiang Qian had hastened the demon's emergence. Su Run pondered whether to consume the experience pack. If he were to slay the Nanda snake demon, he would gain a modest amount of experience, but would mean permanently losing his chief steward, Lin Qiye. He was concerned that the chaos stirred by the butterfly effect would only escalate. As he contemplated, Hong Ying had already approached the woods, illuminated by the light of the crimson moon. She beheld a sight that horrified her, a girl looking skyward, with a segment of a serpentine tail protruding from her mouth. The monster was invading her body. "Save her!" Hong Ying shouted, dashing forward with resolve, her mental energy enveloping her hand. She aimed to extract the creature with her bare hands. Su Run cautiously moved closer with Jiang Qian, intent on safeguarding her until Li Yifei revealed himself, at which point he could expose the monster's true form. "What a grotesque creature!" Hong Ying exclaimed. Gripping the elongated snake, she had forcibly extracted from the girl's mouth, sending a photo to Wu Xiangnan. The serpent measured at least 2 meters in length, and even Hong Ying struggled to hold it aloft. Its body dripped with viscous slime, and she forcefully pinned its neck to the ground with her box. Wary of dirtying his blade, Su Run utilized his spatial abilities to instantaneously extract the snake's head from its body. The young snake, lacking any semblance of sentience, posed no resistance to the maneuver. Observing the convulsing corpse of the creature, Su Run glanced towards Si Xiaonan, who was engaged in the rescue. "How is it? Can she be saved?" "Yes," Si Xiaonan replied, her expression grave yet hopeful. "Fortunately, we discovered her in time. Her internal organs are not severely damaged and can still be treated." Wu Xiangnan's voice crackled through the earpiece. "The rescue team will take a while to arrive. Xiaonan, tend to the injured here, while Hong Ying and Su Run continue with the mission. To ensure safety." Hong Ying placed a half-brick beside her and stomped on the serpent's head through the brick. Xiaonan cautioned, "This creature may possess parasitic abilities. Be wary of those you encounter." Su Run remained silent, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Jiang Qian's face was etched with concern. Meanwhile, Lin Qiye and Wen Qima arrived at the corridor before the surveillance room. where they spotted a mysterious figure waving at them from a distance. As they cautiously approached, Lin Qiye exclaimed in astonishment, "Li Fei, what are you doing here?" Li Fei stepped forward, his visage marked by a hint of trepidation. "Shu, keep your voice down. Hurry inside. I have something to show you." Lin Qiye and Wen Qima exchanged glances, reassured that his mundane divine realm had not detected any imminent danger. Lin Qiye advanced and intoned, "Do you realize how perilous this place has become?" Wen Qima gently closed the door, standing guard at its threshold. Chapter 28. Fury Ignited. Li Fei spoke in a hushed, trembling voice. "There are monsters in Qiye." By the door, Wen Qima discreetly nodded at Lin Qiye before quietly opening the public channel. "I was a bit late this evening and saw Old Li from a monitoring room conspiring with one of our female classmates. Out of curiosity, I stealthily followed them. Initially, I thought Old Li had some leverage over her, perhaps threatening her. Get to the point." All right, to the point." Li Fei's face turned pale, his palms clammy, nervously gripping and releasing the hem of his shirt. "I saw Old Li and Xiao and Nai go into the storage room. From a small window above, I saw them." He faltered, as if recalling something horrifying, his pupils quivering, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Gritting his teeth, he continued, "They were eating people." The members of Team 136 listened intently, their expressions grave. Noticing Lin Qiye's silence, Li Fei pressed on, "I was so frightened that I felt weak, nearly falling from the windowsill. I vaguely heard the creaking of a door opening and, terrified of being discovered by those two horrific creatures, I ran for my life. The buzzing in my ears drowned out by the sound of the wind. When I reached the school gate, I saw several people staring at me. Some I recognized, others I did not, but they all wore the same expression, coldly fixated on me, like a serpent eyeing its prey. And then, I couldn't muster the courage to move forward, so I hid within the school until now. If you hadn't come today, I truly wouldn't know what to do." Having finished his tale, Li Fei seemed to lose all strength, collapsing to his knees and clutching Lin Qiye's leg, trembling all over. Lin Qiye, her expression steely, gently patted his shoulder in comfort. "It's all right, we are here. Have you discovered where those monsters are?" I saw many of them heading towards the boys' dormitory tonight." Li Fei stammered, his features obscured in the shadows. Meanwhile, Su Run listened intently through the earpiece, narrowing his eyes. What was this serpent demon up to? Despite knowing the plot and having the ability to slay the serpent demon, he found himself indecisive, fearing it might disrupt the protagonist's growth arc. This feeling of hesitance was stifling. If he developed independently later on, Lin Qiye being the protagonist, wouldn't Ti want to seize his opportunities, leaving him unable to unleash his full potential? He exhaled deep in thought, with Jiang Qian guiding the way. They had reached the base of the girls' dormitory. At this point, Li Fei had finished his account. Team leader Chun Mai issued a new directive. "Qiye, you and your classmates stay in the monitoring room to maintain visual contact. Mo and Hong Ying investigate the boys' dormitory. Su Run, your agility is key. Scout the girls' dormitory and retreat at the first sign of danger. Understood? Received. Captain, I am quite familiar with the school. I shall head to the boys' dormitory." Lin Qiye exclaimed into his earpiece. "No, follow orders." Li Fei, pale-faced, hurriedly interjected, "Qiye, I will accompany you. Do not leave me behind." Lin Qiye relented. After hearing Li Fei's account, a simmering anger ignited within him. During his time of blindness, many classmates had shown him kindness, and he could barely contain his desire to eliminate those treacherous beasts himself. The glow of the surveillance cameras illuminated his dark pupils, reminiscent of the moon reflected in a tranquil pond. Under the moonlight, Su Run wore a somewhat amused expression, as he surmised the intentions of the serpent demon. It was inevitable that its exposure would occur today, by unleashing a few minor creatures for the Night Watchers to eliminate. It might attempt to exonerate itself from suspicion, perhaps even seeking to join their ranks. Alternatively, it might harbor intentions to devour Lin Qiye alone. From his vantage point, the demon's intentions were glaringly apparent. At that moment, Hong Ying was preparing to head to the boys' dormitory. She gazed at Su Run with concern. It was his first time accompanying her on a mission, and she felt a twinge of anxiety. Approaching him, Hong Ying gently patted his shoulder, reminding him, "From the intel we just received, this monster possesses the ability to mimic forms. I am leaving now. Please ensure your safety." With a discreet glance at Jiang Qian, her warning was unmistakable. Touched, Su Run nodded in response. "Do not worry, Hong Ying. I will exercise caution." Upon hearing her name, Hong Ying said nothing further, displaying a playful grin and a mock-threatening gesture before departing. Rubbing his temples, Su Run pondered deeply. If the serpent demon sought to absolve itself, should he let go today? However, if it aimed to consume Lin Qiye, it would likely be courting its own demise, as in the original tale. Lin Qiye had defeated it under the blessing of the Starry Night Dancer. Now, looking up at the crimson moon hanging in the dormitory sky, he realized it was indeed nighttime. Suppressing his thoughts, he instructed Jiang Qian to lead him to the girls' dormitory. The primary objective for the day was to rescue Jiang Qian. He needed to see her situation first. "This is it, room 304. The dimly lit corridor carried a musty scent, and the terrazzo floor suggested that the building was quite aged. Jiang Qian hesitated at the door, apprehensive. Directly ahead lay the dormitory, to facilitate inspections by the dormitory supervisor. The windows were generally devoid of coverings, allowing for a clear view inside, but now they were obscured by sheets of notebook paper, haphazardly arranged in various directions, creating a disarray of stripes and grids that felt oppressive. Gently ushering the ponytailed girl behind him, Su Run cautiously opened the door. A wave of foul air rushed into his nostrils, and as he focused his gaze, he was met with a horrifying sight. 3 human skins hung on the balcony. "Don't look," he commanded, but the ponytail girl had already glimpsed the gruesome scene at the moment the door swung open. Tears welled in her eyes as she clamped her hands over her mouth, stifling muffled sounds of terror from escaping her throat. In recent days, the series of harrowing encounters has left the ponytail girl with an overwhelming sense of insecurity, yet it has also fostered a significant maturity within her. Su Run remained silent, observing the hellish scene before him, shadows obscuring his eyes and rendering his thoughts indecipherable. This was the first time in his life that he had witnessed such a gruesome spectacle. Some might feel nausea upon seeing death for the first time, while others may experience a thrill. Yet for Su Run, the scene struck him like a massive, dark iron hammer, pounding against his seething heart, igniting countless sparks of fury. Previously, while reading tales of divine slayers, he had felt little impact. Now, confronted with the raw brutality of his kind being slaughtered, his grip on the Yama blade tightened unconsciously. If he were to spare the serpent demon today, how many more girls would fall victim in the days to come? With every cautious consideration, would he be compelled to retreat further in the future? If he does not slay the demon today, how shall he vanquish the divine tomorrow? The doubts that once lingered in Su Run's mind were abruptly quelled by a burgeoning resolve for vengeance. "Jiang Qian," he called out. "Huh," she instinctively replied, glancing at the boy ahead. "Where's the monitoring room?" The ponytail girl looked over, and in the darkness, the striking youth with half of his face turned away bore an expression of frost. In his eyes flickered blue flames, poised to erupt. Chapter 29, Su Run. I can't be bothered to listen in the surveillance room. The lights remained off to avoid attracting the attention of the lurking monsters. In the darkness, Li Yifei stood silently behind Lin Qiye, his eyes shifting restlessly, clenching and relaxing his fists as if grappling with a profoundly difficult decision. Lin Qiye fixated on the surveillance footage, scarcely blinking. From the monochrome images, he observed the crowd rushing towards the boys' dormitory, while Su Run and Jiang Qian vanished into the girls' dormitory, thereafter becoming invisible. After a considerable pause, he blinked, unsure of how to proceed. How to handle this? For so many years, Lin Qiye had relied solely on sensation, never having encountered a computer before. His eyesight had only recently returned. He had yet to learn its intricacies. Behind him, Li Yifei exhaled deeply, his gaze resolute. Slowly, he raised his hand, extending it towards Lin Qiye. With a crack, the lock on the boys' dormitory door was forcefully snapped by a pair of delicate hands. Witnessing this, Wen Qima chuckled dryly. "Hong Ying, whoever marries you will truly be fortunate." The school was not large, and the trio quickly converged as they sprinted with all their might. Leading them was a girl with a high ponytail, ablaze like a flame. Enough chatter. Prepare for battle. Su Run exclaimed. There have already been casualties in the girls' dormitory. We must hurry. The conditions in the boys' dormitory were not as favorable as those in the girls', yet the floor was unexpectedly clean. On this August night, the dormitories lacked air conditioning, as the authorities planned to install it after this cohort of students graduated. The group split to investigate different floors, with Qiye ascending directly to the third floor. He muted his footsteps, peering through the window glass. A faint beam of light pierced his view. Why are you still awake at this hour? A boy, caught secretly playing on his phone, was startled by Qiye's low growl, causing the device to slip from his grasp and clatter to the floor. In a flurry, he picked it up and stashed it beneath his pillow, his eyes closing in a feigned slumber. Having witnessed this, Qiye chuckled to himself, finding it amusing. However, unbeknownst to him, a security guard clad in uniform had silently appeared behind him, his head grotesquely splitting open like a flower, revealing a horrific array of flesh and teeth. Under the blood-red moon, this scene resembled something out of a horror film. A flash of cold steel glimmered. With a sickening thud, the blade pierced flesh as the creature's head was severed before it could utter a sound. Has no one taught you to avoid casting shadows when executing a surprise attack? Qiye, who had been laughing a moment ago, now bore a serious expression. The speed of the strike bore a resemblance to Su Run's earlier maneuver. He pressed down on his earpiece, relaying, "Target spotted on the third floor. Target spotted." Suddenly, a claw emerged from the window. The attack was swift, and Qiye barely managed to roll away in time. With a thud, his earpiece fell to the ground. The entire third floor seemed to come alive, the creaking of doors echoing relentlessly. Shadows began to emerge from the scattered dorm rooms lining the corridor, encircling Qiye. It was a trap. In the surveillance room, Qiye declared, "Let me handle this." Li Yifei took the initiative to rest his shoulder against him, feeling unable to bear the scene any longer. Qiye let out a sigh of relief. "Could you please check on the girls' dorm?" "No problem. This control isn't difficult. Look at the switch button in the lower right corner. It allows you to toggle the camera feed from that side." "Oh, it appears that Jiang Qian has already left. Your teammate has begun to enter the boys' dorm." Li Yifei shook off his fear and felt a surge of excitement. Qiye remarked, "Thank you. I'm grateful to have you. Don't mention it. We're good buddies. Why are your hands so sweaty?" Qiye observed the damp handprint on his shoulder, a faint fishy odor causing him to frown slightly. Li Yifei shrugged it off, saying, "The weather is just too hot, and I was scared." "You really have no idea how frightening that was. I nearly wet myself." "It is indeed quite terrifying," Qiye replied dismissively. "Fortunately, you came. Otherwise, you might have had to light incense for me next year." Li Yifei sighed. "By the way, could you speak to your captain again? I genuinely wish to join the night watch." Qiye seemed somewhat astonished. Li Yifei paused before continuing. "Wasn't I rejected last time? I really didn't perform well then. I've thought about it a lot. Ordinary people are utterly powerless in such situations. I, Li Yifei, do possess some strength. If given another chance, I'm certain I can succeed." Having regained his composure, Li Yifei began to chatter excitedly. Suddenly, the door to the monitoring room creaked open. The two turned to the sound, and in the darkness, a tall silhouette pushed the door open, its chilling azure eyes revealing an air of foreboding. After stepping inside, he flicked on the light switch in the security room. It was Su Run, wielding the Yama blade. He had intentionally kept Jiang Qian outside to prevent her from being frightened by the ensuing events. "Brother Su Run." Qiye looked at Su Run, whose eyes shimmered with a blue glow and seemed to understand something. Su Run nodded toward him, taking a few steps closer. "So, you must be Li Yifei?" Su Run smiled, though his blue eyes remained chillingly cold. Li Yifei tightened his throat, feeling an overwhelming sense of pressure wash over him, stammering, "Why yes, I am Li Yifei." Just as those words left his lips, 5 blue blades descended from above without warning. May rain. The mental energy infused into the Enma blade formed a blade array above the enemy's head, sealing a small area and slowing the movement of objects. The blades fell like rain. Virum, dimensional slash. A surge of blade light enveloped Li Yifei's right arm, instantly slicing it into chunks of flesh. No one had time to react. Even Lin Qiye's mundane divine domain only caught a fleeting glimpse of Su Run's left thumb slightly moving, almost like an illusion. There was no mistaking it. It was indeed Li Yifei. Su Run's expression hardened, his face like frost, the blue light in his eyes intensifying. The sealing blades of Mei Rain had now reached their limit. The scene shattered into a haze of ethereal blue mist. At that moment, Li Yifei finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Clutching his right shoulder, he cried out in agony, "My arm, my arm." Su Run remained silent, advancing step by step with his blade in hand. Lin Qiye, standing nearby, opened his mouth, just as a voice from the earpiece announced that when Qima had spotted the target. He hesitated, ultimately opting for silence. Li Yifei gazed at Su Run, who resembled a harbinger of death. Collapsing to the ground, he extended his left hand forward as if to obstruct something. "Wait, I'm just an ordinary person. Qiye, please say something for me. It hurts so much." Suddenly, with a swift motion, the Yanma blade descended, severing Li Yifei's left hand, which fell lifelessly to the ground. Witnessing Su Run's relentless approach and Lin Qiye's stoic demeanor, Li Yifei comprehended his dire predicament. The wound on his severed arm pulsated, quickly sealing the bleeding. He let out a thunderous roar, shedding all pretense. His entire body began to contort. "You brought this upon yourselves." A resounding hum echoed as another dimensional slash was unleashed. The blade's radiance enveloped Li Yifei's legs, and when it dissipated, they lay in a shattered heap of bone. Damn it! Damn it!" He howled in torment, pleading with the advancing specter of death. "I know where the girl you seek is. She is still alive. Spare her, and I will reveal her location. Please grant me mercy." Li Yifei, no. The serpent demon had utterly shed any semblance of humanity, now a grotesque creature. Its mouth moved in a pitiful display, begging for mercy, which filled Su Run with disdain. A monster dares to speak like a human? With a casual flick of his wrist, Su Run plunged his blade into its maw, grinding its sharp teeth and tongue to a pulp. "Ugh, ugh." At this moment, Su Run finally spoke, coldly remarking, "I cannot be bothered to listen." Chapter 30, Enchantment Cold. Fear. Collapse. In less than a minute of their meeting, it had barely grasped the name of the man before it. Its right arm, left arm, and both legs had been severed. Even its tongue lay shattered. The serpent demon was engulfed in despair, its mouth filled with its own blood and shattered teeth. Half of its cheek mangled by the man's blade as he sheathed it. These wounds, despite being grievous, could be healed with enough time, given its ability to regenerate. Yet, gazing into the indifferent blue eyes of the man before it, the serpent demon trembled uncontrollably, feeling as though it had already met its demise. "No, I refuse to accept this. I want to live." Its heart was a tumult of fear and rage. Having hidden away in Songnan for many years, it was only a few days ago, upon witnessing the gruesome death of the Ghost-Faced King, that it was deeply provoked as a fellow outcast. It resolved to alter its strategy for survival. "Why should I perish? Do monsters not possess the right to exist?" It screamed internally. "Do monsters have the right to live?" Such questions had crossed Su Run's mind in his youth while perusing history. Countless races had slaughtered one another, prompting his innocent belief, cannot everyone coexist in peace? Only as he matured did he come to understand, one must wield a knife to speak of peace. The Native Americans held a profound understanding of this issue, causing their skin to crawl at the mere recollection. And this was amidst their own kind. Looking further back in history reveals the Neanderthals, once classified as humans. Their extinction was inextricably linked to the ancestors of modern Homo sapiens. Even branches of the same species could engage in such fierce conflict. How could one expect harmony among those who are not human? Despite Su Run's absence from his original world, witnessing his kin being devoured until naught but skin remained stirred something deep within his bloodlines. Even his golden-hearted compassion echoed a singular thought. Immediately, right now, it is imperative to eradicate these abominations from existence. With great power comes great responsibility. Now that I wield a blade, it is my duty to extinguish these vile creatures and eradicate their lineage. He slowly raised the bloodless Yama blade, its edge shimmering with a ghostly blue glow under the light, causing the serpent demon to feel its heart shatter. Wait, Brother Su Run. Qiye suddenly stepped forward, placing himself between the man and the serpent. The demon's face erupted with a renewed thirst for life, as if it had found a savior, emitting frantic sounds of desperation. Even the tiniest of creatures strive to survive. Su Run halted his movement, and under the gaze of his indifferent blue eyes, Qiye took a deep breath. Then, with blinding speed, he turned and severed the serpent's head. Thud! The demon's head rolled to the ground, its serpentine pupils still reflecting a flicker of hope for survival. In its final moments, it could hardly fathom that its executioner was not the god of death before it, but rather its steadfast companion, Qiye, who had stood by all along. As the matter was settled, Su Run sheathed his blade, the frost on his face easing, and he smiled, saying, "Well done. A serpent demon's head, of little significance. It might elevate his level, but it is not particularly valuable. Such creatures are merely rare in Songnon, which in essence is merely a novice village for him, comfortable yet not conducive to rapid growth. He relishes the camaraderie of Team 136, enjoys teasing Hongying and Xiaonan, and adores the tender-hearted older sisters. Yet, he has begun to ponder whether venturing into more perilous territories might be prudent. To ascend in levels, his path will inevitably be one drenched in blood and strife. Participating in the new recruit training would consume a year of his time, which holds little significance for him. However, the mists pose an excessive danger. His actual combat prowess is ample for dealing with several pool-level foes. Yet, meandering through the mist could lead him to encounter AC or even infinite. A headache indeed. Qiye sighed, explaining, "After all, he is my classmate. I thought to see him off one last time." At that moment, Su Run regained his composure and, noticing Qiye's slight disarray, realized that today's events had startled him. He gently reassured him that the matter was concluded. Only then did Qiye relax, as voices from his earpiece called out. The monsters suddenly collapsed. "Are you all right?" Su Run pressed the communication button. "The monster's progenitor has been dispatched here." He cast a glance at the serpent demon's corpse and continued, "It was Li Yifei. Such a modicum of mental energy is insufficient for the unrestrained wielding of the Yanma blade." At the Night Watcher base, Su Run reflected on the recent encounter. After comprehending the blade intent and fully mastering the blade spirit, he could now utilize some of Virgil's skills, yet his mental energy is woefully lacking. Just a single Mei Rain and two-dimension slashes nearly drained his mental reserves. That was merely a low-tier version of Mei Rain, with only 5 Phantom Blades. The range was lamentably limited. Levels. O-Level's the last confrontation with Captain Shanmai involved a blade energy that was intended to be both controlling and damaging within the Void Blade realm. Yet it ended up as a mere ordinary blade energy. One might require at least level 30 to even have the foundation to unleash such a move. Without levels, the intricate combos of the Yanma blade system remain beyond reach. Where does one find so many monsters? Suddenly, a hand waved in front of him. "What are you thinking about, Su Run?" Hongying stood before him, bending slightly at the waist. "Let's have a quick meeting." Without waiting for a reply, she pulled him from the sofa, leading him by the hand to the conference room. This operation was executed splendidly, especially by our 2 newcomers. Jiang Qian mentioned a classmate, and the logistics department reported that they found her. She had cleverly hidden in a trash bin behind the cafeteria. Wu Xiangnan reported, adjusting her glasses. "Su Run, the captain and I have decided to grant you a day off." "Huh? That's unnecessary. I've only just arrived." Wu Xiangnan shook her head. "How do you assess your mental health?" Only then did Su Run realize. Indeed, the scene was excessively gruesome. Typically, when vanquishing monsters, one would merely sever their heads. However, this was a case of sheer brutality. Hongying and Xiaonan gazed at Su Run with evident concern. He lowered his head, engaging in a moment of self-reflection. "I feel quite tranquil, as if everything is as it should be." Qiye shook his head and tapped the table, expressing his worry. This is the crux of the matter. Su Run was taken aback. Astute as he was, he quickly grasped the underlying issue. In his previous existence, even the most ordinary individuals would falter at the sight of a mere chicken being slaughtered, let alone intelligent beings. Today, many seasoned members of the logistics team, tasked with the cleanup, bore expressions of distress. Similarly, Qiye, present in this realm, appeared somewhat pale. He was the protagonist with an exceptionally resilient disposition. How could a mere ordinary person, having only encountered the extraordinary for less than a week, exhibit such formidable mental fortitude? To execute a brutal slaughter without a flicker of emotion? Until now, he had not perceived it, but the captain's insights had awakened him. In retrospect, it was rather unsettling. He furrowed his brow and remarked, "I understand now." Chapter 31. Su Run, the Art of Deception Towards Women. I cannot master Su Run prepared for his date. After much anticipation, taking a rare day off was indeed a momentous occasion. The absence of a significant other in one's life can lead to a profound sense of unwellness. Rising early that day, he borrowed 2,000 yuan from the affluent Hong Ying. He purchased some clothing at the mall where they last met and rented a room nearby. After a refreshing shower, he exchanged his casual attire for something more fitting. Having worked in nightlife, Su Run was adept at showcasing his best features. With broad, straight shoulders and a well-defined waistline, he possessed the archetypal inverted triangle physique. His muscular build, perfectly balanced with just the right amount of fat, resembled a captivating Greek marble statue. Such a physique allowed him to wear almost anything with grace. He opted for a crisp, white cotton Oxford shirt with pointy collars, which accentuated his broad shoulders and narrow waist while subtly concealing his muscularity, striking a balance between robust and reassuring. Wearing a shirt made him appear as a groom gazing at his bride beneath her veil, evoking a sense of yearning in the woman's heart. This was advice once imparted to him by an older female supervisor. Paired with tailored black trousers featuring pleats, his long legs appeared even more elongated. Adorning a pair of black, semi-rimmed glasses softened his previously stern demeanor, adding a touch of elegance to his sharply defined features. The simple black and white ensemble transformed his presence dramatically. As he gazed into the mirror, a slight furrow formed on his brow. Something felt amiss. Channeling his focus, he swept his hair back, leaving a rebellious tuft of short hair visible. Upon arriving at the designated restaurant, he caught sight of a strikingly elegant figure glancing about. A faint smile crept onto his lips. He recognized her unmistakably. It was Tanguo. Known online as Candy, is super sweet. Her real name was Tanguo, and she had sent him countless selfies during their recent chats. Her age was uncertain, but her youthful appearance belied her professional status, resembling that of a university student. A charming young mother, she perfectly matched Su Run's preferences. As he sauntered to the table, he playfully inquired, "Pardon me, madam, do you mind if I join you?" The graceful silhouette turned, revealing bright, clear eyes that met Su Run's gaze. With a hint of embarrassment, she glanced at the table before offering a polite smile and responding, I'm actually waiting for someone." At first, she did not recognize Su Run, her expression suggesting a fleeting sense of familiarity tinged with confusion. Observing her reaction, Su Run felt he had already succeeded significantly that day. Before him stood a youthful woman, exuding an enticing blend of innocence and allure. Her lustrous dark hair was simply styled with a side part, framing her striking features and inviting lips. A black hairpin held her hair back, allowing two gently curled strands to cascade gracefully over her shoulders, perfectly complementing her white cropped shirt and accentuating her captivating charm. She donned a black A-line long skirt, artfully elevating her waistline, which accentuated her height and proportions. The voluminous skirt embraced captivating curves, exuding an air of sophistication rather than vulgarity. In contrast to the vibrant, youthful photos shared among friends, this ensemble infused a sense of mature elegance. When a woman invests thought into altering her wardrobe for you, you've already succeeded halfway. His mind raced, yet his words flowed gently and resolutely as he inquired, "Will he be arriving soon?" "Yes, he should be here at any moment." After scanning the surroundings and failing to spot the familiar figure, he turned his gaze back to Su Run, who possessed an inexplicable familiarity. Su Run stood tall, her expression filled with surprise as she remarked, "He'll arrive at any moment." Missing this minute could lead to a lifetime of regret for him. By this time, several eyes in the restaurant had turned their attention towards them, Yet Su Run remained unfazed. "What are you doing right now?" Tangwa bit her lip, replying, "I'm waiting for him. Would you mind if I joined you? It would help you escape those bothersome suitors." A spark ignited in Tangwa's eyes as she confirmed that this handsome, mature man was indeed the Su Run she knew. The disparity between him and his photographs was astonishing. This realization intrigued her, transforming the moment into a delightful game. As she bit her soft lip to stifle her laughter and play along with the charade of flirtation, Tangwa's gaze fell gently upon Su Run as she softly said, "I don't mind. Please take a seat." Su Run sat across from her, and to outsiders, the two appeared perfectly matched, akin to a married couple. "I believe you might not be aware," he began. "What?" "A woman looks her most beautiful when she tries to maintain a serious demeanor, but can't help but smile." At that, Tangwa finally burst into laughter, her eyes sparkling with brilliance, reminiscent of undulating peaks. He was charming her, and she was fully aware of it. Yet, a sweet warmth blossomed in her heart, rendering her weak and joyfully enchanted. Leaning softly against the table, her cheeks flushed a delicate pink, her gaze took on the doe-eyed allure of innocence. With a slender finger, she playfully poked Su Run's hand, pouting, "You are late. By 10 minutes." Her flirtatiousness, reminiscent of a youthful maiden, was undeniably captivating. Unable to resist, Su Run gently clasped her left hand. "It was I, the tardy Su Run, who made you wait 10 minutes while I—" He intertwined their fingers with his large, warm hand, "was merely captivated by your enchanting beauty." Tangwa's eyes twinkled with mirth, the warmth of his hand providing a sense of safety, making her feel as if his gaze held the sparkle of stars. Su Run's sweet words threatened to ensnare her, causing her heart to race and her breath to quicken, releasing soft, fragrant whispers. She bit her rosy lip, refusing to withdraw her hand, leaning further across the table and playfully asserting, "I don't care. You were late. Then punish me. I belong to you during the day." "Why during the day?" Su Run leaned forward, gently placing her hand on her cheek, revealing a smile of resignation. As night fell, one could not definitively say whether I was still human. The distance between the two was palpable, even their breaths intermingling. Su Run's gaze slowly drifted toward those plump, rosy lips. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Su Run furrowed her brow. The pleasant atmosphere had been abruptly disrupted. "Apologies. It seems to be a work-related matter. I must attend to it," she stated. In such moments, one cannot delicately seek a woman's consent. One must assertively express oneself, lest such tenderness leads to a gradual loss of identity. It's nothing. Perhaps the night watchman has encountered an unexpected situation. He released Tangwa's hand and checked the message. "When Shima, Master Su, what does one pursue this?" "When Shima, image." Su Run glanced at the screen. It was the girl they had been discussing a few days prior. The profile picture depicted a girl holding a bouquet of flowers, gazing out the window. From their previous conversations, it appeared she intended to test Shima. Tilting her head in contemplation, Su Run replied, "When a woman says she wishes to test you, it typically means she feels you are unworthy of her, yet is reluctant to part with your kindness." Ignoring any potential reaction from when Shima, she promptly powered down her phone and set it aside. "Will this affect your matters? I promise you today would be yours." "It's fine, I'm indifferent." "Sure, I cannot deceive a woman." In a corner of the restaurant, two small heads peered suspiciously in their direction. "He actually used your money to flirt with another woman." "Sister Hongying, I'm going to confront him right now." Xian exclaimed, her twin buns bobbing furiously. Despite her cunning nature, a Klein powerhouse and agent of Loki, destined to become the god of mischief, she found it impossible to contain her emotions at this moment. She yearned to deliver a blow that would send the scoundrel to the farthest reaches of the cosmos, fiercely suppressing him. "Wait." Hongying's expression was dark and inscrutable as she gritted her teeth and said, "Let us observe a little longer." Xian shook her buns in confusion. "What more is there to see? If we keep watching, he'll just enter the hotel. I see him quite clearly. I want to see what else he intends to do." Hongying clenched her small fists, teeth gritted like a puppy that had its bones stolen. Tomorrow, I will personally teach this scoundrel a harsh lesson." At the end of the chapter, the author has included a rough illustration of this character. but I currently lack the permission to insert images into the main text. That is all for now. I hope you enjoy reading. Chapter 32. Su Run. You truly excel. The following noon, Su Run emerged from the hotel entrance, stretching luxuriously. Ah, what bliss! This slumber had rejuvenated his spirit. The once cluttered thoughts now flowed freely, and his mind was devoid of chaotic notions. He donned his usual attire, grasping several bags in his hands, gifts intended for the affluent patron, Hong Ying, for the days ahead, which surely require financial assistance. One must never neglect the intricacies of human relationships. With a mere 20 yuan left for a taxi fare, he reflected on the costly outfit he had worn the previous day. Indeed, his pockets were now emptier than his visage. Hailing a taxi by the roadside, Su Run bore a wry smile of resignation. Upon his return to the night watcher base, he sensed an unusual atmosphere. Qiye was incessantly coughing, as if his throat were troubled. When Qiye shot him knowing glances, while Wu Xiangning concealed his face behind a book, ostensibly asleep. The captain busied himself in the kitchen, tidying up the dishes. The entire base was enveloped in an oddly serene silence. Approaching Hong Ying cautiously, he noticed her intently polishing a 2-meter-long white waxwood staff, its gunhead detached and resting on a nearby table. Hong Ying, what is the matter today? He inquired. Little Su Run, you're back. Her words seemed to awaken the base, prompting others to greet him. Teacher Su has returned. Have you eaten? Cough, cough, Su Run, welcome back. Cold Qian said nothing but patted his shoulder. Su Run immediately sensed that something was amiss with the affluent young lady. Despite the smile gracing her face, her tone bore an undercurrent of danger. A sudden pang of anxiety struck him. Had he been discovered? Guilt gnawed at him. For such matters were akin to a situation where a female friend, who relies on your hospitality and borrows money, is later seen checking into a hotel with her boyfriend. It was a complicated judgment. He rarely, while perhaps not infrequently, engaged in such activities himself. Was this not a form of philanthropy? He lifted a shopping bag, offering a somewhat awkward smile. Little Hong Ying, this is a gift for you. What do you think? Hong Ying cast a fleeting glance at the contents, uttering no further words, but gestured for him to follow her to the underground training arena. Su Run glanced back. The once distracted teammates had now converged, craning their necks to observe him, yet none dared to approach. At this moment, Su Run pondered a pressing question. Was the Uncle's advice about confessing to receive leniency truly valid? I had thought you and your dear sister might not return tonight. Hong Ying's delicate features clouded momentarily as she tossed him a white waxwood staff, now devoid of its gunhead. Understanding that he had indeed been caught, Su Run had no intention of deceit or evasion. Instead, he contemplated how to placate Hong Ying's ire. In his eyes, she was a valued friend, and he wished to avoid straining their relationship. As his mind raced for a solution, his mouth instinctively responded. She prefers men. I am drawn to women. Our romantic views differ, which often leads to disputes. Hong Ying took her stance, her high ponytail resembling a flickering flame. Young master, today we shall not practice with knives. You are forbidden from wielding a blade or utilizing your abilities. I shall teach you how to handle a great gun. If we do not engage in a bout to vent our frustrations today, it will be difficult to navigate this challenge. As she spoke, Hong Ying lunged forward with a stick in hand. Unable to contain her fury, she shouted, I lent you money to solve your living problems, and you squander it on flirting with women. Su Run, you truly are something. Listen to me. We are meant for each other. Su Run exclaimed as he dropped the stick and turned to flee. Who would fight under such circumstances? You flirted with 4 women yesterday. Which one do you truly love? I love them all, she retorted. I will kill you. The training ground resonated with sounds akin to a house being torn apart. Team 136, lurking at a distance, eavesdropped on the commotion. Hey, why are you all here? Lao Zhao, you're awake. The newcomer was Zhao Kongcheng, who had been bedridden for quite some time. Since you've awakened, why not rest a bit longer? I have fully recovered. If I do not move, I shall become useless. What are you all sneaking around for? Who is at the training ground? Zhao Kongcheng inquired as he strode toward the arena, his companions unable to stop him, perhaps drawn by a desire to witness the unfolding drama. Hong Ying seemed to have broken through her genetic limitations, relentlessly pursuing Su Run with boundless energy. Hong Ying, if you continue like this, I will retaliate. Su Run thought it best to disarm her and subdue her. He focused intently as the white waxwood staff drew closer, feeling the breeze it created on his cheek and catching the scent of the oil upon it. At the opportune moment, a sharp crack echoed as the staff struck Su Run's left calf, followed by blows to his right leg and arm. His limbs grew weak, his gaze unfocused, his movements sluggish. He was rendered completely inept. In mere seconds, he had endured numerous strikes. Protecting his head, he felt dazed, devoid of a weapon and unsure of how to defend himself. His combat instincts had diminished to the level of an ordinary person. Do you still wish to counterattack? Show me. Before he could devise another strategy, Hong Ying cast aside her staff. Her long, powerful legs executed a unique maneuver, displaying an astonishing coordination that lent her movements a rhythmic beauty. With her left foot propelling her, she launched her right foot forward at an angle. This was a series of movements leading to a decisive strike. She took a giant step, twisting her waist like a mother leopard, preparing to leap into the air. Su Run's pupils constricted. It was the moon kick. This kick had a wide arc, a lengthy wind-up, and many openings, yet its power was undeniable. Being struck would be no trivial matter. With no time to ponder the length of her wind-up, Su Run reacted decisively, raising his right hand to intercept her feigned attack with her right leg, executing an Iron Mountain press to exploit the opening. He successfully intercepted Hong Ying's moon kick mid-air. Although the charge kick was thwarted, the accumulated momentum caused Su Run to lose his balance, and he uncontrollably toppled towards Hong Ying. With a thud, both of them tumbled to the ground. After a moment, Su Run propped himself up, sensing something peculiar in his hand. Instinctively, he grasped at it. It feels quite smooth. Is it pleasant to touch? As he focused his gaze, he saw Hong Ying lying on the ground, her lips pressed together. Her once proud ponytail now splayed out, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes glistening with moisture, exuding a unique allure. Generally, Su Run withdrew his hand, apprehensive that this young girl might not relent. He decided to grasp her hands instead, feeling the fabric between them, unable to discern any sensation. Surprisingly, Hong Ying did not react with anger. Instead, she turned her face away, exposing a rosy earlobe, and asked, "Why didn't you dodge?" "I did not wish to evade." He replied, "Why not?" Observing Hong Ying's demeanor, Su Run realized what had truly transpired. This was no display of anger, but rather a manifestation of jealousy. His senior had been entirely correct. While there may be a few women in this world who do not eat, there is not a single woman who does not feel jealousy. He pondered when this fiery sprite had developed affections for him, feeling quite perplexed. As he felt the roughness in his hand, he noted that despite her fair complexion, this girl of his age had her fair share of calluses. Su Run sighed inwardly, recognizing her as a delicate soul. He truly could not bring himself to harm her. Flirtatious remarks hovered on the tip of his tongue, but were swallowed back. Gazing at Hong Ying's face, he could ascertain that she harbored feelings for him. Rather than engage in futile testing, he desired to cut through the confusion swiftly. With a hint of regret, he smiled and said, "It's a pity you are a bit too formidable. Otherwise, I might have genuinely liked you." Hong Ying turned to him, her face aflame, her voice barely above a whisper. "I've heard that after having children, one becomes softer." Had any other woman uttered those words, Su Run would have laughed heartily and showered her with sweet nothings. Yet at this moment his mind felt blank, as the situation diverged from his expectations. The girl showed no signs of bashfulness or indignation. Instead, she chose to unleash a full frontal assault, shaking the very foundations of his heart. Chapter 33. The visit of Zhuqing. What are you two up to? The sudden voice interrupted the two individuals maintaining an ambiguous posture on the ground, gazing into each other's eyes. Su Run hastily rose, his heart racing. Despite being a seasoned player in matters of affection, he was caught off guard. Hong Ying, however, calmly sat up and directed her gaze toward the source of the voice. "Lao Zhao, why aren't you resting on your sickbed instead of running around?" Her expression was fierce, resembling that of a tiger ready to pounce. Zhao Kongcheng chuckled lewdly and teased. "Did I disturb you? Don't be shy. Lao Zhao was young once too. Su Run, you little rascal. In just a few days, you've already captured the heart of the most beautiful flower in our team 136. Impressive, typically eloquent. Su Run found himself at a loss for words, his mind in disarray. Hong Ying, don't let him deceive you. He is nothing but a fickle rogue. Not all like your uncle Zhao, who is honest. Hong Ying crossed her arms and huffed dismissively. So what? He is inherently wonderful, and I simply like him. Zhao Concheng grew anxious and exclaimed, "Oh dear, you are a girl. Shouldn't you exhibit a bit of modesty? Since you have confirmed your feelings for him, why not boldly express them? Being secretive is truly shameful." She brushed off the dust from her clothes, disregarding Zhao Concheng's remarks entirely. Zhao Concheng countered, "What if he doesn't like you? And if that's the case?" Hong Ying placed her hands on her hips, slightly bending forward to gaze unabashedly into Su Run's eyes. "Even if he doesn't like me, I have plenty of ways to make him like me." Su Run was taken aback, his expression turning complex. A surge of sweetness akin to honey filled his heart, mingled with a slight bitterness. This sensation was unprecedented for him. He shook his head helplessly, trying to suppress these feelings and stabilize his heart. With a gentle smile once more, he ruffled the girl's disheveled hair and gently declined. "All right, if you keep insisting, I might truly be ensnared. However, I must confess I'm not a good person." Hong Ying, undeterred by his words, brightened her gaze and replied, "I am certainly not a bad person. If you fall in my hands, I assure you will not suffer." The situation became increasingly challenging for Su Run. He was ill-prepared for such directness, feeling quite overwhelmed. "You little rascal truly know no bounds." Zhao Concheng, noticing Hong Ying's distress, gritted his teeth and remarked, "You are quite skilled with a knife, yet last time you dared to extinguish my cigarette. Hong Ying, rest assured, your uncle Zhao will teach this little rascal a lesson." At that moment, the members of Team 136 entered the training ground, and upon hearing Zhao Concheng's words, they wore expressions of amusement, anticipating a possible confrontation. Noticing Su Run's discomfort, Hong Ying remained undeterred, finding Lao Zhao as clamor bothersome. "Lao Zhao, if you wish to be beaten, I won't stop you." With that, she strode toward the members of Team 136. Lao Zhao promptly handed her a training knife. Grinning mischievously as he lowered his voice, "You have a bit of my youthful flair, don't you?" He then shouted loudly, "Come, let me see just how much strength you possess." Su Run was still pondering over the matter of Hong Ying, letting out a long sigh. The affections of a beautiful woman are indeed the most challenging to bear. In a realm of love, who can truly claim invincibility? Who dares to proclaim themselves undefeated? He casually twirled a knife, attempting to dispel his thoughts. Never mind, as the saying goes, let nature take its course, and wherever fate may lead, so shall you follow. At this moment, he yearned for a straightforward confrontation. "Come on." With a swift thrust, he lunged towards Zhao Concheng, shouting "Ya!" on the side, when Qiye was overjoyed. Come on, the game is on. Who will win between the two?" Obviously, it will be Brother Su Run. Definitely Su Run. That guy may be a scoundrel, but his strength is truly formidable. "Su Run? Is that so? This way, the betting won't work." Qiye cast a cold glance. "Our team does not permit gambling." Qiye had indeed been training less lately. No, Captain, I was wrong." When Qiye raised his hand in surrender, secretly muttering to himself, "Wasn't there a gamble just a few days ago?" He hardly considered who benefited from the last bet. The battle on the stage was intense, yet merely 2 minutes had passed when old Zhao, drenched in sweat, rolled from side to side, clearly nearing exhaustion. However, in the end, Su Run did not secure victory in this round. At the crucial moment, a guest arrived for the night watchman team 136, interrupting the match. Old Zhao, casting a quick remark of "no mistake," hastily exited the stage. The crowd moved upstairs, where they found a casually dressed man examining the photo wall of Team 136, occasionally breaking into a slight smile. Qiye exclaimed in surprise, "Zhuqing, what brings you here?" The visitor was none other than Zhuqing, the second in command of the night watchmen. The sudden appearance of such a high-ranking official in their team signaled that something significant was afoot. "Haha, my long time no see." Zhuqing turned around. He and Shun Mai had shared a bond in the capital, and he was well aware of the current affairs within Songnan City. Meeting again now, his feelings were undoubtedly complex. Qiye got straight to the point. I have come to see you about someone. Don't be anxious. It's a good thing. Shun Mai had his suspicions and cautiously asked, is it about what was discussed in the last meeting? The previous meeting had mentioned the Sword Saint taking on disciples, and he was taken aback by the swiftness of Zui Qing's personal visit. After all, he was the second in command of the Night Watchman, with endless tasks awaiting him. Zui Qing merely smiled and nodded slightly, not confirming nor denying. Shun Mai sighed. Just as the members of Team 136 were beginning to bond with Su Ran, it seemed they would soon have to part with him. Such a promising talent was indeed hard to let go. Han Ying inexplicably felt a sense of unease. She grasped Shun Mai's arm, urgently inquiring, Captain, what is going on? Who is it that you need to send off? Su Ran remained silent. This scene was absent from the original narrative, yet it had emerged after his arrival. He was unaware of what was transpiring, but it was highly likely that it was related to him. The convergence of timelines, the rectification of the grand design of the world. Regardless, the plot had already begun to shift because of him. Only, he gazed at the girl whose eyes were filled with him. He suppressed his inner thoughts and, along with the others, turned to look at the captain. Shun Mai sighed and said with a wry smile, Su Ran, believe me, I truly do not wish to let you go, but I must. Han Ying immediately became agitated, exclaiming, he cannot leave. Xiao Nan, hands on her hips, added with noticeable excitement, exactly. He still owes Sister Hong Ying money. Shun Mai ignored her and continued, Sword Saint wishes to take you as a disciple. A hush fell over the crowd, mouths agape in disbelief. One sword, one rider, one revered figure, one void, one sage. The five pinnacles of humanity. At the top, the Sword Saint. In the Night Watch, an undeniable idol. In this era devoid of divine presence, he was the god of the Night Watch, a living legend, even more revered than the leadership of the Night Watch. That esteemed figure wishes to take Su Ran as a disciple. Lin Qiye's jaw dropped. Su Ran was to become the Sword Saint's apprentice? When Shima was already in a daze, murmuring sword, 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 Sword Saint? Good heavens! This must be a joke. Lung Xian, pinch me. This rascal, although formidable, could not possibly be a disciple of the Sword Saint, could he? Xiaonan found it utterly incredulous. This little brat? A disciple of the Sword Saint? What have I brought into our midst? Old Zhao was so ecstatic he could hardly contain himself, flailing his arms in sheer excitement. Even the usually aloof Lung Xian changed his demeanor, pleading, Brother Ran, please help me get a signature from the Sword Saint. I would do anything. The expressions of the crowd varied, and Hong Ying stared blankly at Su Ran. The person she had only just realized she had feelings for, and she hadn't even begun to pursue him yet. Was he truly leaving? An inexplicable emotion welled up within her, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Hong Ying said, do you need anything else? You're always short on money. Let me transfer some to you. Su Ran stopped her, exasperated yet amused. The leader hasn't spoken yet. Why are you all in such a rush? He turned his gaze to Zui Qing, who was observing the reactions of Team 136 with a knowing smile. With a shrug, he said, everyone, did I ever say that the Sword Saint wishes to take on disciples? Chapter 34. A helping hand. Huh, is that not the case? Shun Mai found himself utterly bewildered. Hadn't this very issue been the subject of their previous meeting? He recalled every detail distinctly. If it weren't for this matter, would the esteemed leader Zui Qing have come all the way to Songnan City? Zui Qing, shrouded in mystery, glanced at Su Ran, yet the latter's expression remained unchanged. Instead, the members of Team 136 appeared profoundly disappointed. Observing Su Ran's unflappable demeanor, Zui Qing simply shook his head and stated, it is a brief, specialized training session, with the Sword Saint as your instructor. Oh! Team 136 seemed to be infused with newfound vigor, erupting into cheers. Outsiders would find it difficult to comprehend the stature of the Sword Saint within the ranks of the Night Watchman. However, through this scene, Su Ran began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Indeed, plans often fall victim to unforeseen changes. Just days prior, Su Ran had contemplated that Team 136 had reached its peak, sensing that their growth had stagnated as if mired in quicksand, while pondering a new path forward. Today, the Sword Saint was set to provide him with specialized training. It was as though a pillow had materialized just as he was about to doze off. He smiled at Zhuqing, his tone laced with anticipation. "Leader, when shall we depart?" Zhuqing gestured towards the door, where a black business vehicle awaited them. "Ready to go." Su Run took a deep breath, suppressing the exhilarating call of destiny. He drew Hong in closer, leaning in to whisper a few words in her ear. The fiery girl's eyes widened in shock, her cheeks flushed with a blend of embarrassment and disbelief. Observing her reaction, Su Run quickly grasped her hand and leaned in once more, whispering softly into her ear. The warm breath against her delicate ear sent her head spinning, leaving the girl momentarily dazed as they exited the hall. "Oi, you rascal! What did you say to Sister Hong Ying?" "Adult matters. Children should refrain from meddling." Upon Hong Ying's return, she held a black package in her hands, the contents unknown. Su Run accepted it with satisfaction, winking at her before turning to Zhuqing. "Let us go, leader. There is no need for farewells. I shall return shortly." Lung Xian called out from behind. "Brother Run, I implore you, please secure me a signed photo of the Sword Saint. I beg you, I would do anything." He extended his empty left hand, waving it behind him as a farewell without looking back. Inside the black business vehicle, the scenery outside blurred past rapidly until they soon arrived at an airport. A helicopter was already waiting, its sleek black exterior marked only by the white-painted number 02 on the side. During the journey, Su Run had harbored concerns about potential leaks of information, fearing that some unwise faction from the ancient god church might attempt an ambush. After all, in the original narrative, the Night Watchmen were akin to a sieve, with the new recruits training camp having been obliterated by missiles. In truth, he had overthought the situation. This was a wholly impromptu operation, with no one being notified in advance. Zhuqing had been negotiating with the Sword Saint for several days, promising a multitude of benefits to secure his agreement. Su Run, curious, inquired, "What benefits did you promise?" With a mysterious smile, Zhuqing remarked, "We have entered into contracts with numerous novelists who willingly step into the Night Watchman's small dark room, where they are compelled to write no less than 20,000 words a day without rest, with themes confined strictly to sword and blade genres. What a peculiar workshop for writers this is." Su Run trembled with indignation, feeling a chill despite the sweltering summer heat. "Is there still hope for this society?" Zhuqing tossed him a white reading device, saying, "Here, you have a copy as well." Upon receiving it, Su Run noticed the plethora of novels and frequent updates available on it, and he was utterly enamored with this gift. "This is truly splendid." For hours later, in Huaihai City, adjacent to Cangnan City, the helicopter swiftly arrived at its destination. "All right, you may disembark. I have matters to attend to," Zhuqing instructed, hurrying off without alighting from the aircraft. Before him stood a towering, antiquated metal warehouse, its rusted doors ajar. Above, in bold white letters, were the words, "Heavy Storage Warehouse Number 0213. Su Run felt a flicker of doubt. Is this the very warehouse where Qiye and the others arrived later? After indulging in novels for so long, he could hardly recall the specific details, only that it was a place inhabited by a truly astonishing figure. Clutching the black package prepared for him by Hong Ying, he stepped through the open doorway. Inside lay an expansive, even floor, where the sound of his shoes echoed clearly against the concrete. In apocalyptic tales, possessing such a vast personal warehouse would be utterly exhilarating, Su Run mused. Along the edges of the warehouse, several small rooms were visible, and from what appeared to be a kitchen came the sound of water flowing. He refrained from approaching immediately to extend greetings. Prior to this, Su Run had contemplated how to interact with the Sword Saint, an extreme novel enthusiast yet profoundly socially anxious. Even the protagonist Lin Qiye had struggled significantly to persuade himself to engage with the Nightfall team, taking considerable time to interact naturally. Su Run resonated with this situation, as he himself was a gaming aficionado, having traversed here after countless late nights. Unlike the Sword Saint, however, Su Run masked his social anxiety and timid, reclusive heart with the facade of a roguish appearance, a necessity for survival. He had changed in some ways, but remained unchanged in others. Most of the time, he presented himself as gentle and amiable, yet his most comfortable state was playing games alone at home, occasionally being held by an older sister when weary. In essence, he had devised a strategy for engaging with the Sword Saint, Zhou Ping. He would employ 3 sentences to open the Sword Saint's heart. He discarded the black package at his feet and raised his hand, conjuring a swirling blue phantom blade in his palm. "Come on," with a flick of his thought. The phantom blade hurtled towards the figure in the kitchen, and he instantly teleported outside the warehouse. This diminutive flying blade was hardly a challenge for the Sword Saint. It disintegrated before reaching the kitchen. At that moment, Zhou Ping, who had been washing dishes, paused, his hand trembling as he silently removed the pink plastic gloves. The pinnacle of humanity, the foremost warrior of the Night Watch, the Sword Saint who halts deities with a single stroke, the future immortal swordsman of the mortal realm, Zhou Ping. He turned around, his face brimming with fear, on the verge of tears. This newcomer is terrifying. Oh, how I wish to escape this place and return home. I should never have agreed to Left Qing's request. Is there anyone else here? Someone, please help. He remained paralyzed in the kitchen, too afraid to step outside. After 10 minutes, he had engaged in countless internal dialogues. He contemplated sneaking into the adjacent room to retrieve his suitcase and slip away unnoticed, but sensed the imposing newcomer blocking the entrance. He considered breaking through the wall and fleeing on his sword, yet hesitated, concerned about leaving a negative impression on this formidable individual. What if that flying blade was merely a casual greeting? What if he was simply admiring the scenery outside? Countless thoughts raced through his mind, only to be met with endless denial. Zhou Ping remained unable to take that crucial step beyond the kitchen. Another 20 minutes passed. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to at least take a glance and then find an opportunity to return home. He removed his apron, donned a short-sleeved shirt, and stepped out of the kitchen. In the warehouse, the echoes of his footsteps resounded ominously, each sound instilling a profound sense of dread, compelling him to retreat back to the kitchen. Thus, he halted in his tracks. Half an hour later, he inhaled deeply, deciding that he would venture out to offer a greeting. With trepidation, he approached the warehouse door, each footfall magnifying his fear, as myriad thoughts flickered through his mind. At this moment, dusk had descended, marking the boundary between day and night. Chapter 35. In this battle before him stood a door, resembling a dividing line on the horizon, separating Su Run from the Sword Saint. One resided in the light, the other in the shadows. The Sword Saint lingered inside the warehouse, gazing at the figure before him, who stood with a sword in hand, eyes fixed on the distant sky. He yearned to voice a reprimand. "How rude of you!" Yet, as he opened his mouth, the words remained unspoken. The figure, clutching the sword, suddenly turned half his face, startling the esteemed warrior of the great Qiye, causing him to retreat a step. The man's gaze was cold and piercing, akin to the blade he wielded. In that instant, the sweltering heat of the August sun was entirely subdued. The figure slowly parted his lips, his voice clear and resonant, uttering the words, "You have arrived." The Sword Saint was taken aback, for those words seemed hauntingly familiar. After a brief pause, a glimmer sparked in his eyes. Hesitantly, laced with profound insecurity, he replied softly, "I have come." The man sighed deeply, tilting his head, and remarked, "You have indeed come." Zhou Ping's countenance, rarely adorned with excitement, flushed with a hint of warmth. He steadied his voice and reiterated, "I have indeed come." His words trembled slightly, and he began to feel a pang of uncertainty, sensing that his delivery had faltered. Fortunately, the man paid no heed and continued, "You were never meant to come." Zhou Ping had fully immersed himself in the moment, his social anxiety diminishing significantly. He spoke in a calm tone, "Yet I have come." Su Run offered a faint smile, finding his thoughts aligning closely with Zhou Ping's. Does social anxiety have friends? Certainly. Who do those with social anxiety befriend? Individuals sharing the same passions. Witness the introverted souls in everyday life transform into social butterflies at conventions. No one is inherently an island unto themselves. Su Run reveled in gaming and enjoyed engaging in discussions within comment sections. He knew how to identify his kindred spirits. Zhou Ping's situation was somewhat more severe. One might say he was more unadulterated. He could weep over novels, a rarity among adults. Everyone once possessed such purity, yet only fools and madmen managed to preserve it. Zhou Ping too had friends residing within the realms of novels. What Su Run aimed to do was cast the shadows of those individuals upon him. The person he was before his journey across dimensions could never have achieved this. But now, he was destined to become the future Sword Saint, the god of blades, the immortal of swords. He turned, a radiant smile illuminating his face, unable to contain his laughter as he exclaimed, "Come, let us battle fiercely." A minute later, Su Run lay sprawled on the ground, while Zhou Ping stood nearby, utterly bewildered, unsure how to proceed. Are you all right? I hope I haven't harmed you. I'm so sorry, so sorry." Su Run's expression twitched. He regretted not allowing the Sword Saint to unleash his full potential. He had exerted every ounce of his strength, yet the encounter was an overwhelming one-sided affair. His once proud swordsmanship had been trampled upon. His teleportation had been seen through almost immediately. The May rain had yet to descend before being utterly shattered. Even the dimensional slash had been evaded by the Sword Saint's sword technique. Who truly initiated this confrontation? Zhou Ping seemed to perceive his thoughts and hurriedly reassured Su Run, saying, "It's all right. Even a minute is quite impressive." Su Run's cheeks twitched, and he felt a surge of blood rushing from his heart to his brain, nearly suffocating him. The frigid words almost shattered his resolve developed over many years. A dazzling blue light erupted from his eyes as he bellowed, "Bring forth the blade. I shall fight once more. 100 lifetimes of reincarnation." A minute later, Su Run, having collapsed once again, had calmed considerably. He glanced at the interface. Su Run, level, LV10. Ability, Blade Principle 25, Blade Bone, unconditional mastery of any weapon. Blade Heart, the essence lies within a mind. Blade Intent, my will is the blade's intent. Blade Lord. In just 2 minutes, the previously stagnant progress of his principles had increased by 4, a testament to the high-quality combat. With Zhou Ping, a max-level player, feeding him skills, he was confident he would soon unlock his 4th ability. Observing Zhou Ping, who appeared somewhat flustered, he extended a hand. Zhou Ping, somewhat sluggish, reached out and helped him up. Seeing this bewildered young man, Su Run relaxed his previously stern expression. He flashed a rare smile at Zhou Ping, an exuberance lighting up his face. "Future Blade Saint, Su Run." He introduced himself. The remnants of the setting sun had already been entirely consumed by the night, and the young man with the blade smiled faintly. Though he was merely at the light stage, an aura of ambition radiated from him like the warm sun, rising amidst the darkness, making him stand out remarkably. Zhou Ping recognized countless familiar figures of swordsmen within him. Hu Fei, Fu Hongxue, Yi Kai, Xiao Shi Lang, Tian Bogu. The great Xia Sword Saint, Zhou Ping. The two exchanged glances and laughed in unison. Su Run's laughter rang out, while Zhou Ping's chuckle bore a hint of awkwardness. "What kind of special training have you arranged for me? After this training, could I battle you for 300 rounds? Zhou Ping scratched his cheek, somewhat embarrassed, and replied, "I'm afraid that might not be feasible." Su Run playfully punched Zhou Ping's shoulder twice, jesting, "Oh, Zhou Ping, if you can't manage that, have you been cutting corners on my special training?" Zhou Ping merely chuckled in response. Before becoming the great Xia Sword Saint, he had no friends. After attaining the title, everyone revered him. Even Yi Fan and Zui Qing interacted with him with a certain caution. The sensation of being treated equally was something he had only experienced with his family. The patrons dining in the establishment were not included in that sentiment. He frowned slightly and remarked, "You're too fierce. You should, tone it down a bit. Be careful, or I might just give you a good thrashing." "Ha, Zhou Ping, look at you making jokes now." Zhou Ping was momentarily taken aback, but soon joined in the laughter. He did not desire special treatment. It was merely that in novels, adversaries who recognize each other's talents often interact this way, and he had instinctively spoken. It turned out that this subtly mischievous desire to witness the other's blunders was what one called joking. As they conversed, they walked towards the warehouse. I must remind you that humor has its nuances. One should refrain from jesting with those lacking rapport, as it may be perceived as an affront. Avoid overly acerbic jokes, for they often masquerade as insults. Most importantly, do not jest with superiors, for they may hold a grudge against you. Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping chuckled. "Then how dare you jest with me, the Sword Saint of the Great Xia? Yes, Yes, I apologize if I have offended you. Not at all. I merely observe that you have learned something and are attempting to apply it to me. I believe I should learn from you as well. Why not teach me now? Huh? It's getting late. Let's discuss this tomorrow. How selfish of you. Ha ha ha, I was only jesting. Zhou Ping rarely laughed heartily. If he fans were to witness this scene, he would likely be left in astonishment. Is this truly the same introverted Zhou Ping? The exchange between individuals can be remarkably enchanting. Within moments of their first encounter, Zhou Ping felt as though he had known this youth for many years, as if their interaction was destined to be. After sharing a few jests, he still found Su Run somewhat fierce, yet the sense of unfamiliarity had begun to dissipate. Suddenly, Zhou Ping halted, exclaiming, "Wait, we have forgotten something." What? He dashed like the wind to the exterior of the warehouse, gazing at its outer wall, his face ablaze with unusual excitement. Su Run felt an ominous premonition, questioning, "Are you thinking of?" Indeed, great masters leave behind stone tablets. Today, under the moonlight, we shall engrave our duel for future generations to admire. Su Run's expression shifted alarmingly. The rules of the martial world dictated that only the victor could inscribe their name. He shouted, "Stop!" But it was futile. A tempest of sword intent enveloped Zhou Ping. His gaze sharpened, fingers poised like a blade, and with a majestic sword energy, he inscribed upon the wall the battle between Zhou Ping and Su Run. 8 grand characters, etched with gold and silver strokes, exuding a formidable sword intent. The sheer force of the sword intent in those inscriptions made it abundantly clear who had triumphed. Before Su Run had reached his zenith, his defeat was immortalized upon the wall for all to see. His face darkened, and he resolved to reclaim his honor. Years later, a group of night watchmen arrived at this site, only to discover that the dual saints of the Great Qiye had once clashed here. The wall adorned with the indelible marks of sword intent, all chronicling the sword saints' disgraceful defeats. Chapter 36. Training Direction. Only the strong possess authority, yet the weak retain the right to complain. Upon our first meeting, you would seek to harm me? Quickly, wield your sword energy and erase those words, or I shall retaliate with great force. I shall cast dust into your eyes. Zhou Ping, berated, curled up on the ground, burying his head deep within his knees. No matter how Su Run implored, he remained utterly unyielding. Weighed down by exhaustion, Su Run mused that this sword saint harbored a dark side. Had he perhaps ventured into the wrong realm of divine slaying? This was not the character he had anticipated. Lin Qiye's esteemed uncle was reliable and powerful. How could this be the case? After futile struggles, Su Run resigned himself. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. And considering himself a half-gentleman, he granted himself 5 years for retribution. Very well, let us rise and discuss the matter of training. Zhou Ping promptly stood, shedding his earlier timidity. Since this is specialized training, there must be a regimen in place. Yes? How do you intend to arrange my special training? Upon broaching this topic, Zhou Ping's interest was piqued. From a recent spar, he gleaned a general understanding of Su Run's primary attack methods. Your teleportation ability is somewhat akin to my sword evasion, but the application is flawed. Confounded, Su Run questioned, flawed? Isn't that merely a form of blinking? What alternative application could exist? The direction is misaligned. My sword evasion demands swiftness. An instantaneous thought transforms me into a beam of light. To put it succinctly, you cannot apply the concept of a line to the capacity of a point. Let us elaborate. Your teleportation is abrupt, an imperceptible movement. It should not be utilized as a mere evasion technique. In contrast, my sword evasion, he glanced at Su Run, noting his silence, and continued, is rapid, manifesting as a flash with a mere thought. I could traverse from point A to point B either in a direct line or with the grace of a dragon weaving through its path. Your teleportation arrives instantaneously, devoid of any intermediate process. These are 2 fundamentally different concepts. This revelation struck Su Run like a bolt of enlightenment, and he began to grasp the nuances. Your movements are overly conspicuous. Each use requires a lifting of the foot. Should an adversary perceive this and simultaneously target both your origin and destination, your technique would be rendered ineffective. Moreover, Your landing is easily discernible. Not only do your footfalls betray you, but your gaze too, though you may attempt to conceal it. You cannot deceive an experienced master. Sweat beaded on Su Run's brow as he absorbed this critical insight. Such flaws were indeed fatal in the presence of a true master. Zhou Ping had articulated his criticisms with remarkable tact, suggesting that this technique would be compromised. In actual combat, should an opponent decipher one's movements and strike at both the origin and destination, they would undoubtedly unleash a devastating counterattack. What Su Run had believed to be a blink that evaded a skill was in fact a blink that brought the opponent face to face with a lethal blow. The outcome would invariably lead to either death or severe injury. There was no room for mere compromise. Talent is indeed a gift, yet my personal combat experience remains woefully insufficient. Fortunately, it is never too late to mend one's ways. I have grasped the problem. What about the training direction? Through intention, the movement of thought, this is the most flawless method. Is intention synonymous with mental strength? No. Zhou Ping shook his head. Intention is intention, and mental strength is mental strength. Intention is the progenitor of mental strength, and the two are fundamentally distinct. Su Run felt a twinge of discomfort. His mental strength was currently so feeble that the very concept of intention seemed esoteric. How does one train intention? It requires no training. Once mental strength reaches a certain realm, comprehension comes naturally. Yuyist. Su Run clenched his fists, contemplating, but ultimately decided against confrontation. He knew he could not win. What else? Zhou Ping's eyes suddenly sparkled with excitement. Your flying blade can not only soar forth, but also teleport. That is incredibly impressive. Can you teach me? Get to the point. The energy of that flying blade lacks sufficient solidity, and your control is not meticulous enough. Setting up obstacles for practice would be beneficial. What about the dimensional slash? So that is what it is called. Remarkable. Noting Su Run's slightly unfriendly gaze, Zhou Ping quickly amended his statement. But it is rather slow. Slow, you say? The speed of sound travels at over 300 meters per second. When I exert myself fully, my speed may surpass that of sound by a fraction. Hearing this, Su Run felt somewhat disheartened. How could he possibly contend? His once proud capabilities of the Yama blade seemed utterly inadequate before Zhou Ping. Zhou Ping, perceiving the shift in Su Run's demeanor, hurried to offer reassurance. However, I can see that these two abilities likely belong to a coherent system. With natural development, they will undoubtedly become formidable. I understand. Is there more? There's one more thing. Su Run felt a bit overwhelmed. He had merely made a polite remark, yet Zhou Ping indeed had further insights to share. You seem to rely too heavily on techniques, neglecting the path. What do you mean? Your three abilities are undoubtedly powerful, yet in comparison to your own swordsmanship level, they may not be sufficient to wield those techniques. Your blade can cleave through space. Aside from certain unique voids, many immeasurable level powers cannot achieve such feats. At this point, Zhou Ping appeared somewhat puzzled. Just like a third-rate master in novels, even if presented with the Tai Chi form, he would only grasp the posture. Your comprehension of the path evidently has not reached this level. Logically, you should not be able to grasp the essence. Yet every strike you deliver embodies that essence. Therefore, I believe you have delved too deeply into these techniques, overlooking the fact that swordsmanship itself is the great path. Upon hearing this, Su Run understood the essence of his words. In simpler terms, how dare you unleash tons of damage upon stepping out into the world? Su Run felt slightly reassured. This is not a problem, but rather a manifestation of his extraordinary abilities. Blade Heart, Blade Intent, and Yama Blade are all indispensable. Blade Heart allows him to unconditionally wield every sword. Let the spirit of the blade become a source of strength, unleashing the full potential of the sword. The Yama blade integrates damage, control, and preservation, enabling the wielder to effortlessly conquer foes beyond their level. However, he refrained from elaborating, merely nodding and saying, "Continue. Your swordsmanship has improved remarkably. After just a brief encounter, I sensed your advancement. Therefore, it is essential to return to the fundamentals. Read extensively, then engage in practical combat. I believe you will soon achieve a breakthrough." A faint smile tugged at Su Run's lips. He realized that the importance of reading could not be overstated. Knowledge truly is power, an undeniable truth. I understand now. So, what shall the arrangement be for tomorrow? Reading practical combat, reading practical combat. Su Run raised an eyebrow, his gaze turning fierce. When viewed from the perspective of life and death confrontations, it is crucial to address the most significant weaknesses, which undoubtedly lie in your teleportation. This is a fatal flaw. However, mastering the mind cannot be rushed. I too invested considerable time in it, Zhou Ping lamented. Ultimately, it boils down to a lack of mental fortitude. He found himself at a loss for solutions. Zhou Ping had already reached the pinnacle of humanity when discovered by the Night Watchers. Yet, this sword saint of the great Qiye had likely begun his literary journey the moment he learned to read, for to him, it was a form of cultivation. Describing his experience as a decade-long endeavor falls short, for it extends beyond mere years. Nevertheless, Su Run observed Zhou Ping in silence, recognizing a seemingly inescapable cycle. He paced back and forth, pondering for a moment, when a spark of inspiration illuminated his mind. He lifted his head and smiled coldly. He conceived an idea. While the strong may sit upon their thrones, the weak will invariably find their shortcuts. No, it should be stated, all beings compete for freedom beneath the frost-laden sky. Chapter 37. The Reversal of the Celestial Patterns. Please cooperate with my endeavors. The following morning, Su Run arose without indulging in the luxury of lingering in bed. Over the years, his ingrained habits have gradually begun to transform in this new world. After partaking in the breakfast prepared by Zhou Ping, he picked up the stack of books Zhou had gifted him and commenced his reading. One was a future blade saint, and the other, a sword saint of the great Qiye. They sat across from each other, each in their own chair, engaging in little communication. In a shaded area before the warehouse, the sound of cicadas arose and fell in a melodic rhythm, while the breeze rustled through the mountains, harmonizing with the cicadas' chorus without creating a cacophony. Both individuals were immersed in their hefty tomes, reading in serene silence. Zhou Ping's demeanor while reading was utterly captivating, in stark contrast to his usual self. At times, he would exhibit fierce indignation. At others, he would weep uncontrollably, and occasionally, he would burst into fits of laughter. Meanwhile, Su Run, with a wild grass stem between his lips, tasted the faint bitterness of morning dew on the leaves, which served to sharpen his focus. He maintained a quieter presence, the only sound being the rustling of pages as he flipped through them with remarkable speed. Were it not for the intensity of his concentration, one might have mistaken him for merely skimming the text. Though their paths appeared similar, they were, in reality, vastly divergent. Zhou Ping delved into each volume with an obsessive fervor, gradually solidifying his future swordsmanship principles through a painstakingly slow and profound process. In contrast, Su Run had already established a blade principle, and his current pursuit was merely to revitalize it. The arduous journey that Zhou Ping faced was one Su Run had already transcended. Despite the absence of verbal exchange, an unspoken understanding lingered between them. However, in Su Run's plans, he knew this silent rapport would not endure for long. After lunch, Su Run sensed some growth. Yet the progress of his blade principle remained stagnant at a mere 25. He contemplated that if he relied solely on reading, it might take him 2 days to reach 26. As anticipated, relying solely on books, while the initial advancements were commendable, the pace would undoubtedly slow as he advanced further. He had sensed this in Songnan City, but it had become increasingly evident. The difficulty would surely escalate exponentially in the future. It was daunting to consider how much determination would be required to elevate oneself to the pinnacle of humanity using only these texts. A glance at Zhou Ping revealed a steadfast dedication, a decade of unwavering commitment. Zhou Ping's 10 years refer to a span both backward and forward from the present moment. Su Run shook his head, silently reflecting. A foolish person who persists in their folly may ultimately become a genius. This encapsulates the true essence of Sequence 333, the heart of a transparent child. However, for Su Run, this path was a dead end. By the time he achieved divine enlightenment through reading, the calamity would already be at his doorstep. Even Zhou Ping had only managed to consolidate his principles through the sacrificial offering of Yi Fan, thereby attaining the status of a Sword Immortal in the mundane world. Had he relied solely on himself, he too would eventually forge a swordsmanship principle that would shine through the ages. Yet time, ultimately, was not on their side. According to yesterday's plan, this meeting should have transitioned into practical training. However, Su Run presented a minor request. This morning, I felt a significant breakthrough. Since it is a real battle, I must engage in a life-and-death struggle. A life-and-death struggle? Zhou Ping appeared somewhat bewildered, glancing around, searching for whom? For those mysterious entities, those monsters. Could it possibly be you? Yet there are no mysteries here. Su Run smiled amiably, stating, "This is where you, the great Xia Sword Saint, come into play. I cannot do that. Usually Yi Fan instructs me on where to go and whom to slay, and I simply follow," Zhou Ping responded. "If you cannot, you can learn. You are destined to become the Sword Immortal. This minor task should be no challenge for you." Su Run grinned like a sly fox, attempting to flatter him. "Sword Immortal? Well, I too. No. What I meant was, Yi Fan did not mention this task when he sent me here. There are brothers who can assist you. You simply are unaware of them. There truly are none," Zhou Ping nearly lamented. "Ah, fret not. Allow me to analyze the situation for you," Su Run gently coaxed. "What did Yi Fan summon you for?" "For specialized training. Specialized training is intended to enhance my abilities. Correct? Right? So, is your task not centered around improving my strength?" "Correct. Thus, since the focal point of this mission is me, my duty is to employ every means possible to amplify my prowess, while your role is to fully support me. Yes?" Zhou Ping sensed something amiss. Yet in the rapid-fire exchange, he lacked the time for deeper contemplation. "Yes. Excellent." Su Run's demeanor shifted, turning serious as he declared, "Now, in order to facilitate the success of your mission, please capture a mystery for my training." But, Zhou Ping's eyes began to swirl in confusion. "No buts allowed. Comrade Zhou Ping, please cooperate with my endeavors." Yes. "Why are you still standing there hesitating?" "Because of you, our progress has come to a standstill. Hurry and take action." "Understood." He gulped. He was far too fierce. Observing Zhou Ping transform into a streak of sword light as he dashed into the distant sky, Su Run smiled faintly. "A bit of clever reasoning, dear Zhou Ping, perfectly executed. This is the correct approach to specialized training. With the strongest enforcer of Great Xia at his disposal, why should he toil to seek out those mysteries hidden in obscure corners? When would I ever be able to save Great Xia?" No one could have anticipated that a rookie night watchman would possess such audacity to command a sword saint. If the leaders of the Night Watch were to learn of this, they might very well rush over to tear him apart, questioning if this national treasure is to be utilized in such a manner. Su Run stretched languidly. The sun had already risen, prompting him to relocate his chair to a new shaded spot, whereupon he picked up a book and began to flip through its pages. The wind today carried an air of exuberance. However, it was not until the crescent moon hung high in the sky that Su Run finally spotted a glimmer of sword light approaching from the horizon. Zhou Ping gradually came to a halt, a mysterious being standing motionless beside him, seemingly having lost consciousness. Observing the weariness etched on Zhou Ping's face, he inquired with perplexity, "Why had you been gone for such an extended duration? What transpired?" Zhou Ping was on the verge of tears. After listening to Zhou Ping's fragmented account, he grasped the absurdity of the day's events. Huaihai City was the territory of the Sword Saint, where any entity possessing a modicum of intellect would refrain from lingering. For the foolish had perished without exception. Yet Zhou Ping, this earnest lad, remained oblivious to this fact. He had scoured the expanse of Huaihai City for an entire afternoon, traversing the skies, lakes, rivers, and even the sewers, nearly overturning every inch of land. Despite his efforts, he found no trace of the mysterious being, and thus began to search the surrounding areas. His sword-dashing speed was remarkable, soon leading him to encounter one. However, this being was exceedingly weak, and in a moment of carelessness, he eradicated it. The second and third followed suit, and eventually he managed to temper his strength. Yet, he inadvertently stumbled upon a den of mysterious beings, and in an overwhelming surge, they all rushed forth. One lapse in control resulted in the annihilation of an entire family. In his pursuit of a fourth being, he encountered one of the Wuliang realm, left to ponder how such a creature had survived long enough to reach this stage. Zhou Ping deemed this being's level 2 elevated to satisfy Su Run's requirements for the life and death battle, but he could not simply disregard it upon sight. Thus, he dispatched it with a single strike. At this juncture, Su Run could bear no more. Gazing at the unconscious Qi realm being he had brought back, his heart ached to the point of suffocation. This was a rare specimen, having survived Zhou Ping's numerous encounters with the mysterious, left relatively unscathed. Exhausted, he stepped forward and dispatched the unconscious being with a swift strike. A smile, more grotesque than tears, spread across his face as he remarked, "Comrade Zhou Ping, you have done exceptionally well." Chapter 38. The Enigmatic Realm, am I doing well? Zhou Ping asked, momentarily taken aback, his voice faltering. Why do I sense that you don't appear very happy? His ability, the lapis lazuli heart, allowed him to perceive the goodness or malevolence within others, and he could vaguely sense their emotions. Su Run replied, I feel for you, having to endure so much today. Is that so? Haha, it's not too bad, really. Not much effort required. But weren't you supposed to engage in a life and death battle? Why did you kill so directly? The foolish boy said shyly. Damn it. This cursed thing made you search for so long. I was too angry to hold back. Promise me that from now on, when you capture the mysterious, regardless of whether they are injured or disabled, as long as they still breathe, bring them back to me, all right? I have my own ways to deal with them. I simply cannot bear to see you suffer so much. Zhou Ping's expression fell. I still have to capture them, of course. Comrade Zhou Ping, although the work is arduous, giving up is absolutely out of the question. All right then, let us not dwell on this any longer. You haven't eaten yet. Come and taste my culinary skills. Su Run, level, LV 11, ability, Law of the Blade 25. After a long period of stagnation, his level had finally increased. The elevation to level 11 in mental strength was marginal, and the enhancement in physical strength was subtle, yet not extraordinary. It was nothing like the previous rapid ascent of 3 levels, which had nearly doubled his capabilities. This was merely the beginning. In the days to come, it was foreseeable that his level would soar. With Zhou Ping, a fully level counterpart, practicing alongside him, the improvement might even accelerate further. Once this training phase concluded, he would undoubtedly undergo a tremendous transformation. At that point, even if he ventured into the mist, he would possess a degree of self-preservation. With this thought, a relaxed smile graced his sharply defined features, and anticipation bubbled within him. He would ask Zhou Ping to bring back something to test his strength tomorrow. Otherwise, given his rapidly advancing abilities, he would indeed require tangible data to gauge his improvement. After finishing their meal, Su Run could not allow Zhou Ping to dine for free. The laws awaited their enhancement. The two proceeded to the warehouse, preparing for the day's intense training session. Law of the Blade 26. Once again, their duel was devoid of suspense, resulting in a 1 increase in the law. The following morning, just before dawn, Su Run instructed, listen closely. This time when you go out, find the mysterious and bring back their limbs, even if they belong to the Wuliang realm, as long as they are alive. Do you understand? But didn't you say it was a life and death battle? I live while they die. Isn't that a life and death battle? What is the significance of that? I can gain experience to level up. Once I level up, I can elevate my realm. Do you grasp that explanation? It's fine if you don't. You need to overthink it. Did you notice how much I improved yesterday? The purpose of our rigorous training is to enhance my capabilities, and my role is to ensure your cooperation. You must align yourself with my endeavors. Do you understand? Zhou Ping has already lost consciousness. Why are you staring blankly? Answer me. I understand. If you comprehend, why are you not hastening? As Zhou Ping transformed into a flicker of sword light and vanished, Su Run felt as though he had forgotten something of significance. After a while, unable to recollect, he abandoned the effort and spat out the grass root he had been chewing. Lifting his hand, he concentrated to conjure a phantom blade, which he held in his palm, aiming at a distant large tree. With a flick of his wrist, the phantom blade vanished as if it had never existed. Yet a new phantom blade embedded itself into the trunk of the tree, gradually dissipating. Su Run chuckled with delight. This was truly the authentic little leaf flying dagger. The ability, Blade Heart, had previously lacked prominence, seeming merely a passive skill for reading and gaining experience. In truth, this skill was the key to why the Night Watcher had taken an interest in him, and the reason Zhou Ping could perceive the familiar shadows within him. Blade Heart enabled him to master the remarkably described knife techniques from books, essentially supplemented by the laws within. The day prior, Su Run had already acquired this astonishing knife technique described in the texts. Literally flying dagger, never missing its mark. This technique possessed a hint of causality. Quite peculiar indeed. He chuckled, certain it would serve him well in the forthcoming encounter. Zhou Ping, await my grand display in a few days. He resumed his embrace of the sentimental swordsman and the heartless sword, repeatedly revisiting the content as Blade Heart continued to exert its influence, deepening his comprehension of the technique. 20 minutes later, Zhou Ping returned with 2 Chuan realm mysteries. These were 2 rabbit-like mysteries, no larger than a palm. They boasted snow-white fur, soft rabbit ears, ruby-like eyes, and an irresistible round tail that begged to be squeezed. Zhou Ping held one in each hand, tugging at their ears as they trembled with their 8 short legs. Once placed on the ground, the larger rabbit spoke human words in a sweet, soft voice, quivering as it pleaded. Please, I beg you, dear brother, spare my sister and me. Zhou Ping remained silent. He set the power-sealed rabbit down and gestured towards Su Run, indicating it should speak to him. The injured little rabbit, wobbling on its legs, approached Su Run's feet, pleading in a sweet, childlike voice, its tone choked with emotion. Brother, I can help you wash clothes, fold bedding, cook, and even serve as a mode of transportation. I can also transform into a human form. I only ask that you spare my life and that of my sister. Its ears drooped to either side of its head. Tears streamed down its cheeks, soaking its soft fur, while its tiny, fluffy tail trembled incessantly. They realized that leaving today was impossible, and all they hoped for was to retain their lives. Although she could transform into a human, her ears and tail would remain unchanged. Whether as a slave or a pet mattered little, as long as they could survive. Su Run set down the sentimental swordsman and the heartless sword, his gaze briefly filled with delight as he surveyed the snow-white rabbit. Puffed. A long blade decisively pierced through the delicate head of the rabbit, embedding itself a few inches into the ground. Level LV-13. Experience acquired. With a swift motion, he withdrew the Yama blade and, amidst the screams, severed the head of another rabbit. Level LV-15. To prevent the carcasses from decaying and emitting an unpleasant odor, he kicked the remains of both rabbits into the distant forest, allowing them to nourish the land. Zhou Ping maintained a calm demeanor, though his tone carried a hint of confusion. I assumed you would. Would what? Su Run replied, brushing his shoes against the ground with a meaningful glance. Did you think I would indulge in meat? Zhou Ping appeared perplexed, wondering what he meant by indulging. He had almost been deceived by the 2 rabbits himself, until he caught sight of the skeletal remains in the rabbit's den. Su Run shook his head, lacking any intention to explain, and simply stated, I do not consume rabbit meat. He rotated his upper body, stretched a bit, and charged towards Zhou Ping with the Yama blade raised. 2 minutes later, Su Run lay on the ground, resting. Blade's Law 27. Just as Zhou Ping was about to search for the mystery once more, he suddenly recalled something he had neglected to mention. Strength test. Wait, there is a significant plan involving rabbits ahead. Chapter 39. Strength test. Frenzied hunt testing strength? Such a concept does not exist. Zhou Ping scratched his head in confusion at Su Run's inquiry. Su Run, somewhat taken aback. Press further. How do you Night Watchmen assess your physical prowess? He found it hard to believe that such a formidable organization lacked a means of evaluation. Even if they did not measure punching power, surely lifting weights would suffice. Zhou Ping waved his hand dismissively, his expression awkward as he mumbled, I am unsure. It dawned on Su Run that this sword saint had joined the Night Watchmen at their peak, rendering a strength test utterly unnecessary for him. Feeling at a loss, he thought perhaps they could resort to lifting weights instead. However, I do have another method, Zhou Ping continued hesitantly. In novels, there are classifications like pig, tiger, elephant. and dragon strength, and I can assess you based on that. Su Run's eyes sparkled with intrigue. This sounded quintessentially Zhou Ping. Pray, elaborate, he urged. Zhou Ping, now animated, spoke with fervor, usually stuttering when conversing with outsiders, but now flowing with eloquence. An average adult possesses at least 1 unit of pig strength, capable of lifting 100 pounds with their bare hands. Tiger strength, on the other hand, represents the limit achievable by gifted individuals through rigorous training, enabling them to heave a 1,000-pound boulder with a single arm. This is already the upper limit for most. In the tales, only extraordinary champions possess 5 units of tiger strength. The might of dragon and elephant strength transcends mere physical capabilities. 1 unit of elephant strength typically requires specialized training in body refinement techniques to attain, not only surpassing 10 units of tiger strength and raw power, but also boasting impenetrable defenses, allowing one to endure battles for hours without succumbing to fatigue. Among the Night Watchmen, the most formidable physique belongs to a member of the Phoenix Squad named Qiye. I forgot. Su Run felt exasperated. Qiye Simeng, the captain of the Phoenix Squad. Even a novice like me in the Night Watchman knows that. Yes, that's her, the agent of Athena, capable of clashing with the mysterious using sheer strength. At least 7 units of elephant strength. Yet, does she not possess a unit of dragon strength? Su Run found this hard to fathom. Zhou Ping shook his head and sighed. Dragon strength is no longer within the grasp of mortals. It resides in the realm of deities. However, combat is not solely determined by brute force. I am confident I could wield my sword against even a divine being. Su Run interrupted, eager to know. How will you assess my strength? Without using weapons, deliver your strongest strike upon me. Zhou Ping, equally enthusiastic, was thrilled at the prospect of bringing the fictional framework into reality for the first time. Su Run wasted no time, immediately preparing for defense. He brought his fingers together, palm erect before him, fingertips pointed towards Zhou Ping, as if his right hand were a sharp blade. This was a strategy he had devised after being struck by Hong Ying. When a weapon is unavailable, one must use their hand as a blade. Summoning his entire strength, he momentarily gathered his energy, then launched himself forward with a powerful push from his toes. A gentle stream, power, surged from the ground. The muscles in his calves tightened, transforming the gentle stream into a rushing river. With a twist of his knee, he channeled that force through his thigh to his core. At this moment, the river had swelled into a lake. With a twist of the waist, the force within the body undergoes a profound transformation, akin to a mighty river surging towards the ocean. The spine undulates like a great dragon, fully absorbing this river-like power, while the muscles of the back tremble with a unique frequency reminiscent of the waves of the sea. At long last, this oceanic force reaches his shoulders. Su Run gives his shoulders a slight shake, unleashing a tempestuous tsunami. The power is entirely concentrated in his palm, which transforms from an open hand into a fist, striking forward with the velocity of a meteor towards Zhou Ping. This punch is not merely powerful. It encompasses skill that is the culmination of 20 years of rigorous training. As his fist collides with Zhou Ping's protective aura, a circle of dust is forcefully dispersed beneath their feet. Zhou Ping's eyes widen slightly. This is the power of the tiger. It embodies the strength of 3 tigers. He can sense that Su Run has not employed any external abilities, relying solely on his physicality and technique to deliver this blow. He finds it hard to believe, as if the legendary 5 tiger generals from Tales have manifested before him. Do you possess the enhancement of a physical realm? Su Run retracts his fist, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he calmly replies, I possess innate divine strength. He is well aware of his own capabilities. There are no enhancements, only levels. The limits of humanity? They do not exist. His true strength is perhaps equivalent to that of 2 tigers, achieved only through his mastery of blade techniques. Today, he must elevate his level even further. Zhou Ping has once again departed from the hunt for the mysterious. Sometimes he brings back one, other times many, all high-level and exceptional mysterious entities. Among them is a realm creature, its skin remarkably resilient, enhanced by physical augmentation, capable of resisting the spatial slicing of the Yama blade when employing mental power. Alas, it remains defenseless against dimensional slashes. Su Run has reshaped his understanding of his own offensive capabilities. Initially, he believed he could only slay a mere river creature. The Sword Saint is left speechless and indicates that even he would prefer not to confront the dimensional slash directly, as it poses a significant challenge. Su Run reflects on this, recalling that in the Tokyo arc, Qiye wielded a cursed blade against a Sea Realm entity. It seems he too can dispatch a Sea Realm creature with the Yama blade without issue. LV-16, Blade, Law 28, LV-17, Blade Law 29, LV-18. His level is ascending rapidly. Yet, Su Run finds it perplexing that high-level monsters yield little experience. The power of a Sea Realm Mysterious is countless times greater than that of a Pool Realm, yet the experience gained is only thrice that of the latter. As night falls, his level has soared from 13 to 30. He clenches his fist, feeling an explosive force within him, believing that with a casual punch, he could shatter a massive stone weighing 1,000 pounds. According to Zhou Ping's assessment, his foundational strength has now reached what Zhou Ping describes as the strength of 5 tigers. Zhou Ping's gaze towards him has shifted, murmuring incomprehensible phrases about otherworldly demons. Throughout the entire day, this great sword saint of the Great Xia has captured 13-foot mysterious entities for him. This is unimaginable in Songnan. Perhaps one wouldn't even encounter such a number in a year. This situation shall not linger for long. The mysterious one is not a fool and must strive to ascend through several levels. As for the laws, Su Run glanced at the interface. Su Run, level, LV 30, 56. Ability, Blade Law 32, 33, Blade Bone, unconditional mastery of any blade. Blade Heart, the essence of application resides within one as heart. Blade Intent, my will is the blade intent. Blade Sovereign, energy absorption transforms into a blade. When both level and laws reached level 30, the interface underwent some changes, becoming more refined. From now on, my understanding of my realm is more intuitive. In terms of mental strength, he had already transcended the cup stage, advancing to the pond realm. Su Run could not help but feel a sense of nostalgia. In the original text, the protagonist and other prodigies also spent half a year on their ascension. Steady cultivation cannot compare to the swiftness of leveling up through battles. As for the laws, the pace of advancement slowed significantly after reaching level 30. After 10 matches with Zhou Ping, he had only increased by 2. Regarding the fourth ability, he raised his right hand, the broad palm and elongated fingers, a fair complexion tinged with a healthy blush. With a single thought, he attempted to invoke this unfamiliar power. Azure energy began to emerge gently from his palm, wisps of it floating ethereally. Chapter 40. Firewood. This deep shade of ultramarine seemed to emerge from the depths of the abyss within the heart, and a mere touch would draw one into its unfathomable depths. It entwined and merged, crystallizing upon the back of Su Run's hand under the gaze of his dark, glimmering eyes, ultimately transforming into a flame of ultramarine. An instinct surged within him, compelling him to follow this sensation to the exterior of the warehouse. The cold moon hung high, and only the rustling of leaves stirred by the wind could be heard. The cacophony of insects that had filled the night prior was now utterly absent. Su Run extended his mental prowess. He remained still, yet suddenly found himself amid a thicket. Suspended in the void, he observed 2 serpents entwined on the ground. One, a silver-ringed snake, devouring the head of the other. This serpent exhibited a ferocity so profound that it resorted to cannibalism. At this moment, it should have been in the throes of a triumphant pursuit, yet it lay completely motionless, rigid, and unyielding. The other snake, which ought to have seized this rare opportunity to escape, appeared as if it had met its demise, showing no signs of resistance. Was it fear? Su Run pondered. Not only serpents, but also the naturally born bats and the mosquitoes that flitted through the trees lay frozen upon the ground. They had simply fallen from the air. Disregarding these creatures, Su Run followed his instinct, teleporting away from the scene. After a brief interval, the animals gradually began to stir, frantically fleeing the area. Even the silver-ringed snake, forsaking its impending meal, spat out the other serpent's head and darted away in terror. Su Run arrived at Glade, the site where he had dispatched the mysterious corpses earlier that day, now scattered across the ground in disarray like remnants of a hellish scene. The white rabbit, which had been pierced through the skull, lay beneath his feet. A stirring within him suggested that the purpose of his instinctive guidance was indeed these very corpses. The flame of ultramarine detached from his hand and drifted toward the rabbit, and upon the slightest contact, the creature disintegrated into ash. Such grotesqueness! Upon closer inspection, the ultramarine flame appeared to have absorbed fuel, burning with even greater intensity. Su Run nodded in satisfaction, observing the flame and remarking, "One rabbit, two uses." His earlier lamentation over the potent physical forms of these mysterious beings had now turned into a pragmatic advantage. Energized by this revelation, he commenced incinerating the mysterious entities scattered throughout the glade. By the time he had utilized all the remnants as fuel, the flame had increased in size by half compared to before. This ultramarine flame radiated no heat. Rather, it possessed a gem-like coolness. He retrieved his blue Yinma knife, feeling an impulse to press the ultramarine flame against the blade. What the fire damaged my knife? He hesitated. This introduction was far too brief. While he comprehended the concept of energy absorption, he remained uncertain whether the transformation of the blade was indeed applicable in this context. He withdrew the ultramarine flame, rubbed his brow in contemplation, and cautiously declared, "The Yinma knife has accompanied me to this world, and I cannot afford to lose it. Perhaps I shall seek another blade for experimentation." Thus far, he had never utilized the blade intent to forcibly amplify the knife's power, fearing that such overclocking might irreparably damage it. Awakening newfound powers, yet unable to harness them temporarily, he reluctantly returned. Fortunately, he had grasped the concept of energy absorption, adding another reason to slay monsters. It seemed he was destined to be a monster hunter for life. Upon entering the warehouse, he discovered that the light in Zhou Ping's room was still on. After a tiring day, Zhou had succumbed to his reading addiction, locking himself away to indulge in novels. How arduous! Su Run shook his head in lamentation before retreating to his own room for rest. The following morning, Su Run observed Zhou Ping with concern. This fellow had read through the night. His bloodshot eyes were dim, dark circles were forming beneath them, and his hair resembled a bird's nest. He pondered uncertainly. Surely, working overtime won't be a problem? What did you say? Zhou Ping, seemingly delayed, responded. Su Run regretfully shook his head. I said you should take a rest. But your special training? Zhou Ping hesitated, feeling he might be a burden. Not to worry. While enhancing strength is vital, you are my dear friend. I cannot allow you to suffer so. The term dear friend invigorated Zhou Ping, igniting a surge of passion within him. No problem. I'm not tired at all. Just wait. Alas, I told you to rest. I can improve by reading just as well. Zhou Ping disregarded Su Run's protests, transforming into a beam of sword light and disappearing once more. Su Run watched him depart, narrowing his eyes slightly. He vaguely sensed a ball of white flame burning in Zhou Ping's heart. It had been undetectable the day before. Was it a result of his deteriorating mental state? What exactly was the effect of this ability? What, indeed, was the Blade Lord? Su Run paced back and forth, unable to reach a conclusion. The white flame in Zhou Ping's heart felt as sharp as a sword, causing a stinging sensation merely by gazing upon it. His intuition warned him against touching it. In my estimation, this phase should involve creation. Must I wait for my azure flame to absorb sufficient energy? Regardless, I will leave that exploration for later. The priority now is special training to exhaust every ounce of strength for it. He anticipated that this period of relative ease would not last much longer. As he had surmised, during this intense pursuit, the mystery seemed to have grown wiser. Over the past week, those hiding in nearby cities were either slain or captured. They might have been wiped out, or perhaps they were hiding deeper, too fearful to show themselves. Cities farther afield seemed to have received the news as well, yielding little in terms of gains. In any case, the prey Zhou Ping brought back dwindled daily. Su Run felt a sense of fulfillment, although advancing levels had become increasingly challenging. He was no longer the fearful individual he once was. Now, even if he ventured into the fog, he possessed the confidence to protect himself. Calculating the time, Zhou Ping should be returning soon. He reflected on the duration. It had indeed been a strenuous period for Zhou Ping, yet it had also fostered the commendable habit of studying while on the move. This, in itself, could be considered a testament to the effectiveness of his rigorous training. A small dart that appeared on the horizon, prompting Su Run to set his book aside and glance up. Throughout this week, his physique had undergone a remarkable transformation. His visual range now extended to approximately 3,000 meters, akin to that of an eagle. Was it the Kuan-style helicopter of the night watchman? Who could it be? The arrival of the night watchman had been delayed beyond his expectations. He had initially anticipated their presence by the 4th or 5th day. Yet it was only after a week that anyone had come. After all, with the great Xia sword saints soaring daily through the skies, such a commotion would surely compel the night watchman to send someone to inquire about the situation. As the helicopter gradually hovered above the warehouse, a man in casual attire leaped from the cabin before it had even landed. Chapter 41. The astonished Zhuqing, what have you all been up to lately? The night watch teams across the regions are in a state of panic. Zhuqing gazed at Su Run, who was leisurely resting beneath the tree with a furrowed brow. How can one person cause such turmoil? Ever since his name was mentioned at the Night Watch headquarters meeting, Zhuqing felt he had a moment's peace in the past half-month. Su Run maintained his composure, rising from the rattan chair with a faint smile. Just some special training. Come, Commander Zhua, have a cup of tea. Zhuqing regarded Su Run as a significant contributor to his rapid improvement, hence his favorable demeanor. Beneath the expansive canopy of a tree, a rattan chair and a low wooden table sat, adorned with fragrant green tea and books, while a sword lay carelessly propped against the tree trunk. This hardly resembled a scene of rigorous training. It seemed more like a vacation. Recently, due to the sword saint's erratic movements, the pressure on Zhuqing from within the Night Watch had been considerable, yet he had suppressed it, refraining from interrupting their special training. Until today, when Commander Yifan personally inquired, he felt compelled to investigate the situation. Recalling the recent gossip among his colleagues and the sarcastic remarks from those whose plans clashed with his, Zhuqing took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his doubts, and irritably exclaimed, "What nonsense! My head is spinning. Where is Zhou Ping?" Su Run remained unruffled, maintaining an amiable demeanor, and smiled gently. "No need to rush, Commander. He will be here shortly, and you'll have the opportunity to witness the results of our training." He poured Zhuqing a cup of tea and finished his own in one swift motion. What an exquisite tea! As they spoke, a flash of sword light shot towards the tree, heralding Zhou Ping's arrival. Before he even reached them, a pig-like creature plopped down before Su Run with a thud. This was a mysterious entity from the Chuan realm. Setting down his teacup, Su Run stood and stretched, the sound of cracking joints echoing. Zhuqing observed this scene, perplexed, silently wondering, is this lad ready for battle, able to contend with the Chuan realm's mysteries? For the moment, his initial questions were set aside. The purpose of his visit was to inquire about their activities, and witnessing it directly was fortuitous. Disregarding the others, Su Run grasped the Yama blade leaning against the tree trunk, hoisting it like a mere stick over his shoulder. His arms encircled the scabbard as he stretched vigorously. With a couple of audible cracks, he swiftly drew the Yama blade from its sheath, executing a rapid stroke that severed the head of the Chuan realm mystery. With a flourish, he sheathed the blade, the tip precisely entering the scabbard with a resounding click. Zhuqing was momentarily taken aback, feeling as though he had been played for a fool. "This is what you have been doing all this time?" Su Run, maintaining his unhurried demeanor, cheerfully remarked, "Commander, you seem anxious. Allow me to demonstrate the results of our training. I believe I've made considerable progress during this time." As he spoke, a swirl of azure flames manifested in his hand, swiftly reducing the wild boar to ashes. Observing the uncertainty etched upon Zhuqing's face, he decided to elucidate for this esteemed individual. "Consider it a form of ability. You may understand it as my capacity to slay these monsters and thus acquire strength." Wishing to avoid complications, he refrained from elaborating further. Casting a glance at his current status panel, he noted, Su Run, level, LV 51-3. Ability, Law of the Blade 37. 83. Blade Bone, unconditional mastery of any blade. Blade Heart, the essence of its application lies within one's mind. Blade Intent, my will is the blade's intent. Blade Sovereign, energy absorption and transformation into blade. Progressing to this level had become increasingly arduous. The experience required for each advancement had multiplied exponentially, while the experience yielded by monsters had diminished. Achieving this level was the result of Zhou Ping's relentless dedication. No, it was the culmination of Zhou Ping's unwavering efforts. As for the laws, they too had become more challenging to grasp. Even in combat against Zhou Ping, the experience gained had dwindled to a mere fraction, now less than 1, and the pace of growth had slowed considerably. Yet, for the moment, no alternative methods had been discovered. All that could be done was to take each step as it came. Regardless, he was no longer merely an ant. Clenching his fist, he lifted his gaze towards Zhou Ping, whose brow bore the weight of fatigue, and with a grateful smile, he said, "Thank you. You should rest a while and then engage in a serious match." Upon hearing this, Zhou Ping raised an eyebrow, a flicker of joy crossing his features. "Aren't you going to conceal your intentions? You cannot deceive me. Your blade intent has grown increasingly formidable, yet your progress in battle remains stagnant. It is rather dull." Zhuqing was taken aback. When had Zhou Ping become so conversational? Su Run merely responded with a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further and encouraging him instead to take a rest. "No need," Zhou Ping replied eagerly. He looked down and roamed the ground, picking up a piece of deadwood, wrinkling his brow before discarding it, then using sword energy to slice a bamboo segment from a distance, grasping it only to cast it aside once more. Zhuqing began to feel perplexed. "You are the sword saint of the great Qiye. Why take such great care when dealing with a mere rookie night watchman?" In his memory, Su Run had only recently been the lamp realm novice from a week prior. After a moment's hesitation, he said, "There is a sword on the plain." He gestured to the pilot who had parked nearby, signaling for the sword to be brought over. With a single hand movement, the sword soared from the cockpit. Without a word, Zhou Ping settled cross-legged beneath the shade of a tree, embracing the sword and entering a state of meditation. The air pulsed with strands of sword intent, and those who drew near could feel a prickling sensation against their skin. This was the first time Zhuqing witnessed Zhou Ping take such a solemn approach. His inclination to confront had vanished, replaced by a sense of unease. He pulled Su Run aside and whispered, "Have you crossed him recently? If so, tell me, and I shall intercede on your behalf. I might save your life." Su Run remained calm and reassured Zhuqing, "Fear not, my leader. We are aware of our circumstances. You may enjoy your tea and await the results of this week's training." He had little desire to delve into the dynamics between blade wielders and sword masters, believing that speaking too much would serve little purpose. A single match would convey more than 100 words ever could. The sword intent emanating from Zhou Ping grew increasingly terrifying, even causing the ancient banyan tree nearby to emit faint, crackling sounds as if it were being dismantled from within. At last, accompanied by the opening of his eyes, the oppressive sword intent burst forth, completely annihilating the banyan tree in its wake. Su Run laughed heartily. "Are you ready? Be cautious. I have a surprise in store for you." With that, he no longer concealed his aura. His level 51 mental power erupted from his being. In the distance, Zhuqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Chuan realm. How is this possible? Just a week ago, he was still at the Zhan realm. He turned to Zhou Ping, seeking an explanation. Zhou Ping, however, offered no reply, choosing instead to quietly suppress his mental power to match Su Run's level. A smile crept across Su Run's face, relishing the thought that pride would lead to Zhou Ping's suffering later. His physical strength was not that of an ordinary Chuan realm. Even if the former Chuan realm demon king stood before him now, he could dispatch him with no more than 3 strikes. He drew his blade and charged at Zhou Ping, executing a strike devoid of mental energy. A simple yet unadorned slash aimed at Zhou Ping. Clang! An invisible wave of energy radiated from the point of contact between sword and blade. Zhou Ping's expression shifted dramatically. Xiong. Luhu. Su Run's lips curled into a smirk. How about that? Chapter 42. Holding back the moment the confrontation began, Zhou Ping felt an overwhelming pressure. Opposite him stood what seemed to be a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, exerting such formidable strength that his sword was forced down by an inch without the slightest hint of spiritual energy enhancement. To the side, Zhuqing expressed astonishment, exclaiming, "How can he possess such immense power?" It's on par with the formidable Xia Simeng of years past. Zhou Ping's sword aura was continuously extinguished by the Yama blade, a long knife capable of cleaving through space, now rendered even more terrifying under its master's violent augmentation. Without hesitation, he thrust the Yama blade away and, enveloping his sword in a fierce aura, launched a rapid assault upon Su Run. The combat in such close quarters was perilous. Su Run's blade was imbued with ferocity, and following his ascension to the Chuan realm, he had attained a terrifying power akin to the three elephants. Each clash of their weapons resonated like a heavily armored behemoth colliding with its formidable tusks. The ground trembled incessantly. Quickly, take the helicopter and move it farther away. This battle had only just commenced, yet the intensity of their clashes compelled Zhuqing to worry that the residual force of their combat might obliterate the aircraft. "Commander, what about you? I'm not that weak. You ensure the helicopter's safety," Zhuqing bellowed. How could I merely observe from a distance during such a rare duel? This was no longer just a battle within the Chuan realm. Every careless swing of their blades could instantly spell doom for any Chuan realm entity. Su Run's strength was immense. Each strike against Zhou Ping's sword felt akin to a hammer driving a nail. Zhou Ping, exhilarated, shouted, "You haven't even unleashed the power of 10 tigers in our daily skirmishes. This is outrageous." With that, he executed a swift, agile thrust aimed at Su Run's throat, the speed of which was akin to a serpent darting from its den, causing cold sweat to bead upon Su Run's brow. It appeared that Zhou Ping was genuinely irate. His swordplay shifted, adopting a more nimble style to capitalize on his strengths and evade weaknesses. This change left Su Run in a more precarious position, as his realm still lagged far behind that of a sword saint, and his blade lacked the swiftness of a sword. "Hey, Zhou Ping, this isn't fair. I intend to win." Zhou Ping's simple declaration cast aside the demeanor befitting a master. Once he became serious, the situation shifted dramatically. In this close-quarters engagement, Zhou Ping clearly held the upper hand. "Then I too must begin to take this seriously," Su Run declared with conviction. Suddenly, his voice echoed from all directions, and multiple illusions of him wielding his blade surged forth. "What is this?" Zhou Ping found the technique vaguely familiar as he summoned his sword aura, enveloping himself before the onslaught of blades arrived. Boom, boom, boom. The ground quaked. The nearby warehouse creaked ominously, and clouds of dust erupted into the air under the relentless bombardment. "This is over. This young man may need to alter his plan once more," Zhuqing observed from a distance, feeling both elated and exasperated. Before the dust could settle, Su Run raised his dual blades high above his head, an icy intent radiating throughout the area, causing frost to form upon the distant trees. He murmured a mantra, with a heart as clear as ice. "I remain unperturbed by the collapsing heavens." A gust of sword wind swept through, dispersing the dust, and Zhou Ping's expression shifted between shock and delight as he exclaimed, "The 6 techniques of pride and cold. How will you have concealed this?" With that, the aura around him transformed, infusing his sword with a will of destruction. The sword spirit, treating all things as mere fodder. This is the sacred spirit sword technique of the Duga sword. Su Run felt this power and winced, questioning the necessity of such ferocity. Both techniques originated from the comic Feng Yun, with Su Run utilizing the 6 techniques of pride and cold to attack, while the sword saint countered with the sacred spirit sword technique. The sacred spirit sword technique consists of 23 moves. The final move, sword 23, is depicted in the comic as capable of freezing time and space, directly slaying the soul, a feat beyond martial arts. Frustrated, Su Run remarked, "My 6 techniques of pride and cold can merely freeze volcanic magma. Your sacred spirit sword technique truly opens my eyes. I shall refrain from using the final move. Zhou Ping replied nonchalantly. Disinterested in further conversation, Su Run swung his blade, unleashing a blade shadow that spanned dozens of meters, causing the air to descend into winter as moisture crystallized into fog. Facing this strike, the sword saint felt the chill, exhaling a breath of white vapor as he bellowed. Do you not know one must call out the name of their attack? He raised his sword to meet the oncoming assault. Sword 18. A razor-sharp sword energy collided with Su Run's formidable blade aura, resulting in their mutual obliteration. Su Run's ultimate strike, the culmination of all things in the 6 techniques of pride and cold, was thwarted by Zhou Ping's Sword 18. Sword 19. Zhou Ping, relentless, unleashed another wave of sword energy. Su Run raised his blade to confront it, channeling the power of the 3 to barely deflect the strike. Sword 20. Another wave of sword energy surged forth. Su Run evaded with a teleport, chuckling to himself, realizing his swordsmanship still fell short. Sword 21. Just as Su Run prepared to teleport again, he heard another thunderous shout. Sword 22. 2 sword energies flew forth almost simultaneously, one at Su Run's current position and the other at his landing point. Zhou Ping accurately predicted his landing and decisively launched another strike. If struck, Su Run would undoubtedly be wounded. The question remained, did he truly gauge my landing accurately? Su Run chuckled softly, his steps resolute as he teleported. Boom! Both sword energies met only empty air, and the anticipated figure of Su Run did not materialize. A chilling sensation crept up his spine at the last moment. He turned his head just in time to see the Yinma blade graze his face before vanishing again. Like a specter, Su Run reappeared at his side, the blade once more in motion. With advancements in his skills, the cooldown for teleportation had significantly diminished. As the blade struck repeatedly, Zhou Ping struggled to stabilize himself. When he glanced back, he found Su Run with eyes tightly shut, his right foot raised behind him, and his left foot lifted into the air. A feint. He concealed his intent with closed eyes, employing deceptive movements to mislead his opponent. Zhou Ping was finally compelled to move, no longer remaining stagnant. When did you conceive of this strategy? He inquired, brushing his hand across the wound on his face. Su Run replied with a smile. Oh, just the following day. The following day. Zhou Ping mulled over those words, gritting his teeth. You rectified the flaw the very next day and only deployed it today? Do you think of me as some sort of mystery to toy with? I prefer to hold back a card, Su Run retorted. In an instant, Zhou Ping was consumed by rage, transforming into a flash of sword light as he began to duel with Su Run. Nearby, Zhuqing witnessed the sword saint's cheek being marred by a crimson gash, rendering him speechless. He quickly retrieved his communication device and dialed a number. At the Night Watch headquarters, Yi Fan was grappling with the documents on his desk, feeling a headache coming on. Recently, due to the sword saint's actions becoming public, many were filled with trepidation. He remained oblivious to the reasons behind Zhou Ping's drastic measures. Yet, given his reclusive nature, he surmised it could not possibly be his idea. He tossed the documents on his desk into the wastebasket, exclaiming, Su Run, you truly know how to stir up trouble. If you didn't possess such potential, I would send you to the training camp to be rigorously drilled. As he spoke, he summoned his secretary and instructed, do not send any more documents concerning Su Run. The secretary timidly replied, but if we do not send them, they might come on their own. Upon hearing this, Yi Fan rubbed his temples and conceded, fine, send them to Zhuqing's office. Just then, the phone rang. Yi Fan answered, and to his surprise, it was none other than Zhuqing. Chapter 43. Victory and defeat. Yi Fan answered the call, and the clashing of swords accompanied by the rush of wind compelled him to hold the phone slightly away from his ear. Zhuqing, are you engaged in battle over there? On the other end, Zhuqing's heavy breaths filled the line, his voice tinged with excitement. Commander Yi, I need to tell you something. Do not be alarmed. Listening to Zhuqing's labored breathing, Yi Fan fell momentarily silent. You found a boyfriend? What? Nonsense. I'm at Zhou Ping's place. If you have something to say, spit it out. Stop beating around the bush. Su Run has advanced to the Chuan realm. Anything else? Yi Fan had yet to process this revelation. What? Just a few days ago, he was still at the Zhan realm. He is currently engaged in a duel with Zhou Ping. He is holding his ground and might even have a slight advantage. Crack! The teacup beside Yi Fan slipped from his grasp and shattered on the floor. He was too preoccupied to care about such trivialities and pressed for details. What on earth is going on? Zhuo Qing's voice echoed through the phone, mingling with the sounds of swords clashing. Previously, Zhou Ping had always remained stationary while battling Su Ran. Now he found himself compelled to move, struggling to gain the upper hand against Su Ran, who had managed to seize several advantageous positions. Su Ran's greatest flaw, his instantaneous movement, had morphed into a deceptive trap. It was a dance of illusion and reality. Should one mistakenly believe they had discerned his patterns, they would find themselves ensnared in a lethal trap. Shinmai, having experienced Su Ran's swift and slow blades, could attest to the brilliance of such combat strategy. This approach was something Zhou Ping, the earnest boy, could never conceive in a month. With a lethal agility akin to a venomous sting, paired with his formidable three-phase power, Zhou Ping, despite fighting with Chuan, realm prowess, repeatedly found himself at a disadvantage. A phantom blade arced through the air, aiming for Zhou Ping's back. He dismissed this minor phantom blade, confident in his abilities. Although he restrained his power to the Chuan realm, his extraordinary mastery granted him unparalleled reflexes and speed, qualities that could not be diminished. Even if the blade grazed his face, he could effortlessly evade it. What truly concerned him was the stillness of Su Ran, who had yet to unleash his famed dimensional slash. A concealed blade held the greatest threat. He had no desire to face the spatial, slicing power of that technique. With the spiritual energy of the Chuan realm, he could barely withstand a few strikes before his mental fortitude would be exhausted. Moreover, this young man had held back in his swordsmanship with the prideful cold six techniques and had feigned movements. Would he not hold back with the dimensional slash as well? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, the honest Zhou Ping was filled with frustration, glaring intently at Su Ran's every move. Su Ran rested his hand on the hilt of his sword, his left thumb pressing against the pommel, assuming the stance for the dimensional slash. As another phantom blade materialized above his shoulder, he bellowed, "Be careful!" The phantom blade from his left shoulder shot forth with a whoosh, tracing a grand arc through the night sky towards Zhou Ping's flank, while Su Ran remained motionless, eyes closed, showing no signs of drawing his sword. Zhou Ping felt the two blue phantom blades drawing ever closer, one in front and the other behind him. His mind raced with electric thoughts. Is it a dimensional slash? Or a teleportation? Perhaps a swift strike? Or merely a common phantom blade? Which of these is a feint? The blue phantom blade behind him traced an arc, nearing his back with alarming proximity. Zhou Ping remained steadfast amidst the chaos. 10 meters, 8 meters, 5 meters, Su Ran still made no move. 4 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, Su Ran finally acted. With a single step forward, the blade was unsheathed. Just as the phantom blade behind him was about to pierce his back, Zhou Ping felt a blur before his eyes. The glinting tip of the blade was mere millimeters from his pupils. A pincer attack. The stance in front was all a ruse, designed solely to compress the time Zhou Ping had to react. In the final moment, when he was compelled to intercept the phantom blade behind him, Su Ran teleported directly in front, launching a simultaneous assault. Bang! Both combatants were sent flying. As anticipated, Zhou Ping intercepted the attack, shattering the phantom blade with one hand while using the other to deflect Su Ran, sending him sprawling. Zhou Ping was forced to confront the onslaught with both hands. The power of the three forms allowed him to carve deep ruts into the ground as he halted. In an instant, before Zhou Ping could fully comprehend the situation, Su Ran's Yin-Mo blade vanished in a thin air, returning to its sheath. A dimensional slash. Zhou Ping sensed something amiss as Su Ran gathered his intent, and he darted to the left. A chilling sensation enveloped him, halting his movement. He witnessed a flash of blade light cleaving through the air to his left. A ghostly blue glow emerged in Su Ran's eyes. "I have discerned your path." The blade's radiance surged forth, sealing off his right and rear once more. Zhou Ping looked up to find over 30 phantom blades suspended above him, poised for action. May rain. The descending blades fell like rain, and these 30-plus blades were unlike the previous ones. Their blue hue appeared almost tangible. In the blink of an eye, every possible escape route around him was sealed. Only one phantom blade, slightly ethereal, drifted forward, seeming to offer a way out. But then, Zhou Ping saw Su Run's figure elegantly shift in the distance, replacing the phantom blade's position. Teleportation. After such a prolonged engagement, Su Run understood clearly that he could not match Zhou Ping in reflexes. The meticulously orchestrated pincer attack had been thwarted by Zhou Ping's dual defenses. Fortunately, he had prepared a contingency. Three-dimensional slashes combined with the Mei rain sealed off escape routes. As the phantom blades closed in, a powerful spatial disturbance erupted from Su Run. His blue eyes sparkled like gems, the blade emanating blue energy particles. With both hands on the blade, he summoned nearly all the power at his disposal and delivered a horizontal slash, tearing open a large rift in space. Gritting his teeth, he bellowed, "Void, Blade Realm." A crescent-shaped blade aura shot towards Zhou Ping. This was the very technique he had withheld during his earlier battle with Chun Mai. This strike, like Mei Rain, could decelerate the movement of surrounding objects and cause space to collapse towards the blade aura. In other words, the enemy would be ensnared by the very fabric of space, drawn inexorably toward the edge of the blade. The sole drawback perhaps lies in Su Run's unfamiliarity, resulting in a lengthy preparation time when executing his skills. Consequently, he unleashed several abilities to confine Zhou Ping's movements. There was no means of evasion, no possibility of escape. The impending collapse of space seemed lethal enough to obliterate even 10 monsters from the Chuan realm. Feeling the oppressive force of the surrounding space and witnessing the knife-like energy resembling a black hole, Zhou Ping gritted his teeth and declared, "Sword, 23." Meanwhile, Su Run had already retreated to a distant height, idly toying with a floating leaf, his chest rhythmically rising and falling as he regulated his breath. Zhou Ping managed to execute the ultimate technique of the Holy Spirit sword technique. As two formidable forces gradually dissipated, the earth around them was gouged out, creating a deep crater at the point where their attacks collided. The clash of spatial powers had hollowed out a significant portion of the land, the destination of which remained a mystery. Observing Zhou Ping, whose fighting spirit was still surging, Su Run floated effortlessly in midair. A faint smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "Zhou Ping, you have lost." I have not lost. It is indeterminate," Zhou Ping retorted. Logically speaking, having previously agreed not to employ Sword 23, his usage of it would imply defeat. Yet, Su Run showed no inclination to argue that point. Instead, he simply gazed at Zhou Ping and gestured towards the area above his right ear, seemingly hinting at something. Zhou Ping paused, a sudden coolness brushing against his ear. He raised his hand to touch it, only to discover a patch of hair missing. When did that happen? The astonishment was palpable. Su Run smiled serenely without offering an explanation, merely pinching the leaf between his index and middle fingers. With a gentle flick, the leaf vanished. In that fleeting moment, Zhou Ping sensed an insidious danger approaching. He barely had time to react, instinctively raising his hand to clutch the air beside his ear, several strands of hair falling away while a leaf materialized in his palm. As he focused his gaze, his brow furrowed, only to be illuminated by a sudden realization. The small, flying dagger of Shaoli. The fervor of battle subsided, the wind whisking away the swirling dust and the sounds of clashing blades, leaving a profound silence in its wake. At the night watchman's headquarters, the usually composed Yifan raised his voice, disregarding decorum. "Zhuqing, Zhuqing, what on earth is happening? Speak, damn it." After a prolonged silence, Zhuqing's incredulous voice finally emerged from the phone, hoarse yet deliberate. "Zhou Ping seems to have lost." Chapter 44. You should spend more time with such outstanding friends. Zhou Ping gazed at the leaf and chuckled softly. "I do not feel unjustly defeated." He bore no semblance of discontent. The sheer joy of witnessing the extraordinary martial arts from the novels come to life far outweighed the importance of winning or losing. He firmly believed that the glimpses of swordsmen he had perceived in Su Run were not mere illusions. Indeed, the subsequent appearances of Pride of the Cold Six techniques and Little the Flying Dagger validated his conviction. His arduous efforts during this time to seek out mysteries and offer guidance had not been in vain. In an instant, Su Run appeared beside him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "Thank you for your support during this period." Zhou Ping casually tossed the leaf aside, shaking his head. "There is no need for such formality between us." He continued, "Your progress has exceeded my expectations. However, I can no longer provide you with guidance moving forward." "Why?" Su Run asked, taken aback, glancing at the nearby Zhuqing, wondering if this was due to the conclusion of their special training. "Not at all," Zhou Ping responded, his speech taking on an increasingly archaic tone that, combined with the short sleeves, felt oddly out of place. "You have already embarked on the right path, and there is no need for me to lead you further." "Speak plainly." Zhou Ping shook his head, seemingly displeased with Su Run's reluctance to engage in his antiquated language. "If I continue to guide you, you will not forge your own path. Even if you were to grow, you would merely become a second Zhou Ping." Su Run pondered this for a moment before inquiring, "Then how shall I improve in the future?" Zhou Ping gestured towards the leaf beneath their feet. "Have you not already discerned the answer?" With a long sigh, Su Run reflected on the incredible progress he had made over the past week. In the original tale, Lin Qiye and his companions took a year to reach the Pool Realm, whereas he had been in this world for less than half a month and was already capable of surpassing Zhou Ping. This was despite numerous constraints. Zhou Ping had restricted himself to their shared realm. Su Run's physical prowess far exceeded his own, and he had cleverly constrained Zhou Ping's use of his most lethal techniques, all while preserving many of his own hidden skills. The multitude of factors at play made his victory all the more significant, and his keen insight had proven invaluable. While defeating someone with a straightforward mindset was not particularly honorable, overcoming the sword saint of the Great Xia was indeed a source of great pride. Regardless, a victory is a victory. At that moment, Zhuqing approached the two, excitement still evident on his flushed face, though tinged with concern. He cautiously asked, "You two are all right, aren't you?" He was apprehensive about any potential rift between them. Su Run easily discerned his thoughts and smiled nonchalantly, placing a hand on Zhou Ping's shoulder. "This is my dear brother." Zhou Ping chuckled, offering no rebuttal, leaving Zhuqing momentarily speechless. When had this socially anxious individual become so affable? That day, Zhuqing announced the conclusion of their special training. This decision stemmed from the recent upheaval caused by the Sword Saint's erratic behavior, which had left the populace in a state of unease, and Su Run felt that further training would yield diminishing returns. The mysteries surrounding the neighboring cities had been thoroughly investigated, and Zhou Ping had stated that his guidance could only extend this far. Any additional support might hinder Su Run's own journey, although Su Run wished to reassure his brother that it would not be the case. He could not persist against Zhou Ping's firm resolve to cease offering guidance. According to Zhou Ping, Su Run has now reached 3/5 of his level, and it is estimated that in another 6 to 7 years, he will attain Zhou Ping's current prowess. Su Run shook his head at this notion. To think that it would take him 6 to 7 years just to match Zhou Ping's current abilities, what difference would that make by the time the divine battle arrives? Surely, there must be alternative methods. He firmly believed that with his clever mind, he would undoubtedly discover them. Glancing at the interface, he observed, Su Run, level, LV 51-3, ability, Law of the Blade 38, 36, Blade Bone, unconditional mastery of any blade. Blade Heart, the brilliance of its application resides in the mind. Blade Intent, my will is the blade's intent. Blade Lord, energy absorption transforms into the blade. The progress of this combat law had only increased by a meager 0.5, which left him questioning whether his experience was being consumed by this panel. However, recalling Zhou Ping's words, he propped his chin on his hand and pondered. Have I truly reached 3/5 of his level? This implies that the pinnacle of humanity, the Sword Saint's realm, lies roughly between 50 to 60 in law progression. I had initially believed that 90 would signify the apex, but it now appears that the potential of the Law of the Blade exceeds my expectations. If 50 to 60 represents the human pinnacle, then would 70 to 80 elevate one to the divine? Once divine, could one continue to advance? To the main god? The supreme god? Even at this thought, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. Initially, he had assumed it was merely a law of sub-god level. But now it seemed that achieving the main god was certainly plausible, and the supreme god was not out of reach. His confidence in the future grew significantly, and he felt a sense of relaxation enveloping him. Turning to the frenzied Left Qing, who was typing away, he inquired, "Leader, how much longer until we reach Songnan?" The recent rapid advancement in strength was undeniable, yet the conditions were indeed quite rudimentary. Su Run had always been a hedonist, adept at arranging his comfort. Otherwise, he would not have followed old Zhao so eagerly on the first night. Why endure discomfort when one could revel in ease? Suffering is not worth glorifying. Enduring hardship is not Su Run's style. Having grown accustomed to comfort in his previous life, he had been striving to overcome those indulgent habits, dedicating himself entirely to the pursuit of strength as his primary goal. Yet now, he found himself longing for the grand bed that belonged to him in the Hongying family. It won't be long now, he reassured himself. "Leader, you said the same an hour ago," Left Qing replied without looking up, engrossed in drafting Su Run's special training report. This experience had been nothing short of extraordinary. Su Run had surpassed everyone's expectations, necessitating significant revisions to the plans concerning him, and tonight's meeting would surely be chaotic. The thought of these changes made Left Qing's head ache, but fortunately, he would not have to endure the tumult in person. Meanwhile, the Sword Saint had returned to his uncle's small restaurant, confronted by a mysterious black package. This was a gift from Su Run, who insisted that he must accept it, instructing that it be opened in the presence of family. The package was somewhat heavy, square-shaped, and meticulously wrapped in layers upon layers. Zhou Ping's third uncle was right beside him. "You rascal! With your demeanor, how could you possibly make friends?" It was evident that Zhou Ping's uncle was skeptical. Zhou Ping replied, "Well." As he spoke, he began to unwrap the black packaging, discarding the cardboard and foam, pulling out the tangled bubble wrap, and carefully examining the items within. They were books, Knife in the Rainy Night, The Swordsman 8 Bing, Golden Blade, Not a Common Item, and others. Each bore a vivid pink cover, exactly the same enchanting novels that Chunmai had once brought home, only to be confiscated by Hong Ying. Before Su Run's special training, he had insisted that Hong Ying pack them for him. She had initially been somewhat reluctant, but after he employed certain tactics, she finally acquiesced. Zhou Ping began to flip through the pages, while his third uncle leaned in curiously behind him. As the pages turned, Zhou Ping's face grew increasingly flushed, and with a resounding clap, he slammed the book shut. What is this?" He was overwhelmed with a mix of shame and indignation, unable to articulate a coherent sentence, unsure where to place his hands. With his face burning, Zhou Ping feigned an intention to throw the pile of books away. "What are you doing? Come back," his uncle called out, chuckling. "It seems you have indeed made a friend." Despite his age, Zhou Ping's uncle had grown wise over the years. After all, male friendships boiled down to just 3 things. His uncle expressed his understanding with a hint of satisfaction, saying, "You should spend more time with such remarkable friends." Chapter 45. Chaos and turmoil that evening at the headquarters of the Night Watchers. What is the situation in Huaihai City? I had warned that this plan was unreliable. The new recruits of the Night Watchers must be sent to the training camp. Look at the mess we have stirred up now. What mess? Are you referring to the recent surge of mysterious entities behaving themselves? Don't play the fool with me. How can we treat the nation's vital assets so carelessly? Do you dare to address me in such a manner? Indeed, under Su Run's command, the Sword Saint has been soaring through the skies of various cities every day this past week. The Night Watch teams in each city were terrified, fearing that a calamity was imminent. The malevolent spirits dared not show their faces, and the ancient god sect has been unusually subdued during this time. The once ferocious mysteries have nearly transformed into docile creatures. According to a report from a branch team of the Night Watchers, a limitless level mystery actually dared to visit the Night Watchers at night. This entity confessed that it was a mass of flames, having concealed itself in the furnace of a crematorium for many years. It had never harmed a living soul, merely performing the duties of the furnace. For so long, it had behaved itself, fearful of attracting trouble. Yet in recent days, a sharp sword aura has been relentlessly seeking out these anomalies. The presence of mysteries in the vicinity has dwindled significantly. It was utterly terrified, fearing that it would be discovered and captured. The once dominant mountain ghost family was annihilated on the first day. It was rumored that the somewhat famous White Rabbit sisters from a neighboring city were captured the following day. For several consecutive days, those who were unruly and not well hidden were thoroughly eradicated. It was frightened, truly frightened, and finally unable to resist any longer. It made its way to the Night Watcher's base under the cover of night. It surrendered. The entity, exuding a terrifying presence, immediately knelt before the Night Watchers and pleaded for mercy. "Please, lock me up. I can work for you. Be a slave, if need be, or even be studied in a laboratory. Anything. I can even lead you to find other mysteries. I beg you, grant me a chance at survival." Such an outrageous occurrence had not been heard of in all these years. It even collaborated with the Night Watch team to record a video and send it to headquarters. This limitless, level mystery truly lost all sense of pride. If it weren't witnessed firsthand, one would find it utterly unbelievable. It is no wonder that the headquarters convened a meeting specifically for this matter. The leaders of the Night Watchers could no longer tolerate the situation. While the first day was manageable, this had now persisted for an entire week. It felt akin to having one's nuclear arsenal flying about aimlessly in the sky. Not only were they concerned about enemies, but they themselves could not remain calm. Others feared the nuclear arsenal would detonate, while they feared it might collide and cause damage. By the second day, some could no longer sit idly by and propose that Yi Fan put an end to this plan. Yi Fan had consistently suppressed such voices. But today he learned of new developments. Tap tap. His strong fingers rapped against the metallic surface of the table, urging the group of assassins to quiet down. He snapped his fingers and nodded toward the secretary in the corner. The secretary distributed the freshly printed documents before the esteemed individuals. Yi Fan's voice was steady as he slowly remarked, "This is the report just sent over by Zhuqing. I invite you all to take a look." The first to express vehement dissatisfaction was an elderly gentleman, who disdainfully picked up the report. "What is there to see? Special training? A mere realm. Child's play." His voice trailed off abruptly, as if caught in a chokehold. The second to grasp the report was a middle-aged man, his features sharp and his countenance exuding an air of severity. He glanced mockingly at the elder and said, "Why the silence? Have you been rendered speechless? With such a shallow understanding, let me see what this is all about." Gah! The middle-aged man, too, bore a ghostly expression. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the others could no longer remain seated. Before the secretary could distribute the documents, they surged forward in frenzy. "Old Wang, why are you taking my copy? Use your own. I prefer yours." Yi Fan observed this scene with a barely perceptible smile. It was evident that this group lacked a certain depth. Everyone began to peruse the report, and the once boisterous conference room was suddenly enveloped in an eerie silence. Faces turned towards one another, and, for a moment, no one dared to speak first, fearing the possibility that the contents of the report might be fabricated. After a while, someone murmured, "A week from John, realm." While this is indeed alarming, it is not without precedent. Relying solely on physical prowess is comparable to those mysteries, without any special powers to support them. Do you comprehend what this entails? Wasn't Xia Simeng once in a similar situation? Xia Simeng had the divine ruins backing her. She was an agent of Athena. This is an entirely different matter. In the history of the Watchers, there has never been a case like Su Run's. I doubt there will ever be one again. Who can say what the future holds? Perhaps if he fathers a few children, some may inherit his remarkable genes. Keep your thoughts to yourself. I warn you, if you conduct experiments on those creatures without supervision, no one will intervene. But if you harbor any ill intentions towards him, I will not hesitate to eliminate you. I find that idea rather intriguing. I have a sister who is of childbearing age. Enough. Isn't your sister nearly 27? I have a niece who is about to graduate high school. I have a... He defeated the Sword Saint. At this proclamation, the conference room fell into a profound silence once more. No one wished to discuss this matter. The Sword Saint had long been a living myth among the Watchers, and now that this myth had been shattered, they dared not inquire further. After a significant pause, The middle-aged man cautiously asked, "Commander Yi, is this report genuine?" In that instant, even the sound of breathing seemed to vanish from the conference room. The fall of a pin could be distinctly heard. Everyone gazed intently at Yi Fan, eager to confirm this incredulous news from his lips. Zhuqing has been in constant communication with me today, and every detail in the report is indisputable, Yi Fan stated with unwavering calm, secretly reveling in their naivety. Everyone's breath quickened, and they exchanged glances, their eyes ablaze with understanding of the moment's significance. The report stated that the Sword Saint predicted Su Run would reach his current realm in approximately 7 years. If one were to consider merely this news, it seemed that in no more than 7 years, the Night Watch would boast a human pinnacle of strength, the Blade Saint, standing alongside the Sword Saint. What a revelation, even among the elite. There are distinctions. The Sword Saint is a top-tier force within the human echelon. According to the words of Zhuqing in the report, this Blade Saint currently resides in the Chuan realm, and his actual combat prowess could potentially rival the Limitless in battle. Remarkably, he has achieved this in merely half a month's time. For the Night Watch, this is no mere bombshell. It is akin to a nuclear detonation. After many years, they have produced only one Sword Saint, and now they are on the verge of welcoming a Blade Saint. This signifies that the Daxia human tribe, in the face of the ambiguous deities and the unknown monsters lurking in the mist, has gained yet another trump card. The strength of high-level combatants is the decisive factor in determining the trajectory of a tribe. This truth is well understood by the leaders of the Night Watch present. Moreover, from the report, it appears that this Blade Saint is not as easily manipulated as the Sword Saint. While the Sword Saint is formidable, his character is marked by weakness, rendering him unsuitable as the embodiment of civilization. In contrast, this Blade Saint, though outwardly courteous, possesses a bloodthirsty nature and can even lead the Sword Saint in a battle. No one mentioned his previous command of the Sword Saint. Instead, they marveled at how, in just a week of acquaintance, he could elicit the long-hidden, limitless level of mystery to kneel and beg for mercy. What if he were to gain power in the future? Su Run possesses the utmost potential, is intelligent, displays decorum, and offers no undue sympathy to alien races. There could be no more perfect image of the Daxia civilization's sword-bearer. In chaotic times, one must employ strict measures. In the face of dire ailments, one must apply potent remedies. Heaven bless Daxia. Heaven bless our Daxia. Some wept openly, overcome with emotion. Zhuqing mentioned in the report that he had granted him 2 million. What could such a meager sum accomplish? This Zhuqing is truly becoming increasingly unreasonable. He should provide him with the Night Watch's unlimited black card. Furthermore, he expressed a desire for certain forbidden blades. Let him have access to the warehouse to peruse and take as he pleases. And that 061 white slash, is it not in the hands of the Bailey family? Send that to him as well. At this moment, the usually frugal and simple Night Watch longed to offer everything to the yet unmet Su Run. They had never been this generous, even to their own fathers. Dream on, thinking the Bailey family would comply with your wishes? Suddenly, the room fell silent. Although the Night Watch is powerful, as an organization completely detached from production, they're also impoverished. The Bailey family is one of the stakeholders in the Night Watch, and their economic lifeblood rests in the hands of these major shareholders. While some stakeholders are supportive of the Night Watch, the Bailey family's attitude is evidently different. They have always regarded the Night Watch as their own property, akin to bodyguards. The Night Watchmen, impervious to demands, would turn away and instead tighten their grip on the funds of their comrades, leaving one to humbly admit fault later. Yi Fan's voice shattered the silence, stating that today's gathering was primarily to discuss the plans following Su Run's situation. Do any of you have insights? A towering leader, standing at 2 meters with a robust physique, rose and declared, "We must immediately bring him to the capital." The elder, initially opposed, who oversaw the training of new recruits for the Night Watchmen, retorted, "No, that is not the protocol. He must undergo training." Suddenly, several leaders from the Night Watchmen lunged forward, restraining the dissenting leader. "What are you doing, old Wong? We graduated together," he exclaimed. Stop! Stop! Don't strike my face. Bang, bang. A flurry of fists rained down upon him. You foolish old man, do you think I cannot bring you down? The time of the blade, Saint, is far too precious to be wasted on your pathetic training camp. Chapter 46. Undercurrents. Yi Fan regarded the chaos before him with indifference, showing no inclination to intervene or halt the commotion. As the individuals gradually dispersed, the elderly man transformed into a figure resembling a panda, grimacing as he touched the bruises on his face. With a tone of regret, he lamented, I should never have married your sister. Old Wang shot him a fierce glare, silencing him instantly as he returned to his previous seat. Yi Fan then spoke. Very well. Let us resume our discussion. The original plan is no longer applicable. I believe it is unwise to bring him to the capital. A leader spoke slowly. The Night Watchers are forged in blood and fire. Su Run's character aligns perfectly with our expectations of a swordsman. Protecting him here may result in the loss of some essential qualities. Yi Fan nodded thoughtfully, recognizing that a greenhouse cannot nurture a fierce tiger. I too agree that bringing him to the capital is inadvisable. The mystique here has established a unique equilibrium with us. His potential remains untapped, and his arrival may disrupt this balance. A slightly younger leader, though with snow-white hair, asserted, I believe we should continue to cultivate his lethal instincts and integrate him into the first combat sequence. Yi Fan pondered this. In the report, he had deliberately omitted certain characteristics, such as the enigmatic flame and Su Run's relentless pursuit of the mystique behind his killings. This proposal resonated with his own thoughts. Xinghong continued. Someone interjected. To keep him as a member of the guarding team is a waste of his innate potential. Others exchanged uncertain glances, and Yi Fan narrowed his eyes. What do you mean? To re-establish the Blue Rain special team? No way. The moment those words were uttered, immediate opposition arose. Absolutely not. The mists are too perilous. He has yet to mature. Exploring the mists is not a task for the pinnacle of humanity. The crowd voiced their objections vehemently. Each pinnacle of humanity was a hidden asset of the Night Watchers, reserved for desperate times as their ultimate weapon. The exploration of the mists was fraught with alarming casualty rates. The upper echelons of the Night Watchers might accept that elites pursue the unknown, but certainly not the pinnacle of humanity, which resembled an irreplaceable resource. There were not many Night Watchers with access to the divine ruins, yet only 5 had ever reached the pinnacle over the years. The anticipated 6th figure would be held to even higher expectations by the higher-ups, making it inconceivable to assign them to such a high-risk task. The dissent was fervent, and even Yi Fan furrowed his brow. The elder in charge of the training camp leaped onto the table, pointing an accusatory finger at Xinghong, his face flushed with anger. What are your true intentions? As yet another uproar threatened to erupt, Yi Fan pounded the table, fearing that further discord would yield no resolution today. Joining the special team is a commendable notion, but let us refrain from mentioning Blue Rain again. The medium is unsuitable. We have Phoenix and Mask. Let us vote for one. Those in favor of including Su Run in the Phoenix team, please raise your hands. The room fell eerily silent, with not a single hand raised. In light of the current situation, Yi Fan remained psychologically prepared. The Phoenix Squad's mission was to eliminate the mysteries emerging from the mist, frequently engaging with various entities within it. The team harbored a sense of unease. Meanwhile, the mass squad was tasked with addressing cases arising within the territory, and their captain, Wang Mian, possessed a unique ability related to time, ensuring a greater degree of safety for Su Run. A motion was raised to incorporate Su Run into the mass squad, and as anticipated, it garnered unanimous approval. The meeting was adjourned, with all members instructed to submit a report by midnight tomorrow. The draft was titled Swordbearer with a confidentiality level of top secret. After the attendees dispersed, an elder responsible for the training camp visited his personal quarters and discreetly retrieved a mobile phone from the lowest drawer, sending a clandestine message. The man named Xinghong, though young, wore a head of white hair. As he closed his eyes in repose, he entered a dreamscape where several figures communicated with one another. Meanwhile, Yi Fan furrowed his brow in the office, pondering how long this classified plan could remain under wraps. Surely, someone would emerge to disrupt the status quo. Unbeknownst to Su Run, significant events were unfolding at the headquarters of the Night Watchman. He strolled along the riverbank, clutching a 2 million yuan bank card gifted by Zhuo Qing, who proved to be an exemplary leader. Close to the Hongying residence, the night had settled in, with a few vessels still traversing the expansive river. The evening breeze along the riverside alleviated the oppressive heat, offering a refreshing sensation. In Songnan City, many individuals accompanied children and dogs for leisurely strolls along the embankment. The night market along this route bustled with vibrancy, featuring barbecue stalls, milk tea vendors, cold noodle stands, ring toss games, and balloon darts with a steady flow of foot traffic. Observing these people, Su Run's expression turned somber. He sensed within them, akin to his earlier detection of the flame within Zhou Ping, a flickering azure flame. For most, this internal flame appeared ethereal and tenuous, swaying as if on the verge of extinguishment. Prolonged observation revealed glimmers of golden particles merging with the flame, causing it to burn more vigorously. In contrast, the azure flame within children burned steadily, showing no signs of waning. Since Zhuo Qing had returned him to Songnan City, he had been acutely aware of this phenomenon. He understood that, within a year, the majority of Songnan's populace would vanish, yet he had not grasped the profound depth of this reality until now. The smiling faces of those cradling children would, in a year, dissolve into nothingness. For a moment, his thoughts spiraled into a dark place. These foreign little deities, one day, I shall sever your heads and launch them into the cosmos. In low Earth orbit, your head shall serve as satellites for Earth. The flames within these individuals, the fire of life, the flame of the soul, whatever one might call it, likely represented the essence of humanity. To his astonishment, his fourth skill, Blade Sovereign, enabled him to perceive this primordial fire. Thus, the energy he had previously harnessed by incinerating monstrous bodies was most likely derived from this very essence. The azure flames of one's own essence turned out to be the primordial force. Yet, upon glancing at the succinct skill description of Energy Absorption Blade, the true meaning of blade transformation still eludes him. However, he has formed a general understanding in his mind and awaits further testing. As he gazed at the bustling barbecue stall by the roadside, the sizzling squid skewers on the grill ignited his appetite. "Boss, please pack my order. Beef skewers, lamb skewers, squid tentacles, chicken wings, heart pipes, beef tendon, mackerel, grilled crucian carp, scallops with vermicelli, garlic oysters. I want one of each. And add a portion of spicy stir-fried rice snails and sour spicy edamame. Pack it all up, but make it mildly spicy." This establishment's lamb skewers are crafted from freshly cut hind leg meat, skewered right at the entrance. Generous chunks of lamb, marbled with fat, are threaded onto red willow branches and grilled over charcoal, sizzling with succulent juices. Sprinkled with cumin and chili, the fat drips onto the coals, releasing a plume of white smoke that carries the tantalizing aroma of grilled lamb infused with the unique fragrance of cumin. Su Run's appetite soared, and he ordered a round of cold beer. In summer, barbecuing is incomplete without ice-cold beer. After 2 weeks of tension in this world, he finally felt a sense of relaxation. "Boss, please start grilling. I will come and pick it up shortly." He then visited another shop specializing in crayfish, ordering 3 pounds of oil-braised shrimp to be packed, insisting on extra spice. Redding relishes spicy food, while Xiao has a fondness for fish. Today, the viewership surged unexpectedly. "I am grateful for your attention. Last night, I noticed so many readers engaging with my book, and I must confess, I immediately got out of bed and wrote an additional 500 words. Then, I ventured into the comments section. Love you all." Chapter 47. Your cooperation is remarkable, carrying several large bags. The mere aroma wafting through the air was enough to stir one's appetite. During the special training sessions, Zhou Ping inherited the culinary skills of his uncle, who owned a restaurant. However, this culinary enthusiast had little desire for gourmet cuisine. Day after day, he prepared the same few dishes, opting for simplicity in their preparation. After 3 days, Su Run could no longer tolerate it, and from then on, he took over the cooking duties. The makeshift beds at the night watchman's base were merely narrow army cots, measuring 0. 8M by 2M. They were serviceable but hardly comfortable. Reflecting on the spacious bed at Hong Ying's home, Su Run quickened his pace while carrying barbecue delights and beer. Upon reaching a less crowded area, a faint blue light enveloped his feet, causing Su Run to vanish from sight. After 2 teleportations, he found himself in the villa district of Hong Ying's residence. A strange sound caught his attention, reminiscent of a cup shattering on the floor. Assuming it might be an argument, Su Run paid it little mind. However, a sudden, interrupted scream halted his steps, and he frowned. This place was once purchased by Hong Ying's parents when she was a child, then considered a high-end development. Now, after many years, the new district boasted even more luxurious estates. While the area was not yet dilapidated, many had already departed. The advantage was the tranquility of the evenings. The disadvantage was the markedly diminished security. After some contemplation, Su Run extended his mental energy toward the source of the scream. After all, this was near his residence, and it was only prudent to pay a little attention. Inside a villa, 2 women clad in black lace nightgowns were gagged, trembling in fear as they beheld 2 thugs within the house. "Uncle, these women are too exquisite. I can hardly contain myself," exclaimed a burly, middle-aged man, his eyes gleaming with unabashed lewdness as he scanned the bound pair. Sisters Tang Qin and Tang Xin felt his gaze as palpable, causing the fine hairs on their delicate arms to stand on end. Older sister, Tang Qin, she muffled, tears welling in her eye, making her appear pitifully vulnerable. A gnarled, yellowed hand struck her small face with immense force, drawing a trickle of crimson from her lips. "Oomph. Behave yourself. If you scream again, I'll have your tongues cut out." The speaker was a frail, elderly man with sparse, brittle white hair, clad only in a tank top. His eyes, alight with a malice more terrifying than the lewd gaze of the middle-aged man, fixated on the alluring sisters. "You can't hold back all day. How can you achieve anything like this? Go search the house for valuables. Damn it. Uncle, I beg you, just let me have my turn first. By the time you're done, what will be left of them?" The exchange between the 2 men sent a wave of terror through Tang Qin, flooding her senses. The middle-aged man sniffed the air, puzzled. "What is that smell?" The old man turned, his eyes brimming with a more frenzied malevolence. He spoke with a quivering voice. "My dear nephew, heed your old uncle's words. From now on, I shall always put you first. With the power we possess now, who could possibly stand in our way? Be obedient. You cannot grasp these 2. With a sudden outburst of frustration, the middle-aged man struck the wooden railing beside him, shattering it into 2 pieces. As he turned to scour the surroundings, he noticed a tall, composed figure standing above the steps in the villa's hall. Who is that? The newcomer was Su Run, who regarded the 2 men before him with a slight furrow of his brow. Within the essence of fire coursing through their bodies flickered a small green flame, seemingly igniting their hidden potential. Their once illusory source of fire now erupted like a blossoming firework, scattering sparks in all directions. When did such creatures emerge in Songnan City? As Su Run contemplated, the 2 men felt a sudden shift in their vision. Before they could unleash their gathered strength, they realized their perspectives had drastically altered. Looking down, they found their bodies vanishing from view, their heads resting above the floor. They opened their mouths to scream, but no sound emerged. Su Run descended the steps, whispering, "Shh, do not cry out. Your head remains intact. Only your body is buried beneath. Answer my questions honestly. Otherwise, your head may relocate. Do you understand?" He released the middle-aged man's restraints, but the man struggled to lift his arm, trapped by the concrete bindings that rendered him immobile. Su Run paid no heed to his futile attempts and calmly inquired, "First question, where does your power originate?" The middle-aged man, his face flushed from the effort, shouted in desperation, "The master will not spare you." "The master? Your strength does not stem from an object, but from a person," Su Run deduced. "You answered correctly, but your tone displeases me." Su Run raised his hand, and a force lifted the man into the air as if he were a mere turnip. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the man opened his mouth to plead for mercy, yet no sound emerged. With a single hand, Su Run squeezed the air, crushing the man's heart within his chest, extinguishing the peculiar flame inside him. Discarding the man's lifeless body as one would refuse, he turned his gaze to the elder. Second question, what is the purpose behind the power he bestowed upon you? He lifted the elder's silence. I will tell you. She is a woman with green hair, around 30 years old, her accent foreign. 3 days ago, she encountered us and granted us incredible power, asking us to find someone. Su Run's expression turned contemplative. Who are we searching for? I do not know. She said to look for someone like you, someone with special powers. Hearing this, Su Run pondered. Judging by these methods, the individuals behind these two were likely not benevolent. They might have been activated by some force. Yet these two were akin to flickering candles, teetering on the brink of extinguishment. In search of extraordinary powers in Songnan. Could it be that one is seeking the Night Watchman? This plot does not exist in the original narrative. Is it directed at me? As one ages, one becomes increasingly astute. Observing Su Run's contemplative expression, the elderly man, though filled with trepidation, dared not disrupt this esteemed individual. At that moment, Su Run turned his gaze towards the two women nestled in the corner, sisters whose appearances bore resemblance, yet whose physiques diverged. With a swift motion, he snapped his fingers towards the more diminutive girl, liberating her from her restraints. This young lady, adorned with a tear-shaped beauty mark at her left eye and donning a pair of black-rimmed spectacles, appeared more composed. Upon realizing that her bindings had been loosened, she trembled as she rose, pulling away the strawberry-patterned cloth that had muffled her cries. Striving to maintain her composure, she expressed, "Thank you for rescuing me and my sister. My name is Tang Xin, and I am in my second year of high school." Before she could finish her sentence, Su Run raised his hand, signaling her to cease. "I am aware. There is no need for gratitude. For now, please fetch a cloth and a bucket of water." Once Tang Xin returned with the water, Su Run commanded with his mind, and the elderly man still in the field was suddenly suspended in mid-air, bound by an invisible force. Esteemed one, I've been compliant. Please no." The old man, having crossed the threshold of 50, now bore tears of desperation in his eyes. He wished to live. Your compliance is rather excessive. I believe that by taking matters into my own hands, the information I obtain will be more credible." With that, Su Run soaked the cloth and placed it over the elderly man's face. The water torture, a method of interrogation that is both gentle and brutal. Even a sturdy man could not endure for more than a few minutes. This method inflicts permanent psychological and neurological damage upon the victim. Chapter 48. A bit of pain. Bear with it. A minute later, Su Run received the information he desired. The old man's words were indeed true. He picked up several clean tissues to wipe his damp hands. "AUV, if you had mentioned it earlier, we could have avoided this mess." The old man, with his features contorted, lay on the ground, greedily gasping for fresh air, utterly unresponsive. Holding his breath had proven futile. Water continued to flow into his nostrils. He completely broke down at the 25-second mark. Su Run casually discarded the tissues and took out his phone. He glanced at the barbecue on the coffee table in the living room and sighed inwardly. It appeared that dinner would not happen today. Adjusting his tone, he called Hong Ying. "Hello, is Xiao Honging there? A brisk voice, lively and clear, responded. "Xiao Honging isn't here, but Sister Honging is." "Oh, Xiaonan, what are you doing?" "Ha ha, cough. To make a long story short, I just returned at Songnan, and there has been a peculiar incident in our community. You all need to come and handle it." "Where? What is happening?" "Sister will come assist you right away." Hearing the clanging of weapons on the other end, a light sheen of sweat formed on Su Run's forehead, and he felt an inexplicable pressure mounting. "No, it's already been dealt with. It's in." He shot a questioning glance at the girl beside him. "Building 025. Without waiting for a response, he ended the call. A significant adversary awaited him. That individual was most likely after him. Until he was captured, sleep would be but a distant thought. He gazed at the peculiar green flame emanating from the old man's body. With a mere thought, the faint flame floated out from within him. Had it been more potent, he would have needed to engage physically to extract it. This action caused the old man, already in a state of collapse, to writhe on the ground, his already aged face sinking further, resembling someone on the brink of death. As Su Run sensed the faint connection to this green flame, he sneered, "Did you think you were well hidden? After a grueling week of specialized training, I've just returned at Songnan. I sought to relax and enjoy some delicacies and wine with friends, only to encounter this situation. I feel an overwhelming surge of anger." Su Run? Suddenly, someone called his name. Su Run turned to see the woman who had been on the ground, now assisted by her sister, removing a small, bear-printed cloth from her mouth. The woman appeared to be approximately 25 years old. She looked somewhat familiar, though he could not quite place her. "It's really you." Her face lit up with joy, and the tear mole at the lower corner of her right eye appeared charming. Struggling to rise with her curvaceous figure, she introduced herself. "I am Tang Qin. We met at the mall before." Suddenly, it clicked for Su Run. He had seen her photos on social media when he first arrived in this world, but their conversations had dwindled, and he had almost forgotten her. "Ah, it's you. Songnan is truly small. Don't worry, everything is fine now. My friends will arrive shortly, and these two will take care of it." Upon hearing that her sister was friends with the man before her, Tang Xine, who had initially harbored a sense of wariness, gradually relaxed. "Will Brother Su Run be staying tonight?" After the events of the evening, Tang Xine felt an overwhelming lack of security and instinctively sought reassurance upon learning that Su Run was her sister's friend. It is in our nature to rely on the strong. Her sister, Tang Qin, gazed at him softly. Su Run, however, dismissed her gaze with a wave of his hand, stating, "I still have some matters to attend to. We shall converse later." With that, he disregarded the elderly man lying on the floor like a lifeless dog and instantly vanished from the scene. His spatial awareness had detected Hong Ying and Xiao Nan waiting outside. Seeing himself in the company of two exquisite beauties, both acquainted and bearing wine, he anticipated that Xiao Nan's mischievous nature would lead to her twisting the narrative, which would require a considerable amount of explanation. Though engaging with her could be quite entertaining, he had unfinished business and chose to leave this contentious setting. Following the sensation of the green flame in his hand, he flickered through the dark night sky. The owner of the flame was astute. Rather than hiding in seclusion, she had opted for a luxurious suite in a hotel located in the city center, utilizing the principle of concealment under the cover of darkness. Summoning the Yin Mo knife, he teleported directly inside. With his formidable spiritual energy and the physical prowess of the 2 elephants and 6 tigers, even an ordinary figure at the Wuliang level would find it difficult to contend against him, regardless of 1's realm. The only question remains: can your mental fortitude withstand the onslaught of 1,000 blades, each capable of rending space itself? There was no need for the meticulous scheming of the past. The opulent room was devoid of any other presence, and the scattered garments on the bed suggested the occupant was indeed a woman. The sounds of splashing water indicated someone was bathing. Su Run was in no rush. He settled into the luxurious curved sofa, employing the spatial perception of a Yin Mo knife to scan for any companions within suite. The bathroom door swung open, revealing a green-haired woman emerging, enveloped in a veil of steam. The damp towel clung to her form, accentuating her curves slightly. Upon spotting Su Run, armed and seated on the curved sofa by the window, her pupils constricted, yet she swiftly regained her composure within mere breaths. Unfazed by his gaze, she elegantly bent down to retrieve 2 cans of beverage from the refrigerator, her towel outlining an alluring silhouette. She sauntered toward Su Run with feline grace. "Oh, I didn't realize the hotel offered room service," she exclaimed, playfully popping open an energy drink with her manicured nails, leaning forward to present it to him. Flaunting her charm, though she initially claimed to disfavor such advances, she leaned in closer, her face inches from his, gazing alluringly into his eyes as she teased. "Hee. Brother, you're so handsome. I find it utterly impossible to refuse." Su Run couldn't help but chuckle. She was quite adept at this game. If a typical man were in his position, confronted with drinks, allure, and beauty all at once, he might very well be at a loss as to where to direct his gaze. Su Run, a seasoned player, offered a calm smile as he slowly extended his left hand, gently gripping the chin of the green-haired woman, rising with a deliberate grace. His gaze held a hint of amusement as he looked down into her eyes. Indifferently, he remarked, "I hear you are in search of me?" Despite the absence of force in his grip, his confident demeanor and contemptuous gaze imparted an overwhelming sense of pressure. Indeed, the woman's pupils contracted as she exclaimed, "You are the disciple of the Sword Saint." The title Sword Saint's disciple elicited a frown from Su Run, as he found the phrase somewhat jarring. Yet, it was evident that they were indeed looking for him. His words concealed two traps. The woman's acknowledgement of "you all" indicated the presence of an organization behind her, while her immediate reference to the Sword Saint's disciple suggested that news related to the Sword Saint, other than himself, was unlikely. With a sigh, he mused that the Night Watcher's intelligence was rather porous, rivaling that of S.H.I.E.L.D. "Ah, my dear brother is quite formidable. I find myself rather fond of you," she teased. Uncertain of the force backing her, Su Run decided to probe further. He moved his left hand from her chin to caress her pale face, easing the tension in the air. After a moment's contemplation, he inquired, "What business does the Ancient God Church have with me?" The Ancient God Church, the most prominent faction in the original narrative, was the first suspect in any disturbances. Their paper strength was impressive, boasting several divine agents, yet he could hardly recall many of them. Among the three leaders, none possessed the peak human capabilities. Their connections to external deities meant their actual combat prowess surpassed that of ordinary Klein-level warriors. Perhaps they could be deemed the most powerful below the apex of humanity. But that was the extent of it. Much like certain nations that boast of being the best in Asia or the second in the world without possessing nuclear weapons. "How do you know?" the woman exclaimed, astonished. She had yet to reveal her identity. So how could this man discern it? Could he possess the ability to read minds, akin to the Forbidden Ruins? Truly, the Ancient God Church was a troop of jesters. Without warning, Su Run tightened his grip around the woman's neck, the strength akin to the most unyielding collar, rendering her struggles futile. "Wait, cough, cough," she gasped, her mental energy surging as she attempted to pry his hand from her throat, her hair billowing about her. Yet, the hand constricting her throat remained immobile. She hadn't anticipated that this seemingly charming brother would turn hostile so abruptly. Shoo, do not panic. Let us conduct an experiment." Su Run soothed, his tone placating. He glanced at the base of her neck, where a sphere of green, primal flame flickered. With a swift motion, he opened his right hand, igniting azure flames that enveloped his palm. He forcefully reached toward the sphere of green, primal flame nestled within her chest. "Now, this might sting a bit. Bear with me." Without inflicting any harm, his arm astonishingly pierced through the opponent's skin, as if penetrating a veil of light. Indeed, it could be employed in such a manner. The moment he beheld Zhou Ping's flame, an impulse surged within him. Until now, he had lacked a suitable opportunity and target to test this ability. But today, she would serve as the perfect subject for experimentation. Fourth Authority, Lord of Blades, activate. Herein lies a grand chapter of nearly 3,000 words. Do you delight in my remarkable frequency of updates? Haha, intriguing developments are on the horizon. However, I suspect some of you have already deduced the ability the protagonist is about to unleash. Haven to you. Chapter 49. Is it unwise to deceive my friend Zhou Pingjian? A soft moan escaped the woman's throat, unable to be suppressed. Su Run's large hand, like an iron clamp, gripped her delicate neck tightly, rendering her unable to swallow properly. His fierce arm enveloped in azure flames penetrated the chest of the green-haired woman, seizing the mass of green fire within. This action delivered a profound shock to the voluptuous woman, causing her gaze to involuntarily ascend, without a trace of concern for her feelings. Su Run's expression remained resolute as he clutched her throat with one hand while, despite her feeble resistance, he grasped the green flame with the other, pulling it outward. The process encountered slight resistance, akin to drawing a sword that had long remained sheathed, the scabbard clinging tenaciously to the blade, reluctant to let it depart. Yet, Su Run's ruthless determination prevailed as he disregarded her trembling legs and resolutely extracted the flame. As Su Run's palm emerged, what he held transformed into a dark green hilt. This revelation ignited a spark of understanding in Su Run's eyes. He released his grip on her throat and seized the hilt with both hands. First ability, Blade Bone, activated. Unlike the initial sluggishness, as the ability took effect, the extraction of the hilt became increasingly smooth, as if lubricating a long-rusted machine. The dark green blade, radiating an unusual light, fully separated from the voluptuous woman's body. At that moment, she seemed bereft of her bones, her entire being rendered limp. Her pristine chest bore remnants of dark green energy, forming peculiar patterns. Subdued at Su Run's feet, her voluptuous form quivered slightly. Once the dark green glow dissipated from Su Run's hand, a short blade, approximately the length of an arm, revealed itself. The blade shimmered with a moss-like hue of eerie green, imbued with a sense of perilous curse. The end of the hilt was adorned with 3 yellow gems resembling pupils. A resonant echo seemed to whisper in Su Run's ears, revealing the name of the blade. Poison. Those who are cut by this blade shall experience a surge in power. Yet prolonged exposure to this state may lead to baldness, swamp sickness, and a host of ailments draining vitality, an undeniably toxic effect. Su Run pondered the application of this blade, uncertain of its practical use. However, he grasped the essence of Blade Monarch as power. To wield humanity as a blade, I am the Blade Monarch. Such was the meaning. He articulated this thought slowly. At that moment, the green-haired woman regained her senses, terror etched across her face as she trembled and inquired, Who are you? With a chuckle, Su Run redirected his gaze towards her, an audacious idea forming in his mind. Grasping the dark green short blade, poison, he summoned the rarely used blade intent. A domineering glimmer flashed in his eyes. Third ability, my will is blade intent. Now kneel. The expression in the green-haired woman's eyes shifted erratically, at times filled with fear, at times submissive. Yet her alluring body responded without hesitation. A soft whimper escaped her lips. The woman was utterly enraptured, prostrating herself at Su Run's feet, her gaze enchanting yet submissive as she lifted her head to meet his. The sudden contrast in her expression momentarily stunned Su Run. A chilling sensation coursed through him, igniting a tumultuous fire within his heart, as a certain allure danced in his eyes. Despite Su Run's extensive experience in matters of the heart, bolstered by the formidable presence of his unparalleled second brother, he found himself unexpectedly stirred by this trivial encounter. No, this blade is tainted. It must not be wielded. He closed his eyes, conjuring images of Hong Ying, Xiaonan, and Lady Baili. This only intensified his turmoil. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to purge his emotions and stabilize his pristine heart, gradually regaining his composure. As a cultivator of the righteous path, such underhanded tactics sullied his noble identity. Redirecting his thoughts, he pondered if there were alternative ways to develop Lore Blade. Meanwhile, he continued to speak, inquiring, What is your identity? The green-haired woman, having discarded her previous seductive demeanor, now appeared exceedingly deferential. I'm an elementary school teacher. I'm at your affiliation with the ancient divine church. Su Run exclaimed in exasperation. You, a green-haired teacher? Is it a legitimate school? The woman seemed somewhat aggrieved, replying meekly, I'm the 27th seat of the ancient divine church, a healer. 27th seat? I have no recollection. Su Run responded. Healer, a subordinate of Murmur, one of the 3 leaders of the ancient divine church. I can scarcely recall the specifics of our strength composition. Divine beings were not as commonplace as they are now. Among the believers, there are indeed some formidable powers. Moreover, one cannot simply regard Murmur with ordinary standards. Su Run felt a surge of confidence, though he knew that delving deeper into such matters could be precarious, especially regarding Klein. However, it mattered little. A mere phone call could summon his brothers from the neighboring city. With a cold smile, he mused, Only the 27th seat? No wonder you are so lackluster. What do you seek from me? There are rumors of a sword saint disciple emerging from Songnan City. The healer's eyes sparkled with genuine admiration, her excitement palpable. Lord Murmur has sent us to seek your illustrious presence. Our primary objective is to bring you to the ancient divine church, and should that fail, to eliminate you before you reach your full potential. Su Run toyed with the dagger in his hand, contemplating her words. Eliminate me before I grow? It seems my latest developments have yet to circulate. A sardonic smile crept across his face. Elimination was not his immediate concern regarding the ancient divine church. His primary focus remained on the mysterious, engaging with this faction of beings, whose combat prowess barely grazed the ceiling of human potential, would prove too troublesome. With their fixation on troubling the ancient divine church, he estimated he would soon ascend to godhood himself. Yet, as the conversation returned to this subject, murmur, I shall prepare a surprise for you. Su Run suppressed a mischievous grin, plotting to entrust his true name to a certain delivery man. The final question, once answered, I shall leave you intact. At these words, the green-haired female apothecary exhibited a struggle in her expression, as malice and subservience flickered in her eyes in rapid succession. Su Run observed quietly, making no move, intent on discerning the true extent of the blade intent. How many of you are there in Songnon? What strength do you possess? I am uncertain of the specifics, but there are at least 2 formidable Chuan realm experts. Upon uttering this, the apothecary's complexion turned ashen. Master, please, I beg you. No, I cannot defy. It was hard to fathom how complex a single visage could appear. Su Run felt a chill of astonishment. This ability was exceedingly tyrannical. Even if compelled to take her own life, she would ultimately comply. Su Run shook his head. I grant you the chance to perish with clarity, yet prior to that, an experiment remains. He disregarded the apothecary's expression of pathological gratitude. Raising his hand, he summoned the azure flames once more, concentrating his focus to extract a strand of primordial energy from the flickering blaze. Beside the sofa, the Yama blade trembled slightly against the wall. Fully engrossed, he gradually drew this strand of primordial energy closer to the dark green poison dagger in his hand. As the energy approached the poison, a subtle luminescence emanated from the Yama blade. Su Run, absorbed in his task, failed to notice this. Ultimately, he forcefully infused the strand of primordial energy into the poison. Suddenly, the dark green radiance of the dagger deepened. When Su Run glanced again, the overall pattern of the blade remained largely unchanged. Poison. Those wounded by this blade will experience a surge in power. The deeper the wound, the greater the increase in strength. Sustaining this state will swiftly lead to baldness, vitality loss, and a series of ailments that drain life force. Su Run's eye twitched. This blade, truly a piece of detritus. Once more, he carefully squeezed out another wisp of energy, fearful of excess. Clang, 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 clang. The tremors of the Yinma blade were now distinctly audible. Su Run maintained his stance of infusing energy, turning in bewilderment. The Yinma blade now floated behind him, radiating a brilliant blue light. A deep hum resonated throughout the room. A youthful voice, imbued with fury, proclaimed power. Indeed, it is the sister blade. Currently, I am pondering what form Hong Ying's power might take. Should it follow the original path of a spear, or perhaps a straight blade, or even a halberd that combines both spear and blade? Should anyone possess grander ideas, feel free to leave a comment. I shall certainly take notice. Chapter 50. The unknown power since the first communication. The blade soul, Yinma, had remained silent for an extended period. During this time, Su Run visited that void space numerous times. Yet little Yinma remained dormant, lost in slumber beneath the moonlight. Now awakened, it erupted with sudden fury, leaving Su Run no time to react. Power! Mine! Blue energy particles emanated from the Yinma blade as a pair of delicate, pale hands grasped its hilt, drawing it from its sheath. It was none other than the white-haired, blue-eyed blade soul, Yinma. She possessed an exquisite appearance, her long hair cascading down to her lower back, swaying without wind, while her crimson robe billowed dramatically. The once emotionless visage now displayed traces of anger and a hint of grievance. Su Run quickly regained his senses, but before he could utter a word, the Yinma blade sliced through the fabric of space, striking the poison in his hand. Buzz! The sound of a dimensional slash reverberated. This short blade, which Su Run had barely wielded for 3 minutes, was shattered into fragments by the furious little Yinma with a single dimensional strike. Poof! The green-haired apothecary woman spat out a mouthful of blood, her pupils rolling back, and before she could react, she collapsed. Su Run had no time to concern himself with her. He rushed forward to embrace Yinma, his expression tinged with anxiety as he exclaimed, "Oh dear, little treasure, you aren't hurt, are you? That broken blade was toxic. You must be cautious." He took the Yinma blade, taller than its wielder, from her small hands, scanning the blade's edge in a flurry, fearing any signs of abnormality. Seeing that the blade appeared normal, he let out a slight sigh of relief. Turning to look at Yinma nestled in his arms, her little face was pale. Su Run inquired with genuine concern, "Weren't you supposed to be resting? Why did you suddenly come out?" After their first communication, she had remained in slumber. Su Run was uncertain of the reasons and dared not forcibly summon her with his powers, fearing he might harm her. Upon hearing Su Run's concern, the anger faded from Yinma's pale face. Her large blue eyes gazed at him, her lashes fluttering, as she conveyed her grievance. Power! Yinma's! Understanding her, Su Run felt reassured, seeing that the blade soul was not gravely harmed. He gently transferred the small Yinma from his right arm to his left. Summoning a flame of ultramarine from his right hand, he expressed his mild worry. "Is this what you mean by power?" Upon witnessing the ultramarine flame, Yinma's eyes sparkled. Her little hand clutched tightly to Su Run's clothing, and her head nodded vigorously twice. However, he had yet to fully test it and remained uncertain. Words failed him. Yinma fell silent, her big eyes gazing earnestly at Su Run, resembling a puppy with drooping ears. With a slight sigh of resignation and a tender expression, he smiled gently. Very well, then from the very first day the ultramarine flame manifested, he had longed to imprint it upon the Yinma blade. At that time, however, the flame was ferocious, reducing anything of mystery to ashes upon contact. His instincts suggested it was feasible, yet rationality compelled him to refrain. Having conducted the recent test, he felt more assured. Carefully, he extracted a wisp of blue energy from his fingertips and presented it to Yinma, uncertain how best to offer it to her. Just moments ago, the little Yama was forcefully filled with poison. How could this be done? Fortunately, he did not need to ponder for long. Yama slightly parted his lips and absorbed the energy. This power invigorated him, and he lifted his gaze, excitedly looking at Su Run, who had his arms around his neck. It seemed that this indeed benefited him. Su Run silently concluded. Extracting another thread of energy, it vanished in the blink of an eye. Observing the little Yama, whose spirit was exuberant yet whose complexion remained unchanged, Su Run felt a twitch in the corner of his eye. Could it be that he only devoured the golden beast? Gritting his teeth, he decided to oblige. He resolutely released the restrictions and directly conjured a ball of flame. Upon witnessing this, Yama's expression grew even more animated. Instead of immediately absorbing it, he gave Su Run a thumbs up. Power! Su Run felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, recalling unpleasant memories. He opened his mouth to correct. When expressing gratitude, one should say thank you. The ball of flame quickly diminished under Yama's pull. Yet the suction showed no signs of abating. Su Run gazed at Yama's tiny mouth, utterly bewildered by how he could consume so much. This was the essence obtained from Zhou Ping after a week of labor. Half of it had already been absorbed. Su Run murmured to Yama, "What on earth did you do to incur such a loss?" With a cute little burp, Yama displayed a hint of fatigue on his face. He sat on Su Run's arm, wrapping his hands around Su Run's neck like a child, and spoke haltingly, "Thank you, Run." Upon finishing, his eyes began to close, and his body gradually became translucent, preparing to return to the Yama blade. "Wait, why do you sleep after eating?" Su Run still had questions for him. "I've been feeling strange lately. Did you cause this?" Run, weak, needs power. After barely finishing this fragmented sentence, Yama disappeared completely. Su Run stared blankly at the blade in his hand, contemplating the earlier words. "Power? I don't feel any new strength. Could it be demonification? But I lack the bloodline of a demon. How frustrating. How does one wield this power? I have no clues." He began to feel a headache coming on. Recently, he had been experiencing inexplicable impulses. Sometimes he reflected on it. His current temperament starkly contrasted with his former gentle and kind self. What once was chaotic goodness now felt as if it were leaning towards chaotic evil. Even in Devil May Cry, It didn't seem to mention a drastic change in personality, did it? His engagement with Devil May Cry was merely casual. He didn't delve deeply into its lore. Yama possessed no sense of good and evil. Perhaps in his eyes, Su Run and power were simply good. Just through a single exchange, this enigmatic power was transferred to him, with Yama unaware of how long he would slumber. Su Run found himself uncertain. Was this a blessing or a curse? Behind him, on the glass of the floor-to-ceiling window, a vague outline seemed to extend above Su Run. He appeared oblivious to this, his attention drawn instead to the green-haired woman beside him, who had already ceased to breathe. If she had merely been severed in two, she might have survived. However, regrettably, her essence was annihilated by the furious dimensional slash of the underworld judge. It seems appropriate to call someone to retrieve the remains. He gazed at the lifeless woman, initially contemplating whether he could opportunistically utilize her as a pawn. The body, now devoid of life, exhibited no signs of the azure flames yearning to ignite as kindling. Was it because her spirit had already dissipated? In this world, the physical forms of human warriors bear no distinction from those of ordinary people upon death. Unlike the mysterious, there exists no inherent power of origin. Lost in thought, a fleeting weariness crossed Su Run's face. It seemed the events of the night had reached a conclusion. He produced his phone and dialed Chunmai. "Hello, Captain. Yes, I'm back. There is a bit of an incident. I eliminated a member of the ancient god church." "What? I'm unscathed." "Yes, it's all over. I'll send you the location." "What? The team is gathering?" Su Run surveyed the opulent room, the discarded clothing strewn across the bed, the dubious stains on the floor, and the nearly naked corpse at his feet, hesitating before responding. "Is that really necessary?" "What? Hong Ing is right beside you. You're all together right now." Beep, beep, beep. The captain had already hung up. Su Run couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He never anticipated that after a week of separation, their reunion would be marred by such disarray. Chapter 51. Lao Zhao. Are you going to ban the market? Su Run had visited hotels many times, yet this was the first occasion he felt apprehensive about entering a room. He stood in the corridor, anxiously gazing toward the far end, desperately wishing that his old friends would not find him in such an awkward situation. Otherwise, it would be akin to stepping in yellow mud. Ding! The sound of the elevator doors opening echoed. Su Run looked up to see Chunmai, Wu Xiangnan, Zhao Concheng, Wen Shima, Lung Xian, Lin Qiye, Xiaonan, and Hong Ying. Well, the 136 team, along with himself, was gathered together today. Taking a deep breath, he endeavored to maintain his customary expression. "Everyone, it has been a long time." The captain nodded at him, and the others smiled in return. "Su Run, my dear brother, it's been ages." Hong Ying greeted him with a cheerful smile. Although Hong Ying was nearly the same age as Su Run, she always affectionately referred to him as her younger brother. Su Run had struggled to correct her several times, but had ultimately decided to let it be. Xiaonan, grinning mischievously, teased, "Hey, you rascal, why did you dive straight into a woman's room as soon as you returned?" At this, Hong Ying's face revealed a flicker of curiosity as she turned to Su Run. It was purely coincidental," he responded, knowing well that Xiaonan would not miss such an opportunity. After a day of contemplation, Su Run found himself answering somewhat sluggishly. "Oh dear." Xiaonan chuckled wickedly, her bun bobbing slightly. "I have spoken with her. She knows you. You have only been in Songnan for a few days and hardly met anyone. Quite the coincidence, isn't it?" Hong Ying's smile faltered at this revelation. It was indeed a peculiar situation. The others exchanged glances, with Chunmai frowning, ready to intervene, but was halted by Lao Zhao. The rest remained silent, content to observe the unfolding drama. Su Run inwardly cursed, realizing that when they needed something from him, they called him Rungu. Yet when he was in trouble, they chose to spectate. The world of martial arts was indeed harsh. He spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, feigning nonchalance. "What can I say? There aren't many young people in our community. With my good looks, I stand out as the only handsome one. Although I have only been here for a few days, who wouldn't recognize me?" He engaged his sluggish mind, understanding that such incidents were akin to dirty water splashed upon oneself. The more one tried to wipe it off, the messier it became. rather than stubbornly debating reality. A subtle approach could yield better results. Indeed, Xiao Nan, unable to pin him down, huffed in response. "You're so vain." Yet, glancing at Su Run's face, she had to concede that there was some truth in his words. Hong Ying appeared to have a sudden epiphany, and she began to giggle at him. Hong Ying is truly adorable, he thought, relieved to have passed this hurdle. His gaze shifted to the others, who were all too wary to meet his eyes. Su Run sneered internally, recalling how this group of traitors would seek his favor when in need. At this moment, Chimai spoke up. "Su Run, we discussed the general situation while en route. Now, please show us the scene." With her high ponytail swaying slightly, Hong Ying expressed her concern. "Su Run, you mentioned that the ancient god sect is looking for you. You have been with us during this time, so please don't venture out." Su Run felt a warmth in his heart. Amidst this cold world, it was Hong Ying who provided the most comfort. He gently reassured her, "Yes, I will heed your advice. Feeling utterly fatigued, I await the night watchman's arrangements, as Wuqing has instructed me to return and await his news, which I anticipate will not take long. During this interim, I shall occupy myself with reading, patiently biding my time for the night watchman to gather intelligence." Upon hearing this, Hong Ying's eyes sparkled with delight, her smile narrowing into a crescent shape, while her lively ponytail swayed energetically. Meanwhile, Xiao Nan, seething with irritation, thought, "What a scoundrel. He treats Sister Hong Ying so well. He must have ulterior motives." Disregarding her outburst, Su Run turned to Chun Mai and said, "We are in this room, but I lack a room key. I can teleport you inside." "No need, Xiao Nan. By your command." "Haha, let me show you my skills." With a hint of menace, Xiao Nan approached the door and addressed Su Run, her expression resembling that of a detective on the hunt. Unfazed, Su Run maintained a calm demeanor and told Chun Mai, "Captain, you go in first. I need to speak with Lao Zhao about something." Knowing that Xiao Nan would undoubtedly confront him again upon entering the room, Su Run opted to avoid a confrontation for the time being. He beckoned Lao Zhao, all under Xiao Nan's scrutinizing gaze, and with a swift teleportation, brought Lao Zhao to the rooftop. Experiencing this miraculous power for the first time, Zhao Kongqing's complexion flushed with excitement as he surveyed his surroundings. Despite lacking a forbidden ruins of his own, his enthusiasm for them surpassed that of most individuals. Noticing Su Run was momentarily silent, he quietly lit a cigarette and remarked, "Kid, are you troubled?" "Yes, what I am about to say may frighten you," Su Run replied. Realizing the gravity of the forthcoming revelation, Lao Zhao's mind raced with speculation. He took a deep inhale of his cigarette, the ember glowing brightly, before exhaling slowly. "If you intend to pursue both Hong Ying and Xiao Nan, Uncle Zhao does not support that. I can assist you in awakening the forbidden ruins." Disregarding Lao Zhao's jest, Su Run spoke plainly. Lao Zhao had opened doors for him in this world. Although he appeared to be a disheveled uncle, he was undoubtedly a true hero at heart. This thought reminded Su Run of many similar individuals. Now that he possessed power, he could not allow Lao Zhao to endure a lifetime of envious longing. He deserved his own forbidden ruins. A soldier must have a weapon in hand. Su Run was determined to forge a blade that belonged solely to him. Lao Zhao's expression froze, and he remained silent for a long time. The cigarette slipped from his fingers, falling to the ground unnoticed. His hands trembled uncontrollably, shaking so violently that he could hardly grip anything. You're not joking with me, are you?" Lao Zhao's gaze flickered, yearning to meet Su Run's eyes, yet retreating with a timorousness akin to that of a child. This was the deepest longing of his heart, yet he feared it was merely a cruel jest. Su Run understood that any words of comfort would be pointless. He reined in his usual gentle smile, adopting a serious and resolute demeanor, locking his gaze on Lao Zhao's. With a firm tone, he declared, "There's a 95% chance of success. Shall we give it a try?" In truth, it was a near certainty, but he had understated it by 0.5%, concerned that Lao Zhao might find it too implausible. "Absolutely, even with merely a 50% assurance, I am resolute." Lao Zhao's face flushed, his eyes wide open like a fierce tiger, and his calloused hands gripped Su Run's shoulders tightly, fearing he might flee. In his excitement, he proclaimed, "Come what may, regardless of the outcome, I, Lao Zhao, shall be eternally grateful. This rugged man found himself at a loss for words to adequately convey his sentiments. Suddenly, his expression shifted. Is this risk substantial? He had a wife and children. Despite this being a lifelong aspiration, he could not help but feel a momentary hesitation. Su Run disowned his apprehensions and smiled warmly. He took a step back, mirroring their initial meeting. With his right hand resting on his chest and a slight bow, he confidently reassured, "Rest assured, my friend, your life is safe." The protagonist does not conform to the traditional notion of a good person. He embodies a chaotic yet orderly spirit with a hint of mischief. In moments of weakness, he might playfully deceive his companions, yet when empowered, he will extend his strength to aid those around him. Indeed, his actions of deceiving Lao Zhao and assisting him are not inherently contradictory. Chapter 52. Am I the protagonist? Runzi, I apologize, but I find myself rather weary of this. Depart. Should you leave, do not harbor hopes of returning. Without my support, you would have perished long ago. Arun, I beseech you, please return home with me. The sight of you in the company of other women truly drives me to madness. You scoundrel, what time is it? Rise and shine. In the morning, Su Run felt the thin blanket that covered him being pulled away. Why are you not clothed? As Su Run groggily awakened, he beheld Xiao Nan, her face concealed by her hands, standing beside his bed. This is Hong Ying's home. The tension that had gripped his mind for so long finally dissipated. He had slept deeply and was somewhat disoriented, having dreamt of events from long ago. Rubbing his face, he paid no heed to Xiao Nan, who appeared to cover her eyes, albeit with her hands parted just enough to see. He donned his trousers, muttering to himself, "I'm accustomed to sleeping this way." Laboriously, he pulled up his pants. The vigor of youth. He glanced at Xiao Nan, whose ears were flushed, as she held her breath, observing him in the shadows. "What are you staring at?" he retorted. "Consider yourself fortunate today." The usually outspoken girl, uncharacteristically silent, turned on her heel and fled. Close the door. After freshening up, Su Run, accompanied by Xiao Nan, made his way to the office. Last night, he had refrained from allowing old Zhao to make an immediate decision, suggesting instead that he return home to contemplate his choices. Upon Su Run's arrival, old Zhao approached him with bloodshot eyes, having pondered the matter throughout the night. "First, go rest well and recuperate your spirit." To the puzzled gazes of others, Su Run offered no further explanation. His abilities were extraordinary. It would not be an exaggeration to say that if revealed, many would vie for his talents. It was only through the divine perspective that he recognized Team 136 as trustworthy that he chose to assist old Zhao. Moreover, he had his own considerations at play. He did not intend to conceal this power indefinitely. There would be appropriate moments to reveal it. In the Great Xia, there are hundreds of cities, and the occurrence of mysterious deaths each month is not a trivial matter. If he could periodically gather these mysterious corpses for his own incineration, the source of power he could obtain would be considerable. He could also allocate a portion to aid the Night Watchers, which would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. The prerequisite, however, was that his combat prowess must be enhanced further. Otherwise, good fortune could easily turn to misfortune. For now, it was best to lay the groundwork without causing harm. As for when transactions might occur, Su Run felt it would not be long. Yet, he still underestimated the significance of this ability. Were Yi Fan to discover that he possessed such a capability and still worry about his safety, he would likely summon a tutor to guard him round the clock. Even if a deity were to descend today, they would not dare disturb my sword-bearer. At this moment, Xiaonan was engaged in animated chatter with Hong Ying, oblivious to what they were discussing. Having recollected the events of the morning, she glanced at Su Run, her eyes sparkling with mischief as she quipped, "Su Run, wherever you go, there seems to be either women or corpses." The surrounding crowd turned their gaze toward him in unison. Su Run chuckled inwardly, feeling revitalized. A flicker of confusion crossed his face as he inquired, "I find myself quite curious. Why not enlighten me?" Xiaonan's gaze swiftly darted towards Hong Ying as she remarked, "Is it possible that you possess a propensity for violence?" "Oh, do I have a violent inclination?" he replied. Indeed, others appeared contemplative. And when Qiye even nodded in agreement. Su Run took mental note of this. Pretending to ponder for a moment, he lifted his head and declared, "I do not." "Do you believe you do not?" She retorted with a smirk. Su Run, with an air of nonchalance, turned to the spectators and proclaimed, "Do you all believe I harbor violent tendencies, or do you believe I possess a signed photograph from the Sword Saint?" At this, the crowd's expressions shifted dramatically. When Qiye rushed forward, clasping Su Run's leg, exclaiming, "Brother Run, you are truly my dear brother. You are undoubtedly a gentle and kind-hearted person. Ha! A loyal servant." "Amusing indeed," Cold Qian remarked, no longer maintaining his stoic demeanor, as he swiftly defended Su Run, saying, "Brother Run, Xiaonan is merely a child, jesting with you. Do not take her words to heart." Xiaonan looked at Cold Qian, disbelief etched across her face. Su Run then produced a stack of photographs from his pocket, waving them in front of when Qiye "Tell me, are the Sword Saint's signed photographs impressive?" "Yes, yes." When Qiye's eyes were transfixed. "Is Brother Run kind?" "Kind. Exceptionally kind," Cold Qian proclaimed loudly. "What? I cannot hear you," Su Run teased, noticing Xiaonan biting her lip in frustration and muttering, "A petty person reveling in their triumph." This reached Su Run's ears, and he beamed at Xiaonan, brandishing the photographs with a carefree demeanor. "Indeed, I can now do as I please. Hong Ying, come over and massage my shoulders." Without hesitation, Hong Ying approached with her long, graceful legs. Su Run engaged in playful antics with them before distributing the photographs among the group. Xiaonan gazed at the photograph presented to her, featuring Su Run alongside the Sword Saint, complete with the Sword Saint signature. She appeared pleasantly astonished. "I have one too." "Consider it a privilege," Su Run teased, winking mysteriously at her. Xiaonan paused, recalling the earlier events in Su Run's room. A wave of shyness washed over her, reddening her neck and ears as she stammered, "Thank you." Suddenly, she realized this might seem overly timid and, in a voice barely above a whisper, added, "Rogue." If not for Su Run's enhanced physicality, he might have missed it entirely. Su Run felt a surge of satisfaction. Engaging in conversation with girls should not be overly passive. Sometimes, they can be more coy than boys. If a girl does not harbor disdain for you, infusing the dialogue with a hint of flirtation can evoke a racing heartbeat, which some innocent girls may misconstrue as affection. Conversely, less innocent girls simply enjoy the thrill of heart palpitations. However, it is crucial that the girl does not reject you. This is wisdom gleaned from practical experience. After lunch, old Zhao emerged, seemingly indifferent to Su Run as he walked out of the base, stating he had matters to attend to. The middle-aged man is indeed quite reliable. He prudently takes the initiative to shield Su Run, although it is likely unnecessary. After a brief moment of understanding, Su Run found an excuse to leave the base. Before departing, he glanced back at Hong Ying. The girl with the ponytail possessed a smooth, fair complexion, and her powerful abdomen was aflame with a vibrant red fire, her primal source of energy. Upon stepping outside, Su Run sensed the surroundings and discovered that Lao Zhao had not ventured far. He was concealed in a back alley behind the office, carrying a hidden dagger and smoking a cigarette. "Lao Zhao, you should smoke less. You don't want to be in poor condition later." Su Run's tall figure suddenly appeared beside him. Lao Zhao extinguished his cigarette at the sound of Su Run's voice and offered a wry smile. "Your ability to appear out of nowhere will surely frighten someone to death one day." Without further ado, Su Run draped his arm over Lao Zhao's shoulder, and with a few swift movements, they arrived at an abandoned factory. Lao Zhao cautiously surveyed the area, confirming the absence of surveillance cameras. Su Run smiled slightly and said, "I won't say much else. I believe you've been waiting for a long time." Once assured that Lao Zhao was prepared, Su Run drew forth a strand of azure primordial energy with his right hand and infused it into the darkened flame at his heart. Lao Zhao, battle-hardened and having reached the limits of awakening, realized that there might indeed be constraints in this world, though it was merely a fragile layer of paper. Su Run sensed that without his strand of primordial energy, Lao Zhao would need to resort to invoking the spirits to burn his life force. Otherwise, he would never pierce through that layer in this lifetime. As if everything fell into place once the energy entered his body, Lao Zhao felt a surge of power within him within 2 seconds. He raised a long blade in his hand and, following his instinct, swung it with force. A black crescent moon sliced through the air from the edge of his blade, leaving a deep mark on the ground. Forbidden Ruins, Sequence 083, Eclipse of Existence. Holding the blade, a wave of intense joy surged through him, causing his lips to curl into a grin. Ha ha ha, I knew it. I am a genius. Just like the protagonists in those novels. Chapter 53. I, too, am fond of you. The awakened power within old Zhao prompted him to challenge Su Run immediately. The first strike was effortlessly parried by Su Run. The second blow, a dark crescent, was shattered by the unsheathed Yinma blade with a mere swipe. By the third attack, old Zhao was sent flying, landing on the ground with a groan. His aspirations of being the protagonist were shattered on the spot. Su Run's Yinma blade had never been drawn, and he had deliberately restrained his strength. Otherwise, old Zhao would likely have found himself back on a hospital bed, unconscious once more. What ist? Zhao Kongcheng, grimacing and rubbing his back, rose and inquired, "How have you improved so rapidly?" Su Run chose not to respond, knowing that disclosing his equal footing with the sword saint might compel Zhao to kneel and beg to be his disciple. On the wall of the training base, 2 lines of text now adorned the space. Sword Qi arcing through the heavens, and blade Qi soaring into the sky. Equal footing, indeed, it was no exaggeration. Very well. Keep your abilities under wraps for the next few days. Find an opportunity to spar with the captain and claim that you had a sudden breakthrough, Su Run instructed. Old Zhao, understanding the implication, replied, "Rest assured, but won't that be too casual?" Su Run stated, "Casual is precisely what I desire. Laying the groundwork in advance is vital. When dealing with astute individuals, words need not be excessive. Preparedness leads to success, while lack thereof leads to failure." Afterward, the two returned in shifts to the Night Watcher base. Su Run gazed at the smooth, fair abdomen of Hong Ying, where a red flame flickered. He drew closer, whispering softly into her ear, "Little Hong Ying, don't leave later. I have something to discuss with you." The flame-like girl, with striking features, fixed her gaze upon Su Run and asked, "What is it? Should we talk at the base? Can't we find another place?" Taken aback, Su Run replied, "Where should we go then?" With a bite of her red lip, Hong Ying suggested, "Let us talk in your room tonight." Su Run paused momentarily before responding with a smile. "I've heard that beautiful women devour men without leaving a bone." Hong Ying let out a delicate laugh, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Su Run, and said softly, "Then what do you think elder sister should do to make you obediently succumb to her?" Even when displaying her charm, the typically bold and spirited Hong Ying retained an underlying edge. Su Run burst into laughter, exclaiming, "I now suspect you are not even human. Oh, you are not mistaken. I am indeed like a fairy." Su Run was somewhat taken aback. Suddenly, Hong Ying flashed a radiant smile and said, "If you wish to play the role of Tang Sung, then I shall be the fairy." At that moment, Su Run found her smile somewhat blinding. Meanwhile, Xiao Nan, who had been vigilantly guarding Su Run from a distance, sensed something amiss. "Hey, Sister Hong Ying, I brought cake for us to share." Seeing this, Hong Ying could only make her way over. With a subtle wink of her right eye toward Su Run, her lips silently conveyed, "Tonight, your room." Suddenly, Su Run's heart raced. After a long pause, he mused, was it truly necessary for Xiao Nan to be so protective of him? Was she misguided in her vigilance? Long ago, Su Run had always taken the initiative in conversations with women. Yet, Hong Ying was distinctly different from those others. Recently, such deviations from his rhythm had been occurring repeatedly with her. The bittersweet sensation often emerges. Su Run pondered for a long time, cursing under his breath. It must be the fault of the Yinma blade. I am undoubtedly influenced by that unknown force. It must be the demon within my heart. As night fell in Su Run's room, Hong Ying casually reclined on his bed, nonchalantly crossing her legs. Su Run grasped a can of soda, the icy sensation providing him with a semblance of calm. "You treat this place as if it were your own room," he remarked, a hint of exasperation in his voice. This girl truly had no idea of the extent of her charm. With a playful grin, Hong Ying replied, "I consider you one of my own." So this is our shared space. She wasn't in a hurry to inquire about Su Run's intentions. However, Su Run lacked her patience. After taking a sip of soda, he felt the heat rising again. I recently acquired a new ability. What ability? One that can enhance your forbidden ruins. Without a moment's hesitation, Hong Ying believed him, sitting up with excitement, her eyes sparkling. That's incredible. Su Run observed her swaying on the bed, dressed in a pure white crop tank top, and took a deep gulp of soda. No mint. Yes, I can help you enhance it. Really? You're so kind to me. Hong Ying exclaimed, leaping up from the bed in delight, then inquired, but, Su Run, why do you want to help me? Caught off guard by the question, Su Run hesitated. Why indeed did he wish to assist her? There seemed to be no compelling reason. We're teammates, he replied casually. Hong Ying clearly was not convinced. Crossing her arms and pouting then, Qiye is also your teammate. Why haven't you approached him? After a moment of contemplation, Su Run responded, I am repaying your kindness for taking me in. With a mischievous smile, Hong Ying regarded him with skepticism, leaning closer to discern the truth in his words. Eventually, she broke into a broad smile, saying, that makes sense. She continued, however, I wish to discuss this elsewhere. Su Run was momentarily taken aback. Isn't this your home? Where else do you want to go? To a more private place, of course. After all, it seems this ability is best kept from prying eyes. She grinned like a cunning fox. Finding her reasoning somewhat valid, Su Run intended to grasp her hand and teleport away, muttering, women are such a hassle. Wait, what now? With a radiant smile, Hong Ying declared, I want you to carry me. Before Su Run could respond, she dashed behind him, leaping onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck while her long legs naturally entwined. A jolt of surprise surged through him, causing Su Run to instinctively reach for the soda at his side, only to find it empty. At that moment, Hong Ying leaned close to his ear, her breath soft as she whispered, Hey, do you know why you want to help me? It's because, ignoring her words, he executed a teleportation. On that day, Su Run felt utterly passive. This woman was unbearably audacious. Soon, you shall discover what Blade Sovereign truly means. Su Run ultimately brought her to the hotel. Utilizing his spatial abilities, he scanned the entire room, confirming the absence of surveillance cameras. Ahem, such as the experience of frequent patrons. He gestured for Hong Ying to sit on the bed. Hong Ying appeared somewhat exhilarated, fidgeting restlessly. Was this all there was to it? What should I do next? Just sit there. Do not resist, Su Run instructed, placing his hand upon her remarkably vigorous abdomen, inquiring, Are you ready? Hong Ying looked at Su Run, her head nodding gently. A surge of azure flames enveloped Su Run's right hand, gradually reaching towards the fiery essence within Hong Ying's abdomen. The blue and red hues intertwined in a mesmerizing display. With a soft moan, Hong Ying exhaled, prompting Su Run to halt his movements immediately. Her cheeks flushed. She bit her lip and gestured to him that all was well. This extraction seemed notably gentler compared to the last time he wielded the poison. Aside from her rosy cheeks, Hong Ying exhibited no further reactions. As the peculiar radiance expanded within her abdomen, the weapon that was intrinsically hers began to reveal itself. First authority, Blade Bone, activate. The power guided the mysterious weapon to unsheath itself autonomously. 1 meter, 2 meters. It still had not fully emerged. Su Run was astounded. Just how long was this blade? Hong Ying gritted her teeth, her glistening eyes narrowing as she seemed to endure an unusual discomfort. Once fully unsheathed, the light dissipated, revealing a grip that glowed a fiery red, measuring 2.5 meters in length, with a main blade of 50 centimeters, side blades of 30 centimeters, and a width of 25 centimeters. The hilt was entwined with a flying dragon, and the blade bore crimson markings. It was unmistakably a trident double-edged sword. Su Run, astonished yet reminiscent, thought this sword truly delighted him. Before he could fully appreciate the imposing trident double-edged sword, a pair of delicate arms ensnared his neck with undeniable force. Hong Ying, her complexion flushed, reclined on the bed, wrapping her arms around Su Run's neck. Her soft, breathy whispers sent shivers through his ears as she coyly said, There is but one reason you wish to assist me. Drawing him closer, their foreheads touching, her alluring gaze trembled as she uttered, you too harbor feelings for me. With a fervent yet inexperienced kiss, she silenced any further words from Su Ran. Chapter 54. The disappearance of Xiao Nin. Days passed, and within the confines of the villa, the atmosphere shifted. After solidifying their relationship that fateful night, the girl, Hong Ying, adopted an endearing, clingy demeanor. Su Ran sat upon the sofa, contemplating deeply, ultimately coming to terms with the reality that he had indeed developed a fondness for this girl. Perhaps it was that moment when she unabashedly gazed into his eyes and boldly declared that even if he did not harbor feelings for her, she possessed the means to make him fall for her. From the instant she uttered those words, Su Ran found himself increasingly enamored with this passionate and fearless young woman. How different the women in this world were from those in his previous life. Su Ran felt a tinge of frustration. In the past, the women he encountered were fleeting, lacking depth. Relationships were transient, easily formed, and just as easily dissolved. If a woman exhibited signs of emotional entanglement, he would sever ties without hesitation. Yet, the girls in this world displayed emotions that were far more genuine and vivid. They resembled not mere ships passing in the night, but rather a vibrant, illuminated harbor. As for the essence of Hong Ying's original blade, Su Ran could feel the small ember of red flame within him. That day, she had attempted to forcibly split a portion of her source fire for herself, completely unaware of the implications of her actions. From that moment on, he could directly connect with her through this flame, wielding the power to control her with a third authority. How delightful! The thought of her, blissfully nestled in his embrace. Uttering those words filled him with amusement and exasperation. It seemed that love indeed dulled a woman's intellect. Blinded by affection, Hong Ying, heedless of the consequences, forcibly separated her source fire and turned pale, nearly fainting from the exertion. Fortunately, the power of the Blade Lord was formidable, commanding the source energy with the authority of a sovereign, allowing his words to manifest reality. He extracted a small portion of his azure flame and fused it with Hong Ying's source fire, ultimately crafting a simple yet boundlessly potential weapon, a trident double-edged blade. Dance of the Sun Flame. The Sun Flame refines all things, capable of absorbing any material, enhancing its own essence. When he spoke to her of the weapon's capabilities, she merely gazed at herself, murmuring, "In the future, you will be within me, and I within you." The profound affection in her eyes was intoxicating. After merging with Su Ran's source fire, the essence was no longer concealed. Hong Ying could now wield this weapon herself. The following day, she melted down her designated weapon for Night Watchman. Though it appeared to be a mass-produced item, it was crafted from the sacred white jade tortoise platform, the Nine Spirits, and the Supreme Mother of the Infinite, the foremost celestial maiden of the heavens, forged by the hands of the Queen Mother of the West. While it might be considered a lowly version, it remained a genuine celestial artifact. Su Ran struggled to sever even with the Yama blade, illustrating the challenges posed by his insufficient strength. In mere moments, this inferior celestial artifact was entirely consumed by Dance of the Sun Flame, leaving no trace behind. The sheer power of it left Su Ran feeling envious. However, it also bestowed upon him newfound inspiration, just as I initially envisioned. The power of the Blade Lord is indeed creation. Dance of the Sun Flame is a product of this power. Enhancing the origin is merely a supplementary ability. Su Ran murmured to himself. The fourth power, was it solely for the forging of an ultimate blade? Uttering this thought sent a shiver through him. The myriad extensions of the origin's effects were already extraordinarily bizarre, yet they were merely trivial applications of this power. And this terrifying ability was solely intended for the crafting of a weapon? What kind of weapon could that be? His heart surged with fervor. It seemed he needed to recalibrate his direction. With the might of the universe gathered within him, he was, after all, the strongest blade. He felt the flickering flame of the origin within the body of Hong Ying. In his grasp, this flame bore a resemblance to the ability of Dance of the Sun Flame, yet it was entirely different. Am I meant to collect these flames as my forging materials? He furrowed his brow, sensing something amiss. According to my style, this blade should embody simplicity and lethality. not an array of convoluted functions. Thus, sharpness? No, no. The Yinma blade is already sufficiently keen. Power? That seems off as well. He continuously speculated and then negated his own thoughts. Although the spatial abilities of the Yinma blade were formidable, this world was rife with strange powers. Not to mention time, the miracles of Lin Qiye's mortal realm, Loki's deceit, and by Li's disarmament. The capabilities of the rules were no trivial matter. The Yinma blade was merely a blade, a swift instrument of murder. The confrontations against these abilities should be the responsibility of me, its master. My blade should. No, it must possess attributes that counteract these conceptual rules. It must embody restraint. But what kind of blade should it be? Su Run found himself at a loss. Yet he held an instinct that this blade would make even the gods tremble. Fortunately, Zhuqing had informed him yesterday that arrangements would be made for him in a week. He had a week to ponder the path ahead. Hong Ying brought him a cup of milk. Today, the villa was just the two of them. The girl wore a fiery red hooded sweatshirt, making her resemble a flame. Her spirit even more vibrant. Su Run took a sip of the milk. At 50 degrees, it was perfectly warm. He glanced at the area around Hong Ying's abdomen. Previously, she had donned crop tank tops paired with jackets. Yet recently, she had transitioned to long sports sweatshirts without zippers. He knew the reason all too well. The dispersing power of the origin during the extraction of Dance of the Sun Flame had left intricate and orderly red spirit patterns on her abdomen. It would likely take some time for them to fade. Su Run looked at the rosy-cheeked Hong Ying sitting beside him and gently inquired, "How the spirit patterns faded today?" As the mention of Hong Ying caused her cheeks to flush, she chuckled softly and said, "Not yet." Su Run promptly drew her into his embrace, his hand reaching toward the spirit pattern, gently murmuring, "Allow me to examine it." A soft whimper escaped her lips as Su Run's warm hand explored the spirit pattern. Curiously enough, since that day, his interactions with Hong Ying had reverted to a familiar rhythm, no longer marked by the passivity of that fateful day. It was unclear whether his inner turmoil had dissipated or if Hong Ying had become more docile. "Please, don't rub so much," Hong Ying's voice trembled. "Be good. A little rub will hasten the healing," Su Run replied, his gaze fixated on her earlobes, which seemed to blush as if bleeding. The young woman buried her head deeply, too shy to meet his eyes. A chuckle bubbled up within Su Run. He had finally regained a semblance of confidence. Suddenly, the irritating sound of his phone ringing pierced the moment. Hong Ying, greedily inhaling Su Run's scent, remained nestled in his embrace, her fingers interlocking with his mischievous hand, a subtle yet triumphant smile gracing her lips. "Captain, Xiao Anin is missing. All right, I'll be there immediately." At this moment, Hong Ying lifted her head, her expression filled with worry as she anxiously inquired, "What happened?" Su Run maintained a calm demeanor, replying, "Xiao Anin has gone missing, and we suspect the ancient god sect." He pondered internally. How could the ancient god sect possess the means to capture this little trickster? Her patron deity was none other than Loki, the god of deception. Klein was inherently powerful, with a myriad of cunning tactics at her disposal. Was she so dedicated to her role as a spy that she would conceal her true strength? With a contemplative expression, Su Run reassured Hong Ying, "Rest assured, she will be fine. We must head there at once." Chapter 55. The tiger patrols the mountains in less than a minute. Su Run arrived at the base with Hong Ying. The personnel at the base had not yet gathered, and Xiao Nan's disappearance was particularly abrupt. When Wu Xiangnan saw him, it appeared as though a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The vice captain spoke directly. "Su Run, your timing is impeccable." He pulled Su Run to a map of Sangnan and pointed to a specific area in the northwestern suburbs, saying, "Our intelligence team has detected their presence here." He retrieved several photographs from the panel in his hand, where the adorable bun hairstyle of Xiao Nan was quite conspicuous. Wu Xiangnan continued, "You are the fastest in our team. We need you to scout the situation first. If you encounter any enemies, report immediately." Su Run nodded in understanding. He recalled the importance of infiltrating quietly and, should he encounter any signs of danger, to retreat without hesitation. A moment of alarm flickered within him. It seemed he had yet to disclose his current capabilities to them. However, there was no time for explanations now. Yes, Vice Captain, I'm setting off now. Hong Ying had gained considerable insight into Su Run's spatial abilities over the past few days, yet she remained somewhat concerned. You, please be careful. Su Run responded with a reassuring expression before vanishing from sight. With his mental perception fully engaged, he began scanning for any anomalies along the route. This search was deceptively simple. He was now capable of sensing the primal flames within others. A single sweep revealed that the primal flames of the Forbidden Ruins possessors in Songnan were as conspicuous as lights. Let us see which unfortunate soul has ensnared our Klein powerhouse. Su Run's spatial leaps were incredibly swift, and soon an unusual flame caught his attention. A hooded man stood leaning against the street with his hands in his pockets. His primal fire was alarmingly weak, a mere fish at the lawn level. Su Run instantaneously transported himself beside the man, made brief contact, and then brought him to the highest rooftop nearby. Ah! The man, who had been casually observing the street moments before, now found himself precariously hanging headfirst at the rooftop's edge, held by Su Run's grasp, and instinctively screamed. I ask, you answer. Answer incorrectly, and it's a free fall, understand? Having performed this act before, Su Run was becoming quite adept. The man's fear began to awaken his senses as he beheld the one clutching his foot. For a moment, he was too paralyzed by terror to respond, merely nodding frantically. Good to know you want to live. We're the people you captured. The man's pupils constricted as he seemed to remember something horrifying. He trembled and desperately stammered, I don't know. Then he felt the life-saving grip around his ankle loosen. His gaze darted wildly, and he screamed, experiencing a fleeting moment that seemed to encapsulate the entirety of his life's trajectory. Su Run timed it perfectly, teleporting him back just before he hit the ground. The man's mind spiraled out of control, continually crying out. Was this person not supposed to be a good guy? How is it different from what is portrayed on television? What benefits could the ancient cult possibly provide? Are you willing to sacrifice your life? If I were to grant you another chance at life, please respond appropriately. This time, Su Run's voice conveyed a hint of consolation, as if it were imbued with genuine concern. The man hurriedly grasped this lifeline, exclaiming at the Songnan No. 19 machinery factory. Su Run squinted in contemplation, unable to recall much due to his brief time in Songnan. He promptly activated his earpiece to communicate with the information center. Within the earpiece, Wu Xiangnan's calm voice resonated. Songnan No. 19 machinery factory? That is an abandoned facility. The location has been marked on your terminal. Once you approach the vicinity, do not enter. Wait for the captain and the others to arrive. Understood. Upon concluding the conversation, he raised his hand, gathering azure flames into the shape of a blade. It resembled a long, straight sword, though it had yet to fully materialize, merely a swirling mass of fiery light. Wait! The man's voice cracked in panic. Didn't you say you let me go? A cold smile crept across Su Run's face as he plunged the blade into the man's heart, shattering the flames. The man perished instantly. In the realm of combating crime, justification is necessary, whereas counterterrorism merely requires coordinates. The moment he answered with a glimmer of hope. His fate was sealed. This life was borrowed from him by Su Run. Now, that life had been reclaimed. These cultish pests need not question the reasons. For everyone that is crushed, even the Buddha would commend himself for his immeasurable merit. Su Run chose not to indulge in such bloodshed this time. He discarded the body on the rooftop and summoned the logistics department to handle it. Gazing at the coordinates on his terminal and recalling Wu Xiangnan's words before he departed, he murmured to himself, infiltration? In an instant, he vanished from the rooftop. 3 minutes later, he arrived in the vicinity of the target location. It was an abandoned machinery factory. Years ago, the entire Great Xia faced overproduction, leading to the dissolution of many such facilities. Some were repurposed for other industrial uses, some transformed into warehouses, while others, like the No. 19 machinery factory before him, had become overgrown with vines, a sanctuary for wild dogs and insects. Utilizing spatial perception, Su Run scanned the area, locating Xiao Nan bound to a chair in the largest corner warehouse. In plain sight and concealed within the shadows, there were a total of over a dozen individuals, all clad in black robes, with two in red, exuding an air of leadership. He stealthily teleported to the roof of the factory, standing silently in midair. "My lord, one of my subordinates has just lost contact." "Hmm?" The red-robed leader responded, then sharply inquired, "What are the disciples sent to find the Sword Saint? Have they not been located?" One of the black-robed members knelt, stammering, "My lord, my men clearly saw him enter the community, but after rushing in, he simply vanished." Su Run understood at this moment. These individuals were likely the very ones the green-haired woman, the apothecary, had mentioned. The two individuals clad in red robes were likely the formidable figures she had mentioned from the realm of Chuan. This group truly seemed to linger like a persistent specter. From a night, they returned to Tsangnan, where an elderly man and a corpulent figure were discovered, to the green-haired woman known as Pharmacist, encountered at the hotel. Today, they even ventured into Hong Ying's villa. A glimmer of coldness flashed in Su Run's eyes. Seeking death, he closed his eyes and exhaled a long breath, the murderous intent within him growing ever more intense, beyond his control. With one hand, he swept his disheveled hair back and grasped the ethereal Yinma blade. He was no longer the feeble figure of the Ghost Face King. There was no need for calculated schemes. He possessed enough valor to cut through the shadows on his path. Today, with the long blade in hand, when would he bind the Azure Dragon? He approached the entrance of the warehouse, the mental prowess of the Chuan, realm no longer concealed, radiating outward. Inside the warehouse, the members of the ancient god cult were taken aback. They beheld a young man standing at the entrance, his demeanor composed, his countenance stern, and a faint luminescence reflecting in his eyes. The crowd watched this enigmatic Chuan realm powerhouse with heightened vigilance. Some recognized him on the spot, realizing he was their sought-after target. Their gazes ignited with fervor. Su Run remained oblivious to the scrutinizing eyes, unaffected by anyone's gaze. Not a single individual could hold his attention, even for a fleeting moment. Step, step, step. His calm and steady footsteps echoed in the vast warehouse, resonating within the hearts of the crowd. They parted like a tide, creating a pathway for him. The tiger roams the deep mountains, and all beasts retreat. Chapter 56. An explanation. Su Run stepped into the scene as if traversing an uncharted realm, approaching Xiaonan. In stark contrast to her usual beloved demeanor, Xiaonan now appeared quite disheveled. Her twin buns were in disarray, a handprint marred her right cheek, and dried blood lingered at the corner of her mouth. Tears brimmed in her large eyes as she looked at Su Run, sobbing with urgency. Su Run felt a pang in her heart. She was undeniably the strongest here. Yet she endured such humiliation without resistance. It was indeed a challenging role to be the agent of a beast like Rocky. Gently, she removed the cloth that had been stuffed in Xiaonan's mouth and caressed her cheek. "Does it hurt?" Xiaonan, displaying no gratitude, snatched away the cloth and unleashed a torrent of insults. "Are you foolish? You jerk! Idiot! Scoundrel! Don't you know they are searching for you? I am suffering for no reason." Sob, sob. Her emotions erupted into tears, leaving Su Run uncertain of how much was genuine and how much was an act. Maintaining her composure, Su Run replied softly, "I am well aware that they seek me, which is precisely why I have come to clarify whom they are truly searching for." Her words began gently like the warmth of spring, but morphed suddenly into the icy winds of late autumn, heralding the impending hail of winter. Clap, clap, clap. A high-ranking follower clad in a crimson robe applauded, lowering his hood to reveal the face of a middle-aged man. "Well, it is no wonder you are rumored to be the disciple of the Sword Saint. With such audacity, I find myself humbled." He produced a box of cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Su Run with a friendly demeanor. "Brother, care for a smoke? Allow me to introduce myself. I am El Yang, the 16th seat among the followers." He adhered to the principle of not striking those who approach with a smile. El Yang was exceedingly cautious in his dealings. Even at the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, he never underestimated any adversary. He despised direct confrontation, perceiving it as sheer folly. Instead, he preferred to employ intellect, seeking the friends, family, and children of his targets, compelling them to kneel and plead for mercy. Wasn't that far more thrilling? Why risk confronting a suspected disciple of the Sword Saint, a formidable figure within the Chuan realm? Just as the unfolding events would demonstrate, he had already poisoned this girl. Su Run, undeterred by his overtures, pondered inwardly. Liang? She had a vague recollection of him. In the original narrative, he had attempted to steal from Lin Qiye's aunt, only to be devoured by the Cerberus. Now he sought her out? Are you even listening? I am speaking to you. A young follower in a black robe with blonde hair interjected, his impatience palpable. Liang swiftly restrained the brash youth, admonishing, "Is this a place for you to speak?" He had long adhered to the principle of courtesy preceding conflict, a practice he embraced even before joining the followers. This young man had been trained extensively under his guidance, and they worked together with remarkable synergy. Turning back to Su Run, he offered a disarming smile. "Brother, my subordinate is unlearned. I apologize for his rudeness. We harbor no ill intentions. We merely admire your heroic spirit and wish to extend an invitation for you to join us, the followers. Rest assured, with your prowess, the Lord of Whispers will undoubtedly hold you in high regard. Perhaps, in due time, I shall find myself bowing before you. As for this young lady, should you wish to accompany her, do so. If not, I shall assist her in dispelling the poison and allow her to leave. What do you think?" Su Run was momentarily taken aback by the mention of poison. Xiao Nan, with a fearful gaze yet a defiant tongue, retorted, "Nonsense. Do not heed their baseless claims. I am perfectly fine." Su Run understood instantly. This girl was certainly unscathed. To poison the agent of the god of deception, what a revelation this day had unfolded. He spoke with an air of calmness. "Please provide an explanation." His gaze was fixed on Xiao Nan's mouth, not for any sign of blood, but for the flicker of her primal flame. There, upon her tongue, a violet flame of origin danced. This position, it could only affirm the cunning nature of the god of deception's agent. Upon hearing this, Liang hesitated slightly. In the past, he had never remained so composed upon learning that a friend had been poisoned. His underling, draped in a black robe and with yellow hair, was ready to unleash a tirade. Without hesitation, Liang struck his subordinate across the face with tremendous force, sending him flying, several teeth scattering in the air. As the underling staggered to his feet, Liang seized him, forcing him to kneel before Xiao Nan. "Brother, it was he who struck you. I demand he bows to your friend." He commanded coldly, "Bow down and admit your wrongdoing." The underling, still dazed, had yet to grasp the situation. Liang drew forth a small knife, pressing it against the nape of his neck, his voice chilling. "Bow down. Admit your wrongdoing." Feeling the frigid aura, the yellow-haired underling finally comprehended and hastily knelt, exclaiming, "I am sorry. I deserve this. Forgive me." Before joining the followers, he had been a mere thug on the streets, and since his initiation, he had always strutted about, even looking down upon the night watchers. Now, he found himself the one kneeling, truly sensing the specter of death looming from Liang. Xiao Nan observed the scene with a flicker of satisfaction in her eyes. He was avenging himself. Su Run shook his head gently and remarked, "What I meant was for you to handle this yourself." Liang's expression shifted dramatically. "Brother, are you certain you wish to proceed in this manner?" Su Run remained silent, merely regarding him. "Are you not concerned for your friend's well-being? This is a poison specifically concocted for the followers. You cannot possibly counteract it. I am aware of your formidable strength, yet we are not to be underestimated." With that, Liang's crimson robe billowed as he summoned his aura, declaring, "Peak of the Chuan realm, one standing at the pinnacle of the Chuan realm, accompanied by a silent, mysterious ally of the same realm, along with numerous at the Qiye realm." In contrast, only Su Run stood alone. Indeed, the disparity appeared insurmountable. Su Run, however, remained unfazed, calmly stating, "The peak of the Chuan realm? Ha! In my eyes, you are no more than a dog." He possessed such confidence. Following his battle with Zhou Ping, he had attained an unwavering self-assurance. The Chuan realm? They were not even worthy of receiving a single strike from him. This was an undeniable supremacy among equals. Beside him, Xiao Nan was momentarily stunned, her heart beginning to mourn. He was unaware of Su Run's true strength, only feeling that his end was near. The crowd of believers erupted in anger. The more audacious Su Run became, the more uneasy Lu Liang felt. Su Run's demeanor was strikingly nonchalant. Yet, he shouted defiantly, "My friend, you are far too arrogant. It seems I must first teach you a lesson before we discuss our doctrines. Attack!" The silent, Chuan, realm teammate, long since impatient, charged forward without hesitation. Lu Liang assumed a combative stance, vociferously declaring, "Let me see what confidence you possess. Do you dare to disregard my Chuan, realm pinnacle?" At that moment, Su Run's gaze swept over, the icy blue reflected in his eyes, a stray lock of hair drifting before his forehead. The sound of a blade being unsheathed echoed. Buzz! Almost simultaneously, there arose a cacophony akin to countless blades slicing through the air. The solid space was cleaved as effortlessly as paper by the blue light of the sword. This unknown, Chuan, realm fighter bore the brunt of a dimensional strike that even Zhou Ping would avoid. Lu Liang's vision blurred as he witnessed his teammate enveloped in a whirlwind of blades, subsequently being torn apart, blood gushing forth as he collapsed lifelessly. Looking ahead, where was Su Run's figure? His pupils constricted in horror. This was bad. The situation had changed. He turned and fled as if he were a startled wild dog. Chapter 57. The Loki agent L. Liang's unsettling intuition proved to be accurate. Su Run, accompanied by Xiao Nan, relocated to a different venue and gently instructed, "Stay here." With that, he plunged a phantom blade into the ground and vanished in an instant. "Untie me, you bastard! I'm here to help," she exclaimed, only to witness a one-sided massacre unfold before her eyes. The phantom blades soared towards the black-robed believer, and Su Run's figure abruptly materialized. With a swift slash, he showed no hesitation, immediately teleporting to his next target. At that moment, the head of the black-robed believer dropped to the ground with a thud, as if it were a ripe fruit falling from a tree. On El Liang's side, his body was pierced by more than a dozen phantom blades, moving in a grotesque, slow motion as he staggered towards the warehouse exit. The May rain enveloped the space, slowing time itself. He fought against the mental strain, causing the phantom blades to tremble before shattering into blue mist. Thud, thud, thud. Another barrage of phantom blades descended upon him, further hindering his speed. Witnessing the one-sided slaughter before him, El Liang felt no courage to retaliate. All that occupied his mind was a singular thought: escape. Within 10 seconds, Su Run had cleansed the entire warehouse of life, leaving nothing but carnage in his wake. As he stepped through the pool of blood, El Liang broke free from the constraints of the May rain, only to be met by the advancing figure of Su Run, which filled him with terror, causing his very teeth to chatter. He imagined a grotesque shadow looming behind this man, a demon, gritting his teeth, with a small blade concealed within his sleeve. He gathered his mental strength, poised to make a desperate stand when Su Run approached. However, he watched in horror as the demon casually gestured, causing the enchanted blade to vanish from his grasp. A moment later, he felt a sharp pain in his chest, collapsing onto the ground. Looking down, he saw the Yin Mo blade embedded in his torso, like a nail anchoring him to the earth. The surrounding May rain transformed into flecks of blue mist, mingling with the bright red blood pooling beneath him. El Liang stared in disbelief, his eyes widening as blood filled his throat. "Now you should realize that you sought out the wrong person," Su Run stated indifferently, withdrawing the bloodless Yin Mo blade and sheathing it, his expression unchanged, as if he had merely crushed a few insects. He had no intention of concerning himself with this group of believers, mere remnants of a bygone era. After all, they were destined to perish at the hands of 7 knights. Killing them himself bore no advantage. Why expend the effort? Having been in this world for over half a month, Su Run had already attained the strength to contend with Sea Realm combatants. With the Night Watcher's arrangements forthcoming, his power was poised for yet another ascent. His sights were already set upon the divine beings shrouded in mist, noting that none among the believers possessed the strength of a human pinnacle. They were simply not worth his time. Blood splattered, even staining El Liang's eyes, rendering his vision a crimson hue. He fixed his gaze on the figure of Su Run. His voice trembling and obscured by blood, he uttered, "Demon." Was it possible that even these demons of the ancient God Church could experience fear? A wave of absurdity washed over Su Run's heart. He turned around, bursting into laughter, and remarked without looking back, "How amusing that you demons dare to label others as demons. Truly, it is quite entertaining." Approaching Xiao Nan, he gazed at her despondent little face and, removing his headset, crushed it in his hand. With a wry smile, he said, "Xiao Nan, being the agent of Loki is no easy task, is it?" Xiao Nan exclaimed, "What are you talking about, you bastard? Is there anyone else here?" She glanced around, as if searching for a hidden foe yet to reveal themselves. Her expression betrayed no astonishment, save for a fleeting moment of hesitation that Su Run keenly observed. A playful smile crept onto Su Run's face as he remarked, "Your acting is truly commendable. Had I not known in advance, I would have been deceived." Xiao Nan, flustered, retorted, "You don't scare me. What on earth is happening?" As Loki's agent, your mission is to seek out the vengeance of Shiva in Songnon, correct? Su Run bluntly unveiled her purpose. Xiao Nan's expression stiffened, and she lowered her gaze to conceal her emotions, lost in her thoughts. Silence enveloped them, the atmosphere growing increasingly sinister. "Since you are aware that I am Loki's agent, why expose me?" She pondered. Would it not be wiser to feign ignorance? Raising her head, a glint of madness flickered in her eyes. "Do you truly believe your meager strength holds any weight before me? Do you think I cannot kill you?" Never had Su Run witnessed such a fierce demeanor from Xiao Nan. Her typically charming face now bore a menacing expression, her gaze almost predatory. An ominous aura filled the blood-soaked warehouse, the air thick with a sense of impending doom. Yet, Su Run, who had just dispatched a dozen foes, wore a gentle smile. He softly stated, "I am well aware of your capabilities. Indeed, 2 major realms separate us, and you are not my match. However, I believe you will refrain from killing me." Xiao Nan, furiously amused, scoffed, "Su Run, do you genuinely think you possess such charm that I would spare you? Ha 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 ha. I could help you break free from Loki's control." Su Run remained unfazed, continuing on his own. After a brief silence, a look of disdain crossed Xiao Nan's face. "Who do you think you are? A deity? Even deities cannot accomplish such feats." Su Run proclaimed with pride, "What deities cannot achieve, I can. My mastery over the blade's laws holds an exalted rank, likely on par with that of the supreme gods, far surpassing lesser divinities. Could a mere contract with a minor agent be beyond my reach? The contract is linked to the source. Anything associated with the source, Lord of Blades, can manage. Perhaps I could even reap some benefits from Loki's schemes." This unfounded confidence of Su Run left Xiao Nan momentarily speechless. He reached out, grasping the chin of this formidable Klein warrior, compelling her to meet his gaze. "What if? I know what you desire. I understand your yearning for freedom. Had you intended to kill me, you would have acted the moment I unveiled your identity. Why engage in this lengthy dialogue? You cannot bring yourself to do it. You cherish Hong Ying and all those here, and they, in turn, hold affection for you. You often engage in playful banter with me, and truth be told, I find your company rather delightful. You must be aware of my capabilities. After merely half a month's effort, I dare to utter such words, which demonstrates a certain level of skill. Allow me to sever this binding chain for you. Henceforth, let Songnon be your abode, for it is now your home." Upon hearing these words, a wave of emotion washed over Xiao Nan, and the once oppressive atmosphere lightened considerably. After a prolonged silence, she shook her head, her expression a tumultuous blend of joy and sorrow, ultimately choking out, "No, that is a pact with the god of deception. It is impossible." She broke free from the various restraints that bound her, rising to her feet, her gaze filled with a bittersweet mixture as she looked at Su Run. "I understand you may possess certain abilities, but that entity is no mere mortal, and we cannot hope to resist it. Knowing my identity and purpose, yet still accepting me, brings me great joy. I cannot permit you to take such risks. Should you falter, peril awaits you. You are correct. I find myself unable to harm you. However, I can erase your memories, allowing you to forget these events. Do not hold it against me, for it is for your safety. Rest assured, it will not be painful. Once I have wiped your memories, I shall also erase my own, and we shall remain good friends." Xiao Nan gazed into Su Run's eyes, rising on her toes to plant a gentle kiss upon his lips. With a dreamy sigh, she lamented, "Oh, how I wish I were as free as Hong Ying. I truly envy her. Today, I find myself yearning to venture out for inspiration once more." Chapter 58. Clone? True Self? Xiao Hunan chattered incessantly, and Su Run found himself disinterested in her words. He resolved to address the matter in his own way. With a firm grip, he held her delicate face, leaning in to kiss her. Xiao Nan's words ceased abruptly. Her eyes widened, her body stiffening momentarily before softening in his embrace. She leaned gently against Su Run, gradually closing her eyes, surrendering to the moment as if it were the final chime before Cinderella's midnight. A sense of dizziness enveloped her. Meanwhile, Su Run's gaze remained sharp and alert. He released her tender lips, creating a shimmering bridge between them. His fingers, enveloped in azure flames, reached toward the fiery tongue of the agent of the god of deception. Xiaonan sensed something unusual and, in a daze, opened her eyes. Perhaps fueled by a flicker of anticipation, she offered no resistance, ignoring the myriad sensations coursing through his fingers. Su Run's focus remained clear as he grasped that wisp of violet flame. Disdainfully, he remarked, "You troublesome girl. Elsewhere I would have dealt with this without such needless chatter." The fourth authority, Blade Sovereign, activated. Truly, the essence of the Klein realm. The moment the violet flame made contact, a searing pain shot through his fingertips. Fortunately, it was not as terrifying as Zhou Ping's platinum flame and was still bearable. The process unfolded smoothly, and a dagger resembling a wolf's fang was drawn forth. Measuring approximately 3 centimeters, it appeared more ornamental than weapon-like. A slender thread was visibly linked to it. Su Run tightened his grip on the wolf-toothed dagger. The third authority, Blade Intent. My will is that of the blade. Sever it. A resounding snap echoed in his ears as the tether binding the kite was abruptly severed. The unexpected success was almost surreal. Xiaonan felt it most profoundly. The sound resonated like celestial music. Tears streamed down her cheeks as she wept with joy. Embracing Su Run, "I can truly be free." Wah! Su Run gently stroked her cat-like head, offering silent comfort. 2 minutes passed. Sensing something amiss, he noticed that the wolf-toothed dagger in his hand was silent, devoid of any reverberation. He glanced at Xiaonan, who now showed signs of becoming translucent. What was happening? This exceeded Su Run's expectations. He prepared to draw upon his essence to replenish Xiaonan. This was indeed a positive development. Xiaonan spoke in a stutter, tears glistening in her eyes as she revealed a relieved smile. She cast her gaze over Su Run's shoulder, nodding towards something behind him. A sudden shock coursed through Su Run. He turned to see a cleanly dressed Xiaonan, standing just 2 steps away, her face unmarred by any wounds. Her eyes were slightly red, as if she had just finished crying, and she gazed at Su Run with fervent emotion. "What is this?" Su Run was filled with uncertainty. Indeed, the capabilities of the rules were extraordinary, as he had been completely unaware of her proximity. It was a deceptive clone. The gradually fading Xiaonan explained, "My memories are typically sealed, unlocking only upon encountering danger or triggering specific keywords or objects. That group of individuals seized me, and instinctively I sensed peril. Upon the revival of my memories, my true self conjured a cunning doppelganger, essentially myself, to enact this charade in my stead. It turns out that your recent suffering was merely a fade. I had thought your dedication was genuine." Su Run observed the original Sea Xiaonan, who was caught in a blend of laughter and tears. Meanwhile, the original Sea Xiaonan, with reddened eyes, reassured, "I never intended to deceive you. You just stood up for me, and..." She bit her lip and added, "I am quite pleased." Su Run shook his head. "I am not angry. Rather, what is the current situation?" Observing the expression on Xiaonan's face, he felt assured that his approach had indeed been effective. The original Sea Xiaonan, with her eyes still glistening, exclaimed, "It works, it absolutely works. The connection between my cunning doppelganger and me is far more profound than that of an agent contract. Just now, I sensed no fluctuations at all. The connection abruptly severed. This doppelganger has completely slipped from my control. Xiaonan's countenance grew intricate, and to her surprise, she felt a tinge of envy towards her own doppelganger, for it had become an independent entity. The cunning doppelganger grinned smugly at the original, proclaiming, "I am now the true Si Xiaonan. You are merely the Loki agent." The mention of Loki agent seemed to provoke the original Si Xiaonan, whose expression darkened in an instant, retorting fiercely, "You are merely a doppelganger on the verge of vanishing. Do you believe I won't send you off right now?" Su Run marveled at the spectacle of the short-haired girl and the one with a bun, resembling twins, embroiled in an argument with themselves. Truly, Si Xiaonan was remarkable. Even her doppelganger exhibited rebelliousness. The cunning doppelganger playfully stuck out her tongue and hid behind Su Run, aware that the original was indeed capable of such actions. While she might hesitate to act against others, she would be merciless towards herself. Casting a glance at Su Run, an idea sparked within her mind. She tiptoed and wrapped her arms around his neck, whispering something inaudible into his ear while covertly observing the original's increasingly dark expression. The original Si Xiaonan clenched her fists. Had it not been for the exceptional nature of this doppelganger, she would have acted decisively from the outset, fearing unpredictable consequences if she were to retract it now. A minute later, the cunning doppelganger began to grow increasingly translucent, on the verge of disappearing. She clutched Su Run's hands, holding that small wolf-tooth dagger. With tears mingling with a smile, she choked out a plea, "Please, do not forget me. Allow it to keep you company. If it becomes a burden, give it to Sister Hong Ying. Just don't lose me." With that, she embraced Su Run and kissed him. The original Si Xiaonan, with a sullen face, observed in silence, her nails digging deep in her flesh, regretting not having eliminated this doppelganger at the very beginning. After a long moment, their lips parted. Su Run gazed at the girl with hair as transparent as glass and smiled. "Surely, there is something you have yet to say to me." The girl beamed brightly. "Nothing more. That phrase is best left for the original to say to you later." "Why?" "I do not wish to become your regret in the final moments." Su Run, perplexed, responded, "If you act this way, I should be able to remember you in the future. Is that not what you desire?" The girl shook her head, saying, "I want you to remember me, but I despise the notion of existing in your heart as a regret." Su Run, somewhat troubled, sighed helplessly. "Unfortunately, I am inherently a rogue. If a woman does not appear for merely half a month, I will completely forget her." Despite the torrent of thoughts flooding her mind at that moment, the girl could not help but feel a surge of annoyance. With tears mingling with her laughter, she stomped her foot and scolded Su Run. "You are truly a scoundrel. A complete scoundrel." A pair of large hands enveloped her delicate form, as if she were a fragile bubble. The man's voice, rich and magnetic, gently resonated in her ear. "Then accompany me, so that I may always remember you." With that, the girl felt a warmth spreading across her lower back, and the dissipating sense of powerlessness gradually faded. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Su Run, with a gentle tone, remarked, "As I mentioned, I possess a few skills." One hand grasped the wolf-tooth dagger while the other embraced his avatar, Xiaonan. Gradually, the avatar, on the verge of becoming nothingness, transformed into a radiant light, surging toward the wolf-tooth dagger. The original Xiaonan, witnessing this, widened her eyes in disbelief. Su Run stabilized the avatar, preventing her from fading into oblivion, allowing her to become a blade spirit. Alas, this was the limit. The ability to shape a physical form remained beyond his reach. A gust of wind suddenly rose, and Su Run turned to see the original Xiaonan, who was now visibly agitated. Chapter 59. What she possesses I must also have. Hand her over to me. Xiaonan was now furious, her eyes ablaze and her breath barely contained. Su Run looked on with a smile, retreating her hand behind her, as if to say, "What she has given me is rightfully mine." Xiaonan gritted her teeth, declaring, "She is me. I am her." Su Run shook her head, replying, "Since this is a gift from my dear Xiaonan, it is my duty to cherish it." Xiaonan retorted coldly, "Spare me your sweet words. She is my doppelganger, and I intend to reclaim her." Her resolve solidified. She was determined to obliterate this incarnation. Xiaonan could not bear the thought that the one who had been intimate with Su Run was a mirror image of herself. possessing the same memories, rather than her dear friend Hong Ying. Su Run, surprised, remarked, "You previously stated she is already an independent entity. How could she still belong to you?" The man smiled triumphantly, saying, "She has entrusted herself to me. From now on, she shall be known as Si Nan Nan, and she is mine." At this, Xiaonan felt a surge of anger and grievance, her lips pouting as tears streamed down her face like a torrential rain. "You all just bully me." Seeing Xiaonan in such a pitiable state tugged at Su Run's heart. She stepped closer, wrapping her arms around her. Xiaonan was not particularly tall, standing just below Su Run's chest. As Su Run gently stroked Xiaonan's silky hair, she comforted her softly. "How could I ever bully you? If I intended to do so, why would I risk breaking your agent contract? Foolish girl, I care for you deeply. Listen to my heartbeat. It never lies." The name Si Nan Nan was chosen because Xiaonan is one of a kind. You should understand that with your intelligence. In Su Run's embrace, Xiaonan's sobs gradually subsided. Suddenly, she broke free, a flash of light illuminating her hand as she seized an object. "I don't care. She must disappear." Su Run sighed in exasperation. "Why must you be so stubborn? What is this? You scoundrel, where have you hidden her?" Xiaonan exclaimed, raising her hand to reveal not the wolf-toothed dagger, but Su Run's phone. "Guess?" Xiaonan bit her lip, tears welling in her eyes. Su Run felt a headache coming on and shrugged, indicating her empty hands. "Enough of this charade. Let us set aside the theatrics and discuss your agent contract, shall we?" Seeing that this tactic was ineffective, Xiaonan closed her eyes and took a deep breath, deciding to postpone her calculations for another time. She shook her head, saying, "That can wait." Su Run was astonished. "Isn't this what you've always desired? What are you waiting for?" After a moment of contemplation, Su Run suddenly realized, "Loki has led you astray. You wish to outmaneuver him in the end." Xiaonan furrowed her brows, replying, "Do not mention him in my presence. I believe he can sometimes sense my thoughts." Su Run chuckled lightly. "Very well, you may proceed with your plans. I shall implement mine in a year. By then, regardless of whether your schemes succeed, you'll have to heed my words. What say you? Can I refuse?" Su Run shook his head, his expression growing serious. "A year from now, you must heed my words. There is no room for negotiation." He was prepared to collaborate with Xiaonan to deal a decisive blow to Loki, but only under the condition of ensuring safety. Xiaonan hesitated slightly before nodding in agreement. Su Run extended his pinky finger, initiating a pinky swear. "How childish you are!" Xiaonan's face flushed with embarrassment. Su Run resolutely shook his head and insisted, "Pinky swear. I assure you, I can accomplish this." Xiaonan stamped her foot in frustration. Unmoved, Su Run repeated, "Pinky swear. You scoundrel. Fraud. Cad." Xiaonan had no choice but to step forward and link her delicate pinky with his. In the warehouse, the two thus solidified their pact. Su Run found it difficult to fully trust this little deceiver, resorting to this gesture to ease his mind about her. At that moment, Su Run wore a sly grin, reminiscent of a cunning fox whose scheme had succeeded. "The first step of my plan is that you must not take action against Si Nan Nan anymore." "What sort of plan is this?" "You said Loki sometimes has a blurred perception. I cannot divulge my plans to you." With a mischievous smile, Su Run replied, "I can only tell you that this is part of the plan." Frustrated, Xiaonan had no recourse but to stubbornly protest. "Then you must guarantee that she won't appear before me again." "Agreed." Only then did Xiaonan return the phone she had just seized from Su Run. Like an inquisitive cat, she couldn't help but ask, "What did she whisper in your ear before she vanished?" Su Run regarded Xiaonan with a playful glint in his eyes, teasingly stating, "She said something that could affect our relationship." Xiaonan stamped her foot, her cheeks flushing crimson. "She is not a good person. Don't listen to her nonsense." Su Run's expression turned peculiar. "You're not allowed to speak of her that way. Just as I won't permit her to speak of you in such terms, understand? Do you wish to seal your memories and abilities again to continue your masquerade?" Xiaonan hesitated before nodding. When approximately, she glanced at Su Run, uncertainty clouding her features. "Soon." At that moment, Su Run sensed some commotion outside. He cautioned, "I see that the team has arrived. You should hurry." Xiaonan remained indecisive, as her strength from the Klein lineage also granted her awareness of the situation. Time passed slowly, and members of the 136th squad had already entered, drawing nearer. Haven't you made up your mind? They're coming in. Or do you wish to greet them first? Thud, thud, thud. The members of the 136th squad had gathered at the warehouse entrance, with Chunmu Yi leading the charge, surprisingly accompanied by an RPG, a formidable weapon. However, upon entering, they were greeted by a gruesome sight. Mangled limbs littered the floor, soaked in blood, leaving no living soul standing. At that moment, Su Run observed Hong Ying, who surveyed the hellish scene within the warehouse, seemingly oblivious to the living being before her. What is this? Wu Yuan Sha, combined with deception, soundproofing, invisibility, healing, defense, everything you can imagine. Deception? How comprehensive indeed. Su Run casually dismissed the matter, his gaze resting on Hong Ying, whom he believed was particularly suited to don garments of a crimson hue. Xiao Nan, observing the scene, clenched her teeth in frustration. She grasped Su Run's collar, her client's psychic energy enhancing her physical strength, compelling him to bend slightly under the pressure. What do you intend to do? If she possesses it, then I must have it too. After uttering this seething declaration, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she boldly pressed her lips against his. Unbeknownst to Su Run, the Shishao Nan referred to could be either Si Nan Nan or Hong Ying. He simply felt the proximity of Hong Ying beneath his eyelids, a rather stimulating sensation. Xiao Nan's kiss was rather aggressive. She lacked any finesse, often biting her own lips in her fervent attempts. After several moments of this chaotic encounter, Su Run furrowed his brow and took the initiative to guide her. Xiao Nan's eyes widened suddenly, a veil of moisture beginning to cloud them as her body softened against him. After what felt like an eternity, she lay breathlessly in Su Run's embrace, her face aflame. Nearly gasping for air, Su Run tenderly caressed her flushed cheeks, remarking, "You have willingly shattered the purity of our friendship. Should you later discover that I am not the virtuous person you imagined, you cannot blame me. The fault lies solely with your inability to master your desires." Falling for a libertine, Xiao Nan, raising her small fist, weakly thumped Su Run's chest, her voice filled with resignation. She was right. You are indeed a scoundrel. A great scoundrel. Chapter 60. All through effort, Su Run returned to Team 136 ahead of others. On the way back, Xiao Nan had already sealed her memories, erasing all recollections of the events following the killings, retaining only the knowledge that Su Run had saved her by eliminating everyone. This was the complete sealing of Si Xiao Nan, as she had previously confided to him. When questioned about why the others had not witnessed his presence at the scene, Su Run merely stated that he had departed after fulfilling his grim task. The team chose not to delve deeper into this matter, which offered Su Run a moment of relief, as he was known for his aversion to deceit. Hong Ying observed both Su Run and Xiao Nan, noting their seemingly normal demeanor, yet a subtle sense of discomfort lingered in her mind. The rest of the team, however, was more preoccupied with Su Run's prowess. Run. Brother Run, was that truly you? Lin Qiye managed to stammer, swallowing hard. The sight of decapitated bodies and pools of blood was overwhelming for someone who had only been a night watchman for a mere fortnight. He still required training to cope with such stark realities. Suronaf harteli. No nito flateme. The group fell into silence. Just a jest. Don't take it so seriously, he added, attempting to lighten the mood. At that moment, Wu Xiongnan spoke up. How do you feel about your mental state now? This familiar inquiry felt like a bucket of cold water splashed on his Su Run, abruptly awakening him. The weight of his demonic nature seemed to intensify. His expression turned serious as he took a deep breath. I am awake now. Chun Muyi patted his shoulder, sighing. From what we can see, everything appears perfectly normal. Yet, the more it seems so, the more we worry. He suggested, perhaps try to refrain from killing in the future. It might alleviate some of the burden. Su Run smiled somewhat helplessly. Refrain from killing? That's not an option. Those who seek trouble with me, I will deal with them in kind. The sensation was undeniably peculiar. He rationally recognized that as an ordinary person who had crossed over just under a month ago, it was abnormal to dispatch so many without a flicker of emotion. On one hand, he felt nothing at all. This was neither cold-bloodedness nor a penchant for murder. It was akin to consuming a slice of bread for breakfast. Regardless, on the path to divinity, how could there be no casualties? After all, how many have truly perished? Su Run mused, his eyes shimmering with intensity, even feeling that the presence of the ancient cult's members was insufficient for his sanguinary needs. He remained oblivious to the contradictions in his logic. Since when did Brother Run become so formidable? Qiye exclaimed soudainly. Entering that grim scene had left him gasping. The ground was strewn with heads, drenched in blood, a vivid crimson that stained the earth. The sight of those dismembered bodies made it difficult to reconcile this power with that of a fellow newcomer to the Night Watchman. He too was diligently training. Qiye clenched his fists, yearning for enough strength to protect his family. The other members of Team 136 turned their gazes towards Su Run, curiosity and admiration swirling within them. Captain Chun Mai holds a profound respect for the privacy of others. Should Su Run choose to remain silent, he would never pry. Su Run observed the expressions of those around him with keen attention and smiled, stating, "I neglected to mention earlier that I am now at the Chuan realm. What? Does that not place you on par with the captain? Is your forbidden domain an accelerated path to growth? What kind of power is this?" Old Zhao had been bested by him just a few days prior. Although he had harbored suspicions, hearing Su Run confirm it explicitly left him incredulous. It was one thing for a newcomer to be extraordinary, but to ascend to the same realm as the captain within merely half a month was staggering. Is the disparity between individuals truly so vast? Does the Sword Saint's rigorous training yield such remarkable results? After a moment of stunned silence, Chun Mai, embodying his usual composure, could not refrain from speaking. Su Run, of course, would not divulge that he had taken shortcuts. With a serious expression, he declared resolutely, "This power is solely the result of my own efforts. With sufficient diligence, one can indeed grow stronger." Si Xiaonan, standing nearby, smirked, already at a loss for words. This fellow was truly peculiar. She had witnessed the scene in the warehouse firsthand. Chuan realm? The pinnacle of that realm had been utterly powerless beneath his grasp. Not to mention the unknown Chuan realm adversary he had dispatched with ease. There was barely a moment to react. Now, this individual claimed that all his strength was derived from hard work. His audacity was remarkable, setting aside his prowess. One could not ignore his bizarre and domineering ability to forcibly intercept his own clones. If effort alone could yield such results, she would have already bested Loki. Contemplating the clones, she remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Indeed, some people only know how to toil away seeking women, don't they?" Su Run, unashamed, responded with a proud grin. "At least half of what men say is false. While you presume I am pursuing women, I am actually dedicated to my fitness." Qiye, somewhat perplexed, nodded thoughtfully. "So, Brother Su Run is secretly working hard in ways we are unaware of? Much like those students who perform admirably in exams, yet emerge looking despondent, claiming they did poorly." Old Zhao, unable to watch any longer, quickly grasped what Su Run was insinuating. Not wishing to lead Qiye astray, he interjected, all right. Xiaonan, are you not aware of how hard Su Run works? He clings to it day in and day out." Xiaonan's cheeks flushed slightly, as if recalling a certain incident. Stamping her foot defiantly, she retorted, "Humph. I'm just concerned that Sister Hongying might be deceived by this scoundrel." Su Run had not explicitly shared the nature of his relationship with Hongying, yet it was evident to discerning eyes that their bond was unusual. Hearing Xiaonan's words, Hongying contemplated interjecting, but Su Run preempted her, speaking calmly. In the face of Xiaonan's accusations against him, he showed no inclination to refute them. His gaze was gentle as he looked at the charming Hongying, and he softly spoke, "Hongying is not my first girlfriend, but you should not question the depth of my feelings for her. For I have sacrificed an entire forest for her. She has become my everything. As for whether there will be another forest in the future, that remains uncertain." Hongying gazed at Suruin, somewhat entranced, her bright eyes becoming misty like those of a fawn. Upon hearing such unabashed display of affection, the crowd could not help but feel a wave of goosebumps wash over them. When Shima, seemingly from nowhere, produced a small notebook and began jotting down notes. Captain Chun Mai wore a smile reminiscent of an indulgent aunt, and he shooed the onlookers away, saying, "What are you all doing here?" Get back to what you should be doing. Are you all so idle? Suruin cast a sidelong glance at Xiaonan, who appeared a tad envious. As if sensing Suruin's gaze, she looked deeply into his eyes before turning to leave. That look sent a shiver down Suruin's spine. When this girl returned, she claimed to have sealed her memories. Judging by the expression just now, could it be that she was deceiving me? The girlfriend's best friend is also my girlfriend, and here I'm showcasing affection before her. If only I had known she had not truly sealed her memories, I would have restrained myself. Chapter 61. Shoes in the quiet of the night. After a refreshing shower, Su Run found solace in the pages of novel. Relishing the tranquility of the last few days, he had to himself. Left Qing had been enigmatic, withholding the details of his plans, merely hinting that he would understand once he arrived at the training camp. Su Run, however, was not inclined to believe that Left Qing intended for him to undergo training. With his current prowess, he could easily assume the role of a team leader without any need for further preparation. As for the nature of the task at hand, with his enhanced perception, he could surmise it involved the masked squad, which was likely to visit the training camp to instill a sense of intimidation in the new recruits. But in the original narrative, wasn't Mask summoned by that instructor whose name escapes me to fill in at the last minute? That wasn't orchestrated by Left Qing. Su Run pondered. Could it be that his actions had set off a butterfly effect? Or perhaps he was mistaken, and there existed an entirely different plan? He furrowed his elegantly arched brows, resolving to wait a few days for clarity. Should it turn out to be a task devoid of any benefit for his development, he would negotiate further, and if that proved futile, he would simply pursue his own path. Deep down, he believed that the leaders of the Night Watch were not fools. They must have some understanding of how to orchestrate matters. If by chance, a leader had allowed themselves to be clouded by the folly of ignorance and aimed to squander his time, he would not hesitate to call upon Zhou Ping for assistance, thus excusing himself from the situation. Who could have anticipated that the Sword Saint's ultimate skill was not a blade, but the ability to summon allies? Suddenly, the door creaked open. Su Run turned to find Xiaonan, clad in pajamas, her expression as inscrutable as ever. A flutter of anxiety coursed through him as he asked, "Is something the matter?" Xiaonan offered no reply, closing the door with a stoic demeanor before climbing onto his lap. Su Run's heart raced. She had indeed not sealed her memories. This deceiver. "You seem quite close to Hong Ying during the day," Xiaonan remarked. Wearing a thin white pajama set adorned with a big-eared dog motif, her short hair cascading freely. Su Run's mind raced as he contemplated how to respond. Is our relationship not good? He managed to force a smile, speaking vaguely. Upon hearing this, Xiaonan's expression shifted dramatically, contorting her small face into a fierce scowl. She pinched the soft flesh at Su Run's waist, her tone a playful yet menacing, "I'm upset." The Xiaonan who had sealed her memories would not engage in such intimate gestures. Su Run feigned discomfort, his voice tinged with exasperation. "Didn't you say you sealed your memories while we were on the road? That's none of your concern," Xiaonan retorted, maintaining her adorable yet fierce demeanor. Seemingly unappeasable, in a world where women might occasionally forego food, it seemed there was not a single woman who could remain unjealous. Su Run had no choice but to pull the girl perched upon him into an embrace, wrapping his arms around her waist and stating firmly, as I mentioned before, "Should you discover that I am not the virtuous man you believe me to be, you cannot blame me. You must only hold yourself accountable for your unbridled desires." Yet, Xiaonan was not swayed. She huffed defiantly indeed. "I can't control my desires right now, and I choose to be angry. When a woman becomes unreasonable, no strategy can prevail." Su Run raised a hand to gently stroke her small head. At over 6 feet tall, Xiaonan appeared particularly petite in his embrace. He spoke softly. "Have I ever mentioned how adorably angry you look, especially at this moment?" Xiaonan greedily inhaled the scent emanating from Su Run, relishing the profound sense of security his broad arms provided. Upon hearing his words, she recognized he was merely trying to placate her. Yet a wave of sweetness washed over her, rendering her unable to maintain her pretense of anger, and she burst into laughter. "You are skilled at cheering girls up." "I don't cheer girls up. I simply feel happy when I'm with you." At that moment, Xiaonan's eyes squinted joyfully into crescent moons, dispelling any trace of annoyance. The delight in her heart compelled her to wriggle in his embrace, expressing her unvoiced joy in this manner. However, a shadow of melancholy crossed her features as she remarked, "I can't shake the feeling that we are betraying Sister Hong Ying, yet I find myself unable to resist." Adolescent girls often vacillate between hope and despair in the presence of their beloved. Even if she is an agent of an evil deity, she remains bound by the instincts inherent in womanhood. This time, Su Run refrained from using flattery to soothe her. His tone remained unchanged, still gentle. "When Hong Ying is not around, you are my greatest love." Though it was rather unscrupulous, it was not deceitful. In the book How to Maintain Improper Relationships with Multiple Opposite Sexes, the aim is to keep various partners unaware of each other's existence. Through practical tests, Su Run discovered that while this method proved effective, it also had its limits. A person's daily energy is finite, and some individuals possess particularly intense emotional needs, demanding significant amounts of time. When the number of partners is low, it is manageable. However, once it exceeds 3, it becomes exceedingly challenging for an ordinary person to handle, especially when one must juggle other life responsibilities, unless such endeavors are their profession. While this approach is undeniably more complicated, it also incurs less backlash. Indeed, Xiaonan did not find herself angered by his unscrupulous nature. Rather, it seemed she had found clarity, and her heart lightened as she cheerfully inquired, "So, tell me, who is the person you like the most right now?" Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor, drawing closer, unmistakably heading towards Su Run's room. Xiaonan's expression grew tense. She was intimately familiar with Hong Ying's footsteps. Beneath a transparent veil, the two concealed their actions, further shrouded by an additional layer of trickery. Although two figures embraced on the bed, to an outsider, the scene appeared flawlessly empty. Click! The door lock turned, and indeed, Hong Ying peered in, seemingly just out of the shower, her hair still damp, dressed in loose pajamas, searching for Su Run within the room. Within the veil of fate, the two remained entwined. Fully aware that Hong Ying could neither see them nor hear their conversation, yet they dared not utter a sound. Even their breathing grew cautious. Su Run sensed that this girl, in her Klein realm, had a heartbeat like a drum. Her eyes wide as she turned to gaze at the far side of the room. It seemed as though, as long as the red tassel was not in sight, it had never entered this room at all. Su Run wore a wicked smile, leaned down, and whispered softly into Xiaonan's ear, "The person I cherish the most is." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiaonan swiftly silenced him with a kiss. After Hong Ying closed the door and her footsteps faded into the distance, Xiaonan finally released Su Run's mouth, granting herself a moment to catch her breath. At that moment, the formidable Klein warrior felt utterly weakened, lacking even the slightest strength in her fingertips. Her gaze drifted aimlessly, and upon catching sight of the bedside, she gasped softly, "Oh no, my shoes." There, by the bedside, lay 2 pairs of slippers, one of which was the very pair she had just discarded. The emotional drama seems to grow increasingly abundant, with an overwhelming plethora of scenes to write, far beyond what I can finish. Now, I must hasten to a conclusion. Chapter 62. Sealing Memories. Sister Hong Ying has surely seen it. Si Xiaonan felt utterly lost, uncertain of how to proceed. Su Run, however, took a more relaxed view of the situation, acknowledging that the truth would eventually come to light. If she has seen it, then so be it. Si Xiaonan gazed up at Su Run with a pitiful expression and lamented, "But I am not ready yet. I feel guilty towards Sister Hong Ying, yet I am unwilling to accept it, especially since I was the one who met you first." "There is no need for preparation," Su Run replied with a slight smile. "By the time you are ready, a lifetime may have passed." Si Xiaonan continued to express her turmoil. "I don't care. Can I sleep here tonight? I feel so confused right now." Su Run found himself in a dilemma. He was not a true gentleman and had full confidence in his self-control, which he was certain would falter in this situation. "It's all right. You can sleep here," he said slowly. "I'll go find Sister Hong Ying to sleep." With that, he stood up, ready to leave. Wait. The power of the Klein realm's mental force held him back. Si Xiaonan grasped his arm and bit down, exclaiming, "You jerk! This girl is like a dog. I'll seal my memories when I get back. I don't want to see you anymore." With a huff, she stormed out of Su Run's room. The following day at the night watchman S-base, Su Run brought in the last pot of old hen bamboo shoot chicken soup, its aroma wafting invitingly. The members of Team 136 could hardly contain their excitement. Qiye eagerly picked up a chopstick full of river shrimp stir-fried with leeks and, speaking through a mouthful, exclaimed, "Su Run, I never expected your cooking to be this delicious." Chunmai chuckled and added, "These wild river shrimp are quite hard to come by these days. A quick stir-fry makes them so sweet." Su Run smiled modestly. "I went to the market early and bought what I saw. I only know how to make a few simple dishes." Hong Ying pulled Su Run to sit beside her, gazing at him with delight. "Come eat quickly. I've already served your portion." As Su Run took his seat, he noticed the array of dishes: spicy diced chicken, braised pork ribs, and stir-fried meat with chili, all of which were Hong Ying's favorites. It was evident that this thoughtful gesture deeply pleased her, as she clung to Su Run's arm, reluctant to let go, as if merely looking at the food had already filled her stomach. Su Run settled in, gently encouraging Hong Ying, "Don't just watch. This is the local pork brought in from the market this morning, and it smells divine when stir-fried with chili. If you don't eat, it will be such a waste." The table was laden with an abundance of dishes, including stir-fried yellow chives with eggs and a plate of sauteed wild greens, their tantalizing fragrance making one's mouth water. Hong Ying glanced at Si Xiaonan, who was intently focused on a plate of shredded radish with small fish to her left, and smiled softly. She picked up a piece of stir-fried meat and offered it to Su Run, saying gently, "You've worked hard. Here, as your reward, first bite." Su Run was momentarily taken aback, glancing at the members of Team 136 and the plate of pork. He found himself both amused and exasperated, and politely declined. "You eat it. I can serve myself." Hong Ying, with a playful demeanor, insisted, "But I truly wish to feed you. Do eat." This spirited girl, typically so confident, exuded a sweetness that made Su Run's heart flutter. However, he couldn't help but notice the curious gazes of his teammates, who had paused their meals to observe, as well as Si Xiaonan, who was nibbling on a small fish. Even Su Run, known for his resilience, felt a slight flush creeping to his cheeks. "Ahem, you can eat by yourself. There are so many eyes on us. It's quite all right, I don't mind at all. Please eat." The tenderness in Hong Ying's eyes seemed to overflow. When Shima gaped in astonishment, Lung Xian widened his eyes. "Is this truly the Hong Ying I know?" At that moment, Chunmai glanced over, incredulous that the scarred man he recognized wore such a gentle smile, appearing remarkably benevolent. Zhao Kongcheng, who had been enjoying his meal, suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort reminiscent of his wife back home. Realizing that the atmosphere had grown a tad awkward, Su Run decided not to prolong the moment. He picked up a piece of spicy chicken and, with a gentle motion, offered it to Hong Ying. Instinctively, she opened her mouth, and Su Run chuckled as he fed her. But then he sensed something amiss. Hong Ying bit down on his chopsticks, taking a small nibble before blushing and releasing her grip. This seemingly trivial act sent shockwaves through the onlookers. Wen Shima and Lung Xian looked as if their jaws might hit the floor. The usually composed vice captain, Wu Xiangnan, found himself overwhelmed by the display of affection. His eyes filled with a hint of longing. Old Zhao could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "You two just enjoy your meal." This sentiment echoed the thoughts of most present, save for Chunmai, who retorted, "Mind your own business. You can't even keep your mouth shut while eating." The others fell silent. Seeing Su Run resume his meal with the chopsticks, Hong Ying's cheeks flushed, and she quickly focused on her own food. Meanwhile, Xiaonan glanced at the plate of radish strips with fish, finding it less appealing than before. The table was laden with an abundance of dishes, all devoured thoroughly. Accustomed to their captain's cooking, everyone relished the new flavors, especially Hong Ying, who polished off the spicy chicken and half a plate of fish. After a brief respite, Qiye was summoned for special training, aptly dubbed post-meal exercise. Su Run wondered if he would end up feeling queasy. He felt a pang of sympathy for Qiye. Ever since the revelation of his strength, the captain had ceased to oversee his daily training. His routine now consisted largely of reading, allowing for considerable freedom. As for missions, Why should he undertake tasks like catching cats and dogs when his combat prowess had already reached that of a Jainin? Soon, he was bound for the training camp, and Hong Ying accompanied him home to prepare his belongings. Upon entering, Su Run embraced her from behind, leaning down to whisper in her ear, "Allow me to check your spiritual patterns to ensure all is well." With that, he lifted her and settled onto the sofa, playfully examining her spiritual markings. Hong Ying merely lowered her gaze, offering no resistance, her lips curling into a secretive smile. After their playful antics, Su Run rested his head on Hong Ying's lap, closing his eyes to relax. Hong Ying tenderly caressed his hair, her face radiating warmth. "Take good care of yourself there. Remember to think of me. I will think of you 3,000 times each day." She chuckled softly, then gently embraced Su Run's head, remaining silent. After a considerable pause, the young woman bit her lip and asked again, "When do you think you will return?" Su Run found the fragrance surrounding him almost overwhelming, making it difficult to breathe. "I'm not sure, but I will come back whenever I have the chance. You know my abilities make it quite convenient." Upon saying this, Su Run was momentarily taken aback, realizing that he had begun to regard this place as home. "I need to use the restroom." He stood up, intending to wash his face and tidy his clothes. Not knowing the specifics of this arrangement, he decided to bring along a few changes of clothing for convenience. As he pondered, he stepped into the restroom. Click! The door shut behind him. A translucent veil, reminiscent of a bug-catching net, enveloped Su Run. "Wu Yuan Sha." He looked at the jealousy swirling on Xiao Nan's face, utterly astonished, and exclaimed, "Didn't you say you had sealed the memories? I strive to ensure that even those unfamiliar with the original work can comprehend my writing. Therefore, I try to let the characters express certain settings from the original. However, my limited writing skills may not fully convey this, and I hope for your understanding. I wish to maintain this approach, as when I read fanfiction, I often enjoyed stories without having read the original works, and I believe my writing should evoke a similar experience." Chapter 63. The training begins. Hong Ying has undoubtedly sensed something. This warm-hearted and generous girl has been excessively enthusiastic in recent days. She has almost stuck to Su Run from morning till night, becoming his little shadow. Not to mention her penchant for displaying intimate gestures with Su Run in front of others, particularly in front of Xiao Nan. The clothes Su Run wears now are all chosen by Hong Ying in Xiao Nan's presence. Not a single piece was selected from Xiao Nan's choices. Furthermore, she even picked out an entire outfit for Xiao Nan, reminiscent of an elder sister and brother-in-law shopping for their younger sibling. While shopping, Xiao Nan maintained her usual demeanor. With a hint of delight, Su Run truly believed that this jealous little girl had sealed her memories, hence her cheerful demeanor during shopping. However, he was taken aback when he spotted her in the fitting room. It can only be said that women are naturally deceivers. Xiao Nan is the greatest deceiver of them all. She incessantly spoke of sealing memories, but had not taken any action whatsoever. This left Su Run feeling paranoid whenever he and Hong Ying were apart, even for a moment. Today marks the day for Qiye's departure to the training camp. The members of Team 136 have all gathered at the station to bid farewell to Qiye. The captain has prepared an array of items, large and small, warm clothing, heat packs, everything one can need. Su Run gazed helplessly at these items, fully aware that they would likely be wasted. This year, the training camp's location was unexpectedly altered. Instead of Beijing, it would be held in Songnan. Qiye, make sure to take good care of yourself over there, all right? Rest assured, Deputy Captain, I will be careful. I will train hard and not bring shame to Team 136. Indeed, Su Run go. I will head over first to wait for you. Su Run smiled and nodded, stepping forward to embrace Qiye. Go ahead and scout the way for me. We shall meet again in a couple of days. Originally, Su Run thought he would attend the training camp alongside Qiye, but the mission from Qing had a different timeline. It stated that he would join the training camp, albeit 2 days later than Qiye. Hong Ying was somewhat reluctant to let him go, so Su Run decided to stay an additional 2 days. After all, the training camp was conveniently located near Songnan. As he looked at Qiye before him, Su Run felt a wave of nostalgia. In the past, to prevent Lao Zhao from becoming his sacrifice, Su Run had employed a few subtle tactics. He saved Lao Zhao's life and also facilitated Qiye's induction into the Night Watchers, though his methods may have put some strain on his comrades. They proved effective and straightforward. After all, having saved Lao Zhao's life and granted him access to the Forbidden Ruins, the end justified the means. This was simply a case of using a thunderous approach to perform benevolent acts. Stealing a glance at Lao Zhao, Su Run privately mused, "I truly am a great benefactor." Lin Qiye looked at Su Run with admiration and said, "Su Run Ge, you must guide me through the upcoming training." Su Run was taken aback. This young man might still be unaware of his alternate arrangements. He smiled gently. "We'll see when the time comes. I believe you will certainly grow stronger." This training camp spans a year. Su Run's recollection of the original narrative and its specific details has become somewhat hazy. He only remembers that after a year at the training camp, Lin Qiye spiraled into madness once again, and after a period of clarity, succumbed to a 2.5-year haze in Tokyo due to the influence of the Time God's agent. The treatment of the protagonist is almost akin to that of a legendary traveler. "I have initiated your journey, but I can no longer accompany you down this path," Su Run contemplated inwardly. He realized that if he remained with Qiye, coupled with the time spent in the training camp, he would squander nearly 5 years of his life. However, within the narrative, a decade culminates in the grand finale. The tale unfolds through the experiences of Lin Qiye, whose dreams incessantly replay these occurrences. Su Run was uncertain whether the world he had entered was the first encounter of Lin Qiye or merely a repetition of a dream, or perhaps the final dream, the one that could ultimately break the cycle. If it was indeed a failed dream from the past, he could not ascertain whether he, as a variable, would be erased upon the dream's reset. Unlike Lin Qiye, who possessed the aura of a protagonist, Su Run could not afford to waste time and still hoped to enter the first combat sequence. Allowing Lin Qiye to join the Night Watchman was a safety net for this world, aiming to minimize significant changes in the early stages. Yet, Su Run harbored no unrealistic expectations regarding Lin Qiye. Clenching his fists, he fervently resolved, "I must seize every opportunity to forge my own path to greatness. Relying on others will only bring shame to this legendary magic blade that has accompanied me into this world." After a long slumber, the legendary blade, Yin-Mo, seemed to sense something trembling slightly within the layers of space. Power! Hong Ying, sensing the shift, gently grasped his tightly clenched hand. Her expression tinged with concern as she gazed at his handsome profile. Su Run relaxed, casting a reassuring smile towards Hong Ying. Just then, Shenmu Yi received a text message. He glanced at it, and his expression transformed dramatically. Wu Xiongnin noticed the change in the captain's demeanor and inquired, "Captain, what has happened?" "The training camp has relocated," Shenmu Yi replied, his complexion paling. "It's in Songnan." Later that night, with Hong Ying nestled in his embrace, her face radiated a satisfying glow. Her once fair skin now bore an astonishing blush, her long legs entwined around one of Su Run's. With closed eyes, she rested, greedily inhaling his scent. With Qiye gone, the villa was now occupied only by Xiao Nan, Hong Ying, and Su Run. This audacious girl, who had never shown such intimacy within the villa before, suddenly seemed inclined towards affection. Her voice resonated through the villa, unafraid of being overheard. It appeared that someone might find it hard to sleep tonight. Su Run contentedly held Hong Ying, gently patting her back as he offered her a glass of water. "Here, have a sip." Hong Ying opened her weary eyes, which still sparkled with captivating affection. Lacking the strength to sit up, she playfully murmured, "I want you to feed me." Su Run was both amused and bewildered. Who said that assertive women could not be charmingly coy? It was simply a facet of femininity that had yet to be explored. "Very well, I shall feed you," he said. "But I want you to feed me with your own hands," she replied, and in an instant, Su Run understood her intent. Is it possible that the poised Hong Ying possesses such a side in front of outsiders? An overwhelming warmth surged within him, compelling him to acquiesce to the wishes of this spirited young woman. Once they had quenched their thirst, the heat and dryness receded, and they reclined upon Su Run's disheveled bed. In that moment, Hong Ying felt an immense sense of fulfillment. Suddenly, she clasped Su Run's arm tightly, burying her face against it as she implored, "Could you refrain from embarking on that mission?" Su Run replied, somewhat taken aback. Look, your current strength is on par with the captain's. You could easily request a position station here. Hong Ying articulated with urgency, as though this notion had long been nestled within her heart, eager to be voiced. Before Su Run could respond, this woman, her hair cascading around her, exuding an astonishing allure, bit her lip and continued, Xiao Nan. She wouldn't want you to leave, would she? Su Run froze momentarily. You know? Chapter 64 Departure. Please don't leave, Xiao Nan. I truly don't mind. Hong Ying lowered her gaze, resembling a child who has erred. I didn't mean to. It's just that you often carry Xiaonan's scent. I truly don't mind. I don't want you to choose. I really mean it. This once confident and spirited woman appeared utterly devoid of assurance, hastily uttering her words. She feared that Su Run would be compelled to make a choice between them. Su Run enveloped this anxious girl in a firm embrace, speaking earnestly. Silly Hong Ying, what are you thinking? Our lives stretch far ahead. We will be together for all our days. I still wish for you to bear me a child in the future. Hong Ying relaxed, leaning against his chest. His presence brought her solace. As he spoke, Su Run flashed a mischievous smile at Hong Ying, teasingly suggesting, if you truly don't mind Xiaonan. Shall I invite her over right now? Hong Ying lightly punched his chest, playfully chiding, you scoundrel. How could you not refuse? Su Run, somewhat taken aback, realized this indicated that Hong Ying harbored less aversion than he had thought. He took her hand, gently caressing the intricate patterns of her fingers, and declared, I'm just joking. Tonight, I shall remain with you, and I will go nowhere. Hong Ying's eyes became hazy. Later that night, a small figure tossed and turned in bed, unable to find peace. With her eyes tightly shut and brows furrowed, she clutched the sheets, as if haunted by some dreadful dream. Suddenly, rip, the lavender-hued bedspread was instinctively torn apart by her small hands. This night, no one found sleep. The following day, Su Run resolved to head to the training camp early, for the sake of a beloved. The closer he approached their parting, the more reluctant he felt. He had never experienced such emotions before. Even with the most wonderful of women, when he decided to leave, he felt no pang of regret. Yet now, Hong Ying stirred within him a desire to linger a few days longer. As this sentiment surged within him, he recognized it was time to depart. He called Zuiqing to communicate in advance, and then began to pack his belongings. After conversing with Hong Ying, he prepared to leave. I shall return often. He gently pressed his lips against hers. Hong Ying evidently felt a twinge of reluctance. Aren't you going to say goodbye to her? Hong Ying glanced towards the corner on the second floor, where Xiaonan's garment peeked out. Upon hearing this, the garment hurriedly retreated behind the corner. A slight smile curled at the corners of Su Run's mouth. It seems someone is not eager to see me. Very well. I shall take my leave. Hong Ying stifled a laugh as she playfully nudged him, then urged him upstairs. You must be more proactive with girls. Su Run felt a touch of helplessness. How could a boyfriend be pushed away? He approached the corner, where Xiaonan with dark circles under her eyes gazed at him expressionlessly. Didn't you say you were leaving? Why are you still here? Su Run glanced back at Hong Ying, whose supportive gesture encouraged him onward. He pondered for a moment and replied, Sister Hong Ying said that as long as I do not leave, she doesn't mind being with you. Xiaonan's expression suddenly tensed. And then? Su Run scratched his nose and sighed. Then I have to leave now. You scoundrel. Xiaonan seized Su Run's arm and bit down hard. Su Run, petting this cat-like girl, remarked, Our strength remains too feeble. Do not be misled by your current prowess. For among humanity, you are indeed exceptional. Yet, when faced with the divine, with so many deities, we are but insignificant insects. I must seek greater power. Xiaonan gazed at Su Run, seemingly grasping why this man, possessing such formidable strength, remained humble. She had encountered many who were far weaker than Su Run, who treated people like dogs and dogs like people. Yet Su Run, despite his immense power, lived in an understated manner, shrouded in mystery. So you are in pursuit of divine strength. Her mouth fell agape in astonishment. Her own greatest ambition was merely to attain freedom. Su Run remained remarkably composed, offering a gentle smile as he said, I shall find it. Though you call me a scoundrel now, you will understand how to address me when I ascend to godhood. He winked at Xiaonan, adding, I will make you my agent. Wow, then we would be dual divine agents. That sounds pretty cool, right? Xiaonan was left speechless. Her lips parted in shock at his ambition and confidence. What remarkable self-assurance! For a mortal to aspire to become a deity seemed a natural progression in his words. Such a notion had never graced this world before. After a long pause, a unique brilliance ignited in her eyes. The man's ambition stirred her emotions profoundly. She grasped the fabric of Su Run's shirt and gazed up at his handsome visage with an unprecedented softness. "Let me accompany you. I want to help you." This was the man she had chosen, her destined star of misfortune. Su Run shook his head, looking into Xiao Nan's glistening eyes, his hand gently caressing her slightly flushed face from excitement. "When I ascend the divine throne and ignite the divine fire, I shall surely awaken you, Xiao Nan. You will serve as my earthly agent, walking among mortals. Wherever you are, my gaze will pierce through the mist to watch over you. As you tread upon this earth, it shall be akin to walking in my realm." The man's lofty aspirations were the finest aphrodisiac for women. Xiao Nan tightened her thighs, her entire being feeling soft and pliable. Her eyes flickered with the intensity of flames and the gentleness of spring waters. She looked at the warm yet commanding man before her, unsure of what to say, and could only follow her heart's inclination. Whispering 2 words, "Kiss me," after a lengthy pause, their lips parted. Observing the unprecedented submission on Xiao Nan's face, Su Run felt a surge of heroic fervor within. This farewell to the vast south would surely be a declaration to the world, the dawn of slaying gods. There would be no need to wait many years. He would not allow the blade of magic in his grasp to rust. He caressed Xiao Nan's blushing cheeks, gentle yet assertive, sealing memories and cloaking them well. "A year from now, I shall return to demand an account from Loki for you." He turned back for one last glance at Hong Ying, his lips slightly parted, whispering, "Wait for me." With that, he raised his hand to summon the Yinma blade, and amidst a cascade of ethereal blue particles, he vanished from sight. At that moment, Xiao Nan felt her body go limp. Without Su Run to lean on, she collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide with a breathtaking fear that lingered long after. The location of the training camp had long been transmitted to Su Run's terminal. Given his spatial teleportation abilities, there was no need for the vice captain to drive him there. He could make a direct line, expediting his journey considerably. Armed with a Yinma blade, his teleportation distance doubled. He leaped through the air, and if anyone happened to notice, they might dismiss it as a mere figment of their imagination. "Captain, look below. There is someone. Have you lost your mind? We are at an altitude of 7,500 meters. The captain glanced at the instrument indicating their height. "No, really. Goodness. It must be a spatial ability. He is about to disappear. Let me have a look." At that moment, the captain, adorned with half a mask around his neck, turned to look in that direction. It should be toward the training camp. "This training camp is truly a hidden gem," a female voice exclaimed in astonishment. "The one we're hoping to recruit into our team tomorrow. Is he also a newcomer?" Wang Mian recalled the official document bearing his seal, feeling inexplicably awestruck, and took a deep breath. "Indeed, special approval from the leadership. This is a matter of urgency." Chapter 65. Reactions from all sides. "Wow. Captain, you never had such treatment back in the day, did you?" Wang Mian replied with a resigned smile. "I truly cannot fathom what kind of prodigy this is." The boy donning a swirling mask expressed his delight while gritting his teeth. "I worked so hard to join the special team, and yet they can just waltz in. I long to compete with these prodigies." Meanwhile, a bespectacled, rotund uncle, glancing at the task details on his computer, rolled his eyes. "Oh, please, Swirl. You are already a genius. I genuinely wish to pit myself against you and your group of prodigies." The expression of helplessness mirrored that of the captain on Swirl's face. "There is simply no comparison." "Enough," Wang Mian interjected. "Let us refrain from uttering words that could sow discord. Quickly proceed to the neighboring city to complete the final task, and return to Sangnan tomorrow afternoon to welcome our new team member." The airplane veered in another direction, departing from Sangnan. Unbeknownst to Su Run, just moments ago, he had brushed past the mass team, the cultist in a clandestine base. "My lord, this is the highly classified intelligence we have obtained." A figure clad in a crimson robe respectfully handed over a scroll, sealed with a wax stamp. A gentleman, adorned in a tailcoat with long, raven-black hair, glanced over. He was none other than Whisper, one of the 3 leaders of the ancient god cult. A glimmer flickered in Whisper's eyes as the red-robed cultist appeared momentarily entranced while unsealing the wax. Once he confirmed that the cultist was unharmed, Whisper stepped forward to receive the intelligence. The man regained his composure, as if accustomed to such interactions, and respectfully withdrew to the side. As Whisper perused the report, his previously serene demeanor furrowed into a frown, swiftly transforming into a grave expression. Shock coursed through him, his demeanor shifting dramatically. Maintaining his earlier elegance, he instructed the red-robed cultist, "Summon all the 20 seats who are currently unassigned to meet with me." The crimson-clad man bowed respectfully before retreating. Whisper's expression fluctuated as he absorbed the contents of the report, which detailed various extraordinary claims regarding the Sword Saint seed. The outrageous nature of the information left even this seasoned cult leader feeling incredulous. Yet, the data presented was compelling, including a proposal aimed at this Sword Saint seed. His prior collaborations with the enigmatic fence sitters within the Night Watch had not been infrequent, but this time the intelligence seemed absurd, and he was reluctant to act upon the suggested plan. However, the mere thought of the Sword Saint bore down upon him like a mountain of pressure. "Absolutely. We cannot allow another Sword Saint to emerge," Whisper growled, unconsciously tightening his grip on the intelligence as if he were clutching the throat of the Sword Saint seed itself. After a prolonged moment of contemplation, he turned and walked toward the massive cage, inside of which were a group of expressionless individuals. He casually selected one and brought them to a prayer room. A blade, tainted with suspicious dark stains, slashed through a throat, crimson liquid gushing forth into an asymmetrical vessel, creating a flurry of air bubbles. In a fervent reverie, the blood was smeared across the ground to form an intricate pattern. Clad in a tailored tailcoat and entirely unconcerned by the dust beneath, he knelt before the design and prayed, "O Divine Lord, I, your devoted follower, Chen Erniu, beseech you." Guangshan City, Night Watchman Airport. A black Kuan-style armed transport helicopter rested silently on a flat expanse, where a contingent from the Night Watchman's logistics team was diligently inspecting various metrics and transporting supplies. 8 individuals adorned in golden cloaks were guided by the logistics personnel. Among them, 7 were women, most appearing rather youthful, with only 1 male among them. They were none other than the illustrious Phoenix Special Unit of the Great Qiye. One strikingly voluptuous blonde woman, draped in a golden cloak, walked with indignation, her lips incessantly murmuring, "Yi Fan truly treats us like dogs. Once this mission concludes, I am certainly taking a vacation. Even if he personally implores me, it won't do. I'd rather feed my exquisite tea leaves to a dog. This task is relentless. Next time I am in the capital, just watch as I upend the tea table. Drinking tea." The rest of the squad listened intently as she continued her tirade. "Captain, since we have the rare opportunity to rest in Guangshan tonight, why not take a well-deserved break? The facilities here at the branch are quite splendid," remarked a man similarly cloaked in gold, listening to the incessant chatter of the fiery blonde woman, feeling a throbbing headache coming on. Upon hearing this, the blonde's lips curled in disdain as she retorted, "Kong Shang, let me tell you, the people of Guangshan are utterly useless. They only know how to indulge themselves. They call upon our special unit for the slightest matters. If they were a bit more industrious, I wouldn't even need to be here. I'd be resting in the capital instead. Do you think the Guangshan squad would dare to show themselves before me? Unlike Wang Mian, I have no patience for them. I will strike them down every time I encounter them. They're like dogs." The fiery blonde continued her relentless discourse. Kong Shang could do nothing but endure her tirade. The local night watchman leading the way dared not contradict her. He simply wiped the sweat from his brow, pretending not to hear, and guided everyone onward. Upon arriving at the lounge, the night watchman finally exhaled with relief and addressed the golden cloak captain, Captain Xia Simon. "This is the lounge arranged for your team. Should you require anything, please do not hesitate to contact me." With that, he departed without a backward glance. The 8 members of the Phoenix team dispersed, some resting on the sofas, while others headed to the restroom. The lone male, Kong Shang, approached the coffee machine to prepare himself a cup. As he surveyed the genuine leather sofas, the luxurious television, and the gaming console all custom designed, he couldn't help but compare it to the long, iron benches in the northwest, which seemed like a world apart. Each visit to the Guangshan Lounge reinforced the impression of extravagance. Being backed by the Bai family truly made a difference. Each time he visits the bustling cities of Guangzhou and Shenzhen, he finds himself both astonished by the opulence surrounding him and disheartened by the harsh conditions prevailing in the northwest. Contemplating this, he reaches for a disposable cup prepared nearby, intending to indulge in a cup of coffee. On the black stone countertop, a conspicuous stack of white documents catches his eye. What is this? He glances over instinctively, then fixates on the stack of papers. Rather than fetching his coffee, Kong Shang's demeanor shifts to one of seriousness as he begins to peruse the documents one by one. In a matter of moments, his expression changes dramatically. He strides swiftly to the side of a voluptuous blonde woman lounging on the sofa. "Captain, you need to see this," he exclaims. "It's just a document. You could have told me after reading it." Xia Simeng mutters, yet her hand reaches for the papers, recognizing their potential significance. Her gaze sweeps over the documents. The Great Xia Sword Saint, project proposal application for the Sword Saint to serve as Su Run's specialized training instructor. Her expression grows increasingly grave as she notes that some of the papers are copies while others are photographs, but all bear the unmistakable signature of the Night Watch commander. "Yifan, where did these come from?" Xia Ximing's tone sharpens, losing her previous chatter. Right beside the coffee machine, Kong Shang replies. At this moment, Xia Ximing's eyes land on the final document. Authorization for Su Run to join the mass squad. Upon reading those bold characters, her expression shifts abruptly, her heart racing and blood rushing to her cheeks, rendering them crimson. Her gaze intensifies as she swiftly scans the last line of the document. Tomorrow, with a swift motion, she tears the document into shreds right before them. "Damn it, Wang Mian! How dare he take what's mine?" Chapter 66. Failing to salute the commander, all personnel gather. Follow me to seize the individuals. A blaze of golden flames erupted, engulfing all the documents, leaving no fragment, even the recently torn pieces, unscathed. Amongst the confetti of shredded paper, the two characters Tsang Nan were hastily consumed by the fervent flames, reduced to ashes, and subsequently trampled into dust by resolute combat boots. "Captain, please not like this. The higher-ups have already made their decision. We shouldn't act recklessly," Kong Shang, one of the few rational members of the Phoenix Squad, urged. However, his pleas were futile against Xia Simeng, who was being relentlessly dragged toward the entrance. "Decision? Was I consulted in this matter? Yifan still wishes to enjoy tea? The last batch of pu'er I provided him in Chuannan was hardly worthy of being fed to a dog. Tong Sheng, next time, replace all the tea leaves with those from the infested bushes on the street." The indignation on Xia Ximing's face seemed ready to erupt like steam from her ears. A woman bereft of reason is incapable of rational discourse, and fortuitously, the majority of the Phoenix Squad comprised women. Tong Sheng, with her round and adorable visage, was oblivious to the cause of the captain's fury. Nevertheless, she nodded vehemently in solidarity, believing in her captain's judgment. It was all too easy for them to be swept up in emotion and follow her out. Kong Shang, feeling powerless, regretted not having dealt with the document on the spot. "Captain, think this through. Such a significant document appearing so casually before us raises serious concerns. Regardless of any issues, these documents hold a high degree of credibility, and the content is most likely authentic. I demand it." Kong Shang forced a bitter smile, yet he persisted. "But our squad is already at full capacity." Xia Simeng, in earnest absurdity, retorted. "Full? Since ancient times, our squad has consisted of 9 members, and we are still one short of our 9th member." She was now resolute, caring little for anything else but to retrieve this 9th member from Songnan. And even Yifan could not deter her. Seeing Xia Ximing's unwavering determination, Kong Shang could only smile helplessly, hastening forward to communicate with the maintenance team. "Urgent mission. We must take off immediately. Please expedite your preparations. Report. All systems are normal. The fuel tank is full and ready for takeoff." The group boarded the armed transport helicopter, and as the cabin door gradually closed, the aircraft ascended. Kong Shang, with a somber expression, gazed out the window. Guang Shun, Team 010. Just wait until I settle the score with you. As the helicopter distanced itself from the base, a sudden realization struck one of the team members. Wait, something seems amiss. Outside the airport, a bespectacled girl, her golden cloak failing to conceal her slightly melancholic demeanor, sprinted with a hint of panic, having just emerged from the restroom. Watching the transport aircraft soar into the sky, she shouted helplessly, Captain, I'm not on the plane yet. Oh no, Ing hasn't T-boarded. Without a moment's hesitation, Xia Siming issued a decisive command. No slowing down. Full speed ahead. We absolutely cannot allow Su Run to join the masked team. At this moment, the 010 squad, which was on the mind of Kong, was stationed nearby the base in a 7-seater black business vehicle. The members of the 010 squad gazed at the departing aircraft. Captain, do you think there will be any problems? A slightly anxious man in the driver's seat inquired. The squad leader, Wei Xiaoming, sat leisurely behind him on a modified aviation leather sofa within the vehicle. Reclining against the chair, he held a glass of red wine and replied nonchalantly, There is nothing to worry about. If anything were to happen, it wouldn't reach us. The higher-ups have already spoken. What can we do? Beside him, a woman clad in a red qipao, voluptuous and alluring, remarked, What he is worried about is Xia Siming, fearing you might end up like last time, pinned against the wall by a single punch. Wei Xiaoming's expression faltered, and he found it difficult to swallow the wine in his hand. Miao Su, I am still your captain. Do I not deserve some dignity? Unbeknownst to the various stirrings around him, Su Run's gaze was fixed on the night watchman's training camp base in the distance. Recently, a steady stream of new recruits had been arriving at this location. On a freshly leveled dirt road, several military camouflage off-road vehicles continuously transported newcomers for training. At the entrance, a group of men and women was preparing to enter the gate. The corners of Su Run's mouth lifted, his spirits buoyant. This was the starting point of his journey. From a higher vantage point, a soldier observed a handsome young man suddenly appear before him, brandishing a long blade. Halt! What are you doing? The soldier shouted, every hair on his body standing on end. Instantly, several dart gun barrels were aimed directly at Su Run. Calmly, Su Run produced the identification issued to him by the night watchman, offering a serene smile as he extended it forward. No need to be tense. Zhuoqing sent me to find an instructor named Yuan Gang. Upon hearing the names Zhuoqing and Yuan Gang, the soldiers exchanged glances. A soldier, who appeared to be the team leader, approached cautiously, taking Su Run's identification and placing it on a nearby device. The preparatory members of the night watchmen watched the scene curiously, whispering among themselves. Is he also a new recruit for training? One speculated. He doesn't seem like it. New recruits aren't allowed to carry weapons, a long-haired woman assessed. This newcomer is quite handsome, remarked a somewhat arrogant youth, glancing at his own sweaty form before looking at Su Run, who appeared as if he had just come from a leisurely stroll. Feeling somewhat disgruntled, he chewed on his bubblegum, muttering, he is even more arrogant than I am. As the group of recruits exchanged their thoughts, they focused intently on the unfolding situation. At that moment, the squad leader's terminal displayed Su Run's information. Gazing at the series of characters on the screen, his scalp tingled with apprehension. Immediately, he holstered his weapon, stood at attention, and saluted loudly. Apologies, sir. I did not recognize you just now. Taking 2 steps forward, he returned Su Run's identification with both hands. As Su Run, somewhat bewildered, accepted it, the soldier stepped back and saluted once more. The surrounding soldiers, realizing that a high-ranking leader had arrived, quickly lowered their weapons and saluted in unison. This scene heightened the curiosity of the newcomers in training. The individual, seemingly of a similar age, was surprisingly not a novice. Even the captain here bowed in deference to them. Suddenly, the arrogant young man felt a sharp slap on the back of his head, one that left no room for leniency, resonating like a watermelon being struck. He grimaced and turned to see the soldier who had guided him here, now glaring at the group of newcomers, exclaiming loudly, "What are you staring at? Do you not see the officer? Show some respect." The once cocky youth, Shen Qingzhu, was momentarily taken aback. Chapter 67. The officer Su Run found himself in a state of bewilderment. An officer? When did he acquire a military rank? Observing the soldiers around him and the newcomers saluting from a distance, he instinctively returned the salute and remarked, "Please take me to Instructor Yuan Gang." He pondered, could it be that they VE assigned me an instructor? I have no interest in bullying novices. Due to the nature of his own power system, Su Run sought challengers of equal strength or a foe capable of ending his life. In this training camp, tormenting the inexperienced would yield him no growth. Before arriving, he had surmised that his primary purpose here was to await the conclusion of the masked instructor's lessons for the newcomers, after which he would accompany the instructor. The soldier, resembling a captain, led him through the entrance. The curious gazes of both men and women fell upon him, yet only the seemingly arrogant youth regarded him with a defiant glare. A thought struck Su Run. Could this be Shin Qingzhu, a member of Lin Qiye's protagonist team and the most formidable spy infiltrating the ancient god church in the early stages? However, observing the youth's defiant demeanor, Su Run couldn't help but smile slightly. He appears rather green at the moment, having no intention of engaging in conversation. He merely offered a gentle smile to the group of newcomers before proceeding onward. "Wow, he smiled at me. It was definitely directed at me," exclaimed a long-haired girl, while two infatuated girls nearby gazed in awe, much to the long-haired girl's disdain. Following the captain-like soldier into the training camp, Su Run was astounded by the well-equipped facilities. Rumor had it that this entire training camp had sprung up overnight, leaving him curious about the involvement of any extraordinary individuals. The infrastructure of the Great Xia had reached astonishing levels. On the training grounds, a considerable number of recruits were engaged in conversation. Yet Su Run did not spot Qiye among them. The newcomers, initially absorbed in their discussions, turned their attention toward him upon his arrival. Perplexed, Su Run wondered, "Why are they looking at us?" The guiding soldier appeared nervous, stammering, "These newcomers aren't allowed to carry weapons. Their weapons are stored in the armory." "It might be because of your weapon." Realizing that he still held the Yama knife, Su Run understood why none of them bore arms. Typically, he didn't require the enhancement of the Yama knife for short distances, but with it, his teleportation range could double. He released his grip, and the Yama knife dissipated into blue particles in the air. This action drew even more curious glances. What was that? Is it forbidden ruins? Coming to a training camp with such peculiarities. How pretentious. I heard that a young master from the Bailey family is also here for training the soldier quicken his pace. Anxious that one of the audacious newcomers might unexpectedly approach and offend this mysterious officer. Knock, knock, knock. Who is it? A burly man pushed the door open, displaying evident impatience. Su Run observed this man, adorned with a Q-version dog-eye mask, whose eyes bore the faint traces of red veins. He smiled and said, "I apologize for disturbing your slumber. I am Su Run, and Zhuqing sent me to find you." Su Run. The burly man instantly perked up. "Greetings. I am Yuan Gang, the deputy commander of the Jing Capital 006 Squad and the instructor for this training camp. You may simply call me by my name." The soldier's eyes widened in astonishment. After all, he was the deputy commander of the Night Watch team in the Jing Capital. Such a title was not to be taken lightly. In Jing Capital, the core city of the Great Xia, one could encounter a leader on any street corner. The Night Watch stationed here were not mere sentinels. They bore military ranks, despite Yuan Gang being just a deputy commander. Even the deputy mayor of Jing Capital would greet him with a warm smile. Su Run, however, felt little of this significance. He merely found Yuan Gang to be quite amiable. "No need for such formality. Just call me Su Run," he replied. Yuan Gang rubbed his hands together, sensing that this youth was not difficult to engage with, and he felt relieved. Yet, as he glanced behind Su Run, his brow furrowed, and he called out to the squad leader, Wang Xiaoming, "How are you conducting yourself? Have you no consideration for the officer's belongings?" Upon hearing this, Wang Xiaoming immediately stepped forward to assist Su Run with his bag, but was swiftly blocked by Yuan Gang. With fervent enthusiasm, Yuan Gang insisted that Su Run could not refuse. He personally took charge of Su Run's backpack. "Su Run, as I am older than you, I shall dare to call you my younger brother. Since you are on my turf, it is imperative that you grant me this courtesy. Before my arrival, my superior personally instructed me to take good care of you. Should I fail in this regard, my superior will have my skin." You must look after me. Do not say it is merely a bag. If you wish to indulge in the famous roasted duck from Jing capital, I shall arrange for it to be delivered to you." At this, he commanded Wang Xiaoming, "Go, and no, you shall personally procure, 10 servings of roasted duck from Jing capital." Wang Xiaoming stood there dumbfounded. Who exactly was this esteemed individual? As the two walked away, Yuan Gang continued his spirited chatter. "What? It is unnecessary? No, it is essential. My dear brother, your sudden arrival means you shall sleep in my dormitory tonight." I can manage with a comrade just fine," Su Run protested. No, it is essential. You must." In a state of bemusement, Su Run found himself assigned to Yuan Gang's quarters. There was nothing particularly special about the room. It was merely a 4-person dormitory with bunk beds. The instructors at this training camp shared the same accommodations as the students. The only distinction was that he was the sole occupant of this 4-person room, as Yuan Gang had sent the others away. Initially, the others had displayed some displeasure, but upon hearing Yuan Gang's mysterious remark regarding the superior, their expressions transformed completely, and they rushed to inquire if Su Run required anything else. Although Su Run attempted to decline their offers, he ultimately acquiesced. He was generally adept at navigating social dynamics, despite not fully comprehending the significance of the superior that Yuan Gang had referenced. However, this did not hinder him from accepting the goodwill and establishing a brotherly bond with Yuan Gang. If this kindness were merely a sugar-coated missile, Su Run had always adhered to his own principles regarding his fraternal brothers, unwilling to alter his decisions for the sake of superficial sentiments. He took a moment to gather his thoughts before seeking out Yuan Gang once more, engaging in a fervent discussion within the confines of the office. Could he possibly be the grandson of the former leader? Nonsense. How could the old leader have such a handsome grandson? Well, perhaps. No, wait. What do you mean by that? If you treat me to a cup of milk tea, I shall pretend I didn't hear that. Make sure it's double the sugar and half a cup of pearls. Enough with the noise. Our training camp doesn't even have an air conditioner. Hurry and arrange for one to be brought in. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Shall let us keep it low-key. If anyone inquires, we can simply say it was the old leader's wish. We might just bask in some of that glory. Haha, I was waiting for you to say that. I'm off right now. Suddenly, the office door swung open, and Su Run exchanged glances with the person inside, leading to a moment of awkwardness. The instructor he had encountered earlier in Yuan Gang's dormitory quickly adjusted himself. Ahem, here to see Instructor Yuan. Are you? You two carry on. With that, he stepped aside and exited. Upon witnessing this, the others in the office suddenly found themselves preoccupied with various tasks. Oh, I'm off to buy milk tea. I'm going to get some ice cream. Yuan Gang's face flushed slightly. Ahem. My dear brother, please do not take offense. Su Run smiled and waved his hand dismissively. It's quite all right. I'm feeling a bit parched myself. He pulled over a chair, settled down, and inquired, Might I ask what my mission entails this time? Chapter 68. Overclocking. Yuan Gang glanced around to ensure no one was watching before he approached Su Run with an air of mystery, whispering, According to protocol, I should not be privy to this information, yet the old leader has let slip a hint. As per the plan, you are to join a special squad tomorrow. However, I'm unaware of which one it is. Su Run's eyes sparkled with understanding. His suspicions were confirmed. Indeed, it was a special squad, most likely the masked team. Observing Su Run's composed demeanor, Yuan Gang continued. This matter has been under discussion for quite some time. Coincidentally, the new recruits in Songnan require the special squad's presence. So both tasks will be executed concurrently. Su Run, slightly puzzled, replied with a knowing smile. Surely, you must be withholding some details. Please do not play tricks on me. Yuan Gang, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, realized that the old leader had chosen a sharp-witted youth, and it was no easy task to deceive him. With a flicker of hesitation in his gaze, he finally confessed, Since you have brought it up, I shall not conceal the truth from you. This is merely my speculation after observing the situation in the capital, though I cannot guarantee its accuracy. Su Run feigned ignorance. I am currently resting in slumber and can hear nothing. Yuan Gang, appreciating the clever exchange, remarked, They say. He paused, clenching his teeth before proceeding, is the result of the old leader's fervent advocacy. Su Run's expression remained unchanged as he listened intently. However, the old leader harbors no ill intentions. He believes that you are destined for a prominent position among the Night Watchmen. As a fellow recruit, it would be beneficial for you to make an appearance here. Moreover, he has asked me to present you with a gift. Yuan Gang produced a box and presented it to Su Run. The box was entirely black, reminiscent of the standard black cases used by the Night Watchmen to store their weapons, which Su Run had seen in Hong Ying's possession. Upon opening the black box, a glistening white long knife came into view. It was slender and elongated, resembling a snow maiden, both elegant and enchanting. Had it not been for the peculiar energy emanating from the blade, Su Run might have mistaken it for a mere piece of artistic craftsmanship. "What is this?" he inquired. "This is the Zhanbai," Yuan Gang exclaimed in astonishment. "It is one of the treasures belonging to the patriarch of the Bailey family." Accompanied by the Sequence 61 ultra-high-risk forbidden artifact, Zhanbai, capable of spanning a distance of 1,000 meters. In essence, despite its modest length, it is effectively a 1,000-meter blade. Provided you possess sufficient strength, you can swing this knife in an arc at the center of a battlefield, and anyone within a radius of 1,000 meters above the blade's edge shall meet their demise. Even I, a rough-hewn man, find this blade exceptionally beautiful. This was Yuan Gang's first time unveiling the box, and he couldn't help but grin. This is truly the cherished possession of the patriarch of the Bailey family. The old leader will undoubtedly be quite distressed over this. Su Run, watching Yuan Gang gawk at the knife in disbelief, felt a mixture of amusement and exasperation. He possessed the Yinma knife, and his chosen path did not necessitate an abundance of blades. While Zhanbai was undeniably formidable, it appeared rather ordinary to him. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he spoke aloud. "This blade is far too precious. I cannot accept it." Although it resembled a mere trifle, it was, after all, a carefully chosen gift from another, and one ought to decline with a modicum of grace. However, upon hearing this, Yuan Gang grew increasingly anxious. He implored Su Run to accept it, and after several rounds of polite refusals, Su Run witnessed Yuan Gang kneeling before him. "Very well, I shall accept it," Su Run said, unable to suppress a wry smile as he examined the pristine, white blade. At that moment, Yuan Gang, drenched in perspiration, rose from the ground. He knew that if he failed to present the blade, he would face dire consequences upon returning to the capital, especially with their superiors still in power. "Top! Top! Top!" Yuan Gang fancied he could hear the ominous sound of swords vibrating in the air. He glanced up to see a striking blue light flickering behind Su Run, coalescing into the shape of a blade, which hovered in midair, vibrating and clashing against its sheath, producing a resonant sound. The sword had yet to be drawn. A chill washed over Yuan Gang, as if he were being sliced by an invisible blade. Suddenly, he saw the young man extend a hand to restrain the sword, which seemed on the verge of unsheathing itself. With a tone that was almost tender, Su Run said, "Easy now," dispelling the oppressive aura that had engulfed him, causing the blade to dissipate into the ether. At that moment, Yuan Gang's back was entirely soaked with sweat. He realized the truth. This was not merely a case of Zhanbai being too valuable. The unknown long sword had instilled in him a sense of impending danger before it had even been drawn. Could Zhanbai truly be more precious than that blade? His earlier refusals had merely been an exercise in preserving his dignity. The truth was, the other party had no regard for Zhanbai. Yuan Gang swallowed hard, a flicker of admiration for Su Run igniting in his gaze. Su Run, having calmed the Yinma blade, began to contemplate the potential of Zhanbai. He had never attempted to unleash the full power of his third ability, doubt, to enhance a blade's capabilities. He had always wielded the Yinma blade in its standard form, even during battles against the Sword Saint, never pushing it to its limits. This Zhanbai could provide an opportunity to test the complete might of his third ability in the future. "Please convey my gratitude to our esteemed leader," Su Run said, stowing Zhanbai into its black box, maintaining his serene smile. Yuan Gang waved his hand, a rueful expression crossing his face. "Our leader likely did not anticipate that this blade would not serve you well, my brother. It still holds some utility. It could serve as a valuable experimental material. Once Su Run understood his mission, he departed with a sense of ease. Initially, he had planned to await the arrival of the Night Watchman's Star Blade to test his enhanced abilities. But unexpectedly acquiring such an extraordinary weapon was a delightful turn of events. Eagerly, Su Run prepared to conduct his test immediately. The commotion below was excessive. With a few swift teleports, he ascended discreetly into the clouds. At an altitude of 4,000 meters, he had surpassed the typical height for parachuting. He felt a slight constriction in his breathing, but after a few moments, he acclimated. He retrieved the slender, snow-white blade, sensing that it lacked a blade spirit. Infusing it with his mental energy, he activated his first ability, Dao Gu, which granted him absolute control over the blade. He could distinctly perceive the blade elongating, demonstrating an extraordinary flexibility. This extraordinary sensation instinctively led Su Run to feel quite splendid. With a decisive stroke, the clouds were stirred slightly by the kinetic energy unleashed by the blade. The actual power was intrinsically linked to the strength of his strike. At a distance of 1,000 meters, the tip of the blade was further augmented by an acceleration force. While it could not rival the sharpness of the Yama blade that cleaves through space, it was nonetheless formidable. Next came the surge of power. The third ability, Blade Intent, was activated. A tremendous will commanded the elegant blade. The frequency began to amplify. The blade vibrated unconsciously, its pure white surface gradually taking on a tinge of red under the influence of this indomitable will. Su Run felt the long sword in his hand quaking with increasing intensity, were it not for blade bone granting him absolute control over the weapon. It might have slipped from his grasp entirely. He quietly sensed the limits of cutting white. 120, 150, 200, 700. At that moment, the resonance of the blade had become deafening. The originally icy white blade now radiated a heated crimson glow. The sword had reached its utmost limit. Yet, Su Run did not falter. 900. At this juncture, Su Run finally made his move. With a swift swing, he unleashed the blade. The clouds churned violently. A sonic boom reverberated throughout the heavens and the earth. Everyone in the training camp turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. The once tranquil high-altitude clouds now resembled a white shirt tossed into a washing machine, swirling and tumbling furiously in the air. Chapter 69. By Li Pang Pang by Heavens. The mysterious force has made contact. Look at the sky. Is that a small dot in the blank space of the clouds? It seems to be a person. Could it be a significant figure arriving? Nonsense. It must be the Trisolarans attacking. Quickly, fetch the weapons. Oh, is it raining? Ouch. Who threw that stone? It's hail. Su Run did not anticipate such commotion in the heavens. He teleported several times until he reached Yuan Gang's vicinity. Brother, what was that just now? He observed the human-shaped shadow vanish, and, moments later, Su Run appeared beside him, causing him to harbor doubts. With a helpless expression, Su Run nodded. I was merely testing a blade, and the commotion was a tad excessive. Yuan Gang's jaw dropped in astonishment. Testing a blade? A tad excessive? This is no mere exaggeration. What kind of blade were you testing? Even a ship-slicing sword wouldn't create such a ruckus. Suddenly, Yuan Gang realized his previous folly in addressing him by age. It was indeed audacious of him. He chuckled awkwardly. I believe it would be better for me to address you as brother from now on. He finally understood why the former leader regarded this youth with such esteem. Get lost. Su Run retorted, I'm not that old. All right, Brother Run. You continue your tasks. I shall go calm these rascals. With that, Yuan Gang strode towards a crowd in the playground. What is all the fuss about? A bunch of ignorant rascals as Su Run watched Yuan Gang depart to reprimand the crowd. He opened the black box. The once pristine Zhanbai now appeared as though it had been violently abused, resembling a disheveled maiden. An uneven layer of char marked its blade, riddled with chips and cracks. There was even a fissure down the center, threatening to split the entire blade apart. This extraordinary weapon, cherished and safeguarded by the Baili patriarch, had met its owner's brutal test on its very first day in his possession. That frenzied strike had utterly rendered the Sequence 061 ultra-high-risk forbidden object, Zhanbai, inoperative. That blow disrupted a certain balance, and the clouds continued to churn restlessly. This was the true essence of blade intent. Without pausing his experiments, he raised his right hand to summon the azure flame, extracting a strand of primordial essence to infuse into Zhanbai. The fissures on the blade showed minimal change. The charred areas of the formerly snow-white blade receded slightly. Su Run nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, primordial essence could be utilized to mend the damage inflicted by the overclocking. This meant he could wield the Yin Mo blade with a tad less caution in the future. He had no intention of further repairing Zhanbai, opting instead to store it in the box. Testing two abilities with a single blade was quite the bargain. However, his supply of primordial fire was dwindling. The essence he had previously obtained from Zhou Ping, after being burned, had been divided, half given to the small Yin Mo, a portion to Hong Ying, leaving only a smidgen remaining. Today, the little Yama shows signs of revival once more, though it remains uncertain whether it will demand sustenance upon awakening. Should Yama's blade contemplate overclocking, ample reserves must be allocated for the inevitable repairs necessitated by the ensuing damage. This is a matter of utmost prudence. As for the matter of slaying White, that could be addressed another time. During dinner, the cafeteria buzzed with discussions regarding the unusual phenomena in the sky. Yuan Gang merely explained that it was a secret experiment conducted by the higher-ups of the Night Watch, forbidding any discourse on the subject. Yet, such a decree did little to quell the curiosity of these spirited young souls. What sort of experiment could elicit such dramatic occurrences? Naturally, one might assume it is simply artificial rain, nothing to be astonished about. Not to mention the hail. Look at my face, it's a mess. How do you explain that? The ground is intensely heated. Cumulus clouds are developing vigorously, leading to severe convective weather. Such basic knowledge eludes you, and I shan't waste my breath. You are unworthy of my words. And what about that shadow in the sky? Ah, surely it is the three-body problem. Woe is me. Focus on your dumplings. The true architect of this turmoil, Su Run, awaited his meal at the table alongside several instructors. Brother Su Run? Upon hearing his name, Su Run glanced over to see various individuals engrossed in their own discussions, some casting curious looks in his direction, while the source of the voice was none other than Lin Qiye, accompanied by a plump lad. With a gentle smile, Su Run waved to Qiye, though a hint of trepidation lingered within him. Bali Pang Pang, the reincarnation of the upper clear spirit treasure, one of the three purities of Taoism. Prior to the mist, he was a being of the utmost caliber, and subsequently, he advanced even further, achieving a formidable half-step into higher dimensions. With lucid memories, he accompanied Lin Qiye in reenacting countless cycles of dreams. In each iteration, Su Run could not afford to err in a single word or action exchanged with Lin Qiye. As for the number of cycles endured, Su Run had long lost count of the original narrative, remembering only that it had transpired innumerable times. When it comes to performance, Bai Li Pang Pang and the slumbering Jialan are the true masters of the art. Both are entities of half-step dimensionality, retaining all memories while consciously navigating this ceaseless cycle. If Su Run had his way, he would have long ceased playing this game. Let it be destroyed swiftly. Su Run remains oblivious to whether this world represents the first genuine occurrence or merely a dream fabricated by Lin Qiye in response to those events. Nevertheless, he consistently prepares for the worst. Even if it is but a dream, the spirit treasure remains an inescapable entity. It is a confrontation he must eventually face, especially if the spirit treasure intends to subtly eliminate him as a variable. Su Run has devised contingency plans for such eventualities. With a calm smile, Su Run remarked, "Qiye, it is good to see you again." He glanced knowingly at the bewildered Bai Li Pang Pang and added, "It seems you have made a new friend." Qiye stared blankly at Su Run and the surrounding instructors, asking, "Brother Su Run, are you also an instructor?" Su Run chuckled heartily, "Not at all. I shall depart tomorrow for another task." As the plump Bai Li spoke up, "Wow, handsome. Are you a friend of Brother Qiye? It's our first meeting. So here, SA24K, pure gold Rolex for you. Let us be friends." Su Run accepted the watch, which was clearly mismatched with his style, with a faint smile. "Thank you, I really like it." He picked up the roast duck that had just been served on the table. Here, this roast duck has just been air freighted from Beijing. Still warm. It's not particularly extravagant, just a little token of friendship. Bali seemed quite pleased. Really? Huh. It's settled then. From now on, you handsome, are my friend. Everything appeared to be quite normal. When Qiye and Bali returned to their own table, a crowd of jealous onlookers had gathered around. Damn, we're stuck eating steamed buns and pickles while you guys managed to score roast duck from the instructor. And milk tea, too. How lucky. One girl, blushing, asked, Bali, who is that handsome guy? A group of girls behind her gazed eagerly in that direction. Bali, with a hint of pride, replied, he is a friend of Qiye and me. I tell you, after so many years in Guangzhou and Shenzhen, he is the first one I've seen who is this good-looking. Now he is my friend. Introduce us. A swarm of girls pushed forward, shoving all the boys aside, leaving Bali and Qiye feeling overwhelmed in the middle. Seeing the approaching crowd, Su Run quickly stood up. Brother Yuan gang, I must excuse myself. Run. I told you not to call me little brother anymore. Ignoring the astonished looks from the instructors around him, Su Run vanished from the spot. He returned to his dormitory, murmuring to himself, tomorrow, the masked team, is it? Chapter 70, What is a Phoenix? The significance of joining the special squad does not lie in merely becoming an official night watchman, nor in ascending to the elite ranks of the night watchers. For Su Run, the paramount importance of joining this special team is intelligence. His power system requires a substantial amount of the mysterious as a resource for his strength. These mysteries may not manifest even once in an entire month within a city, thus precluding the possibility of him remaining in one location. Furthermore, the mysteries are generally concealed. It is exceedingly difficult for the average person to detect them unless one possesses a speed akin to that of a sword saint, capable of plowing through an entire city. Additionally, one must possess a pure and discerning eye to perceive the demonic and the sinister lurking in human hearts. To wander aimlessly in the Great Qiye in search of mysteries may yield no results even after a month. However, venturing into the mist, where mysteries do not possess the capacity to obscure their consciousness, proves to be relatively easier. Yet, two issues arise simultaneously. The first is the sheer vastness of the mist. The Great Qiye is a sprawling nation, encompassing over 600 cities of various sizes. The time difference between the easternmost and westernmost regions spans 4 hours, even as the sun rises. Despite this immense territory, the Great Qiye constitutes merely 1/88 of the planet's total surface area. Once within the mist, Su Run lacks satellite navigation, making the search for mysteries no less challenging than within the Great Qiye. Even the procurement of food and places to rest becomes a dilemma. The second issue is his own insufficient strength. The mysteries within the mist are generally more formidable than those native to the Great Qiye. Encountering a being of the limitless level is manageable. Su Run is confident he can contend with such an entity. However, facing a Klein would pose a significant challenge. Not to mention the remnants of the divine. Within his own body lies a potential threat, an enigmatic entity inserted by Yama, the implications of which remain unclear. At present, venturing into the mist presents a greater risk than reward. The special squad aligns perfectly with his current circumstances. The intelligence from the Night Watchers is entirely at his disposal. Henceforth, he need only concern himself with 3 questions. What is it? Where is it? How many are there? For this fourth calamity, Su Run mused. I too can play my part. The logistics provided by the Night Watchers liberate him from any other worries. Currently, this appears to be the most efficient means of enhancing his strength. Once his power reaches a certain level, he may then pursue the next stage of development. As for the matter of the ownership of mystery heads, Dimension / perceives it as a minor issue. At this early stage, Klein has not yet reached a point of ubiquity. In terms of strength, the special squad is not as special as it seems. Su Run estimates that the current leader of the special squad possesses combat capabilities roughly at the limitless level. He could be replaced. The path to divinity is indeed a long and arduous journey. With these plans in mind, he eagerly anticipates the arrival of the masked team tomorrow. The efficiency of the Night Watchers differs remarkably from that of government departments. It is genuinely high. They only mentioned the installation of air conditioning in the afternoon, and it is already completed. In the training camp, neither the instructors nor the trainees' dormitories are equipped with air conditioning. A few days ago, the sustenance consumed was predominantly reflective of the bitterness endured. In the forthcoming training regimen, there remains a segment dedicated to gnawing on raw flesh. Su Run, however, remained indifferent to such matters. He was certainly not one to endure hardships ungrudgingly. With anticipation for the morrow, he succumbed to slumber. Throughout the night, everything transpired as usual, and Su Run enjoyed a restful sleep. He had even envisaged the possibility of a visit from the celestial master Ling Bao that very evening. After all, in this world, his very existence was an anomaly. It was only natural for there to be some reaction. Yet, all was tranquil last night. It appeared that either I was not within Lin Qiye's dreamscape, or perhaps I was witnessing an unprecedented occurrence. Su Run gazed at his reflection while preparing for the day. Alternatively, the celestial master Ling Bao and I may have reached a tacit understanding. He has chosen to continue observing what transformations my anomaly might bring to this universe. Upon opening the dormitory door, he recalled the disruption caused by the blade yesterday afternoon, which had unsettled the equilibrium of the atmospheric currents. It was only after receiving a report from Yuan Gang that he learned of the peculiar phenomena. The skies over 3 cities connected to Tsangnan had manifested anomalies. The rain, which had accumulated for an extended period, poured forth in torrents throughout the night. Today, the sky was exceptionally azure. It was already the 3rd day of the training camp, and all the individuals from various corners of the world had reported in. During the morning, all newcomers assembled at the designated location to learn about the history and objectives of the Night Watchers, as well as to comprehend the obstacles and various abilities. Naturally, Yuan Gang would not summon Su Run to attend class. Nevertheless, Su Run remained curious. Could there truly be individuals who managed to stay awake during lectures? He meandered through the training camp in solitude. Subsequently, the night goddess Nyx would also make her presence known here. Shaking his head with a tinge of regret, Su Run mused, "It is a pity that I am about to depart. I fear I shall not encounter this goddess endowed with the ability of extraordinary procreation. The deities shrouded in mist are not all foes. Athena from Olympus is a divine entity that can be approached with relative safety." Retaining this information would undoubtedly serve him well in his future endeavors amidst the fog. Su Run seldom perused books, yet he remembered the words of great figures with clarity. First ascertain who your friends are and who your enemies may be. Underestimate your adversary strategically, while treating them with utmost seriousness tactically. Upon entering this world, Su Run's primary objective was to forge friendships with the Night Watchers. Otherwise, devoid of resources, even the act of dining would pose a challenge. Lacking an identity, he might find himself compelled to operate as a gang leader within some shadowy organization, usurping territory. How could he possibly expect to have a peer like the Sword Saint, the pinnacle of martial prowess in the Great Qiye, to serve as his practice partner? He traversed a path of singular clarity, yet this did not imply ignorance of conflict. Wherever he roamed, he must not forget the wisdom of his predecessors. Divide a faction, rally another, and suppress a third. In coming to this world, he became an independent force. The Night Watchers represented a commendable ally to cultivate. As Su Run contemplated the insights garnered over the past month, he meticulously assessed the circumstances of this world. In the training camp, after a day's fermentation, many are already aware of this seemingly youthful individual, who, despite appearing to be of similar age, possesses the remarkable ability to have instructors serve him. Some even speculate that the figure who commanded the elements yesterday afternoon was none other than this seemingly gentle young man. His distinctiveness in the training camp is undeniable, making it difficult for fellow trainees to overlook the boy who is consistently treated with deference by officers and soldiers alike. These young men and women hail from all corners of the world and are undoubtedly bright, yet most harbor a sense of arrogance. A prevailing sentiment of discontent lingers towards Su Run. Why is he so exceptional? In the afternoon, Yuan Gang gathered everyone on the training field. According to the schedule, the special team was expected to arrive shortly. Su Run, seated in a shaded corner, sipped tea, watching the unfolding drama with a calm demeanor. What did Yuan Gang's reprimanding of newcomers have to do with him? Over the past 2 days, Yuan Gang had gone to great lengths to ensure Su Run's comfort. sending him knives and roasted duck, demonstrating considerable attentiveness. Under the blazing sun, the proud youths were mercilessly berated by Yuan Gang, who declared, "You are nothing but trash. Useless. Worthless." Confronted with the mysterious, their fate was sealed in doom. Su Run took another sip of his tea, savoring the flavor. Today is Maojian, likely picked before the Qingming festival. Maojian is categorized into 3 grades: pre-Ming tea, pre-rain tea, and summer-autumn tea. The latter is coarse and bitter, typically reserved for tea bags. Pre-rain tea is harvested between Qingming and grain rain, of average quality. The finest is that picked during the Qingming festival, which is a superior grade. He observed the youths beneath the midday sun, thoroughly chastised, while he leisurely relished the taste of his tea. Yuan Gang was quite adept at this. The boys and girls on the field endured half an hour of relentless scolding, with their worth belittled repeatedly, inciting a boiling agitation among them. Just then, a distant speck appeared in the sky. A black Kuan-style armed transport helicopter approached. Yuan Gang grinned dangerously. "Do you feel discontent?" "I'm not content," shouted a nonchalant boy, chewing gum with a rebellious air. "What's your name?" "Shen Qingzhu." "And me." The collective fury of the crowd surged like boiling water, threatening to overturn the training camp. Some even cast furious glares toward Su Run, who remained seated, sipping tea. "Damn it, even the instructors are standing now." Yuan Gang thundered. "Then let me show you just how worthless you truly are. How utterly pathetic." At that moment, the armed transport helicopter hovered overhead. 7 golden figures leaped down, and a fiery phoenix appeared, descending towards the ground with those individuals. Su Run suddenly stood, gazing at the phoenix in bewilderment. Why is it a phoenix? Chapter 71. Snatching? Stealing. What is that? A phoenix. Has mystery arrived? Do you not see the figures above? It is the night watch. Silence. Yuan Gong beloved. Do you not yearn to prove yourselves? A smirk graced his lips as he pointed to the fire phoenix soaring from the heavens, declaring, "Special Squad Phoenix. If you earn their recognition, you shall no longer be deemed insignificant." Under the intense gaze of the crowd, the fire phoenix descended gracefully before them, transforming into 7 figures clad in golden cloaks. Su Run also turned his attention, scrutinizing the golden-haired woman at the forefront. Perhaps due to her phoenix lineage, her youthful visage belied a remarkably alluring figure, embodying the essence of a mature yet youthful beauty. After a moment, Su Run withdrew his gaze, offering a singular assessment. Refined. Indeed, why could she not be a phoenix? After all, the plot had already diverged significantly. The believers had arrived in Songnan much earlier than anticipated. This world is not a mere game. All NPCs do not patiently await the triggering of their storylines. Yuan Gang approached the golden-haired woman. "Captain Xia Simeng, I never expected it would be you this time. Please take the stage and share a few words with the newcomers." Su Run regarded Xia Simeng with curiosity, eager to hear her remarks. Traditionally, the Night Watch would allow an experienced veteran to administer a lesson to the recruits. A lesson often delivered through physical means, subduing the newcomers to facilitate smoother training thereafter. In the original narrative, this task had been assigned to the mass squad, but unexpectedly, the Phoenix had arrived instead. Xia Simeng did not glance at Yuan Gang, disregarding the fervent emotions of the hundreds of new recruits. She stepped forward and inquired, "Who is Su Run?" A stunned silence enveloped the crowd. They had assumed that the captain of this special squad would at least engage in some banter like Instructor Yuan. Yet, she had arrived and directly called out a name, demanding to know who Su Run was. Some were indignant, others bewildered, while a few who understood the situation turned their gazes toward the youth who had been sipping tea moments earlier. Upon noticing that the instructors were largely directing their attention to a particular direction, Xia Simeng followed their line of sight. What a striking young man! His demeanor was composed, his stature tall and straight, with sharp brows and bright eyes, exuding an air of elegance. Xia Simeng's eyes sparkled as she approached Su Run. Yuan Gang immediately sensed something amiss. This was inappropriate. The fervor among the new recruits had been ignited, and failing to suppress it promptly would lead to chaos. Captain Xia! Captain Xia! Wait! The search for Su Run can wait. Let us first complete this task. He gestured toward the throng of new recruits. The remaining members of the Phoenix Squad, standing behind Xia Simeng, bent low in silence. They dared not speak to Yuan Gang. Under their captain's lead, they had rushed forward, even leaving a teammate behind. It was less about snatching and more akin to stealing. There was no time to waste aiding Yuan Gang. Xia Simeng seemed to have just discovered Yuan Gang, chuckling heartily. It's Brother Yuan. I have a fine batch of cigarettes here. I'll bring them to you next time. However, I am currently preoccupied with an urgent task, so I won't be reminiscing with you just yet. She gestured for her team members to stop Yuan Gang, then approached Su Run eagerly, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. You're Su Run? Well, if no one else here bears that name, then I am indeed he. Aren't you here for training? She inquired. Not all. Then it must be you. Xia Siming's tone shifted to one of excitement as she produced a medal from her pocket and pressed it into Su Run's hand. You are now a member of our Phoenix Squad. Come, let us board the plane. Su Run felt the intricate design of the medal, a portent of great misfortune. He allowed Xia Simeng to lead him toward the aircraft. As they walked, she continued to chatter. How old are you this year? Do you have a partner? Do you enjoy tea? I have quite a selection of fine teas stored in the Commander's office. I'll bring some for you next time. The new recruits of the night watch stood in stunned silence, watching the scene unfold. The elite special squad of the Great Xia had come not to train them, but rather to seek out this unruly individual who had just been sipping tea nearby. Suddenly, Shen Qingzhu leaped forward, shouting, I refuse to accept this. On what grounds? Exactly. What gives him the right? I found him displeasing yesterday. Indeed, it's just because he looks better than you. ISNT it? TSK, the vanity of men. The crowd of hundreds erupted into chaos once more. Yuan Gang showed no inclination to intervene. Instead, he appeared to revel in the commotion. In the ranks, Bailey Pang Pang tugged at Qiye's sleeve, asking, What do you think, Brother Qiye? Qiye regarded Su Run thoughtfully and replied, I have great respect for him. Su Run is indeed formidable. Bailey Pang Pang chimed in exactly. He is so dashing. It's no wonder he caught the attention of the ladies. But to think the Phoenix Squad has so many beauties, I am quite envious. Qiye observed Bailey Pong Pong's distorted expression, sensing that their perspectives diverged entirely. As he looked ahead, he saw the golden-haired girl who had been pulling Su Run aside. With a single punch, she shattered a massive boulder into fragments. The crowd quieted slightly. The golden-haired girl sifted through the rubble, ultimately selecting a larger rock. Not convinced, Xia Siming tossed the stone in her hand, a playful smirk on her lips. She aimed at the teaching building where they had attended class just that morning. With arms drawn back like a great bow, she hurled the stone, which soared like a cannonball, toward the structure. Boom! The sound of the impact reverberated, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. They witnessed the teaching building crater under the weight of the massive stone, as if struck by a meteor. Boom, boom, boom. The newly constructed building, which had stood for mere days, collapsed in a resounding crash. Who else dares to challenge? Xia Simeng roared. The members of the Phoenix team instinctively covered their faces. They gazed upon the strikingly beautiful young girl, swallowing hard in astonishment. It was utterly terrifying. Even the headstrong Shen Qingzhu took 2 steps back, rendered speechless. Who among them could withstand such a meteoric strike? As silence enveloped the gathering, Xia Siming let out a cold huff and clapped her hands. A thunderous roar echoed above as the sound of transport plane filled the air once more. Everyone looked up to see, unexpectedly, another Kuan-class armed transport helicopter, identical to that of the Phoenix team, approaching. A few individuals could already be seen preparing to leap from it. Before anyone could comprehend the situation, the expressions of the Phoenix team shifted dramatically. Xia Siming urgently turned to Su Run and exclaimed, There's no time to explain. Hurry and get on the plane with me. Chapter 72. You might die. The Phoenix Squad had just made their descent, while their aircraft still soared in the sky. Xia Simeng had her own thoughts. Su-san, prepare to ascend. A tall woman responded promptly. The fire phoenix that had just transported everyone was a testament to her abilities. Before Xia Simeng could rendezvous with Su Run and the team, an individual leapt from the second armed transport helicopter hovering above. In the blink of an eye, as if in a trick of perception, this person had gone from the skies to standing before Xia Simeng in an instant. Gazing at the man adorned with a mask bearing the character for king, Xia Simeng scratched her head, feeling somewhat sheepish. Haha, King Mian, long time no see. Have you eaten? Captain Xia, what brings you here in such haste? This man was none other than Wang Mian, the leader of the mass squad. Xia Simeng, in a moment of inspiration, pointed at Wang Mian and said to Su Run, Ahaha, let me introduce you. This is the agent of the God of Time, the captain of the mass squad, Wang Mian. Wang Mian, this is my boyfriend. We are pressed for time, so we shall take our leave. Boyfriend? Not only Wang Mian, but the entire mass squad was left astounded. Yet, among them, there were those who were even more shocked. The students below were wide-eyed, nearly speechless. This fierce woman was, astonishingly, General Su Run's girlfriend? No. A girl cried out in disbelief. This was impossible. How could our General Su Run possibly have such a girlfriend? Even the boys who had previously doubted Su Run began to shift their perspectives. Oh my, that single blow just brought the building down. How can General Su Run withstand this? This, General Su, truly a valiant warrior. I am in awe. Shun Qingzhu concede. One word, magnificent. Su Run's lips twitched, inexplicably caught in a web of misconceptions. Wang Mian reached out to halt the hasty departure of Xia Simeng. Su Run? Wang Mian's gaze drifted to the hand that Xia Simeng held with Su Run. His eyes narrowed. They say Captain Xia is straightforward. I almost fell for your ruse. Before Xia Simeng could mount a defense, Wang Mian bellowed. Su Run is a special assignment to our mass squad. You are jeopardizing our mission. The crowd below erupted in chaos. What? So it was not a transfer to Phoenix? No wonder the Phoenix squad members seemed so on edge. They came to usurp our position. Bali Pang Pang then tugged at Lin Qiye, asking, Who exactly is my Runge? Two captains are vying for him. Lin Qiye pondered seriously for a moment before responding, someone very popular with the ladies. That is not what I was asking. Baili Pang Pang Raturta. I am quite popular with the ladies myself. Lin Qiye looked at him, momentarily at a loss for words, before finally patting his shoulder. They are attracted to your wealth. You speak nonsense. At this moment, Yuan Gang had come to comprehend the situation. It turned out that Xia Simeng had been pulling a fast one on him all along. However, he did not immediately side with the mass team. Both were captains of elite squads, and aligning with the mass team at that moment would undoubtedly offend Xia Simeng. This woman harbored in narrow-mindedness. Did she not see the recently collapsed building? Remaining silent might incite discontent from Wang Mian, yet he had no grounds to challenge him. Nevertheless, his sole task was to entertain Su Run and await the arrival of the special squad to escort him away. As for that special squad, Yuan Gong professed ignorance, claiming he could not speak on it. At this juncture, feigning interest in the scenery was the epitome of wisdom. Upon witnessing her plans thwarted by the new recruits, Xia Simeng cast a fierce glare at everyone. The night watch recruits, who had been engaged in discussion, felt their neck hairs stand on end, silencing their voices. The lady decided to abandon her pretense. Su Run was definitely joining today. He had completed his enlistment procedures. What was there to contest? Xia Simeng resorted to outright insolence, pointing at the medal in Su Run's hand. The golden medal, prominently featuring a phoenix in flight, caught everyone's attention. Wang Mian's mask quivered as he produced a transfer order, authorizing Su Run's admission into the mask team. The official document bore a red header and a seal, prompting Xia Simeng to lean in for a closer look. Suddenly, a burst of golden flames ignited, incinerating the document into ashes. Captain Xiaoyu. Wang Mian was taken aback by Xia Simeng's lack of decorum as a captain. His hand trembled slightly, clearly still harboring some anger. The rest of the Phoenix team members bowed, their heads even lower. Captain Xia, do you truly think that destroying this document renders it void? You are far too naive. I can simply call the commander-in-chief, and this document can be reproduced at will. Xia Simeng, undaunted, retorted with disdain, Even if Yi Fan himself were to call me, I would still take him away. She hesitated momentarily before amending her statement. Su Run is to join the special squad. I, as the captain of the Phoenix team, was completely unaware. All the tea I've brewed for him over the years has been in vain. Look at him. Does he have the face to speak to me? Wang Mian decisively dialed Yi Fan Yuan's direct line. However, to his dismay, the line remained unanswered after numerous rings. Yuan Gang understood the situation. Even the commander-in-chief did not wish to involve himself, choosing to remain aloof from the matter. Xia Simeng held her head high. Her chest puffed out as she grasped Su Run's hand, ready to leave. It was only proper to prioritize those who mattered more. Taking him away was her prerogative. Wang Mian took a deep breath. Wait. He regarded Xia Simeng and drew forth his long knife, stating, Captain Xia, you make a valid point. Yet I fear you may not be able to guide him effectively. Let us settle this through competition. Defeat me, and you may take him with you. The onlookers were now even more excited. It felt as if they were witnessing a dramatic idol show. The two captains of elite squads were about to clash for the sake of a young man. Kong Shang felt some trepidation. Although Xia Simeng was powerful, Wang Mian was the god of time, an agent of Chronos. Manipulating time, speeding it up or slowing it down, was merely child's play. It would be exceedingly difficult for Xia Simeng to contend with him. In his hand, the black blade harmoniously complemented his long sword. Sequence 301. Yuan. This weapon could transform speed into a formidable blade aura, allowing Wang Mian to wield the lethality of the Chuan realm even in the Zhan realm. As for Xia Simeng, she possessed only two attributes, immense strength and resilience. The captain, Kong Shang, cast a concerned glance at her. Unfazed, Xia Simeng's expression turned grave. She showed no sign of trepidation for her own safety. Instead, she fixed her gaze on Wang Mian and asserted, Are you certain? I may be gravely injured, but if I seize an opportunity, you might not survive. Certain? Insane. Yuan Gang felt as though a current had surged through his mind. These two were out of their minds. If they were to engage in a deadly duel here, he would be left with no way to explain himself. Ignoring the fiery tension between them, he stepped in to intervene. Ladies and gentlemen, this is unnecessary. Yet neither party retreated, dismissing Yuan Gang entirely. Desperately, he cast a pleading look at Su Ran. Both of you, it seems you haven't considered my opinion. Chapter 73. Choice. The words spoken by Su Ran finally captured the attention of both individuals. Xia Simeng was momentarily taken aback. Realizing that they had not inquired about Su Ran's intentions, a hint of embarrassment flickering across her face. Wang Mian, concealed behind a mask, revealed no discernible expression. Before either could respond, Su Ran surveyed the two adversaries and remarked, It is indeed an honor to be favored by both captains. Since your opinions are irreconcilable, might I propose my own? You may speak. Xia Simeng interjected, eager to comply with any condition. Wang Mian nodded in agreement, indicating his willingness as well. Su Ran raised his hand to summon the Yanma blade, his fingers gliding along the blade's surface as he smiled nonchalantly. If both of you desire my allegiance, let us proceed thus. Each of you shall endure a strike from me, and if you can withstand it, I shall join your team. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd, giving rise to a cacophony of contrasting voices. What? Who does he think he is? Demanding the captains to take his blow? How arrogant! I cannot bear it. What if he possesses the strength to do so? If he does, I would willingly sacrifice my second brother. Brother, you cannot say that. At this moment, Baili Pang Pang gaped in disbelief, exclaiming, Qiye, has Rungu always been this audacious? Lin Qiye pondered for a moment and replied, I believe Su Ran never acts recklessly. He must have confidence in his abilities to make such a claim. Very well. Xia Simeng declared without hesitation, One strike is nothing. I could take 10. With that, she produced her official Night Watchman Starblade, igniting it in golden flames, as if a phoenix were poised to take flight behind her. Wow, this younger brother is so formidable. I am beginning to admire him, remarked a member of the mass squad. Rose, do temper your enthusiasm. Someone as dashing as he is truly wasted on you, chided a member adorned with a swirling mask. Kong Shang furrowed his brow, recalling the data he had reviewed previously. A month ago, Su Ran was merely at the lantern level when he encountered the Night Watchman. What had instilled such confidence in him to challenge a captain of the limitless rank? Why? Was the potential of the sword Saint truly so extraordinary? Kong Shang found himself baffled. Wang Mian's expression beneath his mask tightened, a sense of foreboding creeping into his thoughts. Observing Xia Siming assume a fighting stance, Su Run unsheathed the Yinma blade. He had made his choice. The Phoenix squad aligned more closely with his aspirations. The masked squad dealt with internal affairs of the great Xia, while the Phoenix squad was responsible for the mysteries surrounding the fog and, when necessary, alleviated pressure from the masked squad, clearly indicating they undertook a greater volume of tasks. This strike served two purposes. Firstly, to dissuade Wang Mian, who was not adept in direct confrontation, from proceeding further, and secondly, to provide Xia Simeng with an understanding of Su Run's capabilities, ensuring she would not underestimate his combat prowess in the future, relegating him to menial tasks. Xia Simeng could not afford to regard him as an ordinary, limitless individual. The Phoenix squad had always engaged in life-threatening missions, and among all specialized squads, the captain of the Phoenix was frequently replaced, often due to fatalities. The perilous position of the Phoenix captain nearly saw Xia Simeng reach the grand finale. This alone attests to her remarkable prowess. Within her flows the ancient Phoenix bloodline, bestowing upon her unparalleled vitality. Additionally, as the envoy of Athena, the goddess of wisdom and warfare, she wields nearly unmatched power. This strike must showcase genuine strength. Su Run's elongated fingers grasped the hilt of the blade, which had accompanied him for a month, rendering him intimately familiar with every inch of it. The third authority, blade intent, overclocking 150. Before the blade was even drawn, an unstoppable aura emanated from the blade, radiating outwards from Su Run's center. Some closed their eyes and shouted, "What is this power? I feel as though a knife is piercing my eyes." Yuan Gang recognized the formidable might of this strike and bellowed, "Stand back. Everyone, retreat 50 meters." Su Run raised the Yinma blade before him, slowly drawing it forth. Clang! Mental energy surged into the blade. Blue energy particles swirled around the blade. The man with the vortex mask widened his eyes. What is this? He felt an uncanny familiarity. Before he could ponder further, everyone witnessed a flash of piercing blue light. With a swish, before they could fully comprehend the motion of the blade, a blue spatial rift appeared before them. The blade had not yet arrived, yet the force of gravity acted upon Xia Simeng, drawing her closer. Only Wang Mian could discern every detail clearly. His pupils constricted, involuntarily exclaiming, "What speed is this?" The woman adorned with a rose mask inquired, "Speed? Can anyone surpass the captain's speed?" Wang Mian inhaled deeply. "It's different. My speed relies on my ability to accelerate time. This strike does not utilize any ability. It embodies a different concept altogether. To me, the velocity of this strike surpasses many speed-related anomalies." The man with the vortex mask added, "Not just that. No speed can transcend space. This strike even cleaved through the fabric of space." He scratched his head, seemingly recalling something. Xia Simeng felt the pressure emanating from the collision of the spatial rift and Su Run's blade intent. An unprecedented weight surged from the star blade. When Su Run declared his intention to exchange blows, Xia Simeng did not underestimate him, having adequately prepared. Yet, when she truly confronted the force of Su Run's blade intent, the strength became unmistakably evident. "Huh!" she shouted, her feet firmly anchored to the ground. With both hands gripping the blade, she braced against the onslaught of this blade intent. Surrounding objects were drawn into the spatial rift, and the overwhelming force of the blade intent pressed forward relentlessly. However, Xia Simeng stood like a nail. No force could propel her forward or backward by even a fraction. After 2 breaths, all fell silent. This strike was firmly withstood by Xia Simeng. Su Run marveled inwardly, acknowledging her as the strongest physical embodiment of the Night Watch, realizing he had underestimated her. Xia Simeng gazed at Su Run, her eyes ablaze with fervor. Powerful. The lethality of this strike was undoubtedly infinite in caliber. What? In the distance, Lin Qiye could not help but exclaim, "Shouldn't it be the Chuan realm?" Yuan Gang elucidated. The mental power belongs to the Chuan realm. Its might is unparalleled. At this moment, Lin Qiye finally comprehended why the 2 red-robed followers in the warehouse had shown no signs of resistance before their demise. He murmured, "Could it be that the figure we saw in the sky yesterday was truly Brother Su Run?" Xia Simeng provocatively glanced at Wang Mian, saying, "It's your turn." However, Wang Mian remained still, letting out a sigh as he cast a reluctant glance at Su Run and waved his hand. "There's no need. You all may leave." He could have easily evaded that previous strike. With the assistance of Yuan, he could have withstood it as well. Yet, to handle it as effortlessly as Xia Simeng did, that was beyond his capabilities. Why subject oneself to humiliation? Upon hearing this, Xia Simeng directly pulled Su Run to the side of the Phoenix ladies. A fiery phoenix ascended, carrying everyone towards the transport helicopter soaring into the skies. I just remembered. The vortex exclaimed in astonishment. That Su Run is the spatial ability user we saw in the sky that day. Chapter 74. An unexpected mission confronted by the captain's melancholic gaze. Xuanhua scratched his head. "I just remembered it, didn't I?" "Well, it's partly your fault, Captain. If we had simply called him down from the sky that day to chat for a moment, he might already be part of our team." Wang Mian's eyes darkened with further melancholy. He sighed. "The Phoenix squad has always been loyal and brave. If Captain Xia is fond of this person, then let her have him. Isn't it, because you couldn't compete with her strength?" As for what the training camp would be like and how the mask would discipline the newcomers, Su Run had lost interest. He was currently engaging with the members of the Phoenix squad. "So, you inexplicably received information about me, learned that I would be joining the mask today, and deliberately rushed over to intercept me?" Su Run mused while stroking his chin. Xia Simeng appeared somewhat guilty. "You needn't worry about any objections from headquarters. I will handle it." "No, it's just," Su Run chuckled in disbelief. "Don't you find it a bit too coincidental? The ancient Gods Church was still causing trouble for me, yet there hasn't been any movement in the past half-month. Suddenly, the Phoenix appears, followed closely by a mission. Too coincidental? I don't think so." Xia Simeng shrugged off his concerns. "I have many friends at headquarters. Perhaps one of them couldn't stand by and decided to give me a heads up." Su Run momentarily refrained from retorting, deep in thought. From Xia Simeng's perspective, it indeed seemed plausible, but from Su Run's vantage point, the reality was quite different. The ancient Gods Church had been paying him considerable attention lately, compelling him to contemplate various other factors. "Captain," Kong Shang suddenly interjected, "we have a new mission." Su Run narrowed his eyes, sensing something amiss. Could it truly be that coincidental? It seemed unlikely. He remained silent, attentively listening to Kong Shang's report. "This mission is in the northwest, in Takla County. The Night Watchman Squad has reported mysterious figures in the mist, and there have been injuries at night, possibly from the sea realm. We are approximately 500 kilometers away, with an estimated refueling and maintenance time of 1 hour. In total, we should arrive in about 9 hours, around 11:25 p.m., to go on our first mission and head straight to the border. Is this what the Phoenix is about?" Upon mentioning the mission, Xia Simeng's demeanor grew serious. 9 hours is far too slow. We should head directly to South City and switch to a Kuan-type fighter jet equipped with supersonic propulsion. We could reach there within 2 hours. Kong Shang hesitated. The Kuan-type fighter requires a report to the commander-in-chief. He glanced at Su Run. The implication clear. We just forcibly recruited members from a mask squad. Wouldn't he, reporting to the commander, be akin to walking into a trap? Xia Simeng shook her head. "They'll find out sooner or later." She scoffed dismissively. "Those documents are nothing but waste paper. What serious squad follows the rules? Get me in touch with Yifan." Kong Shang anticipated the reaction of his captain and retrieved a dedicated phone he had prepared earlier. Dialing the number 001, after several beeps, the call connected. "Xia Simeng, who gave you the audacity to steal someone away?" The voice on the line was stern yet devoid of genuine anger. Yifan had been closely monitoring the situation concerning Su Run. The decision to follow Phoenix was ultimately Su Run's own. Had Su Run been unwilling, even Phoenix's formidable insistence would have been met with Yifan's resolute opposition. Xia Simeng, ever the feisty one, cleared her ears and retorted, "I have taken a liking to him. Is it wrong to want to bear his child?" A sudden cough echoed from the other end. While the remaining members of the Phoenix squad stifled their laughter, their cheeks flushed with suppressed mirth. Kong Shang gazed skyward, adopting a look of despair. Having such a captain was truly a handful. After some effort to regain composure, Yifan urged, "Enough chatter. What is the matter this time?" There is a mission in the northwest, and I need to request the Kuan-style aircraft from Nanching. Yi Fan rose from his office chair, extracting a document to review the overall report of Phoenix's current mission. Very well, you may proceed. Wait, Commander Yi. Before he could finish, a somewhat unfamiliar voice interrupted him. His expression turned serious. Who are you? The clear-voiced young man responded, I am Su Run. Although Yi Fan was already quite familiar with the lad, this direct conversation was a first and held significant weight. What is it you wish to convey? Commander, is this conversation secure? Yi Fan furrowed his brows, glancing around before replying, there is no possibility of eavesdropping on this line. Feel free to speak candidly. Well, I believe this task has come rather opportunely. Listening to the youthful voice on the line, Yi Fan's expression shifted subtly. After a prolonged silence, he spoke slowly. You suspect that the ancient god sect may still have you under surveillance, and that someone within has leaked information? He carefully refrained from uttering the word betrayal. Indeed, I suspect this mission may be a trap, Su Run stated flatly. Within the cabin, the remaining 7 members of the Phoenix squad grew somber upon hearing Su Run's deductions. Xia Ximing's eyes flickered with conflict. If this was indeed a trap, should they abandon the mission? Before she could finish, Su Run interrupted once more. Captain Xia, he said with a smile, this hardly seems to align with your usual style, does it? Xia Ximing was taken aback. Your style is more the type that, even faced with a trap, would charge ahead if there was a glimmer of truth to pursue. Xia Ximing fell silent. Laughter echoed from Yi Fan as he teased. Huh? She just said she wanted to bear your child. Now, look at how protective you are. In the midst of such a serious situation, Xia Ximing found herself uncharacteristically flustered. In a meaningful exchange over the phone, Yi Fan remarked, Su Run, by now you should be aware that the night watchmen hold you in high regard, perhaps even more than you might imagine. Captain Xia was evidently cognizant of this. While she may not prioritize her own safety, when it comes to your matters, she must exercise due caution. This revelation took Su Run by surprise. This seemingly carefree and straightforward captain possessed such a nuanced side. He never anticipated that he would become a burden in someone else's decision-making process. Casting a glance at the blonde captain, he thought, what an unexpected humiliation. Captain Xia, yes, I am pleased that you regard me so highly. However, if my joining the Phoenix squad compromises the valor of such a unique team, I am prepared to withdraw immediately, Su Run said with a calm smile, gazing at the blonde girl as he continued. I, Su Run, am not a timid person. I harbor a fierce tiger within and see no chasms before me. Do you grasp my meaning? If the night watchmen value me so highly that they wish to shield me like a delicate flower, it would only bring shame to the blade I wield. His words ignited a wave of fervor among the young women of the Phoenix squad. Truly, he was a man worth fighting for, even if it meant Captain Xia had to confront opposition. Xia Ximing gazed intently at Su Run, a faint smile gracing her lips. I find myself liking you more and more. At that moment, Yi Fan's voice resonated through the phone, tinged with a hint of amusement and curiosity. Since you share this with me, you must have already drafted your thoughts in your mind. Pray tell, Su Run, what is your plan? Su Run replied with a subtle smile. There is no reason to guard against thieves for 1,000 days when one can only be a thief for 1,000 days. Chapter 75. Fishing regarding my intelligence. It serves as the most enticing bait for the current ancient deity cult. We have evaded them this time, yet they shall persist in their pursuit of my whereabouts. Their actions ever relentless. At this juncture, Su Run's expression was marked by profound disdain. These insatiable flies incessantly buzzed around him. We must deliver a decisive blow. Yi Fan inquired, what do you intend to do? I happen to possess a piece of information, Su Run replied with a smile. The true name of Whisper is Chun Ernift. Xia Ximing erupted in laughter. What a name. Ha! Others joined in the amusement. However, Yi Fan remained serious, quickly grasping Su Run's implication, his eyes sparkling with realization. Are you suggesting? I wish to borrow a person from you, the pinnacle of humanity, Lu Wu Wei, the delivery boy on an electric scooter. As long as he has a name and has not departed from the great Xia, he can pursue Chun Erniu to the ends of the earth. Not even the avatar of the trickster god Loki can evade his tracking. Yi Fan's mood soared with excitement. Are you certain this information is accurate? Su Run smiled confidently. Absolutely. It is highly probable that this trap involves him and his followers. Excellent. Yi Fan had long harbored a deep-seated resentment towards this loathsome swarm. For this mission, Lu Wuwei will accompany you. However, his speed is quite slow. If you're aboard a Coin-style warplane, he will surely lag behind. I will coordinate with the Northwest Rocket Army to assist you. If it is confirmed that they are followers, you can call for fire support at any moment. A smile crept across Su Run's lips. The commander-in-chief even dispatched the rocket army. It appeared he was truly resolute in his intent to eliminate the threat. A transport aircraft will suffice. We shall fly slowly and wait for them to tire. Yi Fan was exceedingly pleased. Although he had yet to meet the legendary swordsman in person, this blend of courage and strategy had indeed lived up to his expectations. No wonders Wuqing held him in such high regard after only one encounter. Very well, it is settled. Not so fast, Su Run interjected. Commander, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, I will have Zhou Ping come over to give you a heads up. Yi Fan hesitated, twirling the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand. Zhou Ping? He is quite difficult to persuade. Last time, it took Wuqing considerable time to convince him, and I am uncertain who to send this time. It seemed the night watchman was unaware of the strength of his bond with Zhou Ping, Su Run mused. No worries, I will speak with him myself. Are you sure? Rest assured, I guarantee it. For reasons unknown, upon hearing those words, Yi Fan felt a wave of certainty wash over him. The night watchman, Su Run, drained a lukewarm tea from his thermos. Very well, Night Watchman Su Run, this operation shall proceed according to your plan. However, all actions must heed your captain, Xia Simeng. Su Run glanced at the captain, her head held high, and after a moment's hesitation, he acquiesced. It mattered little. To echo Xia Simeng's earlier words, who pays heed to the captain in a serious squad? At that moment, Kong Shan's voice broke through weight. You know the Sword Saint? Su Run glanced over, startled. The only male in the Phoenix team, known for his calm demeanor, was now gazing intensely at her. A chill crept down her spine as she forced a smile and replied, Yes, we have had some acquaintance. Wow, truly, Brother Run, you are remarkable. Please, share with us what transpired. The youthful faces, adorned with a hint of innocence, sparkled with admiration, eager to gather around her. Observing the adoration reflected in their expressions, Su Run chuckled. Let me tell you, Zhou Ping, he is merely a defeated foe of mine. Meanwhile, the Phoenix team was engrossed in inquiries about the Sword Saint. In Takla County, this locale was once a highland sanctuary before the arrival of the mist. From the pastoral expanse, one could behold lakes mirroring the heavens in the distance. The undulating peaks, rich in iron, displayed a reddish-brown hue, their summits perpetually capped with white snow, creating a breathtaking spectacle of golden mountains at sunrise and sunset. However, since the mist had descended, only a muted, eerie gray fog remained. The destination for the Phoenix team lay within a crimson valley, where towering red cliffs formed a naturally winding gorge. A man, adorned in a round hat and a tailcoat, sneezed. An unsettling feeling washed over him. He surveyed his surroundings for this Sword Saint seed. He had summoned over a dozen mid-level Chuan realm fighters, 3 Wuyang realm warriors, and himself, a Klein. It was an investment of considerable significance. Confronting a unique team and a novice who had only recently become a sentinel seemed, by all accounts, a certain victory. Should unforeseen circumstances arise, he had contingencies in place. The advantage was his. At that moment, a rift in space opened nearby, and a figure cloaked in gray emerged. Judging by the aura, this was also a formidable Wuyang level warrior. He knelt beside Yu, presenting a dossier. Lord Yu, intelligence reports that a special team's aircraft is approaching this direction and is expected to arrive by nightfall. Are they following a standard route? No unusual maneuvers. They are simply heading toward us. Yu felt a wave of relief wash over him, confidence soaring. The primary objective was to capture this Sword Saint seed alive. Should he prove unworthy of my use, a trace of ruthlessness flickered in Yu's eyes, he would be eliminated on the spot. Indeed, suddenly, the Wuyang level warrior who had just opened the spatial portal collapsed. What happened to him? Master, the second seat, opened the portal too far, exhausting most of his mental energy, and upon arriving at such a high altitude, he likely succumbed to altitude sickness. You? The aircraft descended slowly into the night. Women, regardless of age, seemed to share a common mold when chasing after stars. It was truly unnerving. Throughout this journey, the fervor of the young maidens nearly overwhelmed him. Simultaneously, Su Run gleaned certain insights about the Phoenix Squad. Gazing at the youthful faces before him, he felt an inexplicable shock. The casualty count within the Phoenix Squad was nothing short of terrifying. Their powers stemmed from the organ transplants of the first-generation Phoenix captain, Zhong Xian. Provided the compatibility of the organs was high, these transplants would continuously generate Phoenix blood within the girls' bodies. This was the source of their strength. Unlike others who required years of arduous training to hone their spiritual prowess in the Forbidden Ruins, some lacked this ability entirely, yet could still receive the endowment of Phoenix power through mere compatibility. Correspondingly, the tasks they undertook were fraught with peril, dealing with the mists. However, due to the nature of organ recovery and transplantation, they were not permitted to venture deeply into the mists, as doing so could jeopardize the retrieval of the organs. When the Phoenix Squad faced a shortage, the Night Watchers would recover the organs and seek out maidens whose organs matched. These young girls experienced a relentless cycle of death and replenishment. This was also the reason why, after such a prolonged engagement with the mists, the Phoenix legacy continued to endure. To this day, Xia Simeng stands as the fifth captain, carrying forth the legacy passed down by these youthful faces. Su Run's gaze swept over the group of girls, their faces adorned with admiration, their eyes sparkling as they surrounded him. This mission was likely a trap, posing the risk of further casualties, yet none seemed to care. Su Run rubbed his temples and sighed softly. I suppose I shall have to employ my intellect for this mission. Chapter 76. The mission commences inside the aircraft. The Phoenix Squad convened to review their final plan. A group of young women huddled together, their delicate heads raised as they listened intently to Su Run. Listen carefully. He began. When Lu Wuwei initiated the pursuit, he confirmed that Chun Erniu, also known as Murmur, is located in the northwest, aligning with our direction. We can ascertain that this mission is a trap. The Night Watchman Team 125 can no longer be trusted. They have likely been brainwashed by Murmur, and their objective may very well be to lead us into a trap set by the believers. Xia Simeng raised her fist defiantly, declaring, no matter what trap it is, I will smash through it. Su Run playfully flicked her forehead. Ouch. I've already mentioned it. We are likely to confront A. Klein and his other believers. To avoid complications, Lu Wuwei must strike decisively at the critical moment. You collectively can withstand one Klein, but what if there are additional attackers? Will there be casualties? Su Run's frustration was palpable. This plan was his proposal, and he had to ensure that all of them returned safely. The young women fell silent, their thoughts drifting to the lack of concern for their own potential casualties. Even they rarely considered their own well-being. Yet if there was a chance to survive, who would willingly choose death? Xia Simeng buried her head, seemingly affected by the flick to her forehead. After a moment of contemplation, she finally murmured in agreement. Su Run, feeling a headache brewing, was not fond of this cerebral approach. He preferred the directness of combat. If the ultimate adversary were a sword saint, there would be no need for such elaborate plans. Unfortunately, uncertainty loomed over Huaihai City regarding the presence of spies from the ancient god church. To avoid alarming them, he had instructed Zhou Ping to remain in place until he received further information. Listen closely. Once the plane lands, you will contact the local night watchmen. Follow their lead to inquire about a specific location. They will likely divulge a site that may pose a threat. Your task is to coax them into revealing this location. The girls nodded, a mixture of understanding and confusion evident on their faces. This was their first experience with such a task. Seeing their bewilderment, Su Run covered his face in despair. Xia Simeng stepped forward, chest out, and asserted, Rest assured, Su Run, I will take charge of this matter. Su Run looked at her skeptically, wondering if she was truly up to the challenge. Xia Simeng, clearly incensed by his doubt, retorted, What s with that look? I'm a captain. This minor task is nothing to me. Kong Shang, you will handle the negotiations. Su Run turned to the quiet Kong Shang, who nodded in affirmation. Leave it to me. With that, Su Run felt a wave of relief wash over him. Hey, Kong Shang, what do you mean by that? I'm a captain here. Ignoring Xia Simeng, Su Run continued. Maintain close contact with me, but I will proceed alone. Xia Simeng, her earlier exuberance subdued, gazed seriously at Su Run and asked, What are your intentions? I caution you. The commander insists that you heed my words. Do not think of departing from my sight. Su Run, reluctant to elaborate, simply stated, I possess spatial abilities, the highest in stealth and agility within our squad, making me most suited for reconnaissance tasks. Xia Simeng nodded and remarked, I am quite pleased that you referred to our squad. However, that is unacceptable. I cannot permit you to act independently. Su Run felt a sense of helplessness. Xia Simeng is currently the foremost combatant in the squad, and it was impossible to disregard her opinions. The situation had reached an impasse. A small hand was raised, drawing the attention of everyone present. The girl, Tong Sheng, who had joined Phoenix before Su Run, rarely voiced her opinions within the team, took a deep breath and said, If I accompany Brother Run, would that not count as acting jointly? Su Run's eyes brightened. Captain, I concur. Let Tong Sheng accompany me. This way, it will be a duo operation. Xia Simeng frowned slightly, concerned that Tong Sheng was too weak, insisting instead that she accompany Su Run. No, Su Run interjected decisively. Captain, you are the core of Phoenix. Without you, our combat effectiveness would be significantly diminished, and in the event of an unforeseen circumstance, you may not be able to respond swiftly. You're aware of my capabilities. Xia Simeng still harbored reservations, but this captain is nothing like the one who forcibly insisted on taking me onto the airplane earlier. The commander's orders are for you to follow my instructions. Su Run smiled, adjusting his earpiece. We shall maintain communication. I will certainly obey your commands. Let Tong Sheng be your eyes watching over me. I assure you, I will not act recklessly. Tong Sheng looked at the captain, nodding her little head affirmatively. Yes, Captain, I will definitely keep a close watch on Brother Run. Xia Simeng gazed into Tong Sheng's clear, innocent eyes and found her utterly trustworthy. She nodded. All right. It is settled then. Once you have located the positions of this swarm of flies, we shall strike together. Su Run felt puzzled. When did I ever imply that we were going to attack? He attempted to comprehend Xia Simeng's reasoning. After pondering for a while, he surrendered to the confusion, instructing Tong Sheng to remove her conspicuous golden cloak and don a set of inconspicuous black attire. He then placed his hand on Tong Sheng's shoulder and said, Captain, we shall proceed ahead. With that, a flash of blue light flickered, and the two vanished from the cabin. Wow! Several young girls exclaimed in unison. Xia Simeng was also somewhat astonished, as it was her first encounter with Su Run's abilities. However, as the captain, she quickly composed herself, expressing her impatience. Spare me the exclamations. Are you frogs? It's merely a spatial ability. What is there to be surprised about? After following me for so long, you truly lack experience. We merely think Brother Run is incredible. Indeed, he is powerful, handsome, and possesses such remarkable abilities. Precisely, he far surpasses Kong Shang. Kong Shang? Why is this even about me? Upon encountering the group of starry-eyed young maidens, Xia Simeng felt an unsettling premonition. The seat of her captain was subtly wavering. Meanwhile, Su Run's spatial awareness had already detected a few individuals waiting below. They appeared to be members of the Night Watch Team 125. He swiftly evaded their gaze, teleporting to a sheltered dune. Silently, he descended from the aircraft that had captured everyone's attention, landing discreetly on the ground. Hush! His slender finger was placed before his lips, signaling the newly acquainted Phoenix member, Tong Sheng, to remain silent. Tong Sheng's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he nodded, covering his mouth, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Su Run, dutifully executing the task of being the captain's eyes. At that moment, the aircraft descended slowly, stirring up a cloud of dust as its door swung open, revealing Xia Simeng leading her team of 6, all clad in striking golden cloaks, stepping out of the cabin. Kong Shang proactively approached the oncoming Night Watch members, inquiring, What is the current situation? Chapter 77. Who was calling for fire support? Su Run and the girl named Tong Sheng concealed themselves from the prying eyes of the crowd, attentively listening to the sounds transmitted through their headsets. No need for pleasantries. Just tell me where it is. Kong Shang bluntly rejected the suggestion from the local night watch team to take a break, eager to inquire about the situation directly. The night watchman who had come to relay information appeared somewhat awkward, as things were proceeding more smoothly than they had anticipated. The moment they arrived, they were immediately pressed for the location. A man beside them, evidently the captain of Team 125, stated, "That mysterious entity, according to our intelligence, should be approximately 10 kilometers to the west. It used to be a riverbed, but it has long since dried up. The mysterious is located there, though it excels at concealing itself, and our strength is insufficient to delve too deeply into reconnaissance." Listening to the sounds in the headset, Su Run couldn't help but silently scoff. How could a mysterious entity that is so adept at hiding be discovered by you? And yet you have pinpointed its location to a desiccated riverbed 10 kilometers to the west. One can only say that the night watchmen sought by whispers are truly a poor strategic move. These individuals, stationed at the border for an extended period, have become accustomed to a straightforward approach of violence. Their lack of experience in strategic thinking makes their crafted justifications easily discernible. If one were to merely create some commotion without brainwashing these night watchmen, it might yield more authentic results. Kong Shang evidently sensed that something was amiss. Before he could continue, Su Run's voice echoed in the headset. "It is highly probable that the entity is near the location they mentioned. I will go investigate first. You all hold your positions." Kong Shang's demeanor softened, slightly altering his previously resolute disposition. "Comrades, we have truly endured a great deal on our journey. Let us find a place to sit, enjoy some tea, and you can provide us with the specifics of the situation." The station night watchmen were bewildered. Given the intensity of Phoenix's earlier demeanor, it seemed they were about to charge forward. Why the sudden change in urgency? They were anxious. The mysterious could strike again at any moment. Strike again? The previously silent Xia Siming interjected, her gaze fixed on the captain of the station team, her voice sharp. "Let it come." Her look seemed to pierce directly into the captain's thoughts, causing him to hesitate, unable to utter another word. Xia Siming indeed felt that the atmosphere was somewhat off, her tone inadvertently carrying a hint of severity. Kong Shang slightly restrained the captain and, adopting a conciliatory tone, said, "Please do not take offense. We are from Phoenix, and it is only natural for the captain to be a bit heated. We have just arrived, and the report you sent earlier was rather unclear. We must understand the intricacies of the situation, right? Now, let us discuss the specifics. Do you have any information regarding the capabilities of that mysterious entity? This will enable us to respond appropriately." Meanwhile, Su Run cautiously sensed his surroundings, gradually maneuvering with Tong Sheng towards the direction of the desiccated river valley to the west. Listening to the sounds in the headset, he felt grateful for the presence of Kong Shang. The entire team relied solely on their captain, who, rather unfortunately, preferred to resolve issues with brute force rather than intellect. To be candid, Su Run envied this. He too yearned for a life characterized by simplicity, encapsulated in the questions. What is it? Where is it? How many? Clearly, Xia Siming possessed a keen intellect. Several years later, for reasons unknown, the vice-captain of the Phoenix team was replaced, and it was highly probable that Kong Shang met a tragic fate. However, Xia Siming was one who nearly survived to the story's conclusion. Su Run was unconvinced that she lacked intelligence. Of course, the eventual tale of Tai Wang skipping work for a vacation only to be unexpectedly taken by a deity is another matter. If she were truly dim-witted, she would not have rushed to seize the opportunity to recruit others upon first glimpsing her own dossier. Upon learning that the condition for joining the team involved taking a blade, she would not have been the first to volunteer for such a fate. Su Run sensed that Xia Siming was more inclined to avoid exerting her mental faculties. The Phoenix squad was destined to endure separations and losses far exceeding those of other teams. Without a carefree disposition, one would likely find existence rather unbearable. To facilitate exploration and concealment, Su Run deliberately slowed his pace, meticulously attuning himself to the nuances of the distant space. When he was 2 kilometers away from the parched riverbed, He detected an anomaly within the spatial realm. His gaze sharpened. He knew he had uncovered a clue. Tong Sheng, do not release my hand from here on, and remain silent. Su Run clasped the young girl's delicate hand with his left. Tong Sheng's face flushed slightly, but she quickly composed herself, nodding in silence. Together, they gradually lifted off the ground, buoyed by the surrounding space. Tong Sheng gazed in astonishment at this phenomenon, speechless. In an instant, they shifted towards the direction he sensed. In that crimson ravine, Chun Erniu surveyed his subordinates, feeling overwhelmed. What is the status of the second seat now? The mental energy has reached an immeasurable state. How can a physical body still be subject to altitude sickness? Moving forward, our believers must also adopt a regimen for physical training akin to that of the Night Watchman. Report to Lord Yu. The situation has stabilized, and recovery should be imminent. Chun Erniu glanced at the second seat and gestured dismissively to the healing believer before awaiting updates from the Night Watchman Squad 125 station nearby. He had previously conditioned this squad to lead these individuals into the traps he had meticulously prepared for them. The unconscious second seat furrowed his brow slightly, but subsequently relaxed once more. Following his spatial perception, Su Run made his way directly toward the ravine. Although he exercised caution by refraining from large strides or sudden movements, he was soon upon the correct path. He halted a kilometer away from the gorge, where his spatial awareness revealed a multitude of individuals. This location was not far from the dry riverbed, and the atmosphere was tumultuous, yet there were no weaklings present. Su Run recognized that he had indeed located the site. Tong Sheng regarded Su Run with curiosity. He smiled back, nodding in affirmation. Subsequently, he retrieved his terminal from his pocket and dialed the contact number for the Northwest Rocket Army that Yi Fan had provided. Greetings, I am Phoenix. And my coordinates. 1 kilometer to the northwest lies a valley. I request fire support. Upon uttering this phrase, Su Run swiftly retreated with Tong Sheng to an altitude of 5 kilometers. Gazing down upon the valley poised for destruction, Tong Sheng's eyes widened in astonishment, as if his worldview had been irrevocably altered. In the distance, the rocket force base was abuzz. Who is calling for fire support? Report. It is Phoenix. Report. The target coordinates have been precisely established. The enemy may have constructed underground facilities within the mountain and is preparing thermobaric rocket artillery. Shall we initiate a saturation strike? Fire away. Boom, 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 boom. 8 successive rocket sounds echoed, with each launch unleashing 2 missiles. 16 thermobaric rockets soared toward the valley where Chun Erniu and his companions were concealed. Following them, faint glimmers trailed behind. Unbeknownst to those within the valley, the unfolding events were far removed from their awareness. Tong Sheng, today Brother Run will impart a lesson to you. Su Run watched the lights hurtling toward the valley with a subtle smile. In counterterrorism, one merely requires coordinates. Chapter 78. Who could it be? This world is replete with an array of extraordinary abilities, and mental power serves to amplify these capabilities. However, the murmurs surrounding Chun Erniu's divine realm, Dream Qiye, possess the unsettling capacity to conjure authentic nightmares, forge soul contracts with individuals, and manipulate human cognition. This ability is quite perverse, elevating its wielder to a T0 level of chaos. Yet, when it comes to resistance against physical assaults, its fortitude is not necessarily formidable. A modest barrage of missiles would be easily managed, but what looms now is a saturation strike. The proximity to the town complicates evacuation, as there is a palpable fear of alarming the enemy. Otherwise, Su Run would have relished the idea of unleashing a mushroom bomb upon the murmurs. Su Run is unconvinced that a Klein can withstand temperatures soaring into millions of degrees Celsius. At this juncture, the disciples also perceived the abnormal flames on the horizon. These fiery meteors approached swiftly, and the murmurs were the first to sense the impending danger. He bellowed, deploy defenses. Simultaneously, he activated his divine realm, and a vast black maw opened in the sky, voraciously consuming nearly 10 missiles. This was the essence of his ability, affecting the tangible world with genuine nightmares. These missiles did not vanish into thin air. Rather, they were swallowed into the depths of his dreams. After devouring such a formidable number of missiles, the murmur's expression soured considerably. Evidently, missiles too posed a nightmarish threat to the dream itself. His defensive capabilities were lacking. Those accompanying him showcased their unique talents. Some encased themselves within transparent stones. Others transformed their bodies into hardened steel. Some extracted iron elements from their surroundings to form protective barriers, while others utilized nearby rocks to construct fortifications. At this moment, the second seat, a wielder of spatial abilities, regained consciousness. His pupils momentarily contracted to pinprick size. Without uttering a word, he opened a spatial portal and shouted, "Master! Quick! Flee!" He then promptly fainted. It was only then that the murmurs and his companions noticed the densely packed flames in the sky, resembling a meteor shower. His pupils quivered in terror. There was no time for further discourse. Elegance was forsaken as he clasped the second seat and, accompanied by several others, plunged into the portal. Boom! 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 The remaining missiles struck the haphazardly constructed protective net erected by the disciples. The explosions did not dismantle this layer of defense. However, a palpable air shockwave accompanied by searing heat erupted upon the protective net. In that instant, having escaped the explosion's epicenter, the murmurs turned to witness the horrifying spectacle. It was a thermobaric weapon. Those beside him were engulfed in disbelief. Such missiles could instantaneously deplete the air in a vicinity, and the terrifying shockwave would expel the air from within the human body, subsequently drawing in the horrific heat due to the lungs' autonomic expansion. They cast a glance at the relentless artillery fire in the sky, and amidst a blend of despair and faint relief, one murmured, "They are finished." This wave of assault came far too abruptly. Even if the physical body can withstand explosions, the moment the bomb detonates, it will deplete the surrounding oxygen. They are confronted with a relentless barrage of explosions, which is simply unsustainable. Everything he stated was true. At the instant the thermobaric bomb detonated, they managed to shield themselves from the blast. However, the most terrifying aspect of this specialized missile, designed specifically for underground bunkers, is its shockwave. Many abilities without physical enhancement found their oxygen snatched away by the first wave of the shockwave. The ensuing extreme heat caused this group to involuntarily inhale temperatures capable of melting steel into their frail lungs. They were unable to utter cries for help before being consumed from within, morphing into charred remains. Only those with enhanced physiques were fortunate enough to survive the initial onslaught. Their once silvery bodies, shimmering like steel, were now turning red under the searing heat, on the verge of melting, preserving the scant oxygen in their lungs. The remnants of their rationality urged them to dash toward the outside. However, what followed was an unrelenting series of explosions. Their reddened forms resembled a crimson basketball, hurled about by the relentless bombardment. This wave depleted the last vestiges of oxygen in their lungs. As oxygen deprivation set in, gradually their mental focus waned, their abilities unfurling, leaving their bodies exposed to the onslaught. The minions of Whispers were nearly wiped out. In the distance, a delivery rider clad in a yellow uniform, riding an electric bike, took a sip from a cola he retrieved from his delivery box. This scene, transforming the night into day, felt as though he were witnessing a grand cinematic spectacle. This newcomer is truly formidable. Who is it? Who is plotting against me? Whisper's eyes glowed with a blood-red hue, filled with a primal desire to devour. This was the power he had painstakingly cultivated over the years. "My lord," a gray-robed devotee urged, "please remain calm. We should seek out those who are conspiring against us from the shadows." They had always been the ones scheming in the dark, never anticipating that they would one day become the prey. Through gritted teeth, Whispers vowed, "Do not let me discover your identity. I will ensure you experience the most terrifying nightmare." At that moment, Su Run, the object of his fixation, sensed a disturbance in the fabric of space and began to move toward a new direction. The members of the ancient god church were exceedingly bothersome, lingering ever since his return to Songnan. This group had killed without reward, yet they incessantly troubled him. Su Run was thoroughly exasperated. Today, he would pave the way with missiles, turning these specters to ash. His earpiece remained open, and upon hearing the request for fire support, the other members of Phoenix were left dumbfounded. Typically, they favored blades. Outside of large-scale warfare, they had never engaged in such affluent combat. At this moment, Su Run's voice crackled through the earpiece. Subdue the Night Watchman Squad 125 with utmost speed, then rendezvous with me. The enemy's effective forces have already suffered significant losses. It is nearly our turn to take the stage. Today, I shall eradicate every last one of these flies. The missiles, streaking across the sky like meteors, show no signs of abating, continuing their relentless barrage. Su Run observed a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. The enthusiasm of this rocket artillery brother is rather overwhelming. He pressed the call button on his phone. The target had now shifted to a new location where ceasefire could be declared. What? There are new coordinates? Where? A middle-aged man's voice resonated on the other end. Su Run had thought it was about time for him and his team to take the stage. Yet, the fervor of this artillery brother made it difficult to decline. Is it proper to do so? The new coordinates are at. Immediately, a new voice erupted on the line. Original coordinates. Maintain fire coverage for 10 seconds. New coordinates. Fire at will. Listening to the roar emanating from his phone, Su Run began to question whether this brother had some personal vendetta with the ancient cult. As he arrived at the new location, he witnessed the valley, once serene, now mercilessly bombarded by various missiles, a flicker of resentment flashing in his eyes. Had he remained in the original position, he would have faced severe injury, if not death. Just as he caught his breath, he noticed a distant fireball hurtling towards him from the sky. Su Run's face turned pale with dread, and he bellowed in fury, "Who is it?" Chapter 79. Join the cult of the ancient gods. Such an overwhelming strike, beyond the realm of perception, has nearly driven the Whisperer to madness. Years of accumulated followers have been obliterated in an instant, leaving only 4 infinite-level believers and one who lies in a deep coma. It is not that the missiles cannot be intercepted. Rather, the enemy has yet to reveal themselves. Since the incident of the mist's arrival, the great Qiye has been engulfed in a profound fear of insufficient firepower. For so many years, who could fathom how many rockets and missiles the great Qiye's officials have manufactured? The Whisperer observed the missiles descending from the sky, their relentless barrage showing no signs of abating. Over in the valley, the soul contract still resonated with 3 remaining threads. Yet the missile onslaught from the adversary showed no inclination to wane. Clearly, the stockpile of missiles held by Great Qiye far exceeded his expectations. They were treating this situation as a small-scale war. The Whisperer glanced at the unconscious second seat, gritting his teeth as he sought to forcibly awaken them through the soul contract. Without the spatial abilities of the second seat, they were destined to be at a disadvantage in this conflict. The enemy would not emerge until they were on the brink of exhaustion. It was possible that they had no intention of showing themselves at all, relying solely on overwhelming firepower to obliterate them. This was not beyond the realm of possibility. Awaken, my disciple. The recently unconscious second seat stirred back to consciousness, only to behold the steel meteors hurtling from the heavens. Without hesitation, he reopened a portal, exclaiming, "Master, we must flee." Yet this time, he did not succumb to unconsciousness again. The Whisperer had invoked his vitality through the soul contract. In the time that followed, the second seat would maintain his full strength. However, if not treated promptly, his frail corporeal form might succumb to the slightest altitude sickness. The direst circumstance was that the healer had perished in the initial wave of unexpected artillery fire. The Whisperer had resigned himself to the sacrifice of this piece on the board. Backed by the outer gods, the cult of the ancient gods considered the divine ruins a resource of little value. As long as they had the support of the deities beyond, they would never lack for divine agents. However, the Sword Saint was a different matter. No amount of divine ruins, insufficient to reach the human pinnacle, would hold decisive significance. The cult of the ancient gods had been relegated to skittering like mice in the shadows for years, which spoke volumes. He steeled himself. He must acquire Su Run. As long as he could cultivate a human pinnacle, he would not hesitate to sacrifice all these believers. He stepped into the spatial portal, this time directing his transport towards the human city. He did not believe that the Great Siam military would disregard civilian lives and recklessly unleash artillery upon residential areas. The Whisperer spotted a brilliant fire phoenix soaring in the distance. Clearly, they too had taken note of him. The main force of Phoenix, led by Xia Simeng, encountered the 4 infinite-level believers under the Whisperer's command in a direct confrontation. The Whisperer gazed at the fire phoenix above, licking his lips, feeling as though heaven itself was aiding him. A voice crackled through Su Run's earpiece. "I have located the Whisperer. He is right here." Su Run's expression turned serious. It was time to confront the situation head-on. He picked up the phone and declared, "Cease fire. We are engaging the enemy directly. The next phase is ours." The Third Rocket Army acknowledged the command, "Cease all fire coverage. Wishing you a prosperous military fortune." After hanging up, a blue aura emerged in Su Run's eyes. The long-untouched Yinma blade manifested from the void, enveloped in blue energy particles, and was grasped firmly by a slender, fair hand. No longer needing to be cautious as he had been during his reconnaissance, Su Run boldly revealed his presence, teleporting twice to stand beside Xia Simeng. This is the second seat's eyes narrowed. "Master, I did not perceive any spatial fluctuations, but that must be a form of spatial ability. A rank above me." As Su Run and his companions gently descended, he regarded EU with a bright smile. "After searching for me so long, how does it feel to experience a missile?" EU's pupils constricted, and he gasped, "It's you." A torrent of emotions surged within him, but he managed to regain composure, donning a flawless, elegant smile. "Ha ha ha! Truly, you are indeed the one I have chosen. You are full of clever stratagems. This fireworks display is quite splendid, even with his formidable self-control." The thought of witnessing years of effort being severely impacted caused him to slightly clench his teeth. "Su Run, your potential is boundless, and your intellect sharp. You should not remain a mere pawn among the Night Watchers." EU extended his arms gracefully, inviting, "Join the Ancient God Society. You possess the potential to become its leader." "Oh," Su Run replied with a calm smile, "the leader you brainwashed?" EU likely had said similar words to many. But Su Run had long since entered the workforce and was not easily swayed. It seems you still harbor doubts." "That is only natural," Yi responded without anger, sincerity emanating from his words. "I can swear by the deity I serve. Should you join the Ancient God Society, the treatment you receive will be on par with mine." He cast a glance at the 4 individuals behind him. "If anyone among my followers has previously offended you, I can assure you that they will be placed directly under your judgment. If you desire any of my subordinates, I can provide you with anyone you wish. Wealth, status, beauty, what the Night Watchers cannot offer you, the Ancient God Society will. What the Night Watchers can provide, the Ancient God Society can give you tenfold." As EU spoke, his gaze remained fixed on Su Run, filled with clarity and sincerity. The tone of this powerful client individual was notably humble, even causing Xia Simeng to fidget, anxious that Su Run might be swayed by his words. "Nonsense. He asked you about brainwashing. Why are you sidestepping the issue? ISNT, it's still about your brainwashing?" This remark was directed at Su Run, and the sharp-minded blonde girl was quite perceptive. Su Run raised a hand to stop Xia Simeng and said with a playful tone, "All of this is negotiable. You can offer anything?" "Anything," EU affirmed. "Then, what if I require a top-tier human enforcer?" This EU cursed inwardly. He still harbored hopes that Su Run would become the first human pinnacle of the believers. Was he really going to make him his enforcer? Has this lad lost his senses? Suddenly, silence ensued. Su Run pretended to ponder for a moment and remarked, "It seems a bit excessive. Let us change that." He pointed towards the valley that still flickered with remnants of light. "How about 2 nuclear warheads? Surely, that is feasible?" The expression of the one named EU turned pale. "Nuclear warheads? The Ancient God sect doesn't even possess missiles. These are mere trifles. To true powerhouses, they are but toys. Yet, it seems those toys have already dispatched quite a number of formidable beings, haven't they?" Su Run spread his hands, and EU's complexion transformed back to a flush, nearly spitting blood. It dawned upon him that this lad was merely toying with them. You could no longer maintain his elegance. His face darkened like water, and in a frigid tone, he declared, "It appears I must seize you before we can thoroughly discuss our doctrines." Su Run, with a hint of regret, replied, "It seems your sect isn't all that impressive. Lacking this and that, wouldn't joining you mean forsaking the light for the dark? I possess no inclination for downward compatibility." Xia Simong, unable to contain herself, burst into lava. Let us see if your doctrine is tougher than my fists. The atmosphere was on the verge of eruption. Chapter 80. Chun Erniu. The murmurs of the enigmatic Chun Erniu indeed suggested that he had brought along all his resources. The Phoenix Squad could only withstand a single climb through their collective efforts, and there were still 4 from the Chuan region to contend with. Su Run felt a surge of relief. Had he not sensed something amiss before boarding the aircraft, he might have naively believed they were merely on a mission, potentially leading to dire consequences today. He intended to summon Lu Wuwei to handle the aftermath. The Phoenix and Su Run could easily manage these 4. Wuliang. The space ability user was, to Su Run, akin to a soft persimmon, ripe for the taking. However, he noticed that the believers did not advance, but instead fully opened a half-closed black box. An overwhelming sense of unease surged within him. Glancing around, he suddenly spotted Tong Sheng's pale face. A troubling suspicion arose, and he could no longer adhere to the previously devised plan for a decisive strike. He shouted, "Retreat! Everyone!" Xia Simong was momentarily taken aback upon hearing Su Run's urgent tone and saw the seriousness etched on his face. Without hesitation, she chose to trust him. The events leading up to this point had proven his judgment to be reliable. The 7 members of the Phoenix Squad transformed into a blazing fire phoenix and swiftly flew in the opposite direction. In that moment of exertion, Xia Siming immediately sensed the issue at hand. Their strength had waned. What was happening? It's poison. Su Run suddenly realized. I should have anticipated this. They had prepared a bloodline toxin specifically targeting the Phoenix Squad. This was indeed mentioned in the original text, where the ancient god cult devised toxins against the Phoenix. At that time, the Phoenix had narrowly escaped, and he could not recall that scene until now. He had just spoken to Chun Erniu for so long to buy time for Lu Wuwei to arrive on his scooter. Little did he know that their adversaries were also stalling. They were utterly despicable. Haha! Indeed, Chun Erniu conjured a nightmarish black bat that pursued them from behind. At this moment, he had completely shed his elegant fade, his expression terrifying. This is a previous generation Phoenix. Its corpse has fallen into our hands. We extracted Phoenix organs from its body and created this bloodline-targeting toxin with divine power. A shadow flickered in Xia Siming's eyes. Gritting her teeth, she remarked, "The previous vice-captain's physical form has gone missing, and it has ended up in the hands of these beasts." Before they even engaged, the situation took a drastic turn. Chun Erniu directed a gray-robed figure with eyes crackling with electricity, saying, "Go, try your luck." A figure crackling with lightning surged past Chun Erniu, charging towards the Phoenix. Positioned at the rear of the group, Xia Siming retaliated with a punch. The lightning-infused figure was sent reeling backward, wiping the blood from the corner of its mouth, and charged again. Under normal circumstances, she could have incapacitated him with a single blow. Not far away, hidden in the shadows, Lu Wuwei, who had just arrived on a scooter, watched this scene with growing anxiety. He could not fathom what Su Run was waiting for, as neither he nor Xia Siming gave any indication for him to intervene. Reluctantly, he had no choice but to follow the group in the shadows. At this moment, Su Run's mind whirled with frantic analyses of the situation. The ancient god sect had crafted a toxin aimed specifically at the Phoenix, utilizing the Phoenix organ from the former vice-captain. The strength of all members of the Phoenix was waning. Those who once could contend with Klein now barely surpassed the likes of Wuliang. The voice of the Mad Whisperer echoed with malevolent glee. How does it feel? Today, not only Su Run, but the entire Phoenix team shall become my obedient female slaves. The implication of the Mad Whisperer's words was that this bloodline toxin would not be fatal. A spark of hope ignited in Su Run's eyes. Eliminating the Phoenix would not align with their interests. Brainwashing the entire special squad was the optimal solution. This notion could indeed be exploited. Su Run maintained an outward calm while formulating a strategy within. However, before anything else, the issue of the black box had to be resolved. Otherwise, if Lu Wuwei was unable to swiftly eliminate the Mad Whisperer, he would instead find himself ensnared by her. With the Phoenix facing 4 Wuyang infused with the bloodline toxin, while he could ensure his own survival, the Phoenix would be in peril. As for fleeing with the Phoenix, it would be utterly disgraceful for someone of his caliber to even consider such an escape. From the very beginning, Su Run's thoughts had revolved around annihilating the enemy. He conjured several phantom blades, sending them flying towards the group behind him. Some were deftly evaded, while others were effortlessly shattered. The followers remained unhurried, refraining from allowing the second seat to open a teleportation portal to obstruct their path. They were like cats toying with mice, patiently waiting for the Phoenix's strength to further diminish, seeking to devour this succulent prize at minimal cost. The Mad Whisperer laughed heartily. Su Run, I acknowledge your boundless potential. However, as a mere Chuanjing, you might as well surrender early. My previous promise still stands. Su Run did not respond, his phantom blades continuing to swirl, appearing to the onlookers as little more than a desperate struggle. He leaned closer to Xia Siming's ear, whispering, when I give the signal, you and the others will entangle the 3 Wuyang. Leave the spatial one to me. What are you planning? Don't take risks. Xia Siming hastily grasped Su Run's hand, her exquisite face betraying a hint of anxiety. Su Run felt warmth in his heart and smiled. We have a human powerhouse on our side. Why should I take risks? Do you not trust me? The shifting emotions in Xia Siming's eyes suggested that she sensed deception in his words. Reluctantly, she released her grip on Su Run's hand, ultimately choosing to trust him. Yet she firmly insisted, I'll do everything I can to hold those 3 back, but you must act quickly with your plans. Upon hearing this, Su Run slowly rose, phantom blades coalescing around him, launching towards the group behind. These small flying blades posed little threat, prompting the Mad Whisperer and her companions to disregard them entirely. Su Run, do not mistake my goodwill for weakness. I will slay you as easily as one would a dog. Surrender is your only option. You are destined to become my subservience. Yield now, and I shall grant you the opportunity to select 2 female slaves, with the exception of Xia Simeng. Xia Simeng is already seething with rage. Insanity. I shall personally shatter your skull. Just look at your wretched visage. Even dogs would regard you as their long-lost kin. Stray dogs, having found sustenance, would surely share with you, lest their canine brothers starve. Individuals of your ilk can only scavenge for scraps in the restroom, yet you dare to consider yourself refined? My friend, do you truly believe you can compare to even a single hair of the so-called Shamate aristocracy? Your very existence is a grave error. Being cast against the wall is your rightful fate. A torrent of peculiar quips erupted swiftly from Xia Siming's lips. Su Run was left dumbfounded. Such words were beyond his own articulation. One could faintly observe the other members of the Phoenix team, previously ashen-faced, now blushing with embarrassment. The impact of her whimsical remarks was immediate. The one thing that insanity despises most is being called a mutt. Ironically, he prides himself on elegance, but can neither utter trash talk nor escape its deluge. His long hair danced in the wind, fury igniting within his eyes. As he lost all rationality and bellowed, Xia Simeng, I shall kill you. Su Run, gazing at insanity, spoke slowly. Chun Ernie, do you truly think you are the only one with a backup plan? Do not utter that name. This is your own doing. I had intended to bestow upon you the privilege of servitude, yet you have utterly provoked my wrath. The mere mention of Chun Ernie sent insanity into a frenzy. His countenance twisted in rage, teeth clenched as he urged the nightmarish bat beneath him onward, the tempest roaring past his ears, casting that name aside. Damn it, this is your own doing. Once I have you in my grasp, I shall subject you to the most thorough reprogramming. Chapter 81. The Horn of Counterattack. Su Run paid no heed to the frenzied murmurs. He turned around, offering the crowd of believers a fleeting glimpse of his back before advancing a few steps. Suddenly, he vanished from their sight. as they continued to search for his figure. An unmistakable sense of unease washed over them. He was behind them. Though Su Run appeared to be walking away, he had actually teleported to their rear. A deceptive maneuver, combined with a silent and instantaneous relocation. Zhou Ping had once fallen victim to this very tactic at Su Run's hands. By the time they realized what had transpired, it was too late. One of Su Run's hands had already rested upon the ominous black box, while the other wielded a blade, poised to strike at the neck of the nearest second seat. The glint of the blade cleaved through the air, creating a dark fissure in space that sent shivers down the spine. Was this blade a forbidden artifact? The second seat, facing the edge of the blade, felt as though his heart was gripped tightly by a great hand. All of this occurred simultaneously. The crowd had yet to recover from the previous moment when they were thrust into another dilemma. Should they assist the second seat or guard the box? Ultimately, neither choice held significance. However, this series of actions momentarily stunned the believers. Meanwhile, Su Run had teleported with the black box to the location of a previously discarded phantom blade. The initial phantom blade assault had called out Murmur's true name, retreating in the opposite direction only to reappear, striking down foes. It was all an elaborate ruse, all for that fleeting opportunity. Now with the box in tow, he bellowed, "Make your move." Beep beep. Suddenly, two horn blasts pierced the air near Murmur. A delivery man clad in a yellow uniform appeared on an electric scooter, seemingly out of nowhere. "Chinernyu, your delivery." Without hesitation, he hurled a pizza box emblazoned with an elephant logo towards the believers. Boom! The pizza box exploded. The believers were thrown into disarray. The delivery man, wearing the yellow uniform, sped towards Murmur at 40 km/h. It was Lu Wei. He had taken action. Someone from the Phoenix squad shouted. Xia Simong, recognizing that this was the moment Su Run had spoken of, declared, "Let us go." Counterattack. Despite the continuous decline in the strength of the Phoenix squad, Xia Simong understood that this was indeed their prime opportunity. Resolutely, she led the charge towards the formidable, limitless man radiating thunder. "Just you wait, you little brat." She unleashed a fiery punch aimed directly at the thunderous man's face, followed by a kick aimed at the hunched elder and a slap directed at a burly man. They managed to halt the advance of the limitless ones. Su Run did not rush to strike. Instead, he observed the black box. This was the source of the Phoenix's poison, extracted from the former vice captain of Phoenix. Peering into the box, he beheld a shriveled black kidney, with green mist swirling around it. Each time the mist shifted, the kidney pulsated. Su Run's eyes discerned a faint golden flame within. Each time the mist swirled, a trace of energy was drawn from this golden flame, transformed into colorless smoke by the surrounding green mist. This was the truth of the Phoenix's poison. Su Run ignited azure flames in his right hand and reached toward the inner golden flame. Such a source of calamity must not be allowed to remain. Should it fall into the hands of those with ill intentions, the Phoenix would be rendered utterly defenseless. In the distance, several black military drones observed the situation. Numerous drones dispersed, following each individual. Report to the general, including the drones that just flew out. All strategic observation drones are now deployed. Excellent. Transmit the footage to the Night Watch headquarters. A middle-aged man, referred to as the general, clutched a report that contained details about Su Run. Name, Su Run. Rank, major abilities classified. The general gazed at the screen displaying Su Run, tightening his grip on the paper recording the information. What was he planning? That black box radiated an ominous aura. Unbeknownst to Su Run, every movement of his was being transmitted in real time. As the azure flames clashed with the green mist, it was as if a shark had entered the sea. The green mist, possibly infused with divine power, seemed to possess a consciousness of its own, deftly avoiding the azure flames. Su Run's hand encountered the desiccated remains of the first Phoenix, Zhongxian's kidney, without impediment. His fingers slowly grasped the minuscule flame. The moment he touched it, he sensed something amiss. This flame was alarmingly feeble. A slight contact threatened to extinguish it under the residual waves of his azure flames. Exerting all his control, Su Run delicately extracted it from its torturous confinement, as if cradling a fragile soap bubble. A voice echoed in his ears. Holy flame, continuously replenishing vitality. Residual flame state, ability ineffective. As the flame was extracted, the long-enshrined organs within the box, entwined with the green mist, crumbled to ash and dispersed. Though the powers of Xia Simeng and the others waned further, they felt an inexplicable weight lift from their hearts. Not good. Su Run has actually unraveled the phoenix's poison. How is this possible? The whisperer proclaimed him merely a sword saint seed, a mere ant of the Chuan realm. Why does he possess such power? Second seat. Quickly deal with him. We will confront the phoenix. Xia Simeng and the others, though spirited, appeared ensnared, unable to impede the second seat. Su Run's recent strike had startled the second seat, but ignited a deeper fury within him. That brat is mine, he greedily mused. That sword is clearly a high-tier forbidden object. I must present it to my master. In the distance, a voice from the Rocket Army base exclaimed, "Not good. Major Su Run is in danger." The middle-aged general gazed at the large screen displaying the current situation. His brow furrowed in concern, contemplating actions to assist the battlefront. Yet, at this moment, the arrival of missiles could potentially complicate matters further. He commanded the Special Operations Team to deploy with the mission, retrieve Major Su Run. After a brief pause, he added emphatically, "At all costs." "But, General, the distance is too great. By the time we arrive, the fight may already be over." "Follow the orders," came the stern reply. Indeed, for ordinary individuals, the battlefield was a place of demise. Yet the soldiers nevertheless accepted this perilous task. The middle-aged general turned to the projection of the Night Watch headquarters beside him, bellowing in inquiry. "Yi Fan, is this how you assign tasks over there? The pinnacle of humanity is so casually entrusted to peril? If anything happens to him, I will certainly report to the Central Command and demand a thorough investigation into your Night Watch." His voice was harsh, his words a direct call for accountability. The military and the Night Watch organization belonged to distinct systems, both under Central Dispatch, with their ranks being equivalent. "Do not fret, General Zhang." Yi Fan's expression remained composed, unfazed by the general's admonishment. "Su Run has his own plan. Please have faith in him. With his capabilities, the current situation is under control." On the surface, Yi Fan appeared calm, yet internally, he was in a state of anxious turmoil. Initially, he believed that sending Lu Wuwei in conjunction with the Phoenix would suffice for a secure operation. Little did he anticipate that this time, he had wagered everything on a mere whim. Upon receiving the news, he had arranged for the mask to board a Kuan-style fighter jet equipped with a supersonic propulsion system to head to the battlefield. However, what puzzled him was the lack of any movement from Zhouping in Huaihai City. Chapter 82. Slicing like melons. Unlike the panic of others, Su Run gazed at the portal before him, a quiet chuckle bubbling within. A death wish presented on a silver platter was simply irresistible. He even found the leisure to glance at the distant figure of Yu, struggling clumsily against the true nightmare's power. And he couldn't help but muse. There truly is a disparity among the peaks. Had it been Zhouping, a single charge strike would have reduced Yu to mere ashes. Fortunately, everything was well within his control. He pressed the golden remnants of flame into his chest, accompanied by the red blaze of Hong Ying. Stepping out from the portal, the second seat spoke in a low, menacing tone. "Kid, hand over your blade. This will spare you some bodily harm." Su Run let out a faint laugh, his tone laced with indifference. "Are you addressing me? I truly wonder where your confidence stems from. Don't think that, just because you have caught Lord Eus' attention, you can act so brazenly. You are but an ant from the Chuan realm, too blind to recognize your own limitations." The figure in the gray robe twisted with envy, declaring, "Today, I shall show Lord Yu who the most devout follower truly is." With that, the space around him warped, forming a conical spear of piercing energy aimed straight at Su Run. This attack, birthed from a being of Wuliang-level strength, could effortlessly shred tank armor as if it were mere paper. Dodge! The personnel at the Rocket Army base watched in horror as the scene unfolded on the screen, their hearts leaping into their throats, many unable to restrain their cries. Yet, Su Run remained seemingly oblivious, standing still as the distorted spear of energy hurtled towards him. General Zheng clenched his fists, beads of sweat forming in his palms. Suddenly, the crowd witnessed the spaceborne spear collide with Su Ran, erupting in a vast cloud of blue mist. It's over. There's no hope. The signal officer, his eyes vacant, slumped into his seat. Wait, General Zheng interjected. There's no blood. His words eased the tension in the information room, but they quickly realized something was amiss. The blue mist did not dissipate. Instead, it gradually coiled tighter, revealing a human silhouette. The figure emerged, revealing a strikingly handsome face, none other than Su Ran. He bore no signs of injury whatsoever. The blue mist, instead, swirled around him like a tamed lamb. He unscathed. The signal officer exclaimed in disbelief. What is happening? Has the video signal malfunctioned? Even if he had dodged or endured the blow, it would still be comprehensible. But to remain unharmed without any action, that was an attack capable of effortlessly tearing through tank armor. Watching Su Ran's serene expression, General Zheng felt a weight lift from his heart. It seems Yi Fan was not lying. Everything remained under his mastery. The second seat's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be possible? The blue energy mist obediently flowed through the gaps between Su Ran's fingers. A foe of spatial prowess was rendered a mere jest before him. He smiled nonchalantly. Is this your devotion? Your grasp of space resembles that of a child. Silence. You are merely an ant from the Chuan realm. The incessant annoyance of the insignificant. Truly vexing. Allow me to demonstrate who truly embodies the essence of insignificance. A brilliant azure light surged in Su Ran's eyes as he extended 3 fingers. 3 moves to conclude this encounter. Without further ado, he teleported to the side of the second seat, pivoted, and unleashed a powerful shoulder strike aimed directly at the second seat's shoulder. The blade cleaved through the fabric of space, and the black fissure in the void sent shivers down the spine of the second seat. Instinctively, he harnessed his energy, using his spatial abilities to conjure a thin shield before the blade. Whoosh! The blade swept past. The second seat felt as though he had briefly tasted death. He checked his body and found himself unscathed. No, nothing at all. I told you, just a mere river insect. Suddenly, a trickle of crimson blood appeared in his hand. At that moment, droplets of blood began to ooze from his neck, forming an angled line of crimson. Gush! Blood gushed forth as Su Ran's blade had cleaved his body in 2. Gagging, he spat out a mouthful of blood, didn't he say? 3 moves? Su Ran paid him no heed and teleported toward the battlefield of Xia Simeng and the others. Within the base, everyone stood in stunned silence. Can someone explain what just transpired? River and Limitless clashed, and Limitless was instantaneously annihilated. This must surely be a dream. On the screen, not only were 2 severed halves left behind, but vast dunes of sand had also been cleaved apart by the residual force of that strike. The gaping fissure on the meticulously formed sand dunes spoke volumes of the blade's ferocity. General Zheng pondered for a moment before concluding. It must be a complete overpowering of abilities. Much like Sequence 079, Great Wind Disaster, facing Sequence 068, Vacuum. One manipulating wind, while the other embodies emptiness. The disparity in realms makes it exceedingly difficult to counter such a decisive overpowering. I see. The general is indeed well informed. However, he has headed toward the battlefield of the Phoenix Squad. That place harbors 3 distinct abilities. Upon Su Ran's arrival, a muscular figure, appearing to possess physical enhancement abilities, approached him head-on. You've dealt with the second seat? What a fortunate lad. Instead of seizing this opportunity to flee, you dare approach? Though I am unaware of the abilities you rely upon, I cannot help but commend your audacity. Xia Simeng looked on with excitement, exclaiming, splendid work. I knew you could do it. Su Ran twitched the corner of his mouth, wondering who had just tried to obstruct him. Run, brother. Quickly. We will hold them off for you. This remark jolted Xia Simeng into action. She hurriedly added, wait until Lu Wuwei finishes his battle. It will be resolved swiftly. You must evade. She attempted to rush forward, only to be intercepted by a burly man crackling with electricity. Xia Simeng, eyes ablaze, unleashed a furious punch imbued with unmatched strength. The electrified giant was sent reeling, blood spewing forth. He transformed once more into a bolt of lightning, ensnaring Xia Simeng. After a few exchanges, the giant became akin to a lightning-infused yo-yo in her hands. Out and back again, he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood and exclaimed, "Quickly knock that brat unconscious and take him away. I can't hold on much longer." Upon hearing this, the burly man of strength unleashed his abilities, enveloping his fist with mental energy as he charged towards Su Ran. It is truly exasperating. They all treat me as if I were a soft persimmon. With a mere thought, Su Ran activated the Yama blade at an astonishing frequency of 200. The mental energy fortified his physical form. The power of the three elephants surged forth, causing the Yama blade to vibrate uncontrollably in its overclocked state. Instead of the anticipated sound of collision, a tearing noise akin to fabric being ripped apart echoed through the air. The onlookers beheld the horrific sight of the burly man's entire arm cleaved in two, exposing the stark whiteness of his bone to the world. This man possessed strength slightly surpassing Su Ran, estimated to be equivalent to the 4 elephants and 5 tigers. Theoretically, Su Ran should have been sent flying upon colliding with a man's formidable strength. Yet this brute chose to confront the blade with his fist. Under normal circumstances, the blade would not have been able to breach the man's layer of mental energy. However, the clash of their powers resulted in a convergence of force at the edge of the Yama blade. His mental energy shield was utterly shattered by the blade's edge. Su Ran offered no respite, swiftly turning and delivering a decisive strike that severed the burly man's head from his shoulders. To dare confront the Yama blade head-on. Does he truly believe his flesh to be akin to a divine artifact? TSK. Nameless One, I commend your audacity. 3 strikes. 2 of the Wuliang have perished. Chapter 83. Omen of the Storm at the Rocket Army Base. Disbelief enveloped everyone as they beheld the screen. Su Ran had suddenly leaped into the battlefield of Phoenix. In a mere 2 strikes, he severed the head of a formidable Wuliang-level opponent, a being of physical prowess. How could this be possible? That was a Wuliang. Most captains among the Night Watch, stationed in the city, lacked such strength. Observing Major Su Ran's fluid movements, it appeared as effortless as slicing through a large carrot. Could this be a manifestation of the Forbidden Ruins counter? Was Major Su Ran a long-hidden powerhouse among the Night Watch? Impossible. He was far too young. Had you forgotten the age of the Sword Saint? Although they belonged to different systems, the military clearly had its insights regarding the powerful figures of the Great Xia. Yet, Major Su was merely at the Chuan level. Everyone stood momentarily stunned, rendered speechless. General Zheng lit a cigarette, casting his gaze toward Yi Fan on the side projection. Evidently, he too was perplexed. Yi Fan had summoned all the Night Watch members to their usual conference room. The video signal, shared through the Rocket Army, was projected on the large screen. All eyes were fixed on this scene, no one feeling a shock as profound as theirs at that moment. A month prior, he had been at the Zhan level. Someone murmured almost unconsciously. The voice was faint, yet the signal operator of the Rocket Army amplified the Night Watch's sounds to the maximum, coupled with the uncanny silence of everyone present. This inadvertent whisper from the higher-ups of the Night Watch echoed throughout the information warfare room of the Rocket Army. What? A ripple effect ensued. General Zheng's eyes reddened. Could it be that a deity of the Great Xia had been reincarnated? This general, who had always placed his faith in nuclear weapons, found himself stirred with excitement, uttering the possibility of divinity. At this moment, Yi Fan remained silent, uncertain of how to articulate an explanation. Ahem. Zhuoqing cleared his throat twice, drawing everyone's attention towards him and the formidable blade he held. I have witnessed the might of that blade up close. An awe-inspiring divine weapon. Even the Sword Saint had been wounded by it. Yes, it had once sliced a small gash. Should Su Ran hear his enchanted blade referred to as a divine weapon, he would likely give Zhuoqing a thumbs up. The members of the Rocket Army suddenly grasped the situation. If even the Sword Saint had been harmed, then the act of slaying a Wuliang could indeed be likened to slicing through a vegetable. So that was it. He wielded a divine artifact while the opponent, mistaking him for a member of the Night Watch, had recklessly attacked with his fists. Fists were indeed a sound choice. Yet, General Zheng sensed something amiss. No matter how powerful the weapon, it required a wielder, and ultimately, it was human decisions that dictated the battlefield. Was it truly solely due to the weapon's might? His gaze remained fixed on a large screen, his worries still unresolved. The battlefield of Phoenix harbored two more, Wuliang. Could Phoenix safeguard this potential pinnacle of humanity? At this moment, the elegant tailcoat of Yi had been reduced to rags, as he was pursued by Lu Wuwei on an electric scooter. We must swiftly capture Su, run, and retreat into the mist. He still harbored the thought of not giving up on Su Run. However, at this moment, he was ensnared by Lu Wuwei, rendering him unable to extricate himself. Witnessing his subordinates falling one after another, an ominous feeling stirred within him. Once again, a nightmare enveloped him, shielding him from Lu Wuwei's explosive assault. He was flung back, rolling helplessly in the sand countless times before managing to rise with great difficulty. His physique was disheveled, blood trickling down his face. This formidable warrior, blessed by the malevolent deity, Klein, now resembled a cornered beast driven to desperation. With a somber tone, he addressed Lu Wuwei, "Do not force my hand." The revelation of his true name meant there would be no sanctuary for him within the realm of the great Xia. Lu Wuwei would relentlessly pursue him. In that moment, he no longer cared for the lives of his subordinates. His sole desire was to see Su run and flee overseas. At that instant, it seemed that a decision was made within him, the night breeze intensifying slightly. It felt as though a storm was on the horizon. Lu Wuwei remained silent, revving his electric scooter to its utmost speed, charging towards him. On the other side, after EU issued that command to his subordinates, Su Run felt the weight of a cold, sinister gaze fixated upon him. He exchanged a glance with Xia Simeng, signaling that he could manage the situation. Xia Simeng, having developed a certain rapport with Su Run, focused intently on confronting the middle-aged man wielding thunder. This man, infused with thunderous energy, relentlessly pursued Xia Simeng, preventing her from rejoining Su Run. He paid no heed to his own injuries, his left arm already severed by Xia Simeng. His face was barely recognizable, blood flowing profusely, yet it could not quell his fervent fighting spirit. "Damn it, I cannot allow you to disrupt Lord EU's plans." He disregarded his own safety, determined to delay Xia Simeng as much as possible, even at the cost of his life. Boom! Another powerful punch sent him crashing into the sand, leaving behind a circular impact crater. Countless bones shattered within him, and his internal organs ruptured. Memories of Lord EU's gentle and kind teachings flooded his mind. "Huang Go, listen well, I am your god. You must obey me unconditionally. Even if it means digging up your father's grave or scattering your mother's ashes, you must do so joyfully. Understand?" Once again, an immense power surged within him. "Absolutely. I will not allow you to interfere with Lord EU." The members of the Phoenix team changed their expressions. Kong Shang inadvertently exclaimed, "How is it possible for him to still stand? What is sustaining him in this battle? How is it that we appear to be the villains?" Silence. Su Run has already taken down two. Xia Simeng felt a surge of anger. Although Su Run was incredibly strong, this fiery-haired girl felt she had failed to protect her precious teammates. Seizing an opportunity, she grasped the middle-aged man's arm. With her right arm drawn back like a bow, a ferocious power coalesced within her pristine fist. Boom! The air erupted, creating a swirling ring of dust. Hiss white smoke emanated from Xia Simeng's hand, a result of the heat generated by friction with the air. It is evident that Xia Simeng has exerted tremendous effort with that punch. The man has once again created a large circular pit in the ground. Both of his arms are broken, and he is rendered immobile. In a desperate final act, he severed his own arms to evade a fatal blow. Yet still, that terrifying punch grazed him. Now, his fate hangs in the balance. As Su Run exchanged glances with Xia Simeng, the confrontation between him and the only two remaining Wuliang-level believers commenced. Before Su Ran stood an assassin shrouded in shadows. This individual had initially possessed a remarkably low presence, and now, having retreated into the darkness, was invisible to both the naked eye and mental perception. He lay in wait, anticipating the perfect moment to strike. Su Ran remarked with a smile, "Assassin, and that warrior of the physical realm, along with the one wielding spatial abilities. One might consider him a mage. Your team's composition is rather strategic. Yet, where is your healer?" Silence hung in the air, devoid of any response. Undeterred, Su Ran sheathed the Yinma blade and closed his eyes, employing his spatial awareness to detect the faintest ripples around him. Chapter 84, Arise. Su Ran pressed his left index finger against the blade's edge, embodying a relaxed exterior, yet a taut interior. The enigmatic figure of the boundless realm undoubtedly reigned as the king of shadows, moving with such stealth that not even the fabric of space was disturbed by his presence. The atmosphere was eerily vacant, and not even spatial abilities could detect his trace. This individual was exceedingly formidable. Even Captain Xia Siming had recently suffered at his hands. The members of the base were increasingly agitated. With no visual on the opponent, how could they engage? General Zheng stroked his chin in contemplation. The information room buzzed with fervent discussion. Perhaps we could deploy a drone to summon Major Su. If he were to conceal himself, it would be evident that the adversary could not contend with him at that moment. However, this person possessed an uncanny ability to appear and vanish at will. Who could guarantee his speed would falter? Suddenly, General Zheng interjected, turning to the soldier who had just spoken. "What did you just say?" The soldier, clearly anxious, stammered, "Could that person also be swift?" "No, the previous statement. He appears and vanishes?" "Not that one. The one before that." General Zheng was evidently becoming agitated. The individual's ability to follow like a shadow? Yes. General Zheng's fist struck the table with fervor. This was it. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded, "Prepare the flares." The personnel in the information room paused briefly but quickly regained their composure, as if they had unearthed the solution to the final, elusive problem on a